want you to be mine. I want you by my side. Be my baby.
Does Mahmoud Doka know about this song that you are singing? Mahmoud Doka and all your not men, you want you to be mine.
No.
Hey! Okay, Chuku, sit down. Put your legs together. The moment you started singing, you'll be feeling it. Does your wife know about this song? I'm going back, waiting for my turn. But I'm watching you. I'm keeping my eyes on you.
Yeah, I don't know about
on the
that.
Nigerian politics.
I don't know about
You
that.
said you were very young when you started.
I was very young.
Yeah, I wasn't missing.
Now I have beer and everything.
Now you have beer. Anyway, you asked your viewers to send in your questions, their questions for this 200th episode.
I know.
And I've been privileged.
Why you?
To be the one to ask the questions. Don't pretend
My
like you don't know what it is.
My days are numbered.
You planned this.
My days are numbered.
Don't even pretend like you're surprised or anything.
I don't know any. Have I seen the questions? No.
No, you were the one that asked me to. Hey whoa, mama. I'll go walk up.
Titilayo. Yes. So Titilayo, you see, things change, and we have to go. We have to go.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. I know. Yeah. And I want to thank you on behalf of me, good luck, Jonathan, and my wife, and everybody inside Asorok. We want to thank you for your service.
Thank you.
If we have dedicated people like you, we will be staying here for another 4 years.
Yeah,
but it's okay. We want to give you this so that you take care of your family.
Thank you.
And find something for your family.
Useless man. Take care of what?
She helped us.
What?
For 5 years.
I ready to win election, you know fit win.
She was
4 years.
cleaning your
You don't
house.
concede. You give Baba.
Madam, no beg.
Shut up, make I hear what. Wait.
Is this your mouth that caused us to lose election?
No.
You keep talking, upsetting.
Where you know the talk. You win election.
I want to thank you for what
you said they give her money, you collect.
Madam, this one on my own.
Madam, leave me alone.
You don't befriend them.
All the money.
You don't befriend them.
All the money they give you.
You don't clean them.
All the governors
You don't
give you money.
clean them. You don't collect them.
Yeah. All the money.
You are a useless man.
You don't do, madam. Wow. Not be $1.
There is God, oh.
Yeah.
You never chop enough, eh? Not be our money,
exactly.
not be Nigerian people's money. I beg.
So,
time don't change, oh.
Jonah, I go beat you today.
See, ordinary house help knows what to do. You keep talking.
We
big
don't
mouth.
get new
Jonah.
boss.
Yeah, big
Jonah.
mouth. Go back to Africa. Don't even come to Togo.
You go drink
Go to
today.
Africa.
You go drink today. You go piss for body.
Madam, take
Madam, you never
leave her
chop
alone
enough.
now. I gave money to Ruben Abati, Femi Fanika, all of them chop the money.
They are all bastards.
These are people. These
all
are
of
people
them are
who
useless.
actually work for the government. The people that work for the government.
They go carry you go lagoon. Both of you. They
Now
go
you
miss
go
you.
lagoon. Now we don't get new for this house.
You can
Time
go to
don't change.
Africa. Go to Africa. I don't even want you to Toke.
For
Where are my people?
I don't want you to Toke. Go and get me my drink. Go and get me my
Hey!
Your time don't pass. Oh, God bless you.
Yeah, thank you.
God bless you.
Titilayo.
Your time don't pass.
Let me warn you.
What do you go do?
The Nobel Prize.
What do you go do?
I know where your mama and papa dey.
Your time don't pass. Make you
There is God.
Patience. Let me warn you.
Hey!
I
sing song.
Patience.
God open the gate for Villa for Jonathan.
Patience.
God close the gate on top of his head.
Patience, listen. I won't forgive you if I don't get this Nobel Prize.
Yeah, you
Let me tell you, I won't forgive you if I don't get the Nobel Peace Prize. If your mouth prevents me from getting the Nobel Peace,
you not go get anything again.
You are not coming to.
You know they get anything
Otoke
again
anymore. No more Otoke. Thank you very much for your service.
Now when they
bless you.
because of the thing where you they do for you.
Go
leave you.
Go to Ababi.
Drink.
Yes.
Piss for body.
Thank you.
Drink and piss for body.
Useless 2019.
Useless man. Which election you don't fit
Did you even vote for me?
You steal all the money. money, you still don't like
did you vote for me?
Useless man.
Did you vote for me?
I go River State.
Drink.
I know they drink.
You fit run again. I go vote for you. I go vote for you. Fit run again.
I go catch you.
Madam.
In this Nigeria.
Do anything.
That is not
your
correct.
time don't pass.
That is not
Useless man.
Make you
Thank you,
waka.
thank you,
God bless you.
Thank
God
you.
bless you.
Hey, it's a reunion something. I still have to do this. Rudolph Okonko, oh yeah, now post.
Very big star, you know.
Yeah, a big somebody.
When I knew her,
doing 4 hour interviews online.
People are stopping and
the man is doing 4 hours interview. He's a very big somebody.
It's wonderful.
So yeah, let's play photo. Let me do this so they don't think I'm short.
Big star. Hello, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonko. The National Broadcasting Corporation or Commission has directed broadcast stations in Nigeria to stop reporting the details of attacks by bandits and insurgents in Nigeria. It is 11:48 a.m. in New York City, 5:48 p.m. in Cape Town, South Africa, and 7:48 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonko. My co-host Chido Onoma is on assignment. On our show today, we will have the talented Adeola Fayhun. He will join us in about 80 minutes to discuss the health scare that she had a few months ago. But before she joins us, I want to invite you to join me as we discuss the issues in the news in Nigeria and Africa today, while we wait for her to join us. And I want us to start with a conversation on the situation in Nigeria, where we had bandits once again attack communities in southern part of Nigeria. And this story that today the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission ordered stations in Nigeria to stop discussing this issue. Of course, we are not under their control, so we can discuss whatever we want to discuss. So I invite you to join us. If you want to join the conversation, to click on the link that I will share with you and then join this conversation. We will be talking about this and other issues until Adeola joins us. But before we do that, let me play the video that just came out of Edo State on this issue that we're talking about, because a lot of people, communities in Nigeria, in southern part of Nigeria, they are on the edge concerning this security situation. So let me play the video for you, and then we'll bring you in, those who are in the studio, if you turn on your camera, and then we will have this conversation. And after that, Adeola will join us. Thank you.
People don't touch like what the Fulani headsmen do. Community people for Abuwere community for Ovia Northeast local government. Don't yarn to people about what really happened inside their community on Sunday where Fulani headsmen show. Solomon Amoradmo, we be the ordinary way of the community, send a call, they call and say Fulani headsmen did the community. They ask of and the elders. Say when they come, they tell and say me they know they ring the bell for the community again.
Yes, actually they came. I was told, first of all, I'm in Benin. But people called me that the sensemen, I don't know what they called them. They came here, asking for John and the others. My youth, they say they are not here. They continue giving instruction that they should call me immediately for dialogue. I said, what do you mean by that to dialogue? Now, they said we should not ring this our bell. This our bell is when we want to make a civil defense, anything that happens, we will surely go ring them. They say we will not ring them anymore. Anybody who is a vigilante, we know as a vigilante here, should come out. May go bring them come out. Now, if we want no wash night, nothing. Everybody should go get inside and sleep with their own command. How to look there? Anyway, tomorrow I'm coming to the community. As I reach here, I didn't saw them with my tunica eye, but I saw where they eat. After they don't eat plantain and other things, they will go back. They will come back again. Yesterday, I was here too. When I went back to the town, then this morning, I promised I'll come to your own station to report. I don't know where they got the news they have been carrying. I'm not saying they are saying to talking lie. Then they called me. I went to your office. I was told that they burn everything in the community. They kill some people. They rape some people. I'm surprised to hear that a community went me beyond your way. That is why I come to you, government. Not that they are not threatening us here. What they did is what I'm telling you people. And it is what I'm saying. I didn't see any house be burned. I don't see it with my naked eye. If I see it, I'm not afraid that for anybody. I go say they burn them, but I'm not seeing it.
Osadebame Aigbe say the Sunday after the Fulani herdsmen come to threaten them and shoot gun for air, them go Adeola police station because the instructions where the Fulani herdsmen give them make them fear, as him and some others don't pack their things come up for the community.
This morning, on Sunday, when they say they come here, the way they speak, on start of Sunday, we went to Adeola police station to go and give a report. That very day was so tough for this community. DPO is not around at that time. So it tells us we put a particular down. What do we particular? Said we give our number down. This morning now, our young way call us, say CCCO, say that they come and say, okay, I have to rock on. In the morning, I did here. So when I did here in the morning, before I reach here, if you reach this community now, nobody, everybody, put myself, all my property, they are not here again. Because the instruction where they give on Sunday is a stronger information. All those Fulanis, the instruction where they give, say where they come, but three come from that upside. Their leader wear camouflage. Who experienced that day here? If wear camouflage, say they don't need anything. Shooting gun for this place. Where is the gun? They say, where is the vigilante for this committee? They say vigilante is not around. Where the audio would they say, well, as it is now, anything shooting gun, they don't need them. Where the gun would not shoot, they say not be gun, say now knockout. They come bring knockout. They say, well, from now on, they don't surround this place. Before they know it, the battery come from there's one road, go like this. We take it, they come out. Before they know it, about 6, they come out from this place. Small time, they shoot gun, go up, pa. The whole committee, the whole everybody, you see all the old door locked. All of them begin to run. That's the function we gather. And through when we come, when I come today, small time, go see up there. When the soldier come, I will tell them, the last house, there now, almost that time where they come, because they don't enter bush now. If you hear now, the car will go here now. See fire, they come put fire for up. Fire, they burn. They shoot 3 guns. They not burn any person, they not shoot any person. No. They shoot 3 guns. Before you know it, fire, they burn for bush. Make us stay there. They say, make I say, I know if you run. Sis, they know if you kill me. Maybe I go talk to them. Before I tell that one, they can't come inside. Now come just now. Say, make I come. Say, government don't come. I can't see Sugama, they can't gather me there. I can't see a split to them. The only thing where is soil, plantain, yam, cassava. Now farm, not be house, they burn farm. If you see the fire then, I see the fire then. If they go, they come like this.
Pius say when him and his wife they go farm, one Fulani herdsman come carry dagger, come meet him. Say him cow they chop for there. Say make him go back house on him life.
When me and my wife went to the bush this morning, my plantain farm. So I said, make my wife stay at back first. I said, man, let me be at the front. So immediately I was going, so I just saw one young man, I just come out with a knife at this left and the right. He said, what do you mean they find? I said, as you see this bush, so this is my farm. He said, me see cow when they chop her. I said, yes.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome, everybody. Ikolala, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for having me. Welcome. Hello, everyone else. Nazi Prince and
Nazi Prince. Olumide, welcome. and forefathers, welcome.
Thank you, Rodolph.
All right. So, like I said at the beginning, we are waiting for Adeola to join us in about an hour and So, but before then, let's touch on some of the issues in the news, especially this continuing threats, insecurity in the southern part of the country, and this news that the controlling body of the television broadcast stations in Nigeria is basically stopping the media from having conversations around this. So this is when it's left for us to have this conversation. And I would like to come back to you, Ikola. Let me start with forefathers. Forefathers, since yesterday, have you had anything about the situation in the country, the reaction of the government to what is going on?
And thank you for having me here, Dr. Damages. Greetings to everyone, and to the chat and to the viewers. I've not heard anything because we just finished around 8 a.m. this morning, 16-hour session. But clearly this is a problem that the government don't seem to be looking to grapple. Because they all know the problem, they don't want to do anything about it, and our citizens are complaining and complaining, and because they don't necessarily know what to demand. And we even had some of these type of conversations yesterday when we were talking about insecurity, and I'm afraid many Nigerians are not ready. They still keep thinking the old ways, thinking that it's economy. There is something going on in our country. They are sabotaging the country. And this Fulani, I think I heard about how Fulani herdsmen used to behave before. When there is a problem, let's say they ate somebody's farm, they will leave a calf there. Where did all those ways of resolving conflicts, where did it all go? Something else is going on in that country, and our security forces are not in any position to do it. And you can argue that maybe the people are not ready. Because we were having this conversation yesterday, and most of the panelists were just fighting to secure the country. They were like, why do you have to convince them to secure the country? People are actually dying. People are complaining all the time. I just saw the Wiki having a banquet in Port Harcourt, when I was just reading under the scrolling headline saying that 14 people have been killed and 40 kidnapped in Kaduna, southern Kaduna. It's like, these people are not serious. Your country is under attack on a daily basis, and you are not acting. You are busy partying, and the people themselves, are they not people in that occasion? They're actually chilling out, thinking that everything is okay. But when you tell Nigerians to react to these things, the way they react sometimes surprises me, because if something different happen or debate about religion, you see how they'll go through the roof, or about tribe, they will go through the roof about it. But even election, they go through the roof. But when people die and get kidnapped, and like the video shows now, people are living in fear in the local areas. But to react, it's like they are dragging their feet. Our governments they behave like traitors. They promised us, they know what the problem is. So one thing that I would say for sure is that our government know what the problem is, because all the major political candidates in this last election, they said they were going to increase the size of the footprint on the ground. They know. So the fact that they all made that their defense policy, they all know the problem, but they don't want to act on it. So I will leave it at that until I get more information. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Ikolala, what are you thinking?
Yeah, it's that story again. For people to be killed, and the National Broadcasting Corporation says don't report about anybody being killed. It's not even given the media houses a chance to investigate and make their own report. So even if you investigate and find out that it is true that people are dying, don't report it. We don't want to hear it. So I think it's a matter of carelessness. They don't care. Sorry, I'll take a bit of your time. It's like when someone said we are being ruled by retards, and other people will say, look, you can't say we are being ruled by retards because Nigerians are doing well all over the world. That's rubbish. If you have 3 students who are in the same class at a particular year, take Nigeria, take China, take Singapore. 40, 50 years ago. These people were at the same level. And then look at Singapore today, look at China, then look at Nigeria. If you look at Singapore and China, you could say they've got PhDs. If you look at Nigeria, you can say they've gone back to kindergarten. So if you have a child if you put that in individual levels, and you have a child that has gone back to kindergarten, and you have two other child that has gotten PhD, you will say the third child that has gone back to kindergarten is a retard. There's no doubt about it. And if that child has gone back to kindergarten, it means those who are either teaching that child or don't know what to do. So Nigeria is being ruled by retards. I don't know why nobody wants to accept that. But we come here and talk like, solution, that solution, as if you are talking to sensible people who will take it and act on it. You're not talking to sensible people. People are dying, and someone is having a party today, and it's yeah. Like I said, Dr. Rudolph, I come here to even get my news sometimes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mazi Prince.
Dr. Rudolph, good morning. Forefather, good morning. Kola, good morning. Olumide, good morning. Wole, good morning. I think I stand by what forefathers said, at the same time what Ikola said. But this goes a long way to verify the situation that we actually have a problem, a big problem, And as I'm speaking, if they are at Edo State now, that means they will be in my village soon. I'm not from Edo, I'm from Delta, and I know I know what I'm saying. It's gonna affect me, personally, in the sense that I know that I have relatives who are farmers and who are just minding their business. And these people are gonna, do this to them. I don't know what to say. You see, for the NBC, is it NBC or is it NCC? What is it? NBC to say what they are saying to the media houses. I'm not surprised. NBC, the boss of NBC happens to be the Minister of Information, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I did some research and I found out that the Minister of Information right now happens to be a cousin to Mahmoud Yakubu. Yes, yes, I'm saying it. Do your research. You see, he used to own, is it a newspaper, or media house, or whatever that he owns, and all that stuff. As a matter of fact, let me not even go to that. Yeah. So the whole thing is they're trying to muzzle media houses because they know that they are a failure. And while we are talking about insecurity, the military guy this morning went after Jide Sonwolu. Dr. Damages, I sent you the video. It's right there. And he blasted him for even arresting the military guy going on one side of the wrong way of the road, or whatever it is. He gave it to him big time. That's the first time of me seeing a military officer going at a governor and insulting, which he deserves, to get. Other than that, let me rest for now. I think I'll rest on this for now. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Olumide.
Rudolph, good day. Fellow
Good day.
panelists, good day. I didn't come up on air yesterday with the regular panelists, but I kind of followed everything that happened, and I want to particularly push back. I will mention names. I'm going to push back. Rodolph, I will push back on some of what you said you started yesterday. You were saying not to mention the Fulani by names. I will push back on that. Paul, you were saying that mentioning them will be tribalistic. I will push back on that. John Abba just made a fool of himself yesterday. It made no sense, and I will push back on him too. How do you make peace with your killers? How on earth do you make peace with people who want to kill you? Live peaceably with them. In which part of the civilized world is that done? And then, Paul, these are your people from Delta State talking and saying that eyewitness account, saying that they were Fulani people. And you are saying that they shouldn't mention them by name, that it is being tribalistic. Are you speaking with common sense? The US, where you are, when they catch somebody who breaks the law, how do they identify them in the media? White, Caucasian, Black, American, from the Middle East, from, if they don't know the country specifically, if they do, they identify them. And we are trying to, people are identifying people who are causing this. And you are saying they shouldn't mention them. Who is fooling who? Who is kidding who? And now that shithole country is saying they are trying to censor the media, not to even call them bandits or anything. It has become a police state now. What is wrong with people? Stop the killings. Now, these people are saying the middle belt that we're talking about, the middle belt, now they are predicting that there's going to be a lean harvest. This year, there's going to be a lean harvest because of these very many attacks that has come upon them. And you are going around gallivanting looking for investors. When your people cannot produce and are being killed, and the military forces that should protect them cannot protect them, and you don't want them to harm themselves. You don't want state police to be passed into law so that they can defend themselves, and now you want to censor people from talking. Look, you guys have to rise up. Everybody, you have to rise up. This was a plan. This is a grand plan by some people. I'm not going to swipe off Fulani with the same brush or paint. But I'm going to tell you that there are some of them in the government who want to overrun people, overrun their lands, either for their land or for the resources on those lands. And they are using ethnicity and religion extremism as a weapon to achieve this. They have found themselves in governance, and they are trying to use democracy. They are trying to use the rule of law to implement some of this strategy. This is what is happening. The first 8 years of Buhari, the plan was to overrun the South. They were pushed back by Amotekun, they were pushed back by ESN. Now they've re-strategized, they've gone back to the middle belt because they know the far north is already captured. This is their plan. We are going to call it by what it is. Most of the eyewitness accounts have testified. They've said that majority of these attackers are Fufude speaking and French speaking. They've infiltrated the army because when they were attacked, they were wearing army uniforms. So whatever strategy they are using, Nigerian government, Tinubu, you have to wake up. You have to wake up and treat these people fuck up. They can't come from nowhere and behave like barbarians when they should be civilized, come to our country, register themselves through the border as normal citizens, normal immigrants, and be law abiding. And then you are saying make peace with them. Make peace with who? You have to call it what it is. Majority of those doing these attacks are Fulani, especially foreign ones. among them. They've been brought in. El Rufai said it. Majority of them were brought in because they thought Goodluck was not going to hand over. And now they are stuck with them. They don't know how to handle them. Nigerians, rise up and get rid of this shit happening in your country. That's what I have to say for now.
All right, thank you, Olumide. For just to make correction, Olumide, I never said you shouldn't say Fulani or call them. I said people should not generalize. Say that you are going to take out all Fulanis out of the country. You are going to, don't blame all Fulani for what a small group of people are doing. That's what I said. But that's by the way. Wale, you're next.
Yeah. Good day, everyone. I greet everybody. Yesterday, I couldn't really join the platform, but I was at the background listening to everyone. I'll pick on few people this afternoon before we make it start, because I really wanted to yesterday, but I couldn't. Mr. Rudolph, well done for organizing this, but what I can see from your leadership skill is the fact that you are the president in quotation now you now know how difficult to govern people. I will have a different perspective. Electricity would, forefathers would, righteous man would. Look at what happened yesterday. Let's take religion, for example. Now you can see that people who sat on this platform have different perspective to the religious aspect. And that is how difficult to govern people. But you might have your rules and regulation, which is the constitution, but do people follow it? When you say to people, do not say this, do not say that. And I think at some point, forefathers and Pansatan, I was almost falling asleep when I start hearing that. No, you cannot say this on the platform. No, you can't say this. That is how hard it could be to govern a country or even a family. That is on one part. Righteous man and Mr. Alba, when it comes to the religious aspect yesterday, I was a little bit disappointed because I think I mentioned that we all know the truth, but we sometimes very political or economical about it. And then Mr. Rudolph said, what is the truth? It is a relative thing. What is true to me might not be to you. But that is for another day. We could take side when it comes to religion. Sometimes we are not very honest, especially when the religious is something that we attach ourselves to. But that's that on that. But yesterday I noticed something that most people on the platform yesterday tend to come towards the solution aspect of it rather than us, analyzing the problem. We all know many people are just saying, okay, this could be the solution. And I listened to when Mr. Electricity first of all said something yesterday, and I thought, yeah, I think I put my thumb up. Let's forget about, not that we forget about the problem. The problems are there. What is the solution? What is the way out? And that is one thing I want us to be, discussing. Let's be critical. Am I come up with a solution? Mr. Electricity might see like, you haven't really thought about it. You haven't been critical about it because it's a solution. But what about if these are the
Sorry, Wale, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to suggest one solution. Let us start contributing money now for the people to defend themselves. Let's start contributing money to buy fire stick.
Okay, I'll come to that in a minute. That is good. And my last thing I was going to talk about is, I keep saying it, that these people that hold the country and jugular, they are not sleeping. They are putting their spokesperson at work. Okay, let's take for example when Buhari was there. Have we forgotten Garba Shehu, Lai Mohammed, Adesina? Have you forgotten what this guy used to say? They will put something across, put something to people to talk about, they'll say the presidency spoke, even if it doesn't make sense. Now the same thing is still happening. It's their job, it's their propaganda. They will throw something to you guys to go and be discussing why we are looting, why we are doing something. And one of those things is the ethnicity and the religions they will throw at us. I will fight you because you are not a Muslim. I will fight you because you are not this. I'll fight you because you are not Yoruba. At what point do we need to forget about these two things and come up with humanity? Simply because the Nigerian hasn't happened to me doesn't mean that I'm exempted from it. So those are the ways I want us to start thinking. Mr. Uyi spoke at length yesterday. Come up with some things that I've never even heard of. So, and that is the way I want us. I come here to learn from people, to listen to people. That's why sometimes I wouldn't talk. I just want to hear from different perspectives. But we are all adults. We love the country. That's why we come here. But I wouldn't want us to fight ourselves. I wouldn't like to be having ourselves. Let's learn what we solution. Let's see what we can do, because it's still our country. We have our family members, friends out there. Lastly, I think Nigerians are not ready to rescue themselves. I put something on the chat yesterday that I rescued 100 slaves. I would have rescued more if only slaves know that they are slaves. Nigerians, sometimes I look at them like they are not really suffering. Maybe it's we that are abroad that we think these people are suffering. Sometimes you look at them, you think they should be stoning their senators, their commissioners, or whatever. They should be stoning them. But no, they'll be praising them. And you'll be thinking, are these people really suffering? Or am I the one? I don't know what is going to make these people, maybe women, and the boys that are supposed to even rise up. They've looked into another direction. They go into their music, they go into their yahoo or whatever they can do. They don't even get involved with government anymore. So what can we do to kind of let them see that, hey, you might be doing well today. It's just a matter of time before you fall from being a millionaire to Kobodia. No insurance, no good road. You might just be driving from Lagos to Ibadan. Accident happen, no ambulance. What is going to happen? And if it's your family members, by the time you rush them to the hospital, they charge you, or the bank is not working, or there's no gas, there's no, there's no medication or anything. They will just die like fowl. And we have to wait until that happens to an individual. So those are the kind of orientation I think. How can we go about it? Like Mr. Olumide said, I do agree. But the only thing is, when it comes to money, do I trust Mr. Rudolph with my money? Is he not going to run away and buy private jet somewhere? So, but I'm not saying, I'm just, hypothetically.
No. I didn't know I was muted. I asked whether you had that kind of money because I should know you more.
No, when you look at it, Mr. Rudolph, when you look at it, if you have 500 people and everybody contribute $10 every month, it's peanut. It's not going to break me or break anyone. But imagine the amount of money you will generate within that short period of time. Someone can just use it to go and buy something or invest it, and then the mission wouldn't be accomplished. It's the matter of trust. No matter how, £10 might not really cost electricity anything to worry about, but the trust that he has in you will be broken, and that will make him not to trust anybody again with his money. That's the way I'm coming from. Money, it's good, we all want it, but if we're not very, very careful, it could lead to our downfall. And that is what happened to that lady that went to pray to become a minister. But you see what happened? He prayed. Sometimes I used to wonder, God is so wonderful that he will answer the prayer. A thief will pray to God, and a saint will pray to God as well, and he will answer both of them. So I don't know. Sometimes I used to think, God, do you know this person is going to be? He's a thief. He's praying to you, and you answer. So
how do you know? How do you know that it was God that answered the prayer?
Well, another question for another day.
All right, let's go to the flagship.
I think it's because Ecclesiastes says that at some level, there is a level playing field. Everything under the sun is a level playing field for the good and the bad. I think that to an extent is acknowledged that God is, is responsible for the good people and also the bad people for some reason.
All right. The flagship.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Rudolph, good afternoon. Panelists, good afternoon. Viewers and those that are in the chat, good afternoon. I joined a little bit late, so I'm not sure if I caught up from the beginning to know where or what we're talking about.
We can hear you very well. Can you speak up a little bit?
Oh, can you hear me?
Okay, good. That's better.
Is that better?
About the continuing insecurity in Nigeria. Today it appears as if it's.
Excuse me, can forefathers be muted? I can hear him breathing rather than listening to people. I don't want to hear him breathing.
So it appears as if it is spreading. There was an incident in Edo State today, and the National Broadcasting Commission ordered the media houses in Nigeria to stop reporting details of what's going on, the bandits and the attacks. That's their solution to the problem. Yeah. So that's what we're discussing.
All right. So in 2015, 2014, I believe, and I'll try. I can't lay my hand on that information right now, but I'll try to find it and I'll text it to you if you need it. I watched the video of the Northern Governors Forum. They had a meeting somewhere in Canada, and this was one. It made the news for a little bit and died off for some reason. This was what one of the governors said. They said Nigeria is owned by the Fulani. They own it from Sokoto to Borno, down to Lagos, and 200 nautical miles into the Atlantic Ocean. That shocked me. And he said they are going to claim it. I would leave it there, not to say beyond that video. I'll find it and send it to you. But that's the ideology behind it. 200 nautical miles into the Atlantic Ocean is still considered northern Nigeria. They are working on it. We're sitting down and watching. The other day I said that if we don't do nothing now, it was Plateau Christmas Day. And Ondo, yesterday or 2 days ago, and today is Edo State. It's going to take over southern Nigeria. We just have to keep sitting down, watching, and letting them do what they do. Nigeria has over 200 land tribes. Tell me, how many tribes do you see go about trying to conquer the rest, to take up their land space, set up their communities, and push out those that are indigenous to the place? It's just one. We need to start telling ourselves the truth. When we start doing that, maybe then we can start beginning to see these possible solutions that are in front of us. These people have an agenda. I wouldn't lie to say I'm not making it tribal.
Flagship, you're breaking. We can't hear you very well.
Flagship, your line is not good today. Maybe you can.
Okay, I'll try to log out and log back.
Okay. All right. Electricity, you're next.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Depends on your geography location. Dr. Professor Rudolph. I know the topic you are talking about, but can I say what I want to say, not necessarily on the topic, and you can put me on backstage?
All right, no problem. I
listened to yesterday broadcast again, and first I must commend you the way you address the issue that righteous man made in respect to that building of the church, even though he tried to walk himself out of it, but he couldn't. Righteous man, with due respect, when you call on people in diaspora to come and that it's in our hands, and you play what I call a two-double I don't know how to describe it. I went back to the scripture. Acts chapter 7, verse 47, first says, acknowledge that Solomon built a temple for God. And when I went to the comment section, commentary, to check the amount of money Solomon used in building the temple, verse 48 said, howbeit God did not dwell in temples that made with hands. That begs the question, what is the essence of building an expensive church, and why the people are in poverty? And you said, oh, it is better that they did not take the money out, that the money was used here. Invariably, what you are also suggesting is that the SUV that was bought and the token, we don't have any moral ground to speak to those people. You see, I keep saying, when people distort the word of God, that is one of the reasons why the country is where it is today. How much is spent to build? Those of you who went to secondary school, there's this song that we normally sing about Awolowo. Awolowo lolese, free education. That means it's Awolowo that can do it. I went to Jakonde School, and if you know how Jakonde School was built, no window. I think the fence was 6 feet, or not even up to 6 feet. But that we gave a lot of people education. It gave a lot of people free books. And you come here to say, I went back to listen to it very well. You try to walk yourself back from it, but I can guarantee you can never walk yourself back from it. When such an amount of money is spent and yet cannot alleviate the poverty in the land, what are you on about? You said, oh, feed my... Yes, the Bible, there's an instruction to feed the people, not to fleece the people. And that is what we're experiencing. And you come here saying that it's a good thing that they didn't take the money outside, 32 billion naira. My daughter calculated it, what the equivalent in euro, and she asked me that. What did they use? What sort of amount of money is this to build the church? For what purpose? Check the equivalent of 32 billion naira in dollars, in euros. Please, we are here to find a solution, not to compound on a solution. And people listen to what we say. But when we come here and distort truth, including the word of God, I take exception to that. That is why I came on this platform. Thank you, Rudolph. I yield the floor.
All right. Thank you, Electricity.
Please put me at the back as well, please.
Okay. Who said that? Righteous Man. Is it Flagship?
No, right. Electricity, please. Can you just hold on? I need to respond to some of the statements you made,
Put me at the back, please.
Okay. Go ahead, Righteous Man.
Yeah, good evening to all the panelists from Lagos here. It's evening, cool evening. We have not had electricity for days now. We are burning our fuel. I went to get a little fuel so that I can join this program. That is how passionate this program is to me. And if I'm not interested to see that Nigeria works with the level of poverty and economic hardship we have now, I will be spending an average of 15,000-20,000 to get fuel into my generator so that I can join it. So, for all intents and purposes, I have no bad intention in whatever I said yesterday as regard to the building of the church by the state government. I didn't lock myself up. And please, for the interest of viewers and panelists, and those commenting in the comment section, Electricity, please, I throw this challenge to you. if both of us will have the debate on the issue of the scripture and the building of the house of God. If it's going to be 2 hours debate, 1 hour debate, come with your proofs and scripture backing. Then I will come with mine, because I'm a student of the Bible, and which I think also you are a student of the Bible. And sometimes I discover that people misinterpret the intents and purposes of the statements of people based on their parochial view on issues or their political settings, and they not tag somebody with that kind of negative ideology or negative thought. Of course, it is expected. What I said yesterday, I will say it as long as I live, and I will never regret having said it. And this is my saying. If you look at Dr. Rudolph platform, the theme of yesterday's meeting, or he said, have your say. So if I have my say and it contradicts your belief and your thoughts, if you see it as a surprise, it then means what Dr. Rudolph explained yesterday, that this is not an edited version, just like we normally have on TV program. This is real. What do you?
Righteous man, with all due respect, I support what Electricity said. You cannot support thieving and robbery and then expect me to go and protest in front of the embassy for you. Please don't do that. I'm not going to protest in front of the embassy for you. You better go out and protest for yourself. I'm never going to do that for you. When you support people, there's $2 billion to build an edifice for what? For what purpose? Who has it benefited? Please don't depend rubbish, Jare. I beg. Road of go to the next person, Jare.
We hear someone finish their speech, please.
All right, so
let him speak. Sorry, Dr. Rudolph. I have righteous man. Not to drag this. My number is in the private chat. Wait, righteous man. I want to step out.
Electricity. You know, when you were talking, hold on.
Your challenge, my number is in the private chat. I will set up the broadcast and I will bring you in here ASAP. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Olumide, with all due respect, listen to me. Let me repeat myself again. I will never regret to have said what I said, but you are
just using religion. You are just using religion to manipulate people. You can't use religion to manipulate people. Please.
Can you listen to me? When you are speaking, you allow another person. You shouldn't interject. Listen to me. There is difference.
I watched all you said yesterday. Please, I don't support
you. My God.
You don't have to repeat yourself over and over. I watched everything yesterday. I didn't come on air to come and talk about or to add to my own. But I'm saying that your whatever you're saying, don't support TV. It's wrong. Whether you are Muslim, Christian, or traditional worshiper, you are wrong. You are wrong. Please.
All right. Thank you, Lumide and Righteous Man. Thank you. Let's go back to the conversation, the topic we have today, which is
No, Dr. Rudolph, please be a fair judge. Be a fair judge. You will allow other people to explain themselves. And so, because millions of people are listening to us, you will allow somebody to blackmail me on your platform and say negative things. He is not in my mind. He is not quoting that I'm supporting corruption, and you say let it be so. That's unfair. You can't treat me that way.
I'm not in your mind, but you already spoke your mind now. You already spoke your mind.
Quiet and let him finish.
What I said, let me explain. They're interjecting and you can't stop them, and you're stopping me from continuing to explain myself. Is that fair? Is that judgment?
Righteous Man, listen, you know how long you've been speaking. I'm worried that in the next 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes, we have to stop this. I want to give everybody here the chance to at least say something. So you can summarize. Already he's giving you the chance to come on his platform to debate him. So you have an opportunity to talk for 2 hours, but you can summarize what you have to say. now so that we can.
What I'm saying is this. I did not support corruption. I did not support that the state government spend 32 billion to build a temple. What I am saying and what I said yesterday is this. Fine, he has claimed he spent that 32 billion. At least we have physical structure we can look at and say, okay, if that place is audited, it may not cost up to 2 billion or 1.5 billion. But at least we have something physically we can identify and say, this is where this man claimed he put 32 billion. Now it is left for the House or the people of Akwa Ibom to probe and audit. Will this thing cost up to this? Then I said in comparison, how about those who we cannot figure out what they spend billions and hundreds of billions of naira in doing, and then the money disappear. But this one something we can look at and say, okay, the plan is 32 billion, fine, this is the structure. We can pull us back and they audit and find out how much actually that building cost. That was what I had in mind in what I was saying. I said it was better than those who carried our money and put it in a broad account, and then all foreign countries will be using it to better their economy. At least in Akwa Ibom, we can look at and say, oh, this man claimed he built this in 32,000. Does it worth it? It's a physical something we can see. Unlike those who steal money and we cannot see anything, we cannot identify where the money went to. That's what I said, and I'm not wrong by saying it.
Doesn't matter.
Right, thank you. Let's move on to the
about the security issue in Nigeria. Okay. Let's remember when Nnamdi Kanu was crying on this issue that the Fulani bandits or terrorists, it's not all Fulanis that are terrorists. I don't profile any ethnic group or tribe or religion. I don't do that. But it was officially named and said the Fulani terrorists or Fulani bandit. And even somebody went to court and court declared them a terrorist group. And Nnamdi Kanu was crying over this thing for years and said that these people will overrun the South. You see, there is an agenda that these people are carrying out. And before the day break, this agenda, it will clear in our eyes. I think the South is playing over-educated, over sense. They are very intelligent, they are well-read. But when you look at the North, whoever we call the North, they don't play to the gallery. They don't come out to show their academic qualification or how much intelligent they are. But they control those of us in the South who think we have read much more than the Englishman. We can speak much more than the Englishman. We can do things more than even those who own the language we speak. In election, they decide who becomes Nigerian president. They decide who becomes the Senate president. Yet the South that claim they are more intelligent, more learned, more bright, are seen as second-class citizens. The submission made by one of our panelists here that will he trust someone with his money? That is the question. I was just wondering, I said, is it not somebody giving the bandits millions to go and do what they are doing or what they are still doing up to today without minding whether the terrorist runs with his money or not? You see, over sense, and I too savvy, that is the problem of the South here. We don't trust ourselves. We don't believe in ourselves. Even as we are in this panel, this platform, many of us have some character questions, trust questions. And that is why we can't offer solution to the problem we are facing as Southerners. So the Fulani, they are even in Lagos. The Fulanis are in Lagos. I mean, these Fulani bandits that are killing and young people in Nigeria, they are in Lagos here. They're in charge of every transport apart from a motor transport system. All this Okada, Keke Marwa, selling, if you come to the area and live in now, every space they occupy it selling all these petite threads, all these carrots and all these fruits, and they don't pay tax, and nobody is harassing them. But if it's a southerner that is doing this business they're doing in Lagos today, you will see the Lagos state government going after them and saying they're littering, they're destroying the environment, they're not, it's not hygienic, but they are allowed to carry out their business without any intimidation or humiliation against what the people of the South face in the hands of Southern governors. So it is time that the Southerners wake up, because these people will achieve their aim. The moment they conquer a place, they take over and rename the place. The former deputy central bank governor, he said this. He said there is an agenda to cause a civil war in Nigeria. Where is that man today? He has been eliminated. He is gone. But he made this confession, and the former Theophilus Danjuma also said that there is a collusion. That is a collusion. That is why the military cannot do anything, even when they are pre-informed that these people are coming. They attack in Plateau State, they were pre-informed that these people are coming, and they did nothing. Now it has shifted to Ondo and to Edo State. The next one will be Delta, Anambra. Before you know it, the South will fall. And so we have to arise. We have to arise beyond our tribe, beyond religion, beyond our personal understanding and whatever we think we have, to come as a unified body in the South to withstand this act, this bastard act that these people are carrying out. People are afraid of talking about them, but that's the truth. If you talk about them, they come after you. Even here in Lagos, there are a lot of people that have been kidnapped that we are crossing up to today. And they are vocal people that have been in the society talking about the evil that these people are carrying out. So my submission is that let's come together as a unified body with a purpose to defeat and conquer these people. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. You know, if I were to be in this panel, and I know that we have less than 10 minutes, I would try to think about the other people that they will have to give them a chance to speak. I don't know, maybe I don't understand certain things. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Can you hear me, Rudy?
Yeah.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, depends on where you are. I'm fellow panelists. I came on the show, like you say, I'm driving. I'm in the car. I don't want to put a case with people like Olamide. What we said yesterday was that whatever the bandit or planning herdsmen that are destroying any community, we cannot tag the whole Fulani people that they are all bandits. And I gave example that if one Igbo man do something, you cannot say the whole Igbo people are terrorists. That is what we said yesterday. But it seems that Olamide is chaotic in his way of things. The Yoruba nation is trying to build or trying to campaign for. If this is his approach, it will be more chaotic than the Nigerian we have right now. Because what we have in Nigeria is a terrorist.
How do you know that for sure? Though? That's just hypothetical. How do you know that for sure?
That what?
How do you know that Yoruba nation will not be better organized than Nigeria?
Because of you.
How do you know? Give us nation
can you let me? This is the same reason why I say that.
Huh?
Because when you don't have that temperament,
you ask me a question and I'm returning back.
I do not ask you a question. I'm commenting. So this is the same way. When you don't have even the temperament to wait for me to finish my comment, that when you have been talking, I do not interject, even when you are mentioning.
That's fine. Finish your thoughts and move on. Let's move on. I know your thoughts. Let's live at peace with our terrorists. Live in peace with your terrorists. I know your thoughts.
I don't know
Finish
who
it and move on.
your medication. I think you should be taking some of those things, maybe the one that have your nerve, or get on some medication so that we can have a better society. I don't think it's fair for you to be interjecting people when it's not supposed to. But I can tell you categorically that people are watching us around the world. You have nothing to lose. I'm not going to put up a fight.
People are watching.
Thank you. You have nothing to lose. So I'm not going to engage with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Janaba. Martin, welcome to the show. Martins. Can you hear me?
I'll rejoin you guys when this lady is back on the platform. Bye.
Thank you so much,
Right.
Dr. Damages. God bless you.
Yeah. How are you?
So, Rudolph, I'm sorry I'm a terrorist to some people.
Okay. Martins, can you
Good.
hear me?
And you? Nice to join you guys on this very interesting topic about.
Martins, we're hearing statics, I think, or noise from you. Are you using a mic? Are you using...
Exactly. I'm not using no mic. It's just direct.
Okay. All right. What's your view?
Sorry?
So what's your view on the topic we're discussing? What do you think?
Exactly.
Where are
Actually,
you?
I jumped in because
Where are you?
I'm in Germany. I'm in the state Baden. I'm in Germany. I'm in the state Baden-Württemberg.
Okay. There's a delay, so I think go ahead.
So yeah, I'm originally I'm originally from Benin City. My parents are from Edo. So I jumped in because it's my first time of hearing that the Edos are being under attack from these headsmen. You know, I was like really surprised. The last one I heard was that Jos was a lot of people had died, Christians or Muslims. So I don't understand that. And then today, me getting the information from Dr. Damage's platform, it was really shocking to me because nobody even talked about it. I don't even know when this happened, you know. So, and every now and then, this insecurity thing is trending, like the federal government, if they're making money from it, or I don't know what they're doing, but the innocent lives, innocent children that are dying, it's really, really sad, you know. It's really, really sad. And I don't think we should be here trying to argue, but I think everybody should have the same mind. I read someone said on the comment section, he said, nationalism should be our discussion and not religion or tribalism, because yes, every now and then we keep talking about tribalism, religion, how it separates us, but let's start talking about nationalism. Let's all be nationalists, and then I think maybe Nigeria will start from there. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Martins. Let's go back to the flagship and see if your connection is good. We can't even hear you at all this time, flagship. We can't hear you. We still can't hear you. All right. You have to probably log out and come back in. Can anybody hear him?
No.
It's not just me. So we can't hear you at all, flagship. Try to log in and log out and come back in. So, Ikolola, I know you've spoken, but do you have anything to add before we?
Yeah, I really have something to add before you go. I hear people here come in and talk about solutions. There's no solution you have about Nigeria that wasn't designed in 1960. There's no solution you can bring that is better, or it's an improvement on what you had in 1960, when it was more of something like federalism. Every constituent decide what is best for it and bring it to the center, and the center acts on it. So when people come here and say solution, I don't get it. It's so sad. It's a situation whereby I just see it that we're being governed by retards, and unfortunately, the people who are being governed by retards take these retards as genius. So it's a vicious circle. You keep going round and round and round and round. So it's and to be honest with you, it will take a true genius to find a breakthrough in that sort of vicious circle. So if we really want a solution, go back to that 1960 constitution and start building from there, where it was true federalism. Wherever you had the western region, you had the eastern region, you had the northern region, they decide their own ways, and everybody adheres to that. Short of that, what solution do you have?
All right, thank you. Laba, I can see you are driving. That's why we are not going to go in. So if you want to speak, you can stop somewhere and we'll give you the chance. Flagship, try to speak again. Let's see if your connection is there. Flagship. Okay, it's gone. All right. We any moment from now, Adeola will join us once I make contact with
Rudolph, I'm not driving. I just want to quickly say something about yesterday before I go inside the church.
Okay.
I'm not driving.
Okay.
Yesterday you asked the question. Somebody was saying that the stone. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Somebody was saying that the stone was the word of God. So when I reflected on it, that person was wrong. That's heresy. When Jesus was said, "Do not turn your stone to bread," the stone is definitely not the word of God. The stone is dead. The stone is a ram. The stone is an abomination. So when a Christian turns their stone into bread, bread has always signified life in the Bible. That's why Christ gave us, it became the body, the bread of life. You understand? Bread always means life. So anybody who turns his stone to bread is trying to get life through an abomination. So that person yesterday who said that the stone is the word of God is heresy, and that is wrong Christian sermon. I just wanted to throw that in.
All right. Thank you so much. And
I got to leave now. I'll be back when I get out.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Just for context, I wanted to point out that I did a calculation. The budget of 5 states for this year is 850 billion. So if you want to think about it, that they are spending 32 billion, or they spent 32 billion to build a church. That's about 4% of their budget to build a church. I'm sure if you check their budget for education, it's not up to that amount of money. So just to put it in perspective, sometimes that may help us understand how ridiculous some of the things we do. Yeah, go ahead, electricity.
Well, I thought it was supposed to be my turn. I don't know. Was it electricity that came?
Oh no, we're just waiting for Adeola to join us. So
no, let him speak. Let him speak. Go ahead, speak.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because Adeola was the first to speak. Then you allowed him to speak. Then when he came to my turn, you jumped to electricity again.
Oh, Father, the floor has been given to you. Speak.
Okay. I'm not.
You summon over it?
I'm just. We're just waiting for.
Don't cry over it too. See, today, if anybody tries to come after me, I will come after them. I'm not in any mood today. Don't test me.
Listen, I will test you to the last limit.
Can you just keep quiet? Can you just keep quiet? It's not your turn. You've considered it. Let it be. Enough.
So if you are moderator, so go ahead.
Enough. I don't like this nonsense. Today I'm not going to take it. Anybody that comes at me, I'll come at them harsh. I'm not going to have it. When Okolala said that there has not been any solution, there are solutions everywhere. Our people just are deaf. They don't listen. You are supposed to secure your country. Your leaders told you that they're going to do it. They are not doing it, and you're not asking them to do it. And you say there's no solution. The solution is there. Our people they have blockheads. They don't listen. The whole world is doing the same thing, and they refuse to do it. And they keep complaining. Oh, complain everywhere. Church, no. The solution is right there. Duh. It's right there in front of you. You refuse to do it. You have the people in the country. There are jobless men all over the place in the country, and you people refuse to have them recruited into the security forces to defend the country. You just keep making every excuse. You would rather they do it locally state by state. You would rather they do it local government by local government. But no, anything to secure the country as a normal nation does. You people say no, but yet you live in normal nations. When you make a call, 10 minutes, security people show up. But those villagers, nobody is there to save them. Nobody is there to save them. And when they say you should recruit people into the military, you refuse to do that. How many people are calling out Tinubu for promising that he's going to do it, but not doing it? How many people are calling him out for that? He completely didn't do anything that he said he was going to do during his campaign. Nobody's calling him, and people are dying. And we say there's no solution. There's a solution. They all knew it. Tinubu and Peter Obi said the same thing. Tinubu said the same thing. Atiku said the same thing. Kwankwaso said the same thing. There's a reason why they all knew the solution, but none of them refused to hold the government accountable to actually do it. And people are dying every day. Today I read on the news that 14 people have been killed, 40 people have been kidnapped in Kaduna. Every day you keep reading this type of news, you see in the south side they are getting attacked. And when they say that the solution is right there, and people are saying, oh, there's no solution. There is a solution. Secure your country like normal people do. This is not, it's something I feel like our people, something is wrong with us. It's like we are traumatized by the security forces that when we need them to secure the country, we just balk at it. We balk at it and we find every other excuse for why the country is where it is. Do what other nations do. Egypt has dealt with the same problem. Egypt won the struggle, and Egypt is stable today. Algeria there was a vicious insurgency in Algeria. There was a vicious terrorist issue in Algeria. What is happening in Algeria today? Algeria's security posture changed, and look at this, how secure the country is today. We know the solution. The solution is everywhere all over the world. So this is not rocket science. Let's just stop complaining that there's no solution. Have your people recruited into the security forces, and you see that the security problem goes away. Enough.
All right, thank you, forefathers. Let me, forefathers, you know, one of the reasons why we do what we do here is that maybe for you, maybe after a while, you get so frustrated that you volunteer to lead. There are women, we had, and it's in the news, I'm looking for the video to play for you, women in Plateau State who came out to protest. They are tired. They want solutions, okay? They want the government to do something. Maybe they need a leader. Maybe you can say, you know what, I'm tired. I'm tired of all these people talking nonsense here. I will go and lead. And you move. People do that. That's how societies change. And
no, I agree with you. I will do what I can. That's what I'm doing here.
Hold on. So the people here, if they, for whatever reason, they decide, this is not everybody in Nigeria. For whatever reason, they decide that they don't think it's the best solution, or whatever approach is different from yours. The point is that you are speaking out, and probably there are people like you, some other places in Nigeria. You have to take yourself out there, meet your like, and push. And when you say that people, I don't think people are not pushing. It's just that you don't know the people who think the way you think, and you can find them. And you can lead them.
No, I found them. I've spoken to them. Even some of them. One of them was on the military, talking about it on TV the other day, when somebody said, when the military guy was saying it, they were thinking about what I said. But the problem is that you have 8 people here. Sometimes you have 10 people here, many people here. They will fight me because I was saying they should secure the country. Nigeria is losing $50 billion. They keep arguing for economy. Your country is losing $50 billion in terms of economic activity, and you say economy is what you want to do. Economy is security. It's like obvious. But people keep fighting you because for some reason they are traumatized by security forces, and they refuse to get past that to actually understand that this is what needs to be done. It's also obvious what needs to be done. Our people are insecure, and I keep saying this war will never end. It will never end until we wake up to this truth. See, it's just as simple.
All right, thank you. So what I will do now is, Master Prince, I see you, but let me just give people who are yet to say anything a chance to probably say.
Sorry, I was supposed to go.
Okay, you can go.
Yeah. Rudolph, take what I'm about to say with a pinch of salt. You're on colors, but you're on point at the same time. While I hate to agree with forefathers that there is no solution, I mean, there is solution everywhere. Mr. Ikola, we may not see solution. But like Rudolph rightly said,
Really?
Madam, yeah. No.
Let me get her out first.
Forefather, you are the one championing security. And yes, Tinubu said he's going to recruit security men. And I think you should go ahead and champion it. Like Rudolph rightly said, you can as well lead them. Even though I disagree 100% that the economy, that security is the top issue. The economy is the top issue. Even Mr. President said it in his New Year's speech that electricity, the constant electricity is the bedrock of what? Of a stable nation. Somebody, there's a say voice coming in the background.
Yes.
I don't know. Okay.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So the issue is not security. The issue is he said if
We
you
are
give
losing
a
$50
man a
billion
flyer,
every year
listen,
because
I
of
did
it.
not interject you, so respect yourself. If
Yeah, you didn't
just
interject.
respect
But
yourself.
we are losing $50 billion regarding
No,
because of
please,
insecurity.
I did not interject
Address
you. Can
that
you
point.
kindly respect yourself? That's what I've asked. Can you do that for me, please? Thank you. Rudolph, I yield the floor. Go ahead. Thank you.
Why don't you address the $50 billion question?
I've addressed what I want to address. You're not going to force words out of my mouth.
Okay,
Rudolph, I yield the floor.
I just have to quickly speak. I don't stay too much. Forefathers, I think you need some sleep. If you listen to me, what I said was there has been solutions, but nothing is happening. So you went off the course and saying, no, please, if you need some sleep, get some sleep.
You said there's no solution.
No, that is not
They
what I
tried
said.
everything since 1960. You said it here.
Oh dear. You need sleep.
So I didn't hear that. I'm making it up. I can go and replay it too.
That is not what I said.
All right. Why you? Thank you, Ikolola. Let's see if we can get to victory before our guest. And please, if you're trying to join us, please don't at this point. Let's make room for her to be able to join us when she's ready. Okay. So for
You
those,
can take me out if it's blocking her from joining. If that
I will go out as well because
all right.
I think
Flagship, let's see if we can hear you. Go ahead.
Have a good time.
All right. Flagship.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Yeah, you're good.
Good,
Yeah.
good. My apologies for that. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Dr. Rudolph. I'll be very brief. I started by saying that there was a video I ran into in 2015, just about the time, 2014 into 2015, when Goodluck was trying to campaign for his second term in office. And in that video, the Northern Governors Forum had a meeting somewhere in Kano. And this was part of their resolution, so to say, on video. One of the governors was speaking. And he said that Nigeria is owned by the Fulanese. And northern Nigeria is considered Sokoto to Borno to Lagos, down to Akwa Ibom, and 200 nautical miles into the Atlantic Ocean, that it's considered the North, based on some sort of document he referenced that's in the British archives. And I really would like to find out that document, if I lay my hands on that video, I'll send it to you. Now, the agenda is simple. It's before us. We see. It's like clear. I don't know why we are dancing around it. There are over 200 tribes, maybe languages in Nigeria. But how come it's just one that's just trying to go everywhere and take over everything? They started out from the north. The middle belt was Christmas Day. We saw the carnage that went on. Children, women, men, young kids. It's sad to see the picture. Now they have moved down south and they are coming in through the west. Today is Edo State, Delta State, Rivers, Bayelsa, and the rest of them. Get ready. That's if they are not there. We need to stand up. We need to really stand up. If NBC thinks that being silent is the solution to the problem, it is not. It's an agenda that is being worked on gradually. And we have to tell ourselves the truth. We cannot try to play wanting to be nice or non-tribalistic. That's not what I'm pushing for. But I'm just saying that we need to tell the truth. There is something going on which has a bigger picture than what we're looking at. And they're systematically and gradually achieving their purpose. When are we going to get it? By the time our streets are being changed, the names are being changed from what they were to a new name, is that when we're going to get it? Is it when they come and push everybody out and we are all cramped up in one space? Is that when we're going to get it? 200 nautical miles into the ocean. It speaks a lot. We may not understand. These guys know what they are doing. We have to come up and speak about this. The government is not saying anything about this rampage and carnage that is going on in Nigeria. They are not providing any solutions. The military is complaining that they can't access the areas that these people go through, but they can access it. You were trained. You have all that it takes to navigate rough terrains as a soldier, as Air Force, and the Army, whatever it is. How come they can outsmart you in these areas? It's an agenda. We have to agree to it, and we have to confront the government. Being silent is not going to solve it. We cannot be quiet. The people in the South cannot play being educated and want to play being your brother's keeper as Christians. We need to wake up. If we don't, it will not be, I mean, we're complaining now as bad as it is. By tomorrow, it may not be there anymore. So we need to stop this dilly-dallying around and trying to be all nice. And I mean, we have to figure out a solution to nip this thing in the bud at where it is now before it gets really worse. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Flagship. Our guest is ready to join us. So I will remove some people and I'll remove everybody and get her in. But let me play a video about what the Flagship is talking about so that we'll put it in the proper context.
Lead speakers, Alhaji Usman Bugaje, raised a controversial issue on the ownership of the nation's crude oil domiciled majorly in the Niger Delta. According to him, it's wrong for any state to claim that it's oil producing because 72% of the total landmass in the country belong to the North, and that by the United Nations law, it's only the North that actually has the right to claim ownership.
How Nigeria's leaders should think.
There is no oil-producing state. The only oil-producing state is the Nigerian state itself. Because the investment came from the Nigerian state, the territory belongs to the Nigerian state, and whatever mileage you get in the sea, according to the United Nations law of the sea, is a measure of the landmass that you have. That is what gives you the mileage into the sea. If you have a small landmass, you get a small cut of the sea. And the landmass of this country, we know, that gives us that long 200 miles or nautical miles or more into the ocean is because of that 72% of the landmass of this country, which is the North. So what they claim is the offshore oil is actually the oil of the North. If anybody should own it, it's the North. So we should stop using these terms that have no sense at all. There are no oil producing states. It is only the Nigerian state that produces oil.
And Bola Ahmed Tinubu gave them rights to distribute in their various constituencies for Christmas. Did you get your rights?
I want to appreciate President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for deeming it fit to give all the members of the House of Representatives palliative grains. So here you have 2 trailers of rice. Here is another one. There's 2 trailers of rice here. This is 400 bags. Can you see the rest? All in all, we have 4 trailer load of rice. That is 600. That is 6 times 4, 2,400 bags of rice.
Thank you, my father. The special assistant to the president on social media confirmed it on Kushegun Dada. He said that each rep member got rice worth 100 million naira to distribute, and that each senator got rice worth 200 million naira to distribute in their constituencies. Now, knowing Nigeria, they will give them the option of either getting the rice or taking the money to go and buy the rice. Again, I'm asking you, did you get your rice? Because with that 200 million naira, each senator is supposed to be able to give out at least 6 trucks of rice, and each truck can take, sometimes they will take up to 1,000 of the 25 kg rice. So each senator should be able to give out about 7,200 bags of the 25 kg rice. Each state has 3 senators. That is already more than 20,000 bags of rice right there. In addition to senators, each state has at least 5 House of Rep members that should be able to give you about 3,000 plus bags of rice. Another member of parliament, Uncle Oluwale Oke, confirmed it too. He said they gave them rice worth 100 million naira that he's distributing to his people, Ijesha people. But imagine my shock that despite the confirmation by the presidency, some lawmakers are saying that it's a lie. They are saying that they did not get anything from the president. Baba, he shocked me. He shocked me. How can elderly people be lying? Even if you want to thief, Christmas gift is an abomination. Even armed robbers do giveaways during Christmas. What happened to your conscience? How do you sleep at night? You better visit your lawmakers, my people, or tag them online. But that's how they can to the law. How many bags of rice did he? 2,500. But that's how even you did not even give us half of what the president gave you or paid you to buy for us. By the way, thank you to Mr. President. We did not know that you sent us a gift. If not for this man that made video, we did not know. I'm also known, but Mr. President, next time that you are sending us something through these lawmakers, you need to let us know that you are sending us something, because as you can see, they don't want us to know. I'm not abusing you. I'm just saying, this year, we don't agree for anybody.
I don't know much. Guess what? I'm just keeping it real.
If you have a plasma TV, the type she uses to keep a watch on Nigerian politicians, chances are that you know Adeola Fayehun. And if you know Adeola Fayehun, you must definitely know Koledowo and their exploits in the last 13 years. Various news outlets have described Adeola Eunice Oladele Fayehun as a queen of Nigerian satire. Born on July 6, 1984, to the family of Reverend Dr. Solomon Ajayi Oladele and Margaret Ibiladun Oladele, Adeola is the youngest of 6 children. She emigrated to the United States in 2003 when she gained a scholarship to study at Olivet College in Michigan, where she graduated with a BA in Mass Communication and Journalism in 2007. She obtained a master's in journalism at the City University of New York, CUNY, Graduate School of Journalism in 2008. After graduation, she worked at CUNY TV as a news producer. She later joined The Nation newspaper as their US correspondent and Sahara TV as a freelance journalist. She shot into the international limelight in 2015 when she and the Sahara TV's crew confronted the then president of Zimbabwe, now late Robert Mugabe, in an unprecedented journalistic ambush that surprised the sit-tight leader.
President, don't you think that it's time to step down, sir? Is there like a time limit? Sir, don't you think it's time to step down, sir?
It's okay.
Sir, don't you think it's time to step down?
Pardon.
Can you say something, sir? Do you think it's time to step down? How's your health? How are you feeling?
After the incident, the chief political correspondent of The Telegraph wrote of her, compared to the BBC's John Simpson or CNN's Christian Amanpour, Adeola Fayhun from Nigeria is not exactly a global name in the world of television reporting. This week, though, she made broadcasting history as she did something that few African reporters have ever dared to do: ask one of their aging dictators when the hell he is going to quit. Adeola hosts the hugely popular weekly satire show, Keeping It Real with Adeola. The show focuses on African political issues with a satirical bent. It has gained a large following across social media platforms, including YouTube and Facebook. The first episode of Keeping It Real with Adeola addresses the state of Nigeria's airports and how leaders in Western countries seem to age after taking office. In contrast, African leaders appear to look younger, and the petrol price in Nigeria compared to other African countries went live in November 2011. Before launching the show, Adeola also worked as a co-host on Sahara TV, the online television platform. Adeola, who describes herself as a political satirist, bringing you African news with lots of flavors and spices to make you laugh out loud while learning about current events, is happily married and lives in the United States with her husband Victor and 2 children, Zion and Zayn. She has interviewed notable political figures in Nigeria, amongst whom are former President Muhammadu Buhari, and more recently, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in 2023 general election, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi. Many remember her for daring the DSS and presidential aides to interview former Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan on the streets of New York.
We did that with the consent of the states. The
But
federal
now
government
the
did not
government-
impose it on the states, no.
Thank you very much.
When they,
All right, thank you. Thank you. He's our president. It's okay if he talks to us.
Adeola and her husband founded the non-profit Cura, which helps needy people in Nigeria. Also, alongside her husband, she recently launched a natural hair products line called Adoves. Her most recent social impact show was a narrative of her ordeal during her pregnancy last year. In her signature way, she brought awareness to health concerns affecting many women in our society.
And that was when they found out that this whole time I had internal bleeding, I had blood clots, 2 things that could easily kill people. My lungs were getting filled with blood.
There is no question that Adeola Fayehun is a legend of our time.
Peace out.
All right, please join me as we welcome, if she's still here, Adeola Fayhun. I don't know if she's still here. If she's gone away, we will find her. Adeola, welcome to the show. What?
Was that really necessary, Rudolph? Like,
what?
Who was that? Who was that was being introduced? Because I don't know who that is.
I know. But sometimes.
Nice to see you too. Hi, Rudolph.
How are you? Sometimes
I'm not coming back if this is what you'll be doing. All this red carpet something. Like,
no. Sometimes
what was that? Who is the legend?
You don't actually pay tribute to people.
I actually plan on living long, and you will not kill me at a young age.
Welcome.
I'm going to live long.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Before we go to why we brought you here, I wanted to know if you want to weigh in on a few things going on in Nigeria, which is typically how we start 90 Minutes Africa. Just a few things. The first one is this issue of insecurity. There were these attacks going on across the country. Yesterday, there were reports in Ondo. There was one today that is still questionable about the details on what's going on in Edo. We know Plateau happened. How do you handle subjects like this? How do you bring it up to people?
So personally, I think that it has happened way too many times to the point where we've become kind of immune to reports like this. A lot of people would die at a time, and we would just treat it like any other story, and then we would move on. In so many other countries, if something like this should happen, even everybody would know that something is going on in this country. The whole world will hear about it. But even the attitude of our officials make it hard for regular people to also care. It's not news that the officials don't usually care. But when hundreds of people are killed and the president doesn't go there, he sends his vice president, which they said is not against the law, yada yada yada. We heard all that. But just for him to act as a human being was difficult when that happened. So this has happened way too many times because we didn't do anything to stop it. Well, let me not say we didn't do anything. The military is trying their best, but unfortunately, this has dragged for so long to the point where people don't care. They just move on. It's just like any other day. At most, it would trend for maybe 2, 3 days, a week, and then we move on. Unfortunately, the insecurity has not gotten better. There are so many Nigerians, regular Nigerians now, that will tell you that it's been a long time that they got on the road to travel from one state to another state. Now, if you want to travel, the preferred means of traveling is by flight. And if you don't have money for flight and you get on the road, there's a lot of prayers involved. Definitely loved ones will be calling you every hour or so. Where are you now? Shetty Debe, have you guys arrived? So it's really sad that not only have we become complacent, and a lot of people have now seen it as the way of life, which shouldn't be. Rudolph, do you know that anybody that was born in maybe year 2000 or, 2005 or so, do you know that, and they are growing up in Nigeria, they've never been outside of Nigeria. Do you know that they unconsciously think that this is normal? Although they do follow foreign news and so on, it's one thing to follow foreign news, it's another thing to live elsewhere. So when you go home, for example, and you're complaining, you're noticing some things, they look at you like, what's your problem? Didn't you grow up here? You know? So it's so unfortunate that we've gotten to the point where there's no outcry. People are not on the streets, because of what happened. Unfortunately, though, the times that they've been on the street, the times we've had outcry, we know how they all ended. So people will tell you what's the point. So yeah, that is what I think about insecurity in Nigeria. And then it's also good to note the fact that the one in Plateau is not just regular target. It's also because of the natural resources that they have, and to see that people will do that to their fellow human being because of something that because of nature, um, is heartbreaking, but also you have to wonder what kind of backing those people have to be able to carry out that kind of operation. So it's complicated. I think you're muted.
I know you don't have a lot of time to stay with us, so I will quickly get you to talk on just two things quickly. There was this story about corruption in Nigeria that came out 2 days ago. One is Betta Edu, the Minister for Humanitarian Affairs, where she wrote a memo, signed a memo that money should be transferred to a private account. And then you have ESCC looking for the former minister to come and explain 37 billion that was misappropriated. What do you think about these stories early in this administration?
So, first of all, it's a huge disappointment in two ways, not just as officials, but as women. A lot of the regular Nigerian doesn't think that a woman should be given an opportunity to serve the people. A woman should not be in politics. Now, when you see women that do things like this, it's like a weapon for people who already believe that women are not. There are people who genuinely believe that women don't have the mental capacity to be in politics or to be leaders. And so when something like this happens, it's a blow in two ways. It's a blow as the minister, but also for us women, because don't forget that the Nigerian politics is filled with, let me say, 95% men and then 5% women. But each time that one or two of the 5% of the women that we have, each time they mess up, people don't think about the fact that men have been messing up for God knows how long, and they are the one that brought us to where we are. But I'm not here to fight men. I'm just saying that it closes the opportunity for other women, because people start saying, look at what a woman did. More than 500 million naira. Because of what? It's so unfortunate that someone would be that bold, that inconsiderate, and that power drunk to even imagine doing something like that. So it's such a huge disappointment. But the one that is what is baffling me till now is the story has been out there, the evidence is out there. I'm still waiting. Have they been arrested?
No, not even suspended. We're talking about at least.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, how long will it take? Will this just? I'm pretty sure this will not be swept under the carpet. Hopefully not. But how long? We're not proactive. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. In another country, they would have fired themselves by now.
They
Of
would have
course.
resigned. All right, one last thing before we get to the gist of why you're here. Akwa Ibom State, they spent 32.3 billion naira to build a church. I know your father was a pastor. Would your father, what would you think? What would your father say? I mean, I want your opinion. What do you think about this? Really.
Have you seen the pictures of the 32 billion?
Yeah. I showed it yesterday. I can show it again.
It is quite fancy, very, very beautiful, and very sad at the same time. First of all, my father never owned a church, so let's get that straight. It's very sad. It's very sad because someone once said something that Nigerians or Africans, they would convert a factory into a church and then they would go into the church to pray for jobs. Now, I know that these people did not convert a factory, but the money that they spend, it's one of those things. In Yoruba, we say Oroburuku. Oroburuku means it's it's not just bizarre, it's like incomprehensible. The money that they spent to build this church, 32 billion naira. Do you know what that money can do? And then they will go into this church praying for a miracle, praying for. I have no idea when having a fancy building is now a requirement to worship God. Nobody is saying they shouldn't have a church, but it makes absolutely no sense. If they had invested in the people and now they are investing in the church, it's a different story. Let's say this church has, built so many things that will be of benefit for the people. And now, in fact, if they invested in the people can now build the church. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, it's just a building. It doesn't solve any of their problems. They go in there to pray to say, God that you can pray to anywhere, by the way. And then they leave. And you wonder, so this money is just standing there. But these are Nigerians. There's one thing you cannot argue with Nigerians about, and number one is God. In fact, I think that's the only thing. Once you bring God into a matter, forget it. It's a one-way thinking. You can't win that battle when it comes to Nigerians. So they and then they get more offended when it's their fellow Christians that are saying that you shouldn't be spending so much money on building a church.
All right. Just to add this, I know that you're an advocate for women participating in politics. We have Natasha Akpoti, who you know well, made it to the Senate, and she'll be on the show next Sunday. I know that you cover her. Now that she's a senator, how are you going to be covering her?
I'm not sure what you mean, how I'm going to be covering her.
So are you going to?
However, we cover everybody. You and I, we cover her because you were saying, you said whom you know very well. You also know.
I know her very well. Yeah, I know her.
Okay, thank you very much. Because don't paint it as if.
I know her very well too.
First of all,
I just want to make sure because people also will be.
First of all, she's very. If you've met her, she's very smart, very intelligent. She knows about the role of the media, and so and she's a lawyer, and so she knows what is expected of her. The videos of her that I've seen, like commissioning the solar lights, commissioning her offices because she opened offices in her district. She said in one of those videos that, you know, we're supposed to work together. Me and you, like the people, we're supposed to work together. If there's something that you're not happy about, you come here, you lodge your complaints. So she understands the role of the media, and she covers her tracks very well. And what I mean by that is she's not she's not even giving you an opportunity to, she's not messing up. So at least so far. And so we can only cover her the way we cover everybody. We report what she's doing. That is, and she knows the role of the media. So we also hold her accountable because she made a lot of promises. So we're constantly reminding her, as we're praising her for the things that she has done, we're also reminding her of the promises that she made, that Madam Senator, don't forget, you also said that you will do this. You said you will do this, you will do this. So I'm really excited that even though she has only been there for 2 months, that she's doing something, because she made a lot of promises and a lot of hopes were raised with her going in. And I'm also really, really happy that she's a woman. See, we're talking about women that went in there, and when were they even sworn in that they're already stealing that kind of money? It's such a shame. But I'm happy that it's not all women. I'm happy that somebody is standing out and making us proud. So we cover her like we cover you, Dr. Damages.
You said Madam Senator. I reached out to her. I found myself saying Madam Senator or Senator, and that was strange, you know. But
it was strange.
But I will say that when she comes next week.
But she is a senator, though.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, we have to respect that. All right. So what I'm going to do, for those who do not know, you almost died last year. So let me play a video of you talking about it a little bit, and then we'll come back. Just 2 minutes. I know you don't like it. Yeah, 2 minutes, so that people who may not know, I don't know who.
Sometimes I will ask them questions and I will make them full screen, and then I will leave to raise up my legs. So it was really, really tough, but I'm happy that I was able to do them. So, but the breathing did not get better. I wanted to get to July to have the baby, you know, but at some point, Victor told the doctors, he was like, please take out the baby. And so they gave me a date for the C-section. Dr. Lovett Orayato came just like she came for Zion's delivery. Mommy cooked a ton of food that we were still eating months after the delivery. She was the one driving Zion and grandma everywhere while Victor and I were at the hospital. Mommy is beyond amazing. And on delivery day, everything went well, or so we thought. You know, we were so happy to finally see the baby. But some hours after the C-section, I was doing skin to skin with the baby when I realized that I was dizzy. I was really dizzy, more than I've ever been in my life, and that I was having trouble breathing. So I gave the baby to Victor, and I pressed the button to call for the nurse. The moment they pressed my stomach, I started gasping for air, and I could barely say anything. I couldn't even say I can't breathe, not to talk about saying I love you to Victor. There was no time. It was like everything just... I've never experienced anything like that ever in my life. I've experienced difficulty breathing deeply, but this was different. One nurse was shouting, oxygen level dropping, blood pressure dropping, and I felt like my spirit was leaving my body. All I remember was one nurse reached behind the bed, picked an oxygen mask, and put it on my face. And that was when I was able to breathe again. And I was like, what just happened? Like, really, what the heck? So for the next 1 hour, guys, they were trying to figure out what was happening, what was wrong. Different doctors started coming in. They were trying to figure out what was happening. And each one of them, the moment they touched my stomach, I would start gasping for air. I would start gasping until they put the oxygen back. My blood pressure dropped drastically. My oxygen level dropped drastically. The whole room was filled with doctors and nurses.
All right. This, I don't know, for those who have not seen the video, the full video is out there, and I think most of our viewers probably have seen it. What made you think of making this video?
First of all, to enlighten people about the Rogam shot. Any woman that wants to have a baby and has a negative blood type, I wanted them to know about the importance of getting a Rogam shot. Second of all, because I survived, I wanted to tell my story, because because I found out when I was pregnant that a lot of women do experience pregnancy complications, and there are not that many help out there for them. A lot of women that I spoke to when I was going through what I went through, they just they would tell me their stories, and some of the stories made me realize, if they went through it, I can also go through it. But some of the stories also really, really bothered me. So I thought I would share my story, but in a way that would hopefully encourage someone that may be going through a tough time, not just a tough pregnancy, a tough time in general. That there's light at the end of the tunnel. You see, when you're going through what I went through at that time, it didn't look like this day would come. Like I could not see this day that time. I could only see what was happening where I was at the time. But one thing that I tend to do a lot is to document things. I I take pictures of things a lot. I take videos of things a lot. And Victor makes fun of me sometimes, like, you take everything, you take pictures of everything. And I'll tell him it's going to be a testimony someday. So some of the pictures and videos that I used in the story, people sometimes will ask me, how did you know to, you know, it made it more powerful, it made it more real for them. But I didn't know that I would survive when at that particular moment. I didn't know what would happen, but I just wanted to document. I wanted to document for two reasons, for testimony, but also no matter what happens for my kids. Does that make sense? So I'm glad that I did, because if I just talk about it, where as human beings we easily forget. We go through some things sometimes that we will tell ourselves, oh, if I can just get out of this, and then we forget. But I go back, I watch videos. There were videos that I couldn't put in that video. There were videos that I made, um, that I didn't put in that video, but they were for me to always remember, because as human beings, we get caught up in what's happening right now, and sometimes things get in our head. We think we are busy, we think we're doing life, or we get upset, we complain, and then when I'm reminded that, wait a minute, I wouldn't have been here to see all this if I had died. It brings me back. It humbles me. It makes me more grateful, more appreciative. I may be working and just start texting Victor sometimes, like, you're beyond amazing. Like, I am truly, truly grateful for you. And he would be like, where is all this coming from? I don't know what to do. It's because I'm reminded. So I made a video also for me, so that I would never forget how good God has been to me and the things that I went through. And also so that when I go through other troubles, because in life you are either going into a trouble or you are coming out of one. So that I won't forget that, you know what, I can make it through because I've made it through tougher times. So that is why I made a video.
Now, what about the reaction so far? What were the reactions like? What were people saying to you, and what did you get from their reaction?
The reaction has been overwhelming. Um, Women, especially, sharing their stories with me about their near death experience during their pregnancy journeys. Women who had to have their babies early, because of complications, and unfortunately, women who lost their babies, some who had miscarriage, some who had stillborn, some who carried their child full term, and suddenly there was no heartbeat. And then women who were bullied by the doctor, just like that doctor was trying to bully me. Women who said, um, doctor told them you have low pain tolerance. I've gotten messages from so many people, and I'm trying to tell some of their stories. One of the women that I'll be telling her story was in coma for 3 days. She didn't even know what was happening. And her heart failed, and they had to give her 17 pints of blood. And so, with everything I went through, the reaction, I realized what I went through is nothing compared to what some women have been through. So the reaction, I was really shocked, to be honest. I didn't think people would watch the video, honestly. I remember when I was working on the video, adding all kinds of pictures and videos, and sometimes I'll be like, why am I wasting so much time on this? They probably won't watch it. My audience wants news. Let's give them news. I was like, you know what? Let me put this out, and then I'll go and work on news. Anyways, I'm happy um, that I did it. So the reaction has been, women who are going through stuff, telling me about their experience, and even the men as well, telling me about their experience.
Two more questions before we change it on. In Nigeria, most people say that in Nigeria, if someone faced what you faced, that the person wouldn't have survived. What has changed in your perception of life as a result of that?
You're asking two different questions. You're talking about Nigeria, you're also talking about
I mean,
perception of life.
yeah.
Do you want me to talk about Nigeria or you want to talk about
Nigeria? I mean, that's more like concluded.
So I don't think that we should conclude. I know where people are coming from when they say that. In the video, I said all I remember was someone reaching behind and putting oxygen mask on my face. What I should have said in the video was all I remember was someone put oxygen on my face, and it was later that I realized it was right there. They were taking it from behind me because the episode happened 3 times, because each doctor will come in, they will take it out, and then they will press my tummy, and then I'm gasping for air. So I don't want to conclude that if I were to be in Nigeria that I wouldn't have made it, but I know why people would say that, because even the little things, common oxygen tank, we don't have it in every room in Nigerian hospitals. They were not going to another room to look for oxygen. For me, it was right there. They literally just picked it. And I've been telling people that of all the things that saved my life, of all their equipment, that oxygen to me was the most vital thing that saved my life, because I literally could have died if not for that oxygen mask, that oxygen tank. Now, I'm also grateful that they had a CAT scan. They had all the equipment to do all the tests that they did. I think if Nigerian hospitals are also as equipped, more than half the women that are dying would not be dying. So that's why I said I know where people are coming from when they say that. But ultimately, Rudolph, people die here too in the US. It was God that saved my life. And it was also the fact that you cannot keep me quiet. I don't I don't back down even when things are good. How much more when something is wrong? When I noticed that I was having difficulty breathing, I immediately started calling for nurse. I didn't wait. Also, when that one doctor was telling me, "Oh, you probably have low pain tolerance," I screamed even more. You know, Zacchaeus in the Bible kept screaming until Jesus heard him. I screamed more when that woman, you see, at that point, when that doctor was saying she has low pain tolerance, and she said it after every test. When they did the ultrasound, she said it. And when they did the ultrasound and found out and they didn't see anything, she said it. There's nothing. She just has low pain tolerance. I shouted more. They did X-ray. She said it again. They did X-ray. They didn't find anything. She said it again. I shouted even louder. And then they brought in the what's it called? Until they did the CAT scan. At that moment that she was saying all those things, I had the choice of either fighting her, which everything in me wanted to do at that time. I wanted to say to this woman, let's take it outside. So you understand? Let's take it outside. Um, the worst thing, you can't even beat me. The way I was looking at, the way I sized her up, I said, you cannot even beat me when when it comes to that. Let's take it outside. In my head, all this was happening. Oh, excuse me. Or I could choose to fight for my life. I chose to fight for my life. I was willing to take it outside after the service. I was ready for her, but she never came back. Oh, I was so ready for her, Rudolph. I was so ready for her. And I reported her to everybody that I could at that hospital. I said, you need to fire this person because she will kill innocent people. So I could either fight her or fight for my life. I chose to fight for my life. I did not keep quiet. The equipment definitely saved my life, but also I didn't give up. One of the women that wrote me said that the doctor said she had low pain tolerance. And so the doctor left her for 4 hours while she was in labor. And by the time she came back, the baby had died. Don't keep quiet. Don't keep, it doesn't matter where you are in Nigeria. Well, if they don't have the equipment, what can you do? But if you are not in Nigeria, you are in a place where they have equipment. If it comes to beating up each other, we will. You cannot keep quiet in a life and death situation when you feel like your life is leaving you. Rudolph, my life was leaving me. It wasn't something that you can explain to somebody to understand unless you've been close to death before. Like suddenly you are not in that room anymore and you're like, what is happening? Where am I? What is happening to my body? Like I see my body, but I'm not there. You don't joke with something like that and then somebody is trying to discredit me. Is she calling me a liar? Today we'll fight. I was ready. I was ready for that, but I'm glad I chose to fight for my life. And you know, living in America, I've heard about this several times that some white doctors think that Black women should be able to bear extreme pain. They think that we're not human. And it's one of those things you hear on TV, like Serena Williams when she was going through what she went through, and so on. I've had that several times. I never thought I would experience it. I never thought that it could happen to me. So I'm glad that I live in a place where they actually have the equipment to save my life. I am grateful that my God was with me the entire time. And I'm also grateful that this mouth that God gave me is doing is doing his job. So
Now,
that is what saved my life.
okay. Yeah,
Oh, the second question that you asked, how do I see life now, or something like that?
yeah. Any change?
Of course, Rudolph. I
Like what?
remember you and I we were talking about New Year plans at the beginning of this year. What did I tell you?
Yeah, you don't do
I said
vision boards anymore.
no. I'll do vision board. That's not it. I said Rudolph, we are alive. That is that is more than any plan, any dream, any. I said Rudolph, this year my main goal is to be present. When I'm with you, I want to be with you. When I'm with my daughter, I want to be with her. I don't want to be here, but my mind is there. Like, I just want to be present. I want to notice the seemingly little things. Oh, she just coughed. How cute.
So you don't check your phone when someone is talking to you anymore.
No, I'm here. I'm here. But I also, it's like I'm appreciating things more. I still thank God that I'm alive when I'm praying. It's been more than 6 months, but every day I wake up, I'm like, God, I'm here. We are still here. So there's still something for us to do, or maybe to damage, like you do. But also, I appreciate my husband more. I've always appreciated Victor. We've always appreciated each other. But man, Victor went some of the things that I did not say in the video. A lot of times I will be hungry in the middle of the night, 2 a.m. Victor gets up, go and make me food.
I
Comes back.
wanted to address that because there were two reactions. You know, I
You want
sent.
to address my husband? Why?
No. What you said about
But please let me finish my question. I'm appreciating life more. I'm more grateful. I'm more present. I don't take things to, you know, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. That's my attitude now. Like, okay, so your car broke down. Thank God you have a car. Thank God it broke down. It's not you that broke down. It's the car now. You will get another one. That kind of mindset. Okay, they said no to us here. Let's go elsewhere. We have legs. We have life. We can go elsewhere. But also, I'm more determined than ever to live life, like to do things that I believe God wants me to do, because I realize at an instant, life can be taken away from you. So, all those things that I've been procrastinating, I'm like, you know what? Let's do it. Just do it, like Nike. Just do it. So now, like, oh, I want to be on Dr. Damage's show. Here I am. Like, I'm not gonna with Dr. Damage's. Those things that those books you've been wanting to write, to read up, you need to write them because time is money.
I'm taking a sabbatical very soon to write them.
Amen. You've been telling me that for how many years? You
Now,
have denying us.
where I shared the video to some people and I got reactions, especially with you thanked a lot of people, especially your husband. So the reactions they vary from some people said, does Victor have any single brother? You know, if Victor is like this, maybe there's a single brother. And there were other people who said,
Yeah, funny.
who said, what option did he have, you know, in this matter, in terms of, so this is the two spectrum. So there are people who are looking for whether he has a brother that they could hook up with. And there are people who are saying, what option? So
what option does he have?
Yeah, in this,
what would he have done?
Yeah, he has no option, but that's what they're saying.
I know that is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
If he was the one in my shoes, I would care for him equally as well. But I think as Nigerians, although I tell him all the time that he's not Nigerian, no offense. As Nigerians, it is expected to be the other way around. The woman is expected to go extra length, yada yada yada, for her husband. It is not expected of the husband to do all that in the Nigerian context. Look now, did you see the story of the Nigerian woman that wakes up at 4 a.m. to cook for her husband? Do you see how they are giving her money, giving her this, giving her that? She's being celebrated hugely. People are writing online that men 10, feminist 0. The question is, I'm very happy for her. I'm not an enemy of Kuget. I didn't even get into that story at all, you know. But how many men would do that for their wives? To get up at 4 a.m., to do something for your wife, to cook for her, to clean for her, too. A lot of people believe that that is the role of the woman. In fact, some people think that it's beneath them to cook. It's like demeaning for them to be cooking, to be cleaning, to be bathing their own child. So it wasn't when I got sick that Victor went and learned how to cook for me. It wasn't when I got sick that he suddenly started bathing our daughter. It wasn't when I got sick that he started cleaning the house, mopping, sweeping, mopping, vacuuming, everything. No. Victor he's been doing that since we got married. Before, see, we had thorough conversation before we got married, because sometimes I see people write things about relationship online, and I'm like, so did you guys not talk about this before you say I do or what? We talked about all these things. Before we got married, Victor didn't know how to cook. I said, Victor, so do you know how to cook? He said, no. Okay, so are you expecting that I'll be the only one cooking for the rest of our lives? See, how old were we then? I was 26, he was 28 when we got married. I said, so you think for the rest for the several decades I'll be the only one cooking? The devil is a liar. You have to learn how to cook as well, because I can't be the only one cooking all for the rest of our lives. Are you kidding me? And because he loves me, he learned how to cook. He learned how to cook. That is expected here in the American society where I live. But I've had some people that will say, no, even if the husband wants to cook, they tell him, Haba, God forbid, why will you be cooking when I'm here? I said, my sister, I'm happy for you to eat his own, but what happens when you are sick, What happens when you travel? Does that mean you can't travel? And then I've heard about husbands that don't eat microwave food. The wife has to cook 3 times in a day. Again, Rudolph, I cannot advise anybody. When did I get married? Yesterday. Tomorrow is my anniversary, by the way.
Yes.
When did I get married that I will be advising somebody else about marriage?
Story.
I don't advise people about marriage. So anyway, what were you saying?
I say happy anniversary. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you can bring Victor to show his face on this show, that would be good.
You already know.
All right. I know you have to go, but we want to take a few questions so that it won't be just me.
No problem at all. Will I get to see the faces of your viewers?
Yeah, you will see them. Yeah, they're waiting. There are a lot of people who are. So, we'll let them in. Let's just.
Oh, by the way, Dr. Damage is also. Does Mahmoud Doka know about this song that you're singing? Mahmoud Doka and all your not man, you want you to be mine. No. Hey, okay, Chuku, sit down. Put your legs together. The moment you started singing, you'll be feeling it. Does your wife know about this song? I'm going back, waiting for my turn. But I'm watching you. I'm keeping my eyes on you.
All right, you wanted to say something.
What is this? I wanted to say that you know how to cook too. Although that your akara, I'm not sure what was.
No, the one for Christmas didn't turn out well. The Christmas one was a mess, but normally I try a little bit. All right, so let's.
Oh, sorry, real quick. I also like to tell people that it's not just about cooking for your wife, and I don't think you are helping her when you cook, but also sometimes I just say to people that if something happens, you have to be able to continue life. You shouldn't have to depend on somebody. Maybe someone has to come and stay with you to cook for you and all that. Anyways, let me not get too much into that. Hi, Dr. Damage's viewers. It's good to see you.
So these are our people that are
our people. Good to see you.
They are not in the studio now. So the rule is, because she has to go. So one question, please. Find the best of your questions. No commentary. I know I said this, and at the end they ignore me. But anyway, Mr. George, you are first. Welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, George. Go ahead. Okay, George has a problem with fixing his. George, you can get this chance again. Go ahead.
He's muted.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute him. I cannot. George, okay, go ahead.
Can you?
Yeah, we can.
I have unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank God for Adeola's life. I follow her for a long time. But my question is, how old is your daughter? I just wanted to know how old your daughter is.
No, it means you're not following her on Instagram, on Facebook.
It's okay. She's 2.5.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know the age of your daughter. Yeah.
Okay, George, thank you. Zion is.
Older enough to. Anyway, let's forget that.
All right, thank you, George. Ewa, you're next.
Good morning, Adeola.
Hi, AY.
Rudolph.
Yes.
That your rule, yeah, you. You know, I need to make comment. I will ask Adeola question as well.
No, one question, please, so that we can. She has to go. That's
okay. I will ask one question,
Mm.
but I just want to actually appreciate yourself and Adeola. You guys have done a lot for the Nigeria space, and I want us here, people that come on this panel, to actually look at Rudolph and Adeola. Adeola, I believe, is Yoruba. Rudolph is Igbo. They don't discuss tribe. I have watched these people for over 10 years. I know their positions on issues in Nigeria. They don't care where the person is coming from, where they want to. So I want us, people that come on this platform should learn from them. We should be Nigeria. We should not look at ourselves, we are from here, and start discriminating against ourselves. That's very important. Adeola, thank God for your life. Thank God. I never knew you were married. I know you were. I thought you were a very good girl that don't do stuff like that. So thank God for your life. It's very important. I lost a friend recently. She lived in Canada. She had a 6-month-old baby. She had an accident. She traveled to Nigeria just to visit. She was traveling back to Canada. She had an accident. She died. So life is very important. I like the position you are taking now. Take this easy. Let's take this easy. We don't have that assurance we think we do. It can go anytime, any minute, any second. The question I want to ask you. So now you don't take life easy. If you have some billions, maybe you can share some with us in case. But that just by the way. But generally, I just want to appreciate you, the work you and Rudolph are doing. Even Showore, you guys have done a lot. Even if nobody will appreciate, I do. Some of us do. We know the work you guys are putting to educate Nigerians. People are becoming more aware today what is going on in the system, politics, what is going on, the corruption, the evil going on. You guys should keep up what you guys are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, AY. Thank you.
All right, AY, thank you. Mazi Prince, you're next.
Okay, good morning again, Dr. Rudolph, and good morning, Adeola. But Dr. Rudolph, one thing is, it's so hard not to have a little commentary because Adeola also happened to be Adeola's #1 fan. Okay.
How do you really prove that you are the #1 fan?
Adeola, check on your page, Prince Akwachi. You will know it's me.
Okay,
Good. So my own thing is, Adeola, my question goes this way. I watched the video. I actually watched it on your, on your page and all that stuff. Is there any plan to kind of like put it together, as in a book? Just like the book you said you gave your husband to read. Is there any plan to put it in a book so that it can also help other women, especially in Nigeria and other places?
I'm not sure if I understand putting my show together into a book.
No. I mean your experience
doing this.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
I guess I can write about my experience doing this, but to be honest with you, my brother, I just the last part of your question you said for women in Nigeria. I don't think women in Nigeria need me to. Women in Nigeria, they are tough. Don't forget, I'm also from that same Nigeria. That is where I learned everything that I do. Women in Nigeria, they can deliver. They can do so many things. They can do way more than what I've done. It's just that the opportunity is not always there. Personally, when I was done with my first degree, I was doing my master's, and the plan was for me to go to Nigeria and start my media company in Nigeria. I was doing my master's, and then I went home for an internship and also to survey the ground and to get my license and all that. I went to National Broadcasting Corporation in my state. Those men literally, they looked me from top to bottom. That time I was 24 and I was quite skinny. They looked me from top to bottom. They laughed at me like, you want a media, they laughed at me. And then they told me every reason why it can never happen. They told me, oh, you will need to pay 11 million for license. You need to pay so million for this, for that. And then on top of it all, you have to submit it to the presidency. It has to be approved by the president himself. That in itself will take maybe 3 to 5 years.
Okay. Yeah, the reason why I asked this
I'm
is
just trying to say that it's about opportunity. Here, when I came back, I was like, I can literally make videos. I started making YouTube videos before I started working at Sahara TV. So I was able to, not that there was no YouTube in Nigeria at the time, but internet was really slow at that time. This was 2007 that I went home trying to get a license. So Nigerian women, I can't say about my story, but what Nigerian women need is opportunity. Is the opportunity. They have all that it takes. Is what I'm trying to say.
okay. The only reason why I ask this is that most times when the question of C-section comes up in Nigeria, they always look at it as a death sentence, and
That's
just like I said.
but it's
Yeah.
also stigmatized. I've heard that in Nigeria, some women are told that you do all you can to have your baby naturally. If you have a baby by C-section, you didn't really give birth. That means you are not a real woman, something like that. I've heard about it. Maybe I'll have to do a show about that someday, how ridiculous it is. It is mind-boggling that anybody will. At first I laughed like, no, that cannot be real. But then I found out, like, for real, there are women that will be told you need a C-section ASAP, and they will be like, no, doctor, I must have this baby by fire by force, and ended up harming their child or themselves. So it's actually costing people lives. So yeah, it's something to do a story about someday, the ridiculousness of how
All right.
they stigmatize it.
Thank you, Mazi Prince.
Thank
Mbori,
you, Prince.
in California. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and the panelists. And thank you, my own girl. I watch you every day.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Like I told the panel yesterday, I'm getting there to have computer literacy so that I
set up your own show. You see?
Now, I won't take much of your time. I will go straight to a little comment and then my question. I started my nursing career as a midwife, both rural and urban midwife, or both rural and urban midwifery. I have been where you are in Nigeria, or where you were in Nigeria. That is being sick, where there is no oxygen in any hospital around, and what they call oxygen, which event they put on my mom, and at a point, oxygen has characteristics. You don't have any smell. There is. So I went like this. I asked, is this oxygen? This was 2021 in a federal medical center. No oxygen. Okay. What you came today to discuss is a thing of lifetime for me. My question is there a way I can get in contact with you, because I need this health issue to be a practical thing handed to rural women? It's not only rural. I was taken from my village to Lagos, and the type of care I received there in Lagos. My question still remains. Addressing such issues for the underprivileged in everywhere, but we start from Nigeria. Please, I do need to partner with you. I wouldn't be a burden, I promise you. That's why I don't have hair. I make sure that I don't have hair so that I don't be a burden to anybody. I'm not into fashion. I'm not into anything. I'm into reality.
This is fashion, though.
It's all right. This type of fashion, I am in all in it. So, baby, please go, go, go.
Thank you so much.
The people who need, I am trying to keep from crying. I do cry, but not right here. Thank you.
Thank you. I totally get her point. After my experience, I'm planning on giving back somehow. I'm still working on it, especially that oxygen thing. Unfortunately, though, I've also had experience where you donate something sometimes and then they sell them, which is heartbreaking. So, but definitely, you can always contact me info@adeolafayehun.com.
Info@Adeola. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, you are next.
Yeah, good evening, Mrs. Adeola. I reside in Lagos.
You can bring others.
You've been a very interesting personality. I got to know Rudolph through your program. Your program was like a new masquerade to my family. Those days, a new masquerade. I don't know whether you watch it. Zebediah. Once you're online, my wife, my kids, all of us, we gathered to watch you. You were fantastic. You were something extraordinary.
I like to think I'm so fantastic.
You brought a kind of new life into journalism, and the way you made things look so real, and it was so fascinating. I appreciate you. I thank God for your life. I thank God for your husband and your children. May the Almighty God keep you strong and give you more wisdom to perform all those things you have been doing before. Now, my question is this. My wife had surgery, major surgery, November last year, 2023 in Lagos. And I know what she passed through. It was terrible. And it was God's divine intervention that I did not lose her. And she's alive today, well, kicking. She has started driving and the rest of it. So I appreciate women and I honor women. What women goes through in life, if men, we go half of it, I think we will give up. So I appreciate and celebrate women. And you're one of those outstanding women. So my question is this. Is there anything you are doing to hold the hospital and the doctors accountable for what happened to you? Thank you.
So the doctors accountable for what happened to me. I don't think it's the doctor's fault what happened to me. I had a C-section complication, which can happen. The surgery was successful. It was hours after. If you were talking about the day that I almost died, but if you were talking about like the entire video, I should have been more proactive with the Rogam shot to get the Rogam shot to begin with. But the doctor that wanted to kill me, that the one that was saying that I should have more pain tolerance, I reported her. I had a long meeting with the head nurse as well, and she actually made me understand that they had an advocacy group among the nurses, a group of nurses that advocate for Black women. And I was very fortunate because 12 of them, it's either 12 or 15 of them were by my side at that time. I made my video. I didn't want it to be too long, but that is the one thing that I regret not putting in that video. Because I had a long talk with her. I was able to get the names of all the advocating nurses that advocated for me when I was at the hospital, so that I could thank them. And I really wish that I put them in that video. I know that my audience is Africans and they may not know who those women are, but I still wish that I put them in that video. So that's all I did. I reported that doctor, but it wasn't the doctors that caused what happened. I only reported that doctor because of her attitude towards it. And before the C-section, like they always do with every surgery, they tell you this particular they told us that they had like 1%, like 0 point something 1% complications, and that it can happen. Like they tell you upfront, so you know. Although nobody pays attention to that until it's actually an issue. So they tell you all this upfront, and they tell you it could also result to death in rare cases and all that. So it wasn't like it was caused by the doctors. It was when they went back in for the second surgery, they found that it was a muscle that was bleeding. So the internal bleeding.
All right, thank you, righteous man. Before you come on, let me take a question from the comments. Adeola, this one is from I think from Kulata. So he wanted you to address this palliative rice that was shared. And you made a video, and we played that video earlier in the day. If you want to address that, and then someone else wanted to know, where is Koledowo? Does he live in the same house as you?
We don't live with our video editors. Koledowo is my video editor, my producer, and everything. Okay, I was trying to tell him that you won't show your face. They won't see you. Come on, just people. Yes, okay, he won't come. But usually he's wearing a yellow top. Whenever you see me at an event and you see somebody in a yellow top, that is Koledowo. And the first question I forgot.
Palliative rice.
Palliative rice. I guess that person did not get their rice to you too, so it's not just me. Anyways, the palliative rice, my people, is very sad because a member of parliament was the one that exposed it unknowingly. He was just thanking the president for giving rice to, I mean, for providing palliatives to all the members of parliament. And he just said that in his thank you video that he made for the president, and then he was showing us the video of the rice that he got for his constituency. Now, the sad thing, which is really upsetting me right now, and I have to do a comeback video, is the fact that the man now turned around after the story went viral. He now sat down, he did another video that he actually bought that palliative with his own money. It's not from the president, because he knows a lot of his colleagues have been calling him, so he has no intention of, embarrassing anybody, which tells me that my father is getting pressure from his colleagues. And I understand primary school peer pressure. I understand secondary school peer pressure. What I do not understand is a grown man not being able to stand on his ground because of his colleagues. They cannot beat him up. There is nothing they can do they can do to this man. But I've heard that maybe he has maybe he wants to be governor. It doesn't even matter. Now the same man that made the video that Tinubu gave all of them, and the presidential office confirmed it on Twitter, the presidency confirmed it. The same man now sat down and said it's actually from his pocket. He didn't receive anything from the president, and he's apologizing to his colleagues. He didn't intend on offending them. So we need to do another video about how sad it is that, first of all our lawmakers, they are all criminals. The fact that they will be calling this man, pressurizing him, and getting him to take back his statement, that in itself makes me realize that these people are all criminals. But the fact that a grown man would turn back on his word really pains me. So that is where we are right now on the rice issue. It's not just about the fact that there's rice anymore. It's about the fact that the man is now taking back his own words. So,
all right, thank you, Wale. The next.
Thank you. And dear sister, good evening, ma. I never. Well, I was going to ask, are you the shortest, or is Mr. Rudolph that is too tall?
What
I
are
could look at the other.
You came here
Looking
to
at that man.
abuse me.
So probably Mr.
My
Ruth.
father, you came here to abuse me today.
No,
I'm
no
not
abuse.
sure.
Oh, it's just explanation.
I'm
Oh, and
regular.
comparison.
I'm
And
regular height.
comparison.
Me, I'm regular height.
Hold on. I
Really
think
tall.
let me show this video. Maybe this will help
I
us.
beg,
Don't
I
show it
beg.
to. Don't show it to.
It's already.
Wow.
I still have to do this. Do that for Conco. Oh, yeah, now, post.
Very big star.
Ah, yeah, a big somebody.
When I knew her, it was
doing 4 hour interviews online.
People are stopping that.
The man is doing 4 hours interviews. He's a very big somebody.
All right.
Thank you. Well, I kind of like the draw of the draw of you. I mean, let me put it that way. It's been a long time, and like someone said on this platform that you never see yourself as Igbo or Yoruba, but and then since I've been watching your program,
Is he
I
Igbo?
always keep my
I
eyes.
never noticed. You are Igbo?
Me,
Yeah. I always thought maybe house.
I'll leave you to guess that one. Anyway, I'm keeping my eyes on you through my plasma TV, so try to know that. And another thing is, touch not my anointed, and do my prophet no harm. Let's leave that one because I know. Wow, you always be like, seriously, is this what is happening? There are so many things you've talked about.
So
For those
I don't
who have,
understand. Are you telling us not to talk about pastors because you are
no, me, I
not
don't see anything.
being
No,
forthcoming?
me,
Explain.
Sister
Explain
Deola.
what you actually. I'm
Sister
not a
Deola,
somebody.
no,
I'm just.
before you say anything,
I'm just Adeola.
I'm an anointed, dude.
Me too. Me too. I am highly
But
anointed.
honestly, on a more serious note, I love the way you present your views. What you see, how you look at things from both perspective, and you try to educate people, not just like things that doesn't make sense. You just people. Put your comments. Let's talk. Let's see what you think. And it's
Thank you.
it's a brilliant idea. I
Thank
love
you.
it. Keep doing what you are doing, and you are
Thank
not just using your knowledge, what you've gained from education. I can see a well brought up girl. Honestly, no,
I'm sorry to laugh. I'm
no,
listening.
Mr. Victor, Mr. Victor is
Uncle
watching now.
Wale.
Tell Mr. Victor that
Uncle
is a
Wale,
very
now we're
lucky.
talking about good
Just
girls.
tell Mr. Victor that Zion's dad. Tell him that he's a very lucky man. He take his eyes go market.
Yeah.
No, he will find a good one.
While you are praising me and all, you should also help me thank Rudolph because he reads every script of every video that I've
Of
ever
course, he's a good man. A good man will find a good girl
seen.
like you.
Beyond
So
amazing.
it
Thank
is
you,
what it
Rudolph.
is. Yeah, but Mr. Rudolph, thank you. So my question now is, everything you're doing, I
You have
know,
a question after all of that? Please go ahead.
it's a sandwich.
I
It's a
didn't know you
sandwich.
have a
It's a
question.
sandwich feedback. I have to make you smile first. Then I'll now throw the bomb inside. Then I'll now package it with
There's
another.
a bomb.
Well, the time is going.
Okay, let me ask. I know you always time me, Dr. Rudolph. I know you. Though it's all right. Sister Deola. Now, with everything you've been doing, I know you've had your own ups and downs and everything. And during that childbirth and the process you went through, I shouldn't even ask the question. Does it not make people to think, what does it profit us to gain the whole world? You see the equipment, you see what you could go through as human being, and at the end of the day, you know, you give it all to be like, you know what? Why can't people gain? I know you've done a lot, but you as a woman, I really want you to do more. Encourage more women to come up. And I know a lot of women look up to you, but you can maybe this is your it could be your future uh investment. Use your media to bring women like you into speaking up. They will face a lot of backlashes, but try to, use that. We need women to come up. You are strong. You are the nation builder. You are the word. Women will steal all the money, will still come and spend it on women. Imagine all the corruption going on. At what?
You need
It's
women
men.
to speak up about their birth experience. Is
Speak
that
up
what you're
about
saying?
enlightening women to stand up, to kind of come up with their experience, not just be a girl's wife that a girl will just go and, I don't know how
So
to put it.
we already
Like,
do that. We try to talk to women, but to be honest with you, my brother, if I would be really honest with you, it's men that have to do the work. If you have a daughter, you have to. It depends on how you raise her. I'm the way I am because of how my father raised me. Both my parents raised me, of course, but it means a lot to a girl if her father, from when she's young, if her father builds confidence in her. It's the woman will do hers, but when it's coming from the father, especially in the African society, it means a lot. It goes a long way. You know, your father is like your first hero and all that. When your father tells you that you can do anything, you tend to believe it. Like, Daddy told me I can do anything. Who are you to tell me otherwise? Also, if you are married, the way you treat your wife has a lot to do with whether or not she would. You don't really need to tell women to speak up if they are in an environment that allows them to speak up, an environment that encourages them to speak up, an environment that makes them thrive as a woman to speak up. Like before we got married, for example, me and Victor, we both talked about our dreams. I know what his dreams are. He knew what my dreams were. I knew what his dreams were, and we talked about how we can help each other. How can you help me to do what I want to do? I want to be a media personality. This is what I want to do. Have my own show, have my own media company, and all that. How can you help me with my dream? And then vice versa. This is what he wanted to do. How can I be of help with his dream? Unfortunately, growing up in Nigeria, especially in the Christendom, I don't know if this is the same for all Christians, but when I was growing up, in so many churches, it's all about the man and the man's vision, the man's goal, the man's plan for life. And then when she marries, the woman is supposed to be a helpmate, be a helper for him to achieve his dreams. That is how a lot of women are brought up. That is what they are being told. That in fact, people that you think are exposed. I saw an interview of a very popular guy one time talking about his wife and how she has always been supportive of my dreams. She's right behind me, and I just shake my head like, that means she has no dreams of her own as well. Because not once did he talk about what she wanted to do. It was all about him, his own dreams, his whatever. And unfortunately, a lot of religious people, a lot of religious leaders, they teach this, they ingrain this in the women. Like, you have to support him, you have to take care of him, it's always all about him. So that's why I'm saying, as much as we can talk, it is the men that have a lot to do. Like, for example, I have never ever seen a Nigerian pastor that preach about the verse that comes after wife submit to your husband. Because the verse that comes after it says submit one to another. They always pretend that they have never read that verse. They never preach on that verse. They preach on the one at the top that says wife submit to your husband. They skip the one that says submit one to another. If I understand English well, it means, okay, that means you are both supposed to submit to each other. They don't preach about that. I have never seen a Nigerian pastor preach about that. Well, every wedding I go to, I'll sit down there, they'll be talking about how the woman must be submissive, the woman must do this, the woman must do that. Now that I have a daughter, even before I had a daughter, I always think about the fact that all of you here, if you have daughters, you put them in school, you want the best for them, you put them in the best school, you want them to study this, study that. And then from what I see a lot of times, once they get married like that, that's the end of. I always wonder, why do you even bother sending them to school? Why are they educated? Why do they have brain? Because once they get married, a lot of Nigerian women, once they get married like that, some of them may work until they are pregnant, or they walk through the pregnancy and all that, but it's never about them anymore. It's never about their dreams anymore. It's never about their lives anymore. Everything now becomes about the man. I've also seen, to the shock of my life, a woman wants to do her master's after she's married, wants to do her PhD, and the husband will be like, when I don't have the master's, you want to have a master's. How can you have a master's when I don't have a master's? How can you have PhD when I don't have PhD? I did not know that it's now a competition. That is what she wants. It's not even that he wants it to. He doesn't even want it. He doesn't have any aspiration, any plan to further in his studies. But just because now she's a woman, she wants, no, she's not allowed to because you did. And so and people like that are usually very religious people. So that is why I'm saying that as much as we can talk, it doesn't mean much until men actually do the right thing, which is treat all the women around them as another human being, as they would want to be treated. Build confidence in your daughters from the time that they are young. Build confidence in your wife as well. Encourage her to speak out. Somebody came to see my husband one time like that from Nigeria, and he seemed like a really nice man, but I noticed that as he was talking, he was looking at my husband alone, and he was talking to him alone. And after some time, I noticed I was just sitting here. I'm not seen, I'm not here, and so I excused myself. And then at some point he needed something that it was me that can do it, and my husband is like, but she was right here, why didn't you? So I feel like it is from how you treat your wife, how you treat your daughters. Do you get home, watch TV, you put your legs up while the woman is in the kitchen? You are telling your daughter something. You are telling her that even though you both work, and then you get home, you're watching TV all night, she's there going up and down, cooking, cleaning, doing everything. You're already telling your daughter that this is what a woman's life is supposed to be like. It doesn't matter whether or not you work, you are the one that should serve everybody, and you're already telling your son something as well. So I think it starts from how our children are raised and also how we treat our spouses. That is why we can talk, but you men are the one that have power. You are the one. They say it's a man's word. So
all right, thank you, Wale. We have to go.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did.
Yes, you did. And thank you for bringing that up. And I think most people listening now would have picked one or two things from what you said. That's why we need people like you to come and, speak up. Otherwise, it's going to be men saying this, men saying that. We've heard it from you now. Other women and ladies who are listening will see how they can go about life. So we all have a role to play. Thank you very much.
Okay, Wale, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's go to Eagles Air. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning from India here. I always said I'm from India because I found out that most of the people that are on the line are from US. I'm the only person from India. So first of all, I must thank Adeola for this program that you are here today. And Mr. Rudolph, I must be sincere to you. It was Adeola in one of his shows that he tried to introduce you. Sometimes he used to ask, have you subscribed to Dr. Damage, this and that, watch his show, do this. Out of pity, I must sincere to you, out of pity, the way she was saying it, I just go to YouTube and subscribe. I'm just telling the truth. I'm just saying the right thing. Yeah, I'm saying the truth. Yeah,
thank you so much.
Yes, based on what she said. And this I'm saying is more than 5 years. This I'm saying is more than 5 years. More than 5 years that she just say it. Have you subscribed? Have you joined? I just go to YouTube direct, write Dr. Damage. Immediately I saw it, I just subscribe and go my way. So it was later that I found out that he used to have a good programs. I said, okay, let me continue to follow his program. Today, I'm one of the people that used to be in his live show. So that's a good thing that I lost so much in everything. Now, secondly, something I want to talk about it. You talk about husband Victor helping you to do certain things, domestic work at home.
He was doing it, but he wasn't.
Part of the domestic work at home. Most of us that are in abroad, in diaspora, we have a different philosophy in the marriage than those of them in Nigeria. Because when you're abroad, your wife is up and doing, our wife is engaged in one of those things, you have no option than to be part of the domestic work in the home. Personally, I do help my wife and all the rest of them to make sure that things are put in order so that things will work out. That is diaspora. But in Nigeria, the case are not the same. But I want to ask you a serious question, because this question matters a lot seriously. And that question is very simple. What motivates you? What motivates you that give you this encouragement to be doing what you are doing in media, especially trying to bring out the truth and what is going on in African politics? What motivates you? What is that thing that gives you strong courage to be doing this, so that other ladies out there be able to learn from it?
Thank you.
I'll try
Thank
my
you.
best to keep it short. From the first thing that you said, by the way, I do know a lot of Nigerian men in Nigeria that cook. So it's not just about living abroad. My dad knew how to cook. He studied here as well. So I don't know if that had an influence, probably. But I'm just saying that if you actually truly love somebody, I don't think it should matter where you live, whether you live in Nigeria, whether you live in. It's not right for only one person to be taking care of everybody else. So I don't think it's just about exposure. I just think it's about it, when you say that you love somebody, it shouldn't just be in words, it should also be in action. Now, as to what motivated me to start the show, it was pretty much leaving Nigeria. When I moved here 20 years ago, 20 years ago last year, so it'll be 21 in September of this year. When I moved here to go to school, and I have talked about it several times, that a lot of things shocked me at the time. I never knew that it's actually possible to have stable electricity 24/7, 7 days a week, 31 days in a month, 31 days in a month with no up NEPA, down NEPA, and 365 days in a year without any up NEPA. My brother, that in itself was life-changing for me, because I was like, is this real? And for real, I stared at the light waiting for it to go off, like, this is not be that. When you turn on, like, every time there's light, that became a problem for me, because I was not used to that. I lived for 19 years in Nigeria. Imagine somebody growing up for 19 years of their life, they never experienced stable electricity for 2 weeks in a row. I never. And so it was really weird for me when I moved to the US and there was power at all times. Not only was there power at all times, hostel, a school dorm is having hot water and cold water for you to shower. Nobody is out there with their buckets. See, I went to college in Nigeria as well before I moved here. Nobody was outside with their buckets to fetch water. Every time we turn on that water, that thing was coming out. I said, this is juju that these Americans are using, because our own politicians have been telling us all my life why it is not possible for our electricity to be constant. They always have an explanation. Something happens somewhere why we can't have it, and why we can't have running water at all times. So I was pissed. I was really, really pissed when I moved here. You know, some people will move abroad and they're happy, they're excited. Me, I was pissed. I was so mad. I was like, so this thing is possible. Like, people can have stable in a hostel room, not even somebody's house. I understand if people have water in there, if they dig borehole in their home to have water, or they have solar light at all times. But the place that has it worst in Nigeria is campus, public school. I'm not talking about if you are paying millions of naira to go to a private university, but public universities in Nigeria, I have never experienced having stable electricity or stable running water. And so I was really mad. And at that point, when I moved here and I also remember that I was worried for my school because they had no fence. And I literally, in my head, I was thinking about how I can have a meeting with the management of the school to talk about the importance of having a fence, because my school was in the middle of nowhere and there was no fence, which means armed robbers can just come at any time. And then there was no, what do you put on the windows?
Window protection. protection.
Widow protector, Dr. Rudolph.
No, it's called something.
Net.
I know it's not net.
Burglary proof.
Burglary proof. Okay.
And I was like, there was not even one. The entire campus, like your window, you can actually open the window, you can see the fresh air is coming in, no hindrance, whatever. And I need to meet up with the management of this school. They don't know what they are playing with. Armed robbers can come at any time they can. Hey, so I sat down and I was like, okay, Nigerian officials, they must be mad, because I know they all come here. Many of them have their children here. They see how life is here. Who would go outside, see something nice, and not want to bring it back to his or her people? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me unless the person is wicked. It is only witches and wizards that will do that. And I said to myself, nobody knows who I am. I don't even know who I was. But I said, as the Lord liveth, I'm going to give it to them someday. That this thing is possible. And that was what motivated me to even decide that I wanted to be a journalist and that I wanted to go into TV. I just want to have a voice because I have a lot to say. I was so mad. It was me being really, really upset that pushed me into. And I remember my dad asking me, what do you want to study? And I said, I want to be a journalist. And he's like, great, you're going to be a journalist. He said things that I was like, calm down, that is. It's just a journalist. Nobody knows who a journalist is or whatever. And it's like, you will do well. I have faith in you. My dad was always like that. He always believed in me more than I believed in myself. So that's why I decided to be a journalist. And that's why I started doing my show. And to be honest with you, when I started doing the show, I thought maybe 100 people would watch. It wasn't about a lot of people knowing who I was. It was just about, I'm going to make my statement, whether it's one person that says it, whether it's 100 people. But the good thing is we got 100 people to watch from the first episode and more and some more. So God has been faithful. So that is what motivated me.
All right. Thank you, Egos. Let's go to the flagship.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Adeola, it's good to meet you. Good afternoon.
You too. Thank you. Hi.
Hi. I must say, like everybody else that has spoken, the way you and Rudolph put your news out with so much punch that you pack and lots of satire that is added to it is quite very impressive and informative. So great job on that one. And just to let you know, one of your biggest fans as well.
Thank you. I'm really grateful. God bless you.
Thank you. I'll go straight to my question. Believe it or not, you have become a voice for so many women out there, majorly those within the minority community. I would speak for this part of the world, who may have experienced what you've gone through. And I think you mentioned it in your video. So my question is this: beyond the video that you've put up, do you have any plans to take this further, to be the perhaps set up an advocacy group for those who have gone through this, maybe going through this, or who will go through this and experience what you experienced? Well, my focus is your experience with your physician. And if she had neglected you and maybe not have ordered the CAT scan, only God knows what would have happened next.
Mm-hmm.
Can you take this further to create an awareness out there so that those that are dealing with this kind of issues can speak out? Lastly, my wife is a professor at Emory University, and her specialty is...
I like the sound of my wife is a professor. That is a man that wants his wife to succeed. God bless you, my brother.
Thank you. Her specialty is social determinants of health. And every day we have conversations about health disparities here in the US and how it affects everyone, with major focus on the minority community. And your experience is just, it wows me. She's come right in front of my computer here to say, I like to talk to her. That's something that needs to be broadcasted and an awareness raised on. So I think you need to do something beyond this video, Adeola. There are a lot of people who are out there that don't have the kind of voice and mouth that you have to scream out loud at their doctors when they need to. So please, it might change policies It might help to birth something new that will help to save a whole lot of lives for those who do not know, most especially here in the US. Thanks.
Thank you. Another option is to take it outside. You can always take it outside. Thank you so much.
All right. So,
and my regards to your wife. Thank you.
All right. Let's go to X0. You're next.
Sorry, you might be hearing some noise. I'm at work, but I'll just make it snappy. Mr. Rudolph, this is unfair. You cannot bring Adeola here and then tell us we have only one question. You know how long I've been watching her? I'm so sorry, Adeola, for what happened to you, for what you had to pass through. It's so unfortunate, but we thank God that you came out strong, and the baby and you and the family is healthy and happy. So we thank God for that. I don't know if you remember the day you were chasing Robert Mugabe outside and asking him when is he going to leave power? Why is he trying to contest again? That was the day I sent Showore a message and said, listen, man, you have to go into politics. And we started having a correspondence. From that day, I saw you chasing Mugabe, But I wanted to ask, that kind of journalism, do you think you could still do that in today's Nigeria? Because somebody who was doing that is now on asylum in Ghana, David Huden. That was how I knew you, the firebrand Adeola Fayhun. Do you think we can still have that kind of journalism and journalists can still be safe again? And then I would recommend that you set up a hospital. Don't just donate money to hospitals. Set it up and own it. Just like I was advising Sore. Set it up and own it and run it the way you expected.
So this brother is the one responsible for Showore running for.
Yeah,
I'm not the one.
You have to hold him.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate you joining from work.
Sorry. And by the way, what happened that you and Rudolph broke up from Sowore? Do you guys mind to explain to us one day what happened?
So
you guys fight?
asked like 10 questions.
Yeah,
do you want us to answer any at all? Okay, let's try our best. Thank you for joining from work, by the way. I've been watching you because Rudolph had you on the screen. So thank you so much for joining us. So as to your first question, now I don't remember what was his first question.
The first one was I don't remember either.
Do you think the journalists can still practice that kind of firebrand
Thank you so much.
journalism? Yeah.
So to be honest with you, my brother, it's two things. First of all, I didn't set out to stand out or to you said firebrand or something like that. That has never been the goal, even till now. I focus on my focus. When the training that you get, if you are trained to be a journalist worldwide, not just in the US, is that your goal is the story. Everybody that comes with the story is just a source. There's no God in this matter. You are going after your story. You do what you can to get your story. Isn't that the training you got to Rudolph?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're talking about a lawmaker getting pressure from his colleagues that to the point that he made a video. I think the Nigerian society they interfere, they meddle too much in people's lives. Okay. So if you are doing something, your neighbor can tell you, you better don't let people hear that you are doing this or whatever. Well, it's that the Nigerian society, they've become the judge and jury to the point where journalists now, they tell them you better don't ask tough questions so you don't end up like so person or whatever, people that have been arrested. But here people don't really meddle. They don't care how you live your life. So the president is passing. I'm trying to ask a question. Why are these women pulling me, telling me I can't ask a question? It was really strange to me that some people were pulling me from asking a question from my president. Mugabe was right there and I was asking him questions. That is what I had to do. I'm trying to get a story here. And so I have to ask questions. You don't get a story if you don't ask somebody questions. So you've been taught, never be afraid to ask questions. So I don't think that I need to talk to anybody about, how to do their job, how to practice journalism. All journalists know. It is now the product of the environment where they are that makes some people not go all out. And unfortunately, when you look at the fact that sometimes if you get picked up, nobody is out there ensuring that you are released. That is why some people may not. There is no Nigerian journalist that doesn't know the right thing to do. And it's not about trying to make news. I didn't even know that I was being filmed when I was doing the Mugabe one. I was asking him questions. I knew my camera guy was there, but it was such a big stadium. There was a lot of commotion going on. I didn't even know where the guy was. Me, I was asking him questions, hoping that I'm recording audio with my phone or something. But eventually, the guy came up with the video. So the goal is never about, to make news. It's about get your story. It's not about being popular. It's just about getting your story. So every journalist knows how to do that. Now the second question, I don't know if I even answered that first question right, but what was
You
the
did.
second
The
question?
second question is,
no,
would
no.
you set up a hospital so you can
Oh,
manage
you want me to
yourself?
set up a hospital? Do you know how much goes into setting up a
You
hospital?
fundraise it. We will fund from the diaspora.
It's not just about fundraising. First of all, there's a difference between hospital and clinic, and it's a lot of work. And then sometimes you do projects in Nigeria. You are not living in the Nigeria. You go back, and the project is not what you intended it to be. I'll hand over to Rudolph. I think he wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, it's very common question.
But thank you, my brother. I appreciate.
Thank you so
all
much.
that you said.
Question about building a hospital,
Yeah.
about police station, they will say build a police.
Someday when we have the Bedu,
It's not just Adeola that we do everything, people want you to do everything. But there was another thing that you said about why did she leave Sahara? She answered that
The
question.
two of you. The two of you.
Last time
The two
she
of
was here, so maybe we can show you that last video. Let's move to Ndubisi. Ndubisi, you're next.
Hello, doctor.
I worked at Sahara for 6 years, by the way, just so you know. So, how long have you been working where you're working now?
Me? I've been here for like almost. This is my 9th year or something. Yeah.
Yeah, trying. So if
No,
if you like
no,
it, you stay. I'm not saying you should leave.
No.
I'm not saying
I have a side hustle in this part of the world. It doesn't matter what you do.
Okay.
What matters is what you're in.
Yeah, but I worked at Sahara for 6 years before I left. All right,
great,
let's keep going.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, doctor. Adeola, nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I've been watching your program on YouTube. My wife is by my side there, but she's sleeping.
Good evening.
She's a fan of you.
Oh, thank you.
She talks a lot about it. In fact, she has taken over watching you more than I. So we are happy to see you
much.
live.
I'm so grateful.
Yeah, happy to know too that you overcame the health scare. Let me put it that way.
Thank you.
God is in control. He loves his children, and he pulled you through. We thank God. We just only hope that the hospital management will learn from that and then do better for other patients as well. And your story that you've told, to hope that it will go wide, and our people back home will do more to make our hospitals and the maternal delivery safer.
Thank you.
So my question is about our politics as being practiced in Nigeria now. I want to ask you, what do you think of the present crop of politicians, particularly those in power now, compared to those who fought for our independence? I want to know how you feel. If you think these ones are as patriotic as those who fought for independence, and what do you think is different, and what do you think is the way forward? Thank you.
So the sad thing is, the people who fought for independence, they were inspiring, but many of them are still there because then they refuse to leave. The people that fought for independence, when you look at their ages at the time, I think so many of them were in their 30s. Unfortunately, now Nigerian politics has been programmed in such a way that, first of all, you have to be part of the party for a long time. You have to get to a certain age before you can even be given an opportunity to do anything. A 30-something-year-old now is not seen as somebody that is old enough, responsible enough to be in position of authority in Nigeria, which is why it's now a rare occurrence to the point where we have to now celebrate when there's an exception, when a 30-something-year-old is appointed minister or something. But at the time, it was what was expected. It's, they are able to take charge, take the lead, make responsible decisions, and so on. But now, as the rest of the world is moving to that point where even people that didn't need to fight for independence, they are moving towards the point where it's the young people now that are at the realm of power. We've looked at so many young presidents across the world. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we keep moving towards you have to be of certain age. Starting with our president, it's not done in a country that is genuinely interested in development. I'm not saying that Tinubu will do well or that he won't do well, but that is the age that most people go on retirement, even on regular jobs. It doesn't matter the job you have. When you get to an age like that, that's when you retire, because your brain is not the same as a 30-something-year-old, a 40-something-year-old, a 50-something-year-old. But in Nigeria, that is what we think. They say with age comes wisdom. But then we make it look like young people don't have wisdom. They even called us lazy. So it's inspiring when you look at those who fought for independence, but when you look at the way things are today, it's like unfortunate. Now, I'm really, really hoping that we will get back to that point where elderly people will be like, you know what? Let's let these young people do it. We have done it. They brought us to where we are right now, and they still don't want to leave. We have done it. Let them try. Now, the sad thing is, because of the way the Nigerian society is now, and unemployment and so on, a lot of young people now, they have this mentality of, we don't agree for anybody. And so a lot of young people now, they've learned the game, and they're even doing it. They are smarter than the older crooks. So we've had opportunity where young people are given the opportunity. People like Baraya Bello of Kogi. And he happened to be the biggest disappointment, the youngest governor that we've ever had, and then he became the biggest disappointment. So honestly, it has affected us in ways that we can't even imagine, because now I don't even trust us young people anymore either. As much as the older men are screwing things up and they don't want to leave, I also don't trust the young people, because now we know how to beat them at their own game. So as much as I'm inspired by the people that fought for independence, many of them that are old now, they don't inspire us and they don't give us the opportunity. But I shouldn't generalize. There are still young people who have the fear of God. Young people like Dr. Damages, believe it or not, he's a young somebody. I'm just kidding. He's not young.
All right.
You're not old. I'm not saying that you're old. But there are so many people who genuinely want the best interest of Nigeria. And I like to believe that this year hopefully we would see a revolution in Nigerian politics, because I love how people are exposing the ministers, the lawmakers exposing themselves. I love what the new governor of
Abia State.
Yes, the governor of Abia State. He's doing really well. It's trending. I mean, at this age, hopefully we would see a change this year. That has always been my hope.
All right, thank you, Adeola. Before I go to forefathers, who will be next, and we'll finish up with KJ and electricity. There's a question on the
why forefather? Why forefather? I just been waiting for this to speak to this fine lady before I leave.
He came before you now. So I'm trying to.
I don't think so, man.
No, I'm sure. So there's a question on the comment section about adoption. Why is it difficult?
Yeah, I'm actually doing a story about it. It's not this January, but it's one of the stories I'm trying to do for the Woliso Inca Foundation. So yeah, I'm actually doing a story about it.
Okay. All right. So whoever asked that question, you can.
Thank you so much, that person, and thanks for giving Rudolph money. I saw that. Thank you.
We'll share it. What's your name?
Yeah, thank you for having me, Rudolph. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers, and special greetings to Adeola. Yeah, I really appreciate you sharing that video online. And I have to say that your husband should be appreciated for supporting you. And I hope our men learn a bit of lesson from that, because you have to protect your family, make sure you do what you need to do. And I'm also proud with the way Nigerians, you guys were working together. And because when you come on this panel, sometimes you think Nigerians don't work together. But what you reveal in that video is that we do. And we support each other. And the people you were thanking, the list was endless. I was surprised how many people you had to thank. And what I find with this issue you raised, it's quite pervasive. I actually know someone that had similar experience here in the UK. And I have wondered why this is the case. And what it came down to for me, from what I perceived, was that our lives are valued less than others. And they try to deny us resources. Hence, they put all these prejudices and make excuses for why we shouldn't have to get treated. We are dangerous, so we should be killed, instead of worrying about taking them to court and treating them properly. And I fear that this is also in Nigeria too. Our lives are valued less, and our people don't realize it. Even when you try to sell your property, the value they give a European for the same property is different from what a black person gets. The stuff, the rot is everywhere. And but from the perspective of Nigeria, is it possible for us to fix this problem? I know we need to work together, that's for sure. And from what I saw from that video, we need to work together. So how do you think, as a people, we can come together in that country to have a common agenda, north, south? Because from what I see on your channel, I'm not sure I saw a lot of northerners come in and interact with the southerners, and neither do they come, a lot of them here. There's only one guy that shows up here now and again. And I fear that because of that separation, hence things decay further. We don't work together to fix things in Nigeria. So how do you think that could be done?
All right, thank you for this. Go ahead, Adeola.
Yeah, so he actually, that's a very good question. The solution, to be honest with you, is exposure. Live in Nigeria, and I'm not saying that people should move out of Nigeria. But just to put it in perspective, for example, I never knew that I was Black until I left Nigeria, because everybody is Black where I grew up in Nigeria. Nobody ever called me a Black person. There was nothing to compare me with, you know. And then when I moved to America, I found out that I was Black. I was like, oh, that's true. I'm Black. Like, I didn't know, just because nobody ever called me Black. When you explain that to people that live here, they look at you weirdly, like, how can you say you didn't know you were Black? Because nobody ever said you were Black. Everybody is Black. When I was in Nigeria, it's very common for me to hear things like, oh, there was an accident, 4 people died, and 1 Abuki. Does that make sense? And nobody questions, like, so is the Abuki not human? How can you say 4 people died and 1 Abuki? You get what I'm saying? We're so divided. We talk about racial discrimination here. The racial discrimination here is the same thing that we do in Nigeria. We are very racist in Nigeria. It's very rare for me to find an Igbo and a Hausa person that are married. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. It's just rare. How many of you know an Igbo person and a Hausa person that are married in Nigeria? Not a lot of people. So we are very racist in Nigeria, and we are religious at the same time. We don't think of it. We don't think much of it until we leave Nigeria. And then we suddenly realize that it doesn't matter whether you're Hausa, you are Igbo, you are Yoruba, you are Thief, you are whatever. Once you leave Nigeria, you are a black person. And that is the end of story. Nobody is interested in your ethnicity. Nobody is interested in your tribe. Nobody is interested in your, oh, you're a black person. Okay, you're from Africa. If they want to go extra mile, they will ask, is it East Africa, West Africa, South Africa, Southern Africa? That is it. It ends at West Africa. Not everybody is interested in the country you are from. In fact, they will tell you, before you even tell them you are from Nigeria, they will tell you, oh, you're from Africa. I have a friend from Uganda. Do you know him? His name is Michael. And then you look at them like, what the heck? You know. Leaving Nigeria opened my eyes to so many things. Like I said, this was 20 years ago. The school that I went to, my brother and I were the only Nigerians. We met a Ghanaian lady. Her dad is Nigerian. Her mom is Ghanaian. She grew up in Ghana. You would think we were born together. You saw another African. Are you kidding me? And then the African has to have something to do with Nigeria. You don't even ask. Is your father Igbo? Is your father Yoruba? Is your living Nigeria? And then when you get to see another Nigerian, you hug them before you ask any question. Depending on where you live, you know, if you are in New York, Texas, where there's plenty Nigerians, that's when you can choose and select your friends. But if you are in the middle of nowhere, for example, you see another Nigerian, you don't care where they are from. Suddenly, we stop being racist. We start being human. And that is what exposure does. Honestly, I wish to God that every single Nigerian can travel out of Nigeria. They can go back home, but experience life elsewhere. Unfortunately, people that have never traveled out, they believe this is how life is. And it's not that they are wrong or anything. I thought that was how life is when I was living in Nigeria. Like I said, it became an issue for me that electricity was suddenly stable. It was a shock. It's like, how can I thought the village people came after me because the AC was blaring all the time. It was cold. I was cold. I was like, how can I be cold at all times? You should be able to say, okay, at least they will take off the light now. So we are so used to something when the fish is in water, unless you take the fish out of water, it doesn't even know that it's in water. It just thinks, oh, this is life. This is how life is. But the absence of that water will suddenly make the fish appreciate the water.
The question was about, can you or should we all work together to sensitize the people in Nigeria, because not all of them can travel out.
I know, but I'm saying, I know, but what I was trying to say is the solution that I know is exposure. Now, if you cannot go abroad, which obviously not everybody can go abroad, at least try to see how life is with the internet. Now with the internet, you can watch all kinds of things that can open your eyes. Exposure, honestly, is the solution in my opinion. The other solution is sensitization. Unfortunately, it is our leaders that taught us how to hate one another, but they don't hate themselves, especially when it comes to this sharing money amongst themselves. They don't care where they're from. But when they're campaigning, for example, they will tell us Yoruba and Yolokan, Hausa did it, whatever did it. Now it's your turn. So that, and now the Yorubas are like, yes, it should be our turn. It's whatever. But when they get updated that they are sharing money, they don't. So, but the leaders that are supposed to sensitize us, they use it as a weapon to divide us. And they know that so long as we are divided, we never fight for our rights. That is why I said the only other solution I know is exposure.
All right. Thank you for that. And I also want to add that what Adeola does is exposure, exposing things, and people can watch it no matter the place they live in Nigeria. You know, once you have a phone, you can do that. Okay.
At least travel to Lagos. If travel to Lagos, travel to Abuja, you don't have to be out of the country. Also, Cotonou is right there. Ghana is not far. You don't need visa. You don't need visa for Kenya now. You don't. There are countries you can go to. Gambia is not far. But if you can't, at least leave. Where are you from, Rudolph?
Ikere
Huh?
Ekiti.
I beg. Leave your what is the name of your village again now?
I don't come from a village. I come from a town called Nobi.
Leave Unobi.
Ah.
Go to Lagos. Experience life in Lagos.
I lived in Lagos.
Go to Abuja. Experience life in Abuja. Go to the east. One time I went to the east like that. I said, "This is what my eastern brothers and sisters are dealing with. Your roads are terrible, Rudolph. The roads in the east is worse than everything I was complaining about in Yoruba land. So it's good to travel. Unfortunately, it's not that safe anymore."
All right, I will ask you a question after they finish about.
You're still asking me.
Chukuma. Okay. KJ, go ahead.
Hi, KJ.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Hi, sister. It's good to see you.
You too.
And I've been watching you guys for a long time. Especially, I hope is my memory failing me. You used to introduce Dr. Damages, right?
No, tomato juice. I introduced him once in a while, but
yes, I saw you once.
It's not, that is not me. Don't mix us together. It's tomato juice, right?
No.
Are you talking about the sexy voice?
It's good to see you.
Oh, you too.
I watched your hospital story. It was well told.
Thank you.
And well told and well shot too, I must confess. And I also realized you also do some bit of editing, right? So you are handful, right?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, you are handful.
They taught us everything in school.
Yes, you are quite good, and I just want to commend you. And I've heard some people asking you question about all the things going on. Look, we're gonna leave this lady alone. Let her take what she's doing. Let her do it. Let this not throwing everything into one person's. I don't like it. Okay, the expertise she's bringing, she still has so much to do in it. Let's just give her the space to operate. If not, how do people like Christiana Mampo got to where they got to? If they were told to stop and go to other levels, I beg, my sister, hold this out one when you hold. Igbo people get proper say, if they say hold one when you hold, the one when you hold good, hold and well.
Say it in Igbo now.
You know, so I think.
Say it in Igbo.
No, Onya Soji then Koji Duma. That is the one you are holding is good.
Koji Duma.
All right.
Thank
yes.
you.
So I commend your work and I like it. I watch both yourself. I watch Dr. Damages and so the way you bring African stories to life also helps a lot to tell so many other stories some other African people wouldn't have seen in the first place.
Thank you.
So I just want to commend you. And I know I would have had other questions, but I want to run out. It's just because of you I've been sitting. My family is waiting.
Hey, God bless you. My regards to your family. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, KJ. Finally, electricity. Yeah.
Electricity.
Yeah. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I wasn't here, but I watched the video, and thank God for bringing you through everything. So my question is very straightforward. You weigh in on electricity when you left the shore of Nigeria, and 20 years ago, almost 23 years ago, when I had my child in Lut, I had to fetch water because there was no electricity. The insecurity right now is not as bad as, it's not the same, I beg your pardon, as 20 years ago. So would you agree with me that if we have a stable electricity in the country, it's a question, but you can agree, at least 60% of our problem solved?
Actually, I would say 90% of our problem will be solved because, first of all, Nigerians are very industrious. Having stable electricity, people can use that to create all kinds of jobs for themselves. Starting with the market women, the people selling ice cube on the street when you are in traffic and selling cold water and all that. People want it cold. They don't want it hot. It gets really hot. And a lot of business owners find it really difficult paying for power generator when they still have other expenses. They still have to buy raw materials. And besides that, a lot of big companies are now leaving Nigeria. because of insecurity, but also because of the unstable electricity, especially since we remove subsidy now, the price of fueling their power generator is ridiculous. And then for an average person going to work every day, it's ridiculous that electric vehicles is still not that common in Nigeria because we can't get it right. Imagine having an electric vehicle company and you are powering yourself with power generator or whatever. Anyways, I think it would reduce our problem by like 90%. People will have jobs will be stable, hospitals will be able to save more lives, less women would die at childbirth. I've heard about doctors doing surgery with flashlights in some places. Less people will die. There'll be more job opportunities. They know. I think that's one of the reasons why they have refused to fix our electricity, because they know that it would make life so much easier. And then all these companies that are will have less air pollution as well, because the power generators, they're polluting the air. Every time I get to Lagos, man, maybe because I'm in and out. If you're always there, you may not notice. But when it's hot in Lagos, it's as if somebody is baking you in the oven now. Because everybody has power generator and it's affecting the ozone layer. So, anyways, I think it will solve a lot of our problems. I don't know if I answered your question, but I can hear my baby crying.
Yes, you did. And God bless you for answering this question. Thank you and have a lovely evening.
You too. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Adeola, I will give you the last word. First of all, I want to just point out that you were the first editor of Dr. Damage's show.
Really? You had to say that.
I have to say that. And today, people are trying to, I read the comments, people were saying, where have you been, Dr. Damages? You know, people who came here because you came, they discovered that I didn't die, you know, that I'm still alive. There's a question.
Subscribe to Dr. Damage's channel while you are here. Subscribe.
Your job very well. To let them know that I'm still alive. So somebody was asking, is Adeola going to consider live shows? So I can answer that. I know that you do live shows, but maybe they don't know too. But you can talk about that.
Well, I'll do better this year. Yes, I'll be going live on all social media platforms from time to time. It's just that I'm a very shy somebody, as you know. So it's hard to. I don't do live interviews like this. It's just because it's rude. That's why.
Okay. One last question now, because when is Zion going to start her own show? I saw you in church with her, and she had a microphone. When is that going to happen?
My brother, I will be uploading a video this week. Every time I try to shoot, as soon as I'm done setting up like this girl gets in my seat, and she starts looking at the camera, and she's like, "Hi, my name is Zion," and she's going on, and then I'm like, What are you talking about? Get up. I need to shoot. She will say, no, I need to shoot. I'm like, no, I need to shoot. She say, no, she needs to shoot. She's about to fire me at my own job. So she already has her own YouTube channel. It's Zion and Zain. But we need to upload more videos on there. We have a lot of videos that we've filmed of both of them. But yeah, she will definitely have her own show someday. She's a whole package, a whole character. I don't know. She took after her father in every way. Because me, I'm very gentle. So I don't know where she found it.
Okay, so I'll give you the final word so that we can end. We thank you really for joining us. It's a wonderful thing. And anytime we...
it's a privilege.
Yeah. So any final...
It's a privilege. Thank you for having me. There was no need to play that intro, by the way. I wanted to change my mind when I saw that intro. There was absolutely no reason. Like,
you know, we have to celebrate people.
What can fire up? Like, what the heck? Why are we playing?
I understand what, you know, if you're in this business, you know what it takes to do it. Some people may not know. And I acknowledge that.
Thank you.
the fact that you are doing that, sometimes I want to leave and then I remember that, okay, she will help me out. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Adeola, for being here. We will take a break.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am humbled, Dr. Damages. It's been a huge privilege knowing you. All right, everyone.
All right. Take care. We'll take a break and then we do our outtake. I don't know about
You
that.
said you were very young when you started.
I was very young.
Yeah, I wasn't missing.
Now I have beer and everything.
Now you have beer. Anyway, you asked your viewers to send in your questions, to send in their questions for this 200th episode.
I know.
And I've been privileged.
Why you?
To be the one to ask the questions. Don't pretend
you
don't know what this.
my days are numbered.
You planned this.
My days are numbered.
Don't even pretend like you're surprised or anything.
I don't know any. Have I seen the questions? No.
No, you were the one that asked me to.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. And let's bring everybody back in and get your take on what just happened.
I was bringing them back in as you were saying, so we're just doing the opposite.
Okay. So I was wondering what's happening. I click and nobody is coming up, and I'm thinking, what's going on? All right. So let's start with you, Fofadas.
I think she's quite remarkable. I did try, one of the skills I tried to learn from her was her self-deprecating way of making a point without, it kind of disarming you while making a point. Unfortunately, I failed woefully at that. It's a natural skill that she's got. And the video that she made was quite compelling regarding, the kind of events she went to. And one of the most memorable parts was when she said, when she was almost losing consciousness and all. You could feel that was a very dangerous moment. And this type of experience, it does something to you, and I hope for the better. And I think she's come out of it. And Nigerians work together. She mentioned you were always there, and a lot of Nigerians were there supporting each other. And she had a lot of good people around her. Her husband was sticking by her, and that's something I hope our men learn. It's not always your home is a fortress. You do whatever you need to do to keep it going. And it's one of the greatest institutions. And her husband really did a brilliant job of supporting her, and she didn't fail to repeat it many times in the video. So it's quite humbling when you hear some of the experience people have gone through. We are here just shouting all the time, but look at what she's gone through. And I cannot fail to reiterate the fact that the way the Nigerian community worked there was remarkable. And I really wish we did more amongst ourselves like that. And we try to move away. Everybody knows where you are from, but we have to work together to get somewhere. And I really appreciate the way she did it. And and I hope it carries on like that. And whatever she wants to do, I wish her good luck. And but this thing about people going overseas, I'm not sure. I'm very much into that. I'm not too sure people going overseas. But you can change people within the country. After all, they taught us family planning within the country. We didn't have to travel this thing overseas. And the anger she expressed about what she found in America, how she was frustrated that Nigerian leaders, I completely relate with that. I used to say that I didn't want to greet any elder when I found out the fact that we are the least defended people on the face of the earth. I was so furious. Don't talk to them. These people are so useless. How could they leave us like this? But she managed to feel that anger, and I never felt it. Because when she is talking to people, she's so self-deprecating, you don't feel the anger. because she focuses on the issue somehow. And I hope that's something we can learn from. But for me, results matter, and our situation is really bad. And maybe if I had a few more people saying similar stuff, maybe I'll be a bit more mellow. But that's what I take from it. I just feel like she is quite gifted at what she does. And and I hope she just keeps on doing whatever she likes, really. I can't tell her what to do. I think KJ is right. We shouldn't be prescribing for her. We can't be prescribing for her. It's just that. Thank you.
All right. Electricity, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damage. She beats me at my own percentage in terms of electricity. I said 60%. She said 90%. Wow. I think that I'll have a good night's sleep today. And I've been saying it ever since. And we take this electricity matter for a joke, because what the ordeal she went through, the experts, they're all there. But they also have stable electricity. And even as bad as we even say the president, he weigh in on issue of electricity as the bedrock of any nation. 10 years ago, you see, people don't understand some things when we said 10 years ago, I had my son in Nigeria. Do you know I had to pay for
generator
diesel? For diesel. Do you know some of the things they listed? Some of the things they listed include lantern to bring. So you see, the witch and the witchcraft she referred to that we know, we don't chase them. We go to church and say it's flagship that is responsible for my misfortune, even though it does not have anything to do with my misfortune. The governors and the politicians that are responsible, that are taking away, that don't want to do this thing, are the one responsible. They are the witch and witchcraft. So I hope, my earnest desire, that we will do something this year. We will do something this year. As a group, individually, I'm doing my own, and I believe others are also doing. And I will go with the answer she gave, that electricity, if we can solve that problem, honestly, I carry my bag and baggages. Moritola Street. Thank you, Dr. Damage.
Thank you. Let me just add for you, if you don't know this, if we have 90%, if we have electricity for 24 hours, one of the things that will happen, people don't think about this, is that the witches and witchcrafts, all the witches
will disappear.
They will go.
No, you're 100% right.
They won't be
That's
alive.
the truth.
It's darkness that
it is darkness.
If there's no darkness, they will all die. So that's the one I'm looking forward to, because in my village they come out at night, and
even God said, "Let there be light."
All right, AY.
Rudolph, I thought you would bring me back. Let me ask her another question, but it's okay.
No, she didn't. She actually.
Yeah, I understand.
Can you please pull me backstage? Thank
you. Two things I want to comment on. I think the electricity first is very, very important. The importance of electricity cannot be overemphasized. You see, electricity is just the bedrock of anything we want to do. You want to develop science and technology, you need electricity. You want to improve on your business production all over the country, electricity, anything. I begin to think, is it a deliberate thing? Because Nigeria, the way we are, if we have electricity, people will create jobs for themselves. A lot of things will go on so good. Today, a friend was telling me he went to buy hair somewhere.
I said, how much? He said 1,500. I'm like, wow, like this is crazy because there is no electricity. Hopefully, even the government can focus on one thing. I think the other thing, indiscipline, is also part of our problem when it comes to electricity. I do a lot of projects in power distribution. Even America, you see, till today, with the electricity they have, if you know how much they spend on infrastructure, they keep building substation, building transmission line, they keep replacing. It's a continuous thing. It's not just you just have electricity and go and sleep. And what is going on with us? We have none. We are just struggling for many, many, many years. If the government can even focus on even electricity, just give us electricity for 4 years. We deal with other issues after 4 years. Do it. We will praise you, but who knows what their plan are. It's really sad. The other stuff, I think Adeola got wrong anyway. This one, she said she hope people in the villages in Nigeria, they're able to travel abroad to have that exposure so they stop this discrimination of tribalism. I think that's what she said, if I heard that correctly. I think if she's actually saying that, I think she never watched this show. That's what it means to me, because that is why I'm really disappointed at people coming here, even with their education, with their exposure, they still discussing this trivial issue of tribalism, destroy themselves. That's why I really get mad sometimes, because I expect a lot from all of us that come on this platform when it comes to tribe. I really expect a lot, genuinely, because if I go back home, I meet people that don't have that exposure, that education, and they do the same, I will make excuse for them, say, oh, because he or she doesn't know. But I will not make excuse for anybody here that come here to destroy people that are not like him. They are not your tribe, they are not your religion, they are not whatever. You using your mouth to destroy them, destroy people. No, you can stay on issues without calling people tribe, without destroying yourselves. That's one thing that is very important. In general, Adeola, I appreciate her a lot. Rudolph, same. You guys have done a lot. Keep doing what you're doing. I really appreciate you guys. I hope one day Nigeria, a lot of Nigeria are learning from you guys. We'll have even better people that can do better job you guys are doing. Thank you, guys.
All right, AY, thank you. Wale, you're next.
Oh, thank you. Where should I? Anyway, I think for honoring your invitation, she really did well. Considering the fact that she's a nursing mother and she just came back from, the medical and all those stuff. I think she really owed you that respect.
Sorry, Rudolph, put me backstage. I'm fine.
She really give you that respect, even though, everything. But from what she has said and what I could get from where she's coming from, and that's why I asked the question that can you do more of this to kind of encourage more women to speak up? Because there are so many women that are still under, I wouldn't say spell. They come up with these their Nigerian ideas, and some women, I mean, we all know the rate of divorce when people come abroad and everything. A lot of home go their separate ways and everything. It takes the grace of God and not
Sorry,
wisdom.
Rodolph. Wale, I don't mean to interrupt you. I had questions for AY. I was going to use my time to ask AY one or two questions. If you can come back in, if AY is listening, I have one or two questions for you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. So that is why I said maybe a lot of people can listen to her and take from our own view of life, because it's not easy, to be honest, especially when the expectation on you as a black woman is that high, that you're being subjected to just being housewife kind of. But she really tried, and a lot of women would like to see how they can do it with wisdom without destroying their home, and at the same time not being too arrogant, because well, we as black, we might think that when a woman starts to get the power or get the fame, they're going to be like, oh, this 50-50, or this is women, Western world, what man can do, women can do. And it doesn't resonate with a black man. A black man wants to be like, I'm the head of my house, but with support. It's just a kind of education and enlightenment in that aspect. So, I can't really fault her, to be honest. I just love the fact that the way she speaks her mind, the way she relate, it doesn't. I know she's a Christian. She come from a Christian background, but she's not those religious kind of person. She just keep it simple. That's why I say touch not my anointed, and she understand what I mean. Because people always think that once you're a man of God, you can't do wrong. You are human being. So a lot of things, but let me put it there that she's doing what she has to do. It's not easy for a woman to, you know, go through a lot of things, especially when you're black, you're a wife, you are this, and you still manage to carry out yourself. There are a lot of people with a lot of wisdom, a lot of education, but they're not making impact in their own little way. Either the religious or the ethnicity or the society kind of, get hold of them, and they want to behave as if they forget where they're coming from. So she has done her own. She has interviewed some people in government from Nigeria, and they see, what is happening in Western world. Why can't they take the same thing back home and just do it? But here, that's where we go. Human being, we are forgetful. So
All right.
let's continue doing what we are doing, and let's continue to ask ourselves if this country is going to be where we call home. What do we need to do from our own little way? Uh, Dr. Damages, you're doing your own in your own little way. She's doing her own. I probably need to do my own. Rome was not built in a day, but if we can continue, if we all can continue to educate ourselves and live our sentiment, I think we are getting there.
All
This
right.
is not there before. We're making the best of technology. We're investing our time. We're learning from each other. We probably, we don't know how many people we are reaching out one way or the other. It's a change of mind and exposure, like we all say. Let's continue. Don't let us give up.
All right, thank you, Wale. Let me just point out, she has 1 million followers on Facebook, 500,000 on YouTube, and she has a lot of people who, women who she inspired, and they are doing similar things. They have their shows, and a lot of people that, you don't say all these things. People you mentor, people who reach out to you for advice, and like she said, she saw certain things when she left, and she was inspired to question, why can't we do this, and what can I do? And she started doing that, which is the conclusion, I think, for most people. What can I do? One person who is doing something cannot do it all. You do what you can do, and if everybody is doing something for not just, I know that everybody's doing something for their family, for their friends, but doing something for the country to fix it. That's the way to go. Righteous man, Yanis.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, I really appreciate you for bringing in Mrs. Adeola. I got to know you through her performances, her show. That was how I fell in love with your show too. She has been a very nice Nigerian, very good woman. One thing I had wanted to ask her, if opportunity was given, there is a reflection of a religious aspect of a black man in her too, because I wanted to ask her, why did she choose the name Zion for the kid? Because that is typically religious. It has some undertone, Zion is just not a regular name you hear anyhow. So I wanted to ask her, why did she arrive at that? Is it coming from the parents or her husband or herself to have given that child Zion? That's number one. Number two, in also identifying being a religious person, uh, in her testimony of surviving uh, the 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 hospital crisis, the medical crisis she had at that time, she will always end up. I thank God for uh, the this thing they fix in her nose. The what do you call it? Now I'm
Oxygen.
old man. Oxygen. Yeah. The oxygen mask. But after testifying of that, she will end up by saying, "I just thank God. It was just God." So you could still see that religious aspect of a black person in her, which means in whatever we do in life, in whatever we say, whoever we become, at the end of the day, we attribute our success to God Almighty. It was not only technology that gave her that life, because there were people that had that given to them, yet they could not make it. They still pass on, But she acknowledged that aspect of God working miraculously through technology to get her saved. That is the reason why, at the end of her testimony, she said it was just God. And then ending it up with the religious name the child bear, Zion. So I just love that aspect of her. She's been a very good woman that have educated a lot of people back home here in Nigeria. Like those days when she normally do that her program, my family, once it's a time, we just rush and say, Adeola, this lady that we gesticulate, make, just try to prank politicians and say laughable things and get everybody excited. She was really passing a message to the politicians. And when she resigned, there was a time she said, this will be my last program in this. I was thinking there was a political or issue of money, like Nigerians. Maybe she was having financial issues with those producing her, whatever. I thank God for this particular program today that opened up for her to really say the part she played and why I think she left where she was part of your program that she was part of before. I now got to know that she just got married some years back, not too long ago. I never knew she was married. This program has given up opportunity today to know that, actually marriage would have played a part why she left at a time, not issue of money or being harassed by politicians, because of the things she was doing. And I never knew that she resided in the US. I thought she lived in Nigeria when she was doing those programs. At a time we were saying, oh, we're praying for her, that God will grant her safety, that these people will come after her and the rest of it. So, Damages, your program has been a very exciting and educative one. And both of you have been wonderful. You have affected lives. I am one of those people that you have really affected in so many positive ways. So I just want to thank you and thank her and ask both of you to keep doing what you're doing. We are really getting the message back home here. God's willing, we pray Nigeria will be better one day. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Righteous Man. Mazi Prince, you're next.
Yes, Rudolph. First and foremost, let me just. I think I have a little question for Righteous Man. Righteous Man, when somebody gives his or her daughter name, doesn't mean they are so religious. It doesn't. I think its names sometimes are given based on situations, based on things that happen. When I say this, I will use myself as an example. My daughter My daughter's name is Amazing Grace. And sometimes people ask me, wow, you must be so religious that you gave your daughter Amazing Grace. And I look at them and I said, you know, for me or for us to give our daughter that name is based on the fact that there was a situation that happened. And that was why we gave it to her. And the thing is this, when she grows up, if she wants to be amazing, that's her. If she wants to be Grace, that's her. If she wants to be AG, that's her. You know, but it's based on the fact that my mother's name is Grace. But with the situation that we had her in, we added amazing. And that's what it is. I'm just saying, by the way, that's my own knowledge about names. For Abiola, oh my God, she's been an amazing person. Um, Dr. Rudolph, you know, those days when you guys worked for Sahara Reporters, I think that was the first Nigerian, I would say, news outlet that I actually followed because for me, I was more of a CNN and MSNBC person. So later on, you know, because every time I walk, they will say, "You always watching news. You always watching news." I say, "Yeah, that's me." But then when they will now come, you know, on my laptop or on the system, I'm always watching Sahara News. You know, I'm always watching you guys because it's after Adeola when she do, especially those her dance. Then you come on and then you start inviting tomato juice and all that stuff. You know, that makes my day. There's no day I don't watch that and I follow all those episodes. You know, just like every other person said, you guys have been touching lives. You know, you really, really go a long way in making sure that we know things that happen in Africa, especially. And a simple thing that I would say, you guys don't rest on your oars. Keep going, keep moving. I asked her about, you know, the C-session. Mm, I have a reason why I did, because people say a lot of stuff about that and all that. But to me, C-section is nothing. It saves the child and it saves the mother. It's a simple thing that could be done if they find out that the woman cannot do it through the Hebrew way. She can easily do that. And thank God for technology. Thank God for the fact that the Western world were able to find out all these things. Most women in Nigeria die out of the ignorance, thinking, oh, you must push it out. No. And then the doctors will want to charge the lady exorbitant amount of money because it's that. No. Here I found out that there is no difference between the normal way and the other, you know, the C-section. There's no difference. It's the same amount that they will take, and they will take care of you. They will even advise you and help you, put you, you know, carry you all through the childbirth. Uh, and it's very, I love it because in this situation, when your wife or your woman is having the baby, you are there with your woman. It's not you be at home or you be on the hallway drinking brukutu or whatever and waiting for the news. No, this one you are in there seeing everything that happens. So I identify with her, and I just wish you will carry the women along and all that stuff. Yeah, more education on that.
All
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bore, welcome.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Damages, and my thanks to Adeola. This is me, you guys are discussing. The only thing about it is that I'll add to it is I am an experiment. My father died before I turned 1 year, and my mother was banished with the children. Then when the boy child, which is the only boy child she had, died, any and everything was taken from her. I was a house girl from the age of 5 until about the age of 11, and my head, from the top of my head to the sole of my feet, was broken and sawed on a very regular basis. One of my aunts used to say, "I'll kill and bury you and nobody will ask me," and she meant it, and she delivered. Now, going to school for me used to be because within that time that I'm in class and in school, number one, nobody will beat me. Number two, I don't have to finish 2 or 3 chores, and 3 people have sent me to do something, and everybody wants me to finish theirs first. So when I'm paying attention haphazardly, got to a point where a headmaster would say, "Sell all you have and send this child to school." Fast forward, here I am in America. I've been here a bit. I soaked in everything I saw throughout all this journey up until that time I came to America. And my intention was always to make it easier for a child like me and the others. Yes, like I said earlier on, the reason I left was because I thought a whole lot of people was coming in, and when I got done asking Adeola, I had to move so that others can come in. That's when I shared with the panel that I did both urban and rural midwifery. And my thing then was to save every dime that comes my way, just so that I go back home to make sure when people are sick, somebody pay the right attention to them, make vehicles available for them to be transported to wherever they can be well, because there was a time, 2000, I came here in 1995, but 2014, the gentleman that came to get the generator serviced so that we'll use it while I was home, pointed the exhaust into the bedroom, and I told them the story the first day I came, and me and my granddaughter, we were unconscious. It took a long time for me to recover. So by 2021, I was able to have gathered a whole lot of things I needed, and I went back just so that ordinary dehydration, which if somebody that knew basic nursing was right there, you tie your tourniquet, clean the area, start an IV fluid, for that person to be sustained with that until they get to the hospital. Many died because of that. A whole lot of other things. Now come to the issue Wale was touching about how people feel to be sectioned. A woman in my village and every other place I have been, even at First Consultant Medical Center that's at Obalende, where I worked last before I left Nigeria. If you have your baby from cesarean section, other women will come and dance in front of your yard to tell you what an invalid you became because you had cesarean section. I had one of the highlights of my life is that I was raped at 17, and that rape got me pregnant. I had my son pervaginum. That's what we call it in midwifery, pervaginum. That's true normal delivery. Whatever, if there is anything normal in what you call normal delivery. Here, my son then was 6 pounds, 6.2 pounds. Then I came here, became pregnant. My daughter was 2 ounces away from 10 pounds. So I had cesarean section. And after having that cesarean section, I started telling everybody, whether you want to listen or not, please, if you want to try it, it's the best thing that has ever happened to woman, human. Yes, the risks are more than the risk of vag delivery. But for you to know, for that fear of unknown not gripping you, what it will be like, and it just, that day comes, the doctor gives you the appointment, and you are prepared and taken in, and America will say, cut it out. And the baby is cut out. Whoa. Despite the fact that I am rubbed the wrong way, that a woman will be in the hospital going through the arduous process of labor, then terrorism comes, everybody is running, even the woman. I experienced that. I have always preached. There was a neighbor I had in 1982, when as soon as I got done with my midwifery, during voting, electioneering period, during that time they vote, my neighbor will leave the school, the class, and travel to very far place and comes after a month. So I used to ask her, Brother Kosisi, how would you leave everybody and go? And he says, Antinos, you won't be the one that will fix Nigeria. I say, yeah, I know I won't be the one that will fix Nigeria. Why can't we all do the little we can, the best of the little that is at our disposal to do? So when Adeola was explaining all this, and me knowing that a man will I have experienced 2 men who, because we could not get a vehicle to move them from point A to point B, they died before the vehicle made it there. Adeola had the opportunity to be where things are. I took my mom in February, on the 11th February 2021 in FMC, Umuahia. Like I said then, what they put on her as oxygen was no oxygen. Nothing. I do try to go to sleep sometimes. But the thought of what a child that was like me in that primary school, where it was funny, if they take me from elementary 3 and I go to my headmaster took me to elementary 4, I read their reader, took me to elementary 5, I read their reader, took me to elementary 6, I read their reader. These children from this other bigger, higher classes from elementary 4, they kicked my butt real good that I became unconscious, and they left me where they had left me to die. Well, I don't know why I didn't die. But there are children who are going through it. I said to myself, whatever experience I see in life is not because of me. It's what can you do for somebody that might be in similar situation? It's not me. I am nobody. I don't want to be nobody. So we are in this. I see people here, hey, what I know that I will do and do 5 million times is, if I get to where you are, and there is a music playing, I dance the hell out of the music. I don't want to dance like anybody. I just dance how I feel like dancing. I don't do ashwebi. I don't do whatever it is. It doesn't take me there. You don't talk to me because I'm not fashionable. Thank you. I've had that. So I took a few things. I'm not bragging. I said I saved every penny. That time the carbon monoxide thing happened with me and my granddaughter. Of course, I was admitted in the hospital for a long time. That's how I lost my job. But I am happy that I did, because I really did want to go and make sure that preventable circumstances don't claim people's life. And I am appealing to every one of us. I did go back. I took however many cars for skill acquisition, however many SUVs for going into the worst place when they talked about inaccessibility of vehicles to where the terrorists go to kill people. I have a clear view of what inaccessible roads are like. So, yes, it robs me, it gnaws at me that with all these difficulties we have, there is insecurity. If I wasn't tied and my throat slit, I would still have been in Nigeria. I am here. I am saying my intention was start from one village to another, then from one state to another. Just make sure that, hey, let's take your vitals, people. Go to a village, go to a community, take their vitals. Whoever has anything of concern, contact their people before that sickness gets bad. So Adeola was where there were things to attend her with. People, where we come from, there is nothing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mbore, for that, sharing your experience and your life. We appreciate you. It's not an easy thing. I know that this platform and any public forum, sometimes we are inspired to share stories. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Olumide, you're next.
Thank you, Rodolphe. So I want to believe AY didn't accept my request to come on air and answer a few of my questions, but I will still throw it up to him and perhaps to anyone who can answer. So I mean, I can speak, I can relate to some of the people who come on the platform who want to be politically correct, to saying that some people are being tribalistic or exhibit ethnic sentiments when they raise particular.
Olumide, sorry, do you mind turning down the radio there? So that...
Okay, so I can relate to some people coming on here to wanting to be politically correct. When they come on here to raise issues, and then people like AY saying that they're showing ethnic or exhibiting ethnic sentiments. I was going to ask him, I don't know, maybe because, or even though he's somebody from Edo State, maybe because he has a Muslim background and he feels that maybe the Islamic religion is being attacked. But I would have loved to ask him if his own Islamic Quran preaches killing people in cold blood. If that is the kind of, they are not tolerant to other religion or other ethnicity. And if killing people in cold blood is one of those, and people raise questions about that, and you term that to be ethnic sentiments. So that is the question I would have loved to pose to him. If he's hearing this, whenever he likes, he can come on it. And also, I want to say something. Coming to this part of the world has made me to be somewhat culturally sensitive, especially to certain things that we do back home that can be termed offensive in this part of the world. For example, I'll give you one. When I go to church, when I used to go to church back home, I attended a few Pentecostal churches, charismatic churches, and some of the things that some of these preachers or pastors will say is, today, thank God that you're not on a wheelchair. Give glory to God that you're not blind, that your eyes are not taken. Thank God that blah, 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 blah. Did you know that if you did that in this part of the world, you will be turned very, very insensitive and callous and lacking empathy? Because in this part of the world, being on a wheelchair is not a death sentence. Being blind is not a death sentence. Having autism or some kind of mental disorder is not a death sentence. Some of them even have a better quality of life than people who live in that shadow. So, righteous man, that is directly to you. Being religious is not everything. Okay? Being religious, nobody is saying don't believe in Jesus, don't confess your faith. But there are times when being insensitive can hurt the other person. Until you come and live in this part of the world, you would know that some of the things you guys do back home is very terrible. And that is that. Adeola is a very good lady. She's an exemplary figure of someone where if you have the right environment, you will thrive. She has a very good sense of humor. And she's also a very good example of a lady that, you could use your talent to be anything that you want to be in life. She's an example of somebody. Now, I'm directing this to the celebrities back home who have sold their conscience to ill-gotten wealth. In this part of this world, you can be partisan. It's all based on issues. You understand? You don't sell your talent to the highest bidder, such that you can't speak to issues, you can't speak fact, you can't speak through to power. You need to come and learn from this part of the world. There are celebrities, there are artists who support their preferred candidates in elections, it all based on issues. It's not about the highest bidder. It's not about going after money. It's not about, to the extent that you guys have rubbished yourself, you've lost your integrity, and it's all a mess, a shiddle down there. I will continue to encourage her to uphold what she stands for. And I heard her, all she spoke, and I was so glad with what I heard from her.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Olumide.
Thank you.
Flagship.
Thank you once again, Dr. Rudolph. It was quite an exciting conversation today, humbling, I would say, and one that has a whole bunch of lessons to learn from. I'm very happy that she's able to stand to tell her story, in spite of the experience that she had, and that she and her baby is alive today, and her family, they are doing well. That's for me, is the biggest part of the whole deal. I'm really hoping that she will take this experience and work with it to reach out to those who may have experienced this sort of condition, may have gone through the same kind of treatment with the healthcare system, doctors, hospitals, and so on here, and be that voice that they need to speak and put an end to any sort of disparity of this nature that may be occurring within the healthcare system here in the West, with major focus on the minority community. If she's able to do that and effect some sort of change in the policies within the medical community and take that up and make that something that is recognized either statewide or nationwide, we could use that as a template in the future to take back home as one of the building blocks that we would need to effect a greater change in the reconstruction and rebuilding of our country, Nigeria, with focus on the healthcare sector and how doctors treat patients there, and the kind of healthcare treatments that our people at home get. So I think she's got a whole bunch in her hands. This is a big blessing. She's a voice, like I said, and this experience, I think, goes beyond just surviving it. There's some work for her to do to save some more lives that are ahead, both here in the diaspora and back home in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, the flagship. Thank you so much, Alaba.
Yeah, hi. Greetings to everybody. I kind of miss Adeola's interview or submission because I was not around. I'm trying to do a playback video where I can catch up, but I am presuming or assuming that the conversation is on the dead end, the dead health situation in Nigeria and how it's essentially a trap. If I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that usually your write-up, Rudolph?
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I always read it way back, even before I know that was you. Like everything else, people. But before I make my submission, I just say that I really want to give woto to all those boys in this comment section, and I'm determined to do it with my glasses. I have brought like about 7 or 10 glasses here with me, and each glasses is going to be throwing big woto. So to a forefather can breathe easy today. The focus is not on him; it's on those. It's on the culata and the clappers that are on the comment section. Anyway, people, we have the country problem is serious. I remember back then when I was growing up, because my uncle was a medical doctor. Although he served in the military, was a commander at Benin Military Hospital back then, and then before he started his own private medical practice with the Local Medical Center and all that. I remember him. He participated a lot in Nigerian politics. I remember him trying so hard back then in the Abacha days to get audience with Abacha, where they were trying to push for the national health care insurance for Nigeria. It took him forever for them to give him audience to even see Abacha, but I don't think that went anywhere. We all know where all the money went. They were all thrown abroad. So the Nigerian problem is serious. If our politics, we don't get it right, we can't get any other things right. Every other thing is just symptoms of the primary problem. If we can't hold those politicians accountable on how they are spending our money, on what they use our money for, we can't fix the medical sector. We can't fix electricity. We can't fix road. We can't fix security. We might dance around the bush and argue, speak a lot of English, but the fact still remain that we have to get our politics right. And we can do it. It's not like it's impossible. It's not like there's no problem in this world that can't be fixed, no matter how powerful they are. We just have to be committed. We just have to think outside the box and put in our best, and then just try and see these things. That concept in Nigeria never happened to someone when it comes to healthcare. It's a very valuable thing. I didn't hear Adeola's own, but honestly, I have a personal story on health also that happened to my sister's brother. And that's just last month, this December. This was Rudolph, everybody on the planet. This was so bad. It's so disgusting when they called me and were telling me these stories. I almost literally threw up. They took a child to the hospital in Nigeria. Guess what? For 3 days, they didn't even attend to the child. So they were calling for money because they needed money. And then by the time I sent them some money down there, the child had passed. The child eventually passed. You understand? Baby, the child passed. Then when the child passed, they now said that during the time they attempted to take care of the child, they gave the child blood. So therefore, they have to get their blood back from either the parent or the parent pay for it. So that means those ones called me back again and said, they needed money, that they have arrested my sister and her brother, that they've taken them to the police station because they have to get the blood they gave the child that has died. I'm like, are you serious? Is this really happening? Yeah. They said yes. So they said, okay, that they have to pay them. Or they go to the police station. Of course, you get the police involved. That means you have to pay the police also. So the problem keep multiplying. So eventually now they got out of the police station. They now asked, can they get the dead body of the child so they can go bury it? The hospital said, no, they're not giving them the dead body unless they pay them. You don't know that eventually in final solution of this story, they have to abandon the dead body of the baby with the hospital. I'm like, how in a civilized world in 2023 can all these things, these nightmarish stories be happening? So when you see some of us on here passionately talking, arguing, fighting, cursing people out, it's because of stories like these, things that the ear should not even hear. And these are happening to people we know. How much more the stories of happening to people we don't know? So my brothers and sisters, we have to do something. We can't continue like this. The country has to change. And if it's not going to change willingly, we have to find a way to confront them and force them to change. And I said, media, education, the truth, number one, very vital. Acknowledgement of the truth. What is the truth cannot be different from one individual to the other. I know it's general speech, but it's the fact. From a person who had family from the medical section, worked in the medical section, to hearing stories on how the medical section is now. Unless you are one of those rich politicians, you can come abroad for medical treatment. Oh boy, when you go home, don't fall sick. For those of you in the diaspora, you better have a ready-made ticket ready to fly out once they announce that you're sick. I also know some people here in Chicago who went home, they fall sick in Nigeria. I know one man, he never made it back. His child never made it back. And that was his only child. So those of you in the diaspora, when you go home to visit, have your ticket ready. Or if you fall sick, don't go to their hospital, until things change. But we have to start fighting for things to change. That's what I want to contribute for now. So there are stories that touch person personally. I didn't hear Adeola's own, but I know that things are bad.
All right. Thank you so much.
Well, I disagree with you, please. That submission about Nigerian hospital. So those of us that are in Nigeria, we have died, right? That's wrong.
Well, those of you in Nigeria, you still have the Yailewe or more to run to. So that might be your second choice. You might have to run to Yailewe or Lomo. You know what I mean? Righteous Man by Yailewe or Lomo, the herb seller and the agbos. And then you might run into the forest and cut a few trees and back for yourself to cure your malaria.
But my wife did a major surgery here and it was successful. There was no issue. Don't paint Nigeria with that kind of color.
Well, that's the story I got.
Yeah,
and it happens to my family. What story do you have? Your wife hospital is a first-class hospital.
That's very wrong, man. That's very wrong.
You don't tell me my story is wrong. Righteous Man, don't do that. Don't do that. This is something personal. Don't say my story is wrong. You tell your wife works in a first-class hospital, right? Fine for her. And baby, why don't the governors and the senators go to your wife's hospital? But I've just told you a story of my sister's brother and their son that died. And you're trying to downplay it.
I'm not saying your story is false. What
Why
I'm
would you
saying
say
is
my
that
story is false? Does that even make
I
sense?
didn't say so. I didn't say your story is false. Listen to me. I said you should not paint Nigeria with that kind of color that
What is
those
the truth?
Nigerians
What
in
do you
that
mean
color,
paint?
they should get their
What are
tickets
you
ready.
talking
When
about?
they come to Nigeria, there is
Explain
no
yourself.
there-
Explain yourself. Let me listen to you first. Explain yourself. What do you mean paint?
No. Alaba, we're not going there. He's not. That's enough. I think everybody's experience is valid. I think we should always remember that. Your experience might not be the same as my own, and I have the right to tell my own story. You have the right to tell your own story. All right. So the Blackstone. Did you watch the interview with Adeola?
Good day to everybody.
Yeah.
No, I didn't watch the interview, though. I watched the main video she posted about the health issue. She had how she was saved and everything.
Okay.
And when I watched that video, in fact, we were almost burst in tears because I'll be following her right from time she was with you in Sarah Reporter. The guy in Sarah Reporter, and it was very touching, right? And everything. And then for me, it was like and a thing that every woman should be conscious of, should take notice of, right? And if you look at what she said from the very beginning, though it was a little bit of a mistake at the very beginning because she did not take the first shot what she was supposed to take to prevent I don't know what have to do with her blood group and things like that. And it's also very important for every woman to know their blood group and to know the effect it has if they are pregnant or what will be the side effect when they are pregnant, right? So, and with all the ordeal she went through, for me it was very touching, it was very painful. And I thank God for her life that today she's alive and she's alive with the baby and things like that, right? And then in every story, we have a lesson to learn from it. The most important thing for me is the lesson every woman should learn and every man should learn, right, from the story. And the people that stood by her, mostly her husband who was there 24/7 with her, and her friends, we were calling her to encourage her, and also the hospital she went to. At least she went to more than one hospital, right? And so that's also an issue. Sometimes we go to the wrong hospital, and when we end up in the wrong hospital, something happened, we begin to blame the hospitals, right? And then coming to what Ferrari was saying, the problem with Nigerian hospitals is that there are no regulations, right? I can't expect an hospital or a clinic that can admit more than 10 people and have only one doctor. That happened to one of my best friends that she lost her life in one of the hospitals in Lagos, one of the private hospitals. She was good when she was giving birth, right? And after delivering the baby, she was bleeding, and it was only one daughter on duty that day, and there was another emergency, right? They had to abandon her, run to that emergency, and before they came back, she bled and she died.
Yep. Thank you.
She was my best friend. She was working with the Nigerian Airport Authority and things like that. And really, even today, if I still think of it, I still feel the pains, right? Because we're very close and things like that. So this is the problem in Nigeria, because there are no regulations. And if there are regulations, they don't put everything into place, right? I don't expect an hospital, a clinic, a doctor says I have a place where I treat people, you're only having one doctor, we are the only one taking care of everything. That cannot be, right? Because when there are multiple emergencies, how do you handle it? And most of the nurses that are there, they're not qualified to handle emergency and things like that. So how do we handle those things? So these were some of the problems we face in Nigeria, and the government should try and stand up and put regulations and also maintain the regulations and let the hospital be held responsible for any mistake they do that lead to loss of life. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Before we continue, I just want to announce that on Sunday next week, we are going to have a serving senator. It's been a long time. I've been trying to get a lot of senators to come here, people who make the law. We're going to have Natasha Akpoti Udoaran. She will join us on Sunday. So anything, that question you might have about the National Assembly, and I mean, I think they are the people that people kick on more than any other group in Nigeria, the lawmakers. So she's a new senator, and she will come here and she will take our questions about what's going on at the National Assembly. So if you can join us on Sunday at 11:30 a.m. New York time, 5:30 p.m. Nigerian time, we will have her join us. All right, I will have to go, but I just want to listen to, I can't stay long today. I want to listen to Emeka. I think I saw Emeka, Emeka, and Paul. Yeah, Emeka, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Happy New Year. I don't think I've been able to say that to you.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
I joined because some statement earlier before the guests came in did not sit very well with me. I'm hoping this year, 2024, will be a year for fact checking, a year where we say goodbye to bigotry, a year where we are more open-minded. And why did I join in? 2023 years is in the past now. Let's throw that aside. We keep pointing fingers, and I think maybe the media might be a bit responsible for this, because most of our medias do not do a good job in investigating what the true issue is. I'll be sending in, I think right in the comment section, I was sending in some link to address where the insecurity issues are really going on. Now, I've been able to categorize the insecurities in Nigeria into 3, and now there's a new sect coming up. There's a new category. One, that's the terrorist situation that's been ongoing for quite a while, but that has subsided a little bit because they've been able to chase Boko Haram out of Nigeria to a larger extent. They are now occupying some place in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. So their operative configuration is now at a minimum degree. Now, what we are currently experiencing now is a different kind of insecurity. And that insecurity, which is my other category, has to do with the land. Land grabbing and what is on the land or underneath the land. And I don't know if you would have the time, I will be able to share some link, you can post it on. And who are the people responsible for this? Majorly foreign nationals, particularly the Chinese. They have been arrested, and the local collaborators, who are the godfathers, the political actors, chief of security operatives, we're now begging the federal government to release these Chinese nationals. There have been in-depth research on this. Also, mainstream media has actually carried this out, that the Chinese are largely responsible for the insecurities going on in the North Central, in Osun State and Ondo State, in Plateau State.
Eze, sorry to bother you. Can you send us the link for that?
I will send it. Don't worry. Let me do so that I don't lose my train of thoughts. Once I'm done speaking, I'll send it. Then maybe Rudolph can put it up on the link. This has been going on since 2014. Since 2014. Now, if they succeeded in diverting our attention and they are telling us, oh, it's Fulani herdsmen, and we're busy accusing Fulani herdsmen, why the real perpetrators are going about doing what they are doing, it means we are not looking at the root cause. We are not being agitated by what is happening in those specific locations. We are unaware. We are not educated. We are not knowledgeable about what is happening. And truly, from the look of things, we have not been knowledgeable enough. Now, recently, why did Plateau women protest recently? If you also look at those who went to the hospital, they said the people who came to kill us know us by our names. They called our names. One of the victims said they were calling my name and they were macheting me. I know them. Now you can see that the Plateau women went to burn their traditional rulers' house because they said they were internal collaborators and they caught some of the youths involved. What the Chinese do is they go, they bribe the traditional rulers, they have politicians backing them. I will send even from Punch, you will see it from Premium Times, from other independent journalists, you will see what's going on. They bribe them, they go about, kill people, chase them away from the land, and begin to do illegal mining. Now, this illegal mining, which could be from lithium, tin, copper, gold, how do they pass them through? From mainly the gold goes to Dubai. Dubai is the headquarters for illegal gold smuggling in the world. Once your gold goes into Dubai, it doesn't need to be registered. It doesn't need to be licensed. They don't need to be stamped in it. It will be sold. Now, they transfer this from Niger and Togo straight to Dubai. If we know the root cause of the problem, we can now shout at the government. Is the president aware? Yes. Are the security chiefs aware? Yes, they are aware. Are politicians, state governors aware? Yes, they are aware. They know the root cause. Is the minister of mining aware? Yes, he's aware. But why are these people, state actors, allowing us to blame the wrong set of people? Why illegality is going on in the country? So that is why I came on board to please, and I will call their names: Righteous Man, KJ, Steph, Olomide is a bit wavering. Well, please stop blaming the wrong set of people. The Fulanis are not the people perpetrating the act. Maybe the actors may involve Fulanis, because some people are from Burkina Faso, some are from Niger, some are from Mali, some are from Senegal that are being rented. They are rented. And some are local youths in Nigeria being rented. And some are also from Plateau, some are from Taraba, some are from Zamfara that are rented by state actors to perpetrate these insecurities going on in the country. Now there's another category, organ harvesting, that I didn't mention. Organ harvesting. Very soon we'll begin to see that category begin to take a huge surge in the country. People are stealing children now. People are kidnapping. The kidnapping largely in the country is perpetrated by organ harvesters. Perpetrated largely by organ harvesters. If you have the money to pay for your ransom, they let you go. If you don't have the money, they kill you, they take your organs and they sell it off. People from the southeast are stealing children from the north and selling them in Lagos and in Anambra, Enugu, Owerri. They are selling them to organ harvesters. And they're selling them.
Emeka,
yes.
Do you think they are using some of the children as child soldiers?
I don't know about child soldiers, but organ harvesters, yes. They are selling them, they are taking their organs, their kidneys, their hearts, vital organs. So those three categories of insecurities going on in the country are well known by security agencies. So let us speak on this matter so that let and educate Nigerians in this case, where we can now tell them, we know what you are doing, solve this problem, or you are culpable, and they are culpable. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Emeka. Paul, can you give me a minute? Let's go to Lou. Let her say something, then I'll come to you. And after that, I will have to take my leave. Lou, go ahead. Lou, go ahead. So where's the movement when you
Dr. Nepa don't take light for where she did.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Paul.
Okay. Let me just touch a little bit with what Emeka said. I can't remember the year precisely when Bill Clinton came to Nigeria during Obasanjo's time, and Bill Clinton said something. It's just a soft touch. Bill Clinton said something that the era where what you have under your ground that you think make you rich, he said those days has come and gone. He made mention of Japan, what Japan is doing with technology and the likes. It's so funny that these things can be. Look at all the mineral natural resources we have in the north and the minerals and natural resources we have in the south. But doctor, few of us can just find our way in the west, and we're so proud that we work in factories, we work in warehouse, we take care of old people, and we are helping our siblings that are doing fantastically well, well educated, well versed, live in that land. We are training their kids to school. Doctor, do you know how painful this can be? That I can be here, push my kids so much that our kids stereotype on us that African parents is too hard on them. Why are we doing it? For our selfish interest, we don't want these kids to get student loan because we know it's going to tell on them and it's going to affect us. So we are pushing our kids so much so that they can get scholarship, not to go through the rat race. But guess what? We are funding our siblings' kids that lives in gold mines in Nigeria. That is barbaric. Sometimes you just see our kids, we push them so much, they achieve a lot, but they don't even appreciate us to some extent because we are so hard on them. Oh, no, you can't study this. Oh, you can't study this. Go to medicine, go to engineering, go do STEM these days. We can't talk about STEM these days. You understand? My daughter is in medicine. At the same time, I'm still telling her, well, IT they pay on the side. You can still do IT on the side. You understand? All those type of things. I don't even know whether this child will appreciate me tomorrow with all this, everything that I talk is just what will bring money. You know why? Because of where we are coming from, because of the responsibility. It looked like the whole of my town and my community actually sent me to America. You understand? In as much as I take myself here to America, I started doing well. People who happen to be my bosses back in the days, they started inboxing me. Oh boy, help me, things get as it be. When I just remember what Bill Clinton said when he was in Nigeria, it just looked like it's real, in as much as it's not supposed to be. These are the same thing they have in Qatar. These are the same thing they have in Saudi Arabia. These are the same thing they have in some other part of the world. These are the same type of things the so-called America see in places like California, Texas, Arizona, where I live, that they make them part of America because of what they will enjoy from those soil. They need the seaports. They need the copper in Arizona. You understand? They need the seaport. They need the land in California. California is officially the richest state in the whole world. But we can't do anything when it comes to that. Then I'll just make touch of a little bit with my brother who always tell us diaspora has come back. And he himself is diaspora for 7 years, called Righteous Man. He lives in Germany. That is the 4th richest country in the world. He lived there for 7 years before he went back to Nigeria. And this same Righteous Man complain about his own sector where he is working today. You understand? Then when people talk about other sectors that are not doing well, it looks like we hate the country. When some of us talk about religion, it looks like we hate the country. For God's sake, I did not give myself Paul. My parents named me Paul. And Paul, by the way, is a religious name. I have a native name. You understand? That tells you that I'm a Christian. But what I see as Christian in the West and what I see as Christianity in Nigeria is far different. These people kill my mom. You understand? They kill my mom with all these type of practices. Our hospitals can't help. You go to hospital, they pray for you, they give you anointed oil that we buy in food section in America here. You understand? Just to get to lower your cholesterol and everything, you buy those olive oil that they rub in people's head and everything. My brother, doctor, I know I begged you some time ago. I am waiting for that day where every one of us that lives in diaspora, maybe some of us that grown a little bit, that walk a little bit before we find ourselves in the West, let us all talk about our sectors. in our different sectors that we worked in Nigeria before we find ourselves here, you will see the rot. Nigeria is not working, righteous man. But like, we don't hate that country. What are we talking here every other day? We don't talk about what we enjoy here. We don't talk about what we suffer here more. We talk about the pain that we are going through in Nigeria. That is what we talk for the most part. Very many things is not working. I am an aviator before I moved down to America. Go and see. There is a new terminal. Like they'll tell you the big English you speak, they'll say the new terminal, state of the art. You understand? And that state of the art, plane can land and you pass through the jetway. You understand? Plane will land, people will come down and enter cold bus and walk around and come outside and wait for 2 hours to get their luggage. The terminal stink because they did not even arrange the seaway very well. Brother, in this 21st century, that you pay professional to design your airport, that is my sector. Righteous man, you make mention about your sector, what you went through. You lost your own land, your property, you lost it, and that is your sector. So when people talk about hospitals, the things you hear there in hospitals, you just feel bad. When I lost my dad some 8 years ago, when I saw my dad, I regret seeing my dad. When I lost my mom 3 years ago, I choose not to see my mom because I don't want to have that flashback that I saw my dad. But when I see people passed on here, when you see them, if they are doing the so-called ceremony, whatever, they just look like they're sleeping. I'm telling you, righteous man, it is painful. The things you pray for in Nigeria, many of them, you don't need to pray for them. You don't need to pray for them. I'm telling you, my siblings, they pray for everything. Growing up, one of the reasons why I am skinny today, because I miss all the meat my Muslim people give me when I was growing up. My mother make us go throw it away, 2 streets away from our street, so that our neighbors will not know. If I've been eating those ram, I would have been big like the flagship right now. But I lost all those meat. I am telling you. But today, I don't eat all those things. You understand? They make us criticize. Religion does not bring us together. It makes us far from each other. Religion is a personal thing. Take it personal. If you think it's working for you, well, so be it. I respect you. But if the other man said things like that, or think all this religion thing that you are talking about, they don't really work. If my kids, if we all will reject other faith, their meat, whatever they are doing, and everything, today that I criticize religion like hell, why are my siblings still collecting my money? Even in as much as they must have called me Illuminati, all type of name. Why are they still taking my money? They should have rejected my money like my mom make us reject all those Muslim food. My brother, for two, wait till you snap, now you go show. Body go tell you.
Thank you.
Reject my money, I go happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Lou, let's hear from Lou. Lou, go ahead.
Frozen again.
Yeah. All right. So Igbo Basics. I was waiting for you to. I saw you. I said, let me hear. Igbo Basic went to my hometown today and called me from my hometown. So I want to know what took him to my hometown. And then Igbo Basic, go ahead.
All right. Dr. Damages and fellow panelists, it's been a whirlwind tour. Actually, my day started at a place called, since today is Sunday, my day started at a place called Mata Misericordia Catholic Church in Port Harcourt. And it ended up somewhere around at Dr. Damage's hometown. Actually, I stopped over there to see Chiefs of Budaya, Kurigon of Alliance 430. That is what took me to Rural Fukonkwo's hometown. So, but it's been quite exciting. It's a very big, busy place. Nobi, it's a very, very busy place. I was at Nobi. As a matter of fact, I would have bought some goat and some chicken. But I thought that since Rudolph wasn't around to help me kill the goat and the chicken, that I'll pass for now. That is where I am.
Oh, you're still at Nobi?
Somewhere around there.
Okay, okay. Very good. So how is the country, being that you are in Nigeria now, how is the country?
The country is it's an amazing place. It's really an amazing place. The people are moving around their business as if nothing happened. Things are rough. Everybody's complaining, but somehow, they're still going about their hustle and bustle. I would say that my experience going to Obariki in Port Harcourt yesterday for the first time, I think that's the name of the place, it's in River State. And getting around, the people are moving. The people are moving. I just wish that the authorities would do their part. The people are die harders. From what I'm seeing on ground, the people are really die hard. The kind of hustle that is going on the streets, it's where do I start from? It's an amazing country where we are so blessed. We are so blessed from what I see in our country, with talents, with doggedness, regardless of how rough things are. People are on the move, struggling for their daily bread each and every day. So it's still a dog-eat-dog country.
All right, thank you. Let's try Lou again. Lou.
I just came to.
You're muted, Lou. I know what you have to say is so important.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you.
I came to show my support to my sister Mbore. I salute you. I love you. I respect you. I adore you. You are my hero going forward. And for except Dr. Damages, I still can't believe that after she aired her personal view publicly, some of you had the guts to even start fighting yourselves. It's a shame that up till now, Nigerian men still don't show respect to women. I'm appalled. And that is why no one can shut me up. No one taught me a lesson. I have a voice of my own. I am fearless and I speak it and I will stand for the just, for the women. I will even die for the just. Please, men, try and show your support to a woman, especially like her. She shared something personal. I didn't hear anyone to clap for her and say, yes, well done.
All right, Lou is frozen again, but we thank her. Maxi, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Doc. And good evening to everybody on the platform.
How long? I'm asking all of you.
Lou,
what is happening?
No, Lou is still trying to speak. Admonish the men for not. I know that I said I appreciated her for sharing her story because it's not easy to share personal stories on a platform like this. But Maxi, go ahead. Maxi, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc. Good evening to every one of you that is in this platform. You know, most of you, I was born of an Ngwa woman from Abia State. And I'm an Ngwa by tribe. I speak Ngwa very well. My Nemoche that is there, I say, may God bless you for coming out, taking your time to do what you are doing for us. May God, Chukwu Kikabiama, bless you, Auntie. You are my greatest in Nemoche, and I respect you so much. I came in to respond to Emeka. I don't know if this Emeka is just Emeka that I always debate with him in a one-man show. I don't know. But I would like to tell you, my brother Namoche Emeka, if you have a country If you have a country that is very, very lackadaisical in the protection of lives and property of its citizens, then you don't have a country.
You know,
if you have a country where aliens, strangers, it is evidently proven to all of us, based on what the former governor of Kaduna State said, that they know where the people that are terrorizing Nigerians come from. They sought them out, they went to them, and they paid them.
Paid them. You know?
They pay them. They know where they are coming from. So when you come here and tell us that Chinese are migrants, you know, they venture in everything. They want to take over whatever that is in your soil. Even in Ghana here, we have what we call illegal galamseys. They come here with their champagnes and illegal.
All right.
Dr. Damages.
Yeah, I know of that galamsey he was talking about.
Can you hear me, Doc?
Who is speaking?
Maxi.
Maxi. Oh, can you? It's not Maxi.
Wow.
Maxi, is that you? Okay,
Doc,
you're back.
can you hear me?
Is that? It's not Max. Is not. All right.
Yeah, let me respond to.
I don't know what is happening, but
let me respond to.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
He's breaking up. Let me respond to him. I don't know how this turned out to be a personal issue. I'm not the owner of Nigeria, right? And I've sent in a couple of links. I know he's on the chat. I don't know if he knows how to read.
We can't hear you very well, Emeka.
Can you hear me properly now?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I say I don't know how this turned out to be a personal attack.
Really
I'm not the owner of Nigeria. I don't know if he knows how to read. I sent a couple of links for him. I didn't make it up. I didn't make them up. Right there, the last one I just sent is the Minister of Minerals, right? Dele Alake himself, saying powerful Nigerians are behind illegal mining and funding banditry in the country. So I don't know what Kool-Aid he's drinking. I'm not the one saying it. It's the minister himself. And I did say in my statement here that we should stop this bigotry statement. Yes, there might be some elements of Fulanis, but again, there's also the possibilities of Yorubas, Hausas, Kanuris, Senegalese, Burkina Fasos being involved as long as you are being paid to perpetrate insecurity in the country. You are an actor, but to largely pinpoint a certain ethnic group is injustice. Where you have link, and Rudolph, I'll be glad if you can put it up on the screen so that everyone can see.
Emeka, this is what we're going to do. I have to really leave. I appreciate all of you. Forefathers can put them on. Forefathers has access to that. So Forefathers, on the private chat, Emeka has posted some links, so you can share that with everybody, and you guys can have that conversation. But I have to leave. I appreciate everybody who joined today. And next Sunday and next Saturday we'll be back. On Sunday you'll get Natasha, and if you can, join us. So everybody, thank you so much. Forefathers, thank you. Righteous Man, thank you. Mbore, thank you. The Flagship, the Blackstone, Igbo Basics, Paul, Emeka, and Alaba, thank you so much. And I'll see you guys Sunday. All right, I'll be watching.
I'll be brief, but I will make sure that I go to your compound and get a chicken from there.
All right. Nobody lives there now. Okay, there will be somebody there, but you can go. Yeah, ask somebody. They will show you the way. All right. See you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Who is it? Whose turn is it to speak?
Let me finalize what I was saying, right?
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know the reason why he decided to want to go on the personal trajectory or trying to call me out like I'm part of the chief of defense staff, which is it elucidates the poor state of mind of some specific individuals here. and I'll be glad if you put them up. I am not the one saying it. High-ranking Nigeria, even the former Minister of Steels and Mining also made mention. And they specifically said the Chinese are responsible. The police has arrested them. The military has arrested them. They are responsible largely. Our gold is trading in Dubai for huge profit margin. And this foreign nationals.
I have a question for you, sorry.
Let me land. I will take your question.
One question. You said all that you said before now. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
I want to ask you a question. So, now what you're saying to us is not news. It's just hearsay. Why? Let me explain why.
I believe you can read. I posted links.
Why. Leading to my
question. I don't speak on hearsay. I'll post evidence.
Let me explain why.
No, you know you're part of the. You know you're part of the bigotry alliance.
Listen.
Right?
The reason why I'm saying so. The reason why I'm.
It's not your turn to speak anyway. I don't know why you just keep interrupting, but don't do that again.
Just a question for him. Just a question.
Okay, then put the question and get on with it.
Okay. So the question is, we have heard from eyewitness accounts from the villagers from various communities that have been attacked, that the people who attacked them were speaking Fulfulde and foreign language, French, majorly. They were wearing army uniform, you understand? Majority of these culprits have been named Fulani, maybe not of our own primary extraction, but from foreign extraction, neighboring countries. That is one. Two, they must have collaborators inside the government. We know that. But our government security agencies have not gone after them and arrested any, like they normally do for culprits. They show them on TV, they parade them, even though they never finish prosecuting or prosecute to a logical end. We haven't seen all that. So why hasn't that happened? And am I going to believe you over eyewitness accounts from various villages, communities in the south and in the middle belt and indeed the north? So all you are telling me is hearsay.
I'm glad you said public accounts, public testimony, saying that they are largely French. But I don't know if your ears were open when I was speaking. Probably you were distracted with work. I mentioned Burkina Faso, people from Mali, Senegalese, people from even those who and collaborating with the locals. But again, the major aspect of this is that they are being backed by state actors, security chiefs, godfathers, political godfathers, to perpetrate illegal mining. That's what I'm saying. So that what I'm trying to cure here is the bigotry statement being made by the bigotry allegiance team. That for you to continue to label a particular ethnic group is really wrong when you do not have the clear idea of what is being perpetrated in those regions. That actually it is politicians, security chiefs who have colluded because of the financial gain. It's all about money.
Emeka, I have a question for you. Mr. Emeka, I have a question for you.
Hold on, the chief of staff. Righteous man, I will take your question. Hold on, you know you are the chief of staff of the bigotry allegiance team. Hold on, I'll take your question.
Thank you.
It is about money. It is not tribe. It is not ethnicity. It is Owokudi ego dollars. Money that is fueling the insecurity everywhere in the country. So when you come with your bigotry statement, like you, righteous man, the chief of staff of the bigotry allegiance team, you should go and clear that thing off your head. And that's why I took my time to paste all this for you to read. Clear it off your head and know that this is not an ethnic cleansing. This is not an ethnic group perpetrating ethnic cleansing.
Are you saying the Fulanis are not involved? Are you saying the Fulanis are not involved?
Hold on.
Because you are the chief. Hold on. Can I ask you a question right now?
I will take your question. Let me address what Alaba just said, right? I am not saying, now, if a group of people, like what happened in the Plateau State, their local youth were involved. The local youth were killing them. Are the local youth Fulanis? Are the local youth even Hausas? The local youth were involved. Now, I'm not saying some Hausas or Fulanis are not being recruited. No, I am not saying that. But what I am saying is that the major driver are people who are profiting. Profiting, when I mean profiting, I'm stressing it, profiting to kill and chase people out of their land so that they can take what is under their sword.
Emeka, all this one are story. All we want is arrest them, expose them, prosecute
Now,
them.
Emeka, let me ask you my question.
No, hold on, I will come to you. I'll come to you. Olumide, now you are not listening properly. You are walking and you are talking. You have to focus. Either you walk or you want to talk. I have said that the security chiefs are aware. They are aware. So is there collusion? Are they colluding? Yes, because if they know what is going on and we are chasing shadows and they are not telling us, oh, this is the problem, they are allowing us to chase shadows, then they are involved. And they are truly involved. And that's why I say they are involved.
What is our guy at the top doing?
Hold on. Let me
if our guy at the top,
hold on, sir, now. If you go to the Punch, May 9th, 2020, which I posted on the link, you will see there where the former minister of minerals, solid minerals, has said, he said it categorically. That I have it. Wait, let me read it out for you.
Emeka, what is the solution? We hear all this, but what is the solution?
The solution for us is to begin to speak on what is going on and let the
which we are doing. We are identifying those we
have
know.
Been speaking. Hold on, we have been speaking of Fulani herdsmen is the wrong. Chief of Defense Staff, Bigotti, Chief of Staff, Bigotti.
Easy. There's no need to be calling each other names. It's not necessary. I think you can make your point without necessarily.
He's not letting me land. I want to address someone who is speaking. Then I will come to him. I will have the time to answer him. I want him to stay at peace first because I know the angle he's coming from. Okay. Now we are chasing the wrong shadow. We are saying it's Fulani herdsmen. But now, if we now say the politicians are involved, the security chiefs are involved, what would you think will be happening? That they put us to our game. We need to stop this nonsense. If we are not protesting that the security chiefs are involved, the politicians are involved, name them, Dele Alake, you must name them and let them stop this. Rather than telling us it is Fulani herdsmen who are busy.
I think you have a point there, but also we should also be mentioning the Fulani agenda according to El Rufai. But you have a point. I must agree with you on that one. We must name them as the security chiefs and the big bosses. I agree on that one. But don't lose sight of what the hidden agenda is according to El Rufai.
So, from what I'm observing here, because I'm trying to marry this with how our country is insecure, that officials are colluding and maybe even instigating some of these situations. I don't think that would be entirely surprising. The question I wanted to ask is that, okay, then when you look at the federal government then, because I think this Dele Alake was trying to reveal that these things are happening with collusion from service chiefs and high-ranking officials. So where's the demarcation? How is the president involved? Where does he stop? How do we decide that is not part of this, take charge and actually rectify the situation and secure the country?
Okay, now let me say this. Thank you to Nigeria for that. Now the minister said some state government officials, head of security agencies, heads of security agencies, traditional rulers are involved in illegal mining. Now, if you say the minister is aware, like Dele Alake is aware, the president is aware. The president receives security reports on a daily basis. The president is aware. They know what the problem is. It is just that majority of Nigerians are not aware. Majority of Nigerians think it's a different thing. That is why we are speaking on different issues.
Then the question arises, why is the president not acting?
Now, okay, the president, as of 2 days ago, told the service chiefs, the security service chiefs, to ensure that the insecurity in the country is dealt with. What I didn't like with that speech is that there is no timeline to it. What I also didn't like with that speech is that there are no specific problems being
Outcomes.
identified. That this is what I want you to do. So when you tell security chiefs, oh, I want you, and you even congratulate them that what they are doing is good, that is what I didn't like with that statement. But he has told them, would I call that a marching order? Possibly. But would I say this marching order, we did give the desired result? I don't know. A marching order should come with specific timeline. A marching order should also come with specific issues I want you to deal with. A marching timeline should come with a strategic output. That, okay,
and
these are the
specific
problems.
outcomes.
These are the problems. These are the insecurity challenges with that. And that's why I said I came up here and I categorized the 3 insecurity categories we have in that country. If you want me to take it again, I will take it again. Many Nigerians don't know.
Emeka, I think it's 2 ways when it comes to the president, because the president's most trusted ally in his cabinet is Dele Alake. That's why the president put him in that ministry, because that ministry on his own is untouched. You understand? And for many years, the Northern take it as a pride, like anything that belongs to us, we don't pay to the center. You understand? They fight every day. Let me deviate a little bit. We talk about the nomadic thing and everything. In as much as the president is fighting for Ruga, and I ask a question, how much tax are we generating from this cattle that we sell? It's not anywhere. We can't even find anything that we make from those things. So for the president to put his most trusted ally in that ministry, I think the president wants to get an eye of what is going there. Or maybe he himself too want to eat from the nonsense that is coming from there. It's either 2 way. But maybe I will just put it this way, a little bit, it may be still a little bit too early for us to judge the president, because we don't know his antecedents, whether he want to fight the rot that is going there, or he want to see what is going there and sanitize it.
Oh,
that's my take for now.
Your statement is very fantastic.
Please, can I ask you my question?
Let me. I will come to you. Don't worry. Your statement is very
For how long? For how long?
Yeah, to be fair, we need to try here so other people can be able to speak, because we have to respect their time. But I to be fair, Eze is bringing something. He's bringing information that's actually, I will be sharing the links so that we see them. Mostly, they are this in newspaper links of these topics being discussed. But since he's bringing the topic, hence why he's having a bit more say. But if other people want to speak, they are free to ask questions. So, Righteous Man, please go ahead.
So yeah, just come out clean and tell us what. Okay, come out clean and tell us what you.
Forefather, thank you very, very much. I think you are doing a good job today. Mr. Ze, I don't know whether I should ask you to unmask yourself so that we can really see you. Like, you can take a good photograph of me, but I can't see you very well. You mask yourself and you put up a goggle that would be very difficult for one person to really visualize you and know who you are. That's number one. So when you want to make yourself,
I beg, leave him. He gets many information where you go see give us.
Olumide, come on, man. You can't just be interrupting people like it's if we are in a bear parlor. Yeah?
When the only one allowed to use goggles. No, you're a maker, you're not. Pick it off.
Mr. Emeka, as you claim to be, were you aware of a country writing to Nigerian government and submitting to the Nigerian government of the name of those who are sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria? Were you aware?
Emeka is asking you.
Emeka!
No, he's trying to interrogate me. You can go
more. He will add your name to his Emeka, to his bunch of Igbo names.
So
okay?
it is still, if he asks a question, it's still my prerogative to either answer from someone who is the chief of staff of the bigotry at the justice. I can choose to answer or not.
Okay, so you don't want to answer. Righteous Man, as you can see,
that's no longer.
Okay, if you have a comment, you can take. You know what? Let's time it so that it goes round. Other people can be able to speak.
Okay. Since he refused to answer that question, I will also be right to presume that he is part of those names that were submitted to the government of Nigeria that is sponsoring fake news and terrorism. Because if he say he has right not to answer a very vital question that have exposed terrorism in Nigeria, and he's here trying to deceive us with a write-up some individuals did, and then he's giving panelists names, calling them bigots, and so on and so forth, then his name must have been among those that were indicted in the list submitted to the federal government. That's number one. Number two, were you aware of the former deputy governor of Central Bank who came on a national TV and said the Fulanese, by every investigation they have done, by the report they had, that the Fulanese were behind the ethnic cleansing going on in the Middle Belt because they want to take over the land? Were you aware? Later that man died. Number three, one retired colonel mentioned it when the NDA house was attacked, and some military personnel were murdered there. And up to today, nothing came out of it. That man said specifically that the Fulanese, he didn't mention whether they're Senegalese Fulanese, Gambia Senegalese Fulanese, or Burkina Faso Fulanese. He said the Fulanese. It is not left for the Fulanese ethnic group in Nigeria to disassociate themselves from what they have been accused, or their ethnic group have been accused of committing against Nigerians. Are there mining going on in the southeast? Why were Southeasterners being killed in the bush? If you are accusing the Chinese people, are the Chinese?
I will answer this question. As a Southeasterner, I will answer this question. The problem
you are not a Southeasterner.
The problem in
you
the
Southeast.
The problem in the Southeast is with the Southeast. That's my answer. Now, my second answer to your question is, the best answer to bigots is just to keep them quiet. You don't entertain bigots. Bigots, just keep them quiet, because in their ignorance they will continue to be very silly.
But
So
Emeka, when you want to call on bigots, the biggest bigots are the current government. We saw what they did in Lagos, and we know what their supporters do on one man to move. Those are the real bigots. So don't come here and sugarcoat bullshit.
What did the Lagos statement?
So don't come here and call anybody bigots. We know who the real bigots are. Those are the ones dividing Nigeria.
He's talking about the MC Oluomo issues and how the Southeasterners were targeted in Lagos during the election cycle.
That's what he meant. So,
yes.
Well, if you want to call MC Oluomo a bigot, yeah, you're free to call him a bigot, right? But I'm also able to identify those who are bigots.
No, it's not only hold on. It's not only MC Oluomo. Hold on, it's not only MC Oluomo. He's talking about the MC Oluomo and the people he's working for, and the people that went and burned that market down and killed a security guard there, got Southeasterners attacked and completely polarized the environment against the Southeasterners in Lagos towards the election. That's what they are talking about, and those people are still in government. That's the accusation he's making. You see what? I'm trying to contextualize it so you understand what he's trying to say.
To be fair enough, I think I get what you're trying to say. For me, in my viewpoint, for those who are looking at politics, right, what MC Oluomo did and his cohort was clearly wrong. Now, if you're a political strategist and analyst, you would understand that politics is war. So for them to win, what they did is wrong. Let me call it out. What they did is wrong. Yes, another bigot has said that. What they did is wrong, but they wanted to win. They wanted to win. Now, has MC Oluomo continued with his actions, those actions after the election? I don't think he has done that. I don't think he's going about.
Are you serious? Are you sick? Did you just say that? Are you serious? Have MC Oluomo continued? Has the APC not continued with their bigotry? Have they not continued? Is that not a policy from the top notch of the party? Please don't come here and give us bullshit.
Stop screaming and give us evidence. How has the APC continued with their bigotry? And how do you want to classify a national party as a bigot party? You say it with evidence. You post it with evidence. There's APC in the southeast. There's APC in the northwest. There's APC in the northeast. APC is in national
I think
parties, just
I
like
agree with
PDP.
you that the attitude was limited towards the election
It was
cycle
done
itself.
during what was the election
That, that,
cycle.
that,
Election was over. It was an aim. It was a strategy to win. It is wrong. We don't go about causing pains to others because you want to win an election. That's not okay. That's childish, if you ask me. And
okay,
that's not
but there's also an element of you. Do you agree that there's an element of herdsmen that are having conflict with farmers and resulting in
which
deaths?
the former governor of Kaduna has explained. He did a beautiful job to explain it. He explained that the origin of that problem, where it's coming from. He also classified the types of Fulanis involved.
Can you
And
briefly explain that to us so that they can understand?
I will try to go and read it. I will bring up the this. He explained. You played the video here. I think I listened. I wasn't listening.
Emeka, is your objective?
But he's still leading to.
Emeka, is your objective to clean the Fulani's involvement in this? Is that your objective?
Hold on now, hold on, please. That's not necessarily the objective. See,
that's not the objective. The objective is to provide the true context of what is going on and to cure the ignorance of bigots on this platform.
Not only on everywhere. See,
everywhere,
the thing is, okay, the herdsmen that and have resulted in casualties, significant amount of casualties.
Exactly, herdsmen attacks on farmers. They have been,
and those herdsmen are generally from the Fulani,
nomadic Fulani.
Yeah.
Nomadic
okay, good.
Fulanis.
So you see Ferrari. It is not necessarily saying it doesn't happen. It does happen, but it's actually saying that there is something greater going on there. That there are actors that work. As a matter of fact, you all say it all the time.
We agree.
That
We
actors
are all
in the
saying
government,
the same thing. But we shouldn't clean.
But
I agree with him on that.
The viewpoint here.
Your father don't understand. There are things he said I agree with him on. We know the involvement of the top notch of people in government. I agree we should call them by their name. But what I will not agree to is to sanitize it and said because of the danger of bigotry,
there is no sanitization. I am sanitizing
the MC Oluomo are still not perpetuating their bigotry. That's what I will not agree with.
My aim is not to begin to go and identify all the bigots in the country. Now, my aim is to provide context, true context. And I didn't come to say it myself. If I had said it, it would have been better you challenged me. I provided evidences. And if you still want more evidences, I will get them for you. So
I think that
is why I started. Sorry, Tunaja, sorry, just let me just
okay.
That is why I started that 2024 should be a year to provide evidence and not speak out of tone or out of context or out of silliness, just like many of you are doing.
Sorry, it's not silly. You can call it speculation. I think that is you have to try to.
For my view,
see, if you want people to hear you,
you want
people to hear you, you want to be reasonable with your language.
Where educated people continuously making false narratives. And when you correct them, they tell you are wrong. When you provide evidence,
that is quite frustrating. I experienced that here all the time.
When you provide evidence, they still tell you are wrong. That is silliness too, Nigeria. You should agree with that.
I think I'm frustrated by that too sometimes. So, okay, but you see, everything you've shared here, I think they are all aware of it. It's just the tilt. Because now you have brought evidence to say, okay, stop making it all about Fulanis. Yesterday, some people were literally calling for let's cleanse the Fulanis from Nigeria and all the rest of it.
Lord,
so,
Father, don't repeat those conversations.
I'm just highlighting. No, I'm not doing that. I'm trying to be balanced. I'm trying to be balanced.
Emeka have said that we all agree on, but there are points we disagree on. Let's move on. Let's not do that.
You know, I was reserving tone. I didn't want to come in because I know. Take it easy. Take it easy. You see, as both of you look like they are like they are dressed the same. It's only the goggles that is missing from Tone right now. Please go ahead, then, Tone.
Okay.
So Tone has to leave because just Emeka is scared of Tone. It's going to affect
No. He's good. He's our brother. Listen, Emeka, I waited for you the other day. You just ran away. You told me you were going to bring something.
I didn't go, right?
You said you were going to get something for me now. I was waiting here. I waited till about 2 a.m. UK time.
I was probably busy. No, I thought you mentioned the last time I was here when electricity, who is very biased, was not allowing people to speak and thinking that this platform is owner of the platform or is the uncle of the platform.
See, Emeka, one thing you need to understand is, remember the first day I came to Dr. Damages, you are the one that blocked me off. You restricted me. Well, that was your understanding at that time. It's fine. I don't hold any bad belly. But from what I've listened a bit from the background, been busy all day, been listening from the background. I think in saying that, if the government knows that the service chiefs are behind it, okay, we agree with you. You made some very valid points, which a vast majority of people here agree with you. If then they know that these service chiefs are behind it, I want to see those service chiefs in handcuffs. I want to see them being court-martialed, because it's a very, very serious offense.
Your statement is very fair. Your statement is fair. You know why I say it's fair? Oshomole, when on Wednesday, right, when they were talking about the Plateau Kings and the plenary session in the Senate, Oshomole, when they were giving out their prayers, the prayers was, oh, we want the service chiefs to do this and that. After the prayers were given, Oshomole stood up, the gentleman from Edo North Senatorial District, and he said, when the service chiefs came to us in these hallowed chambers, they told us they can do the job. They told us that they are educated enough, experienced enough, capable enough to do the job. Now let's call back these service chiefs in the face and in the plight of all the insecurity challenges that we're having in this country. Call them back and let them come tell Nigerians what is going on. My problem is that Nigerians do not know what the insecurity challenges are in the country. If Nigerians are fully aware, it's just like you don't know who the thief is, and you think someone else is the thief. The thief will continue to perpetrate their act. But if you know the thief, and you say, Oga, you are the thief, you are the problem. Will the thief continue? You know the thief now. So I am not telling you that the security chiefs are colluding with traditional rulers and political godfathers to perpetrate insecurity in the country. Now, what we now need to do as Nigerians is to now tell them, give us the names of these idiots, so that these issues will stop. Because Nigerians are not angry enough. Nigerians are not yet angry enough. If Nigerians are truly angry...
Sorry to cut you. One other thing, please. I think it's unfair for you to call everybody here a bigot. As you understand, I'm from Anambra. Wait. I'm from Anambra. No. The way you address it,
I'll call you a bigot. I call those who are bigots. Steph is a bigot. Righteous Man is a bigot.
No, it's okay. We understand.
But why would why will you allow Emeka to continue to have privilege over other people on this platform? Why will you do that?
The reason
is because forefathers and you like what this guy is saying. That is the reason why you allow him.
The man called Emeka. They share something in common.
Who is he?
Two of them have the same paymasters. That's the reason.
Who is he?
That's the reason why he yielded the platform to him to be doing rubbish.
And call Igbos criminals. This same guy.
Yeah, Igbos are criminals.
That's the reason.
Some Igbos are criminals.
Both him and forefathers are sharing the same paymaster. That's the reason.
Some Igbos are
if you keep
criminals.
interrupting, we can't have it orderly. See, this is Emeka, hold on. I think we have to try to be civil here. Sometimes some people come with compelling stuff that everybody wants to listen to. That's why they're asking him so many questions. Like if somebody comes and start telling things, I think somebody said something very powerful today. I think Paul, he was talking about his experience. A lot of people were just spellbound listening to him for a long time because he was testifying to something that happened to him. So we have to allow certain allowances because he's bringing something to a kind of reshape the conversation. You see what I mean? And if the conversation is not going to be reshaped, or clearly you can ask him, challenge him, do everything, but there's no need to be shouting at each other, because you think he's getting our attention. Nobody is promoting him to anywhere. Let me bring.
Emeka, let me just round up in 1 minute here. So what I'm just trying to say, I think let's just I mean, you made some points which everybody agreed. Okay, so if you make points that are ridiculous, people attack you. Okay, you are saying that you're unaware of bigotry in Lagos State. How about Onanuga? Even after post-election, he made a statement saying that he does not want to see Igbo people, Igbo people in ruling the government. I mean, you can't be making such statements. So I as a person, I hate bigotry.
If you go on Twitter, right? If you go on Twitter,
yes.
I'm ashamed of what is going on from Twitter. You're finding Nigerians, right? Largely Nigerians in the southern side, mainly from the Igbos and the Yorubas, going at each other. And I think I saw what's his name, Reno Mokri coming in, and I think I'm a bit embarrassed for Bayo, who is one, an elder statesman, a well-renowned journalist, a reputable speaker, a great writer, towing that line, and currently one of the aides of the president, towing that line. And I said it to him. I'm embarrassed for him. You don't do that, right? Regardless of the frustration that you might be experiencing, it's completely it's not cool. But again, it is shameful the way we are going. But I would not engage with individuals who I probably do not know on social media, especially on Twitter, when they are going back and forth. But on this platform, and I keep saying it, and I'll keep saying it, the only individual and a few gentlemen like yourself, I think Paul, John Abba, and a few, these are people who make reasonable, objective statements. The rest, just like I asked them, who was saying he loves Nigeria in a hypocritical statement, and then he now said he would, at one point you love Nigeria, and at the next point you want Nigeria to be burnt down. You don't love Nigeria. That's not the way to love Nigeria. Come out from your hypocritical behavior and ideology and say what you want. And I told Stephen the last time that I will respect a pastor who makes some very idiotic statements than he who will say, I love Nigeria. And then you will say, oh, let Nigeria go their separate ways. Regardless of what.
Can I talk? You've mentioned my name a lot today. No, so I have to talk. No. You can do that, forefathers. That's wrong.
You have to let him talk, please. Please.
You can do that. Listen, I repeat it again now because I owe you no apology. Do I love Nigeria? Yes. Do I want Nigeria to work? Yes. Am I proud of what Nigeria is today? No, I am not. I am not proud of what Nigeria is today. It is not a country. I'm not saying anything that's going to make you happy.
I see. Let me just say this to Emeka. What I have found from having a lot of conversations on this is that some people, they have different ways of expressing their frustration in Nigeria. You heard him say it just now. He says he loves the country. He wants the country to work well. He's a kind of guest technically, but he's not going to last. Once the topic ends,
so that is just one. So let me go back. Anybody, like I told you the last time I met you on this show, which was the first ever time I'm seeing you in person, I'm seeing you online. Anybody that is trying to defend this government or any other government that brought Nigeria to where it is today, that person is the greatest bigot. You took a job from the government to defend them. I have nothing against it. That's how you want to earn your own living. But you cannot force it down my throat.
I'm forcing nothing down your throat. I'm calling you.
You cannot.
I'm calling you what you are.
The country is not working, and you are defending it. You are defending corruption, defending ineptitude, defending inefficiency. That is wrong. What you said, I'm still coming.
Muting your mic, Clifford. Jesus Christ.
What you said about insecurity in the country, in as much as you made some points, does not mean that that is the only narrative that is true.
One narrative is true again.
It does not mean that that's the only narrative that is true.
You don't say.
And by the way, no, listen to me. Listen to me.
I don't want to.
You've been talking for the past 30 minutes. No, you've been talking for the past 30 minutes.
Both of you backstage. If you're not going to behave, both of you will end up backstage if we don't want to behave.
No, you're supposed to mute his mic, forefathers. That's how to do it. Because I'm talking.
When you say something, you're not.
I am talking.
You're not.
I can't.
When I finish talking, you ask me a question if you want.
Okay, see, Steph, take a minute, round up what you want to say so that.
Why should I take a minute?
Okay, you want to take 2
because
minutes.
Because you want to suppress my own view?
You want to take 2 minutes.
What I'm saying is that whether it's caused by herdsmen, whether it's caused by Chinese, the inability of the government to deal with it is government failure. It doesn't matter where it came from. It's even a greater indictment on the government to allude to the fact that it is Chinese people that are doing it. What are we talking about? So we not clap for the government because suddenly we discover that it's Chinese people. Oh, government is now right. Do I need to understand that it's Chinese before government do the needful? It doesn't matter. Let them deal with it. They came to power to solve a problem. Let them solve it. What are we talking about?
All right, thank you. What I came here.
So regarding this Chinese, we have to be careful, Emeka, regarding this Chinese factor, because the Chinese have been present in many countries like Ghana. I don't see them sponsoring instability in Ghana.
It's irrelevant who's causing it. Deal with it.
Hold on. I get what you're saying, but you have to. The reason why I say that, because there's a counter intelligence battle between the Chinese and the West. So this could be a malignment of the Chinese that we cannot necessarily provide evidence for, because they are present in Ghana, they are present in Togo, they are present in Sierra Leone, and we don't see all these events occurring there. So we have to be careful about that.
Right? I didn't.
Father, all the great nations do the same thing. If it is the way they can do it that will make it cheap for them to buy these things, they do it. As I'm telling you today,
but they can easily buy our leaders. They can buy our leaders, buy the land easy.
What they do, they cause confusion in midst of two people. It's just like the Zamfara thing. Buhari literally closed the airspace of Zamfara. Do you know the numbers of private jets in Zamfara? It's more than the one in Abuja and Lagos. Even when Zamfara don't even have any airport.
Thank you.
You understand? They are sending weapons and everything, and they are taking gold.
And he ends up in Dubai.
So what I'm saying is that if the guys who are buying all these things understand that, let us cause division in midst of them, and we are taking these things, and it's more cheaper for us. They are doing it. Like I said all the time, when you play football, winning team don't change strategy until you start losing.
Thank you.
So if this method is working for them, they will not want to change. So I understand where Emeka is coming from, but you know, whenever you make
Chinese
mention
aspect that I'm careful about, because it doesn't correlate. The West,
whether you talk the Chinese, whether you talk the Middle East, you talk the far North, you talk the West themselves, they all done these things. You understand? The West also make us flare gas till tomorrow in the Niger Delta. What are you talking about? The Shell, Chevron, ExxonMobil. What are you talking about? It's the same thing.
Lagos State that let the Chinese into Nigeria.
In excess of it, every one of them abuse. But if we don't take care of our house, whoever person that comes will take advantage. Like we said, you understand? I find myself in Uyo. Man, the enjoyment in Uyo is too much that I almost forget that I live in America. You understand? It's like that because everything is cheap for me.
Yeah, let's allow him
let people talk, please.
Forefathers, I have to go.
I'm trying.
I just want to say that so far, I haven't seen any Chinese so far. Maybe I'm in the wrong places. All I've been seeing are Nigeria.
Chinese don't come to the southeast. That place there's so much insecurity there.
And
there's some truth there.
Yeah, there's insecurity in the southeast. They won't go there.
Hold on.
They are not the ones creating the insecurity, so they won't be.
Whoever is talking, can you hold on for a second? The senior citizen is going to make his point and get out.
Thank you.
I do not know the reason why there should be 10 checkpoints before Obinze, between Port Harcourt, within half a mile. Within half a mile, more than 10 checkpoints. Not to talk about everything else that's going on. So Nigerians are the people I'm seeing. Nigerians are the ones who are creating secretaries of collection along the road. And if they are august, do not take care of that. One thing I observe is that there's going to come a time when people will grab the food that is in your hand and eat it and ask you, do your worst. Things are happening. Good things are happening. Bad things are happening. I don't have much to say, but we should look at this whole process again.
What are the good things that are happening? I think I'm getting tired of hearing bad news. What are the good things?
For father, you don't know good things that's happened. Weed is very, very cheap in Nigeria. That's a good thing. Very, very cheap in Nigeria.
Yeah, I wanted the person to give us one. That drug
Even
one,
basic.
it just reminded me
I'll
about
be in
drug
Linden
issue.
in 2 weeks' time. I don't know whether you'll be home then. In 2 weeks' time, I'll be in Linden.
Yeah, give me a shout. There's
Okay.
likelihood that I will see you when you come to London.
Okay, thank you,
But
sir.
when you say good thing, when I say good things are happening in Nigeria, the people are still enterprising, the people are still surviving in spite of the hardship. The people are dogged on their own. And if you come with your dogon trenchi or your long story and all this grammar that we are speaking, the people that you are speaking for, you will be shocked that they will even Malaga Kanagba. That is just their style. So there's going to be a whole lot of sensitizing of the populace, the masses. I can tell you one thing for sure. I observed the difference between what I saw in Anambra at a place called Fonobi, a marketplace, where it was said that people used to come and market right on the streets that were being built. And then what we saw in Abia State, where the streets are being constructed, but the markets are kind of like coming onto the roads. So the people themselves will have to appeal to the citizenry to back off. Or maybe the government should take example of what I saw at Afolobi, where they have barricaded the place and created a situation where if you cross and come into the street to cause more go slow, you'll be fine. So the people started behaving. All in all, Nigeria is our home. Things are happening good and bad. You just have to look underneath. There's too much opportunities in this country. We can speak all the grammar we want to speak. Let's find a way, do one thing or the other to encourage the people. But at the same time, beware that those whom you are trying to encourage, like I used the word, some could Malaga Kanaka. I came here for a different purpose, but it's been multiple of things. I just wanted to say hello to fellow panelists over here, and I wish we could change our narratives. If you want to talk about the Fulanese and the herdsmen and all the rest of it, go talk to Emmanuel Ogebe in Middle Belt, who has actually been doing a whole great lot of work down there. There are groups of people who have been who have more information than we think we have here. These are people on ground who have been working for years, and I'm affiliated with them. So I just wanted to use this opportunity to say, let's not give up. Let's not give. We can't. It's our country. We're not going to leave it alone.
Up.
No.
Paul has given up.
No, Paul is not giving up. Paul is not giving up.
No, me there is not almost lost for Akwa Ibom. Me wait, there's almost lost for Akwa Ibom. Why would I give up?
And you know the reason now. Total the reason.
The Blackstone, you can go ahead now since we didn't let you talk. So that Jagun, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That market thing where the people come on the streets. I see that in Lagos that has almost been gotten rid of completely. So I hope they start moving that order in other states too. Yeah, the Blackstone.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Fopada tonight. I only you get 4 names.
Yeah.
First of all, the email you give me that fake email, he bounced back several times.
Did I? What kind of email? Okay, I don't know how that happened though. Sorry about that.
Let me make it happen. All right. Okay. Going to the issue of the insecurity. Just like Paul said, any country that has minerals that the Western world need to develop for their equipments, like today, all electronics gadgets need some special minerals, which are only found in African countries. We know what's going on in Congo. If you watch the film, I think the Blood Diamond or something, the Blood God, I can't remember the name. If you watch that movie, we understand the interest of people they have in countries who are not taking precautions or putting securities to protect their natural resources. Nigeria have all these resources that are needed for every electronics that is being manufactured in the world today. Call it mobile phones, call it medical equipments, call it vehicles and everything. Those minerals are there that are needed to power or to do some special, that play some special important part in this in these various industries. So these people come in, like Paul said, they come to cause confusions. They cause a confusion, and then they begin to mine your resources. Like I do say that in every situation, there are people that are gaining from it. And when they see the way they are gaining from it, they want to keep it going like that. It could be foreigners, it could be citizens, it could be government, people with special interest. All these people are involved in it. And today, the Chinese are everywhere looking for those minerals. They're everywhere. And once they see where those minerals are there, they troop in, come with their people, and want to mine this issue. And they connive Nigerian government. I can tell you one thing, one experience I had in Lagos some few years back. I cannot expect a Chinese contractor was given an FG, federal government vehicle, with FG number, with a federal government driver. This is a contractor, foreigner, using our own resources, federal government vehicle to run around in Lagos. Can you imagine that? Can that be done in their own country? That's to see how the failure of our government. He's using that vehicle. He has a driver and also have a policeman guiding him. This is a foreigner. He got to inspect somewhere in trade fair. So this is how bad is the people in our government, that you sell our country to foreigners all in the name of money. Is there anything in Nigeria today that want to be done that you can't find Nigerians who will do it? If they're not in Nigeria, they can also be in diaspora. There are many Nigerians who have credible companies, credible Nigerians, who have the brain, who have the resources, that they want to do something in Nigeria, but they are not given the chance. Because Chinese people are also as corrupt as Nigerians. So as Emil said, that best of the same feather flock together. So this is the situation. So they can use anybody to get what they want. And so we should understand the game that is being played when it comes to natural resources of a country. If you don't protect your natural resources, other people will come and take it cheaply and go away with it. Nigeria is a blessed country, very, very blessed with natural resources, with minerals that is needed. It is needed. So that is the situation. So if the government cannot stand up and fight against these people, definitely we are going to be at loss. We are already at loss already. We are losing it. So another question is this: how did these people come in? How did they come to the country? Did they come through the airport or they come through the land borders? How did they come into the country?
Land borders.
That's another question too. That's how you have to find out that they come into the country.
They come through.
Yeah. Both. There's some of them will come with the powerful ones who come with the aircrafts, and the air ones who come with
how about the ones that are mining it?
Yeah. Jago hasn't said anything.
So that I can leave this panel. I just want to go and leave this panel because
Ferrari, you know,
no, bro.
Ferrari, you said something.
You are driving me crazy, sending me to sleep and shit like that, and you're censoring opposition. I don't like that.
Please go ahead, Jago.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody, as it's evening in the UK, and UK is where time begins. However, what I have to say is observational. Based on the show today, since Forefather has taken over mainly, and to do mainly with a lot of the submissions of Eze. Eze has a way of building a narrative, a course. I last listened to him when electricity was monitored, and both Eze and another brother whose voice I like actually were going backwards and forwards, and I was wanting to hear from Eze. I was wanting to understand it because I couldn't. For all his utterances, for the fact that he can take over the whole panel and be given so much interest with his rather complex and somewhat it's difficult for me to bring the words. Sometimes a little dramatic statements, and then finger pointing at the same time in a very horrible manner. I've never and can never see somebody like Steph or our man, Righteous Man, as a big. You know, I feel that you're not really wanting to take on the argument, so you splash out a word that would hopefully, from your point of view, silence people. I wish you would take on people's argument rather than just bigotize them and then leave them there. We are all human beings here, thinking people. And in me listening to you, I heard you say the last time that you don't like Tinubu, you love him. And from that aspect, I was wondering, are we in the same space? Do you think that Tinubu won that election fair and free? Or did he, as he said, take it and run with it? Did he win it fair? If in your mind you can position a balanced thought that suggests maybe this is another level of stolen politics as we've had in our history in Nigeria. If you can put yourself there, then how can you speak about criminology of people on this panel? I don't really get you, bro. And I'm really trying to. I've been listening to you. I don't get you at all. I don't get you as a Nigerian who is really looking at the betterment of Nigeria when you know it's a hog of trash. Nigeria is a hog of trash. And we Nigerians, and the elite in particular, have had it as a hog of trash. If you can say that there is not an agenda in that country to keep it in a destabilized format, I really can't understand your narrative. And I want to understand what you're saying. I don't need you to come back and take the show over again, where everybody, because you're quite controversial, everybody now will start asking you questions in order for you to prolong your confusion, as far as I'm concerned. When you're talking about Nigeria, it's a country that has not met its merit. And it hasn't met its merit because people who are of good conscience, people who are of brave hearts, are nowhere near the corridors of power. We know in that country, I know in that country, Fulanis, get that straight in your head before you come out with a castigating speech that we are all bigots because we are understanding. They have come to my
be very careful with the statement. You don't call an entire ethnic group. Be careful with it.
Did I speak when anyone was speaking?
No, I didn't intend to interject. But
let me just land, my friend.
Just let him finish. I'll let him finish. His time is almost up. Even let him finish.
You know, it's very unfair because my man was going on for ages and ages. I take your point, Forefather, very well.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I please?
Yeah. Just take a bit more.
I take your point, Forefather, that there are times when somebody would come with real news or with controversy, and we want to hear them out, and we'll give them more time. Me, I respect that totally because I'm a listener. But at the same time, I want to appreciate that we as Nigerians understand that we have a job to do. So when we start drawing sides, you see, one thing that I notice with people, especially people who seem to support the government, they are very strategic at splitting and dividing consciousness within the land. And I'm not happy with that. Why? Because we haven't even had the argument. We haven't even really had the discussion before we start pointing fingers. Now, I'm saying to you, Eze, and people on the panel, that I'm a listener. I can talk a lot, but I'm a listener. And in my listening, bro, I haven't seen where you, Eze, and people with your point of view are driving the country forward to a destination, to a narrative that we truly deserve in that nation, in Africa, and in the Black world. If that is your lining, because that's my lining. My lining is that there is Nigeria, there is Africa, and then there's the Black world, and all follow a line. And if we're not entertaining this kind of line, if we're shifting to a paradox that is leading us nowhere, where is Nigeria going? You tell me where Tinubu is taking us. Does Tinubu have the nous to bring us to a position where Nigeria will become a true nation? Is Tinubu?
Thank you, Jagun. Let me ask this question because you made a comment that he made. Just Emeka, just make it brief. Did you say you love Tinubu? You don't just like Tinubu, you love Tinubu.
Yeah, I love Tinubu.
So you are a backer of the current government.
I truly love the president. You understand?
Okay, good. You back the current government. It's okay.
If you want me to give you a rundown,
I will come back to you. Let some other person speak.
Emeka, do you love?
I think
Oti
hasn't said anything.
Father, I'm begging, please let me go, please.
But Oti hasn't said anything. We have to respect people's time. Ferrari.
Oti will let me go.
Okay, let's confirm it with Oti. Oti, you want him to speak or you want to speak?
I'll allow him. I'll just say something.
Okay, thank you.
I don't understand.
People.
I don't really have a lot to say because quite frankly,
thank you.
Ferrari doesn't want you to talk. Hey.
Oh.
I'll give him a chance now because I don't have a lot to say because
he said he will give me chance. Father, you listen. The man said he will give me chance.
But he's still talking. Let him finish talking.
What I'm saying is okay. Look, I listen to people. This gentleman by name Emeka, I don't understand. I don't follow his logic. You know, you support this present government. Oh, that says it all. What do we have to argue? You're trying to explain, to tell us that the crisis we have in the country is caused by the Chinese, and so what? So that is we should congratulate the government. They're doing a good job, right? I don't understand you, man. Sorry, Ferreira, go ahead.
If you give me time,
thank you, guys.
If you give me time,
very
maybe
much.
during my own time.
Emeka, wait, let me finish.
You don't need no time.
Don't worry, Emeka, you get your time. You get your time to answer.
You have more than enough time, my friend. It's time for you to listen.
Yeah, he's listening. So you got 3 minutes, Ferrari, and Clifford will speak next.
Now, first of all, let me throw a stone at Blackstone. Blackstone just went on rambling about the problem that we all know that make no sense and almost sent me to sleep.
I have to sleep. Go and sleep now.
Okay, it's okay. You will attack me later. Let me finish. Let me finish. I beg you. I beg you. Let me finish.
I know you.
You're my, we are on the same side, but sometimes when we do that, you can send people to sleep. Now, let me take on the issue. People, these are the facts we know. We know we have a genocidal problem going on. We know we've identified a few people responsible. We know that the government is involved. Emeka has just come here, a supporter of the government, to tell us that the government is involved. You see, they will pick a part of what you already know and then sprinkle it with some falsehood in order to distract you from the main point where they are going. Another thing we know,
where is the main point they are going?
I'm going somewhere with this. Let me land.
We know that just make insinuations.
Allow him to talk.
No, because I don't like when people just make statements. They don't tell us what they are talking about.
I'm going there now.
You're just eating up his time.
No, his time is still there.
Why are you interjecting me? Another 5 minutes added to my time. So as I was saying, so we know that this government has paid some people online to make sure that their propaganda is well spread. We know that these people are strong supporters of the government. We know this fact. And we know that when they come, they try to create some confusion. They try and create some misguide. They want the narrative to go in the direction they want it to go. That is the government. Okay, now that's why I was interjecting him when he was talking, saying, are you trying to say the Fulanis are not involved? Are you? And we, in some point, and I told him, I agree with you on that. Top government officials are involved. I agree with, you're not telling me anything new. I agree with you on that. But for you to not want to clean it, is you a strong supporter of the government? For all I know, you're being paid to do this. To now come on here and try to clean it and say that this is the language we must use. And then you make matters worse. All those who oppose your view, you now start calling them bigots.
Names.
All
You
those who are
can't deal with an
politically
argument.
diverse and different from your own. Are you serious?
You need to
You
stop
think
that.
that's going to work? You're the one with, with shaded glasses without your face showing, covering your head, who has something to hide. We don't. We have our full name and everything out here, and we care about our country. And we know what the problem is, and we are telling you this is the problem. Look, you are not going to tell our story. I keep telling you guys. Tinubu is not going to tell my story. The government of Nigeria is not going to tell my story. I am going to tell my story, not you, just a maker.
Right.
You've been fake all along, and you are here being fake again.
At this rate, you are going to
so
swallow
much.
your microphone at this rate. See, calm down. You are hearing the sound. We are choosing not to listen. Let's allow Clifford to say something before we go back to Jamaica. Clifford has been very patient there, and I'm sure he's very, very angry at Jamaica because he looks angry. Clifford, yeah, you can mute your mic. What do you think about the conversation so far? I'm sure he's very, very angry at Jamaica. Clifford,
sorry, forefather.
There's echo coming from your system. There's echo. You want to turn the TV down. There's echo.
I'm not only angry at the guy beside you. Okay, sorry. Let me off the TV. So I'm not only angry at just the guy beside you. I don't want to honor him by naming the Igbo name because he's just trying to be Igbo, but it's not Igbo. Forefather, I'm angry at you.
Why do you say
you allow this idiot to come here, insult people, call people name? You didn't caution him, but other people did this thing that he was doing here. You bring them backstage. That is double standard from your own side, forefather.
I actually cautioned
this guy is not Igbo. He's just trying to claim Igbo.
Why do you say that somebody
is somebody that claiming what he's not? He's claiming to be Igbo, but he's not Igbo. So that's my observation. Forefather, you have to stop this.
Can I be heard on this?
Because he was trying to go where you are projecting your security thing, so you just give him I time it more than 20 minutes. He was just
at least they've not said
speaking nonsense here. You allow him to talk.
Right? They've not said I'm not
abusing people. You didn't bring him back.
I'm still in Nigeria, at least. At some point, I'm still in Nigeria.
Next time, maybe next Sunday, I have to report to Dr. Damages. If this thing continues, if Dr. Damages should start allowing this thing, it's better the Igbos will unfollow Dr. Damages so that we know that here is just Igbo bashing. Whenever Dr. Damages go, that is what I wanted to say.
What is the Blackstone clapping for now? Eh? You Nigerian man, why are you clapping now? What are you trying to get rid of the Southeasterners?
That we report that the people will stop falling Dr. Damages. I like that word.
Why would you do that? That's not nice.
I think it's my turn.
Let it go ahead.
That's not nice.
It's my turn, right?
Everyone has spoken. Okay, yeah, go ahead, please. I think the one of the questions I think I also want to hear is you work for the government, that you support Tinubu. So what do you think? Why do you support Tinubu and do you work for the government?
I think someone's mic.
Forefathers, why do you want to glorify that again?
I want to know why.
Someone's mic.
So won't you ask me why I don't support Tinubu?
Oh yeah, I can ask you. You want me to ask you?
For someone is speaking, I would like to pass my message properly so that the bigots, it will get into their head and sink in and stay there, right?
right?
Stop calling them name now. You're not helping.
Forefather.
If you do that again, don't be calling them name. He's deliberately doing it. Emeka, you are deliberately doing it. It's not nice. Don't do that. It's not nice. Don't do that. If you don't want to be part of the show, you can leave the show because it's not nice that you just keep
Bro,
insulting them.
if he uses that term again of insult, you should just take him out. Because if we don't want to respect each other here, because I didn't call you any names, though. I called you names. So I would like you to respect this platform.
If you're not a bigot, you won't be affected.
No, it's not that I'm not affected. I'm affected by your rudeness. I want you to be a gentleman on this level.
If bigot on the platform, it's not
Emeka, even if just say something about being intolerant.
I'm not even getting it.
Do you want them not to be like that? Because if you keep saying that, it's not going to stop them. It's going to even make them dig in.
Hold on. I'm going to front load my statement. Don't worry. Calm down. Someone right here down. Let me not dignify the individual. He called me.
Imagine how people are detoning you.
He called me an idiot. I smile because I am not an idiot. So if you are not a bigot, you won't be offended. If you are a bigot, definitely.
What are you talking about, man? You're talking
like that, forefather. If I call you a cow,
I can call you idiot again because that is what you are.
You're a human, forefather. If I call you a cowboy, you're a human. Would you be offended by that?
What does that mean? What kind of logic are you putting?
Jago, now
guys, stop calling him a whatever. Call him a traitor. That's his real name. Traitor.
Let me speak. Paul asked me.
Sorry, excuse me, forefathers.
I need to bring a righteous man on. So somebody needs to go backstage. They need to come back on. Hold on, I need to just juggle some people.
Forefathers, I'm about to go. Let me.
Okay.
Don't go, Oti. Wait. I have straight.
No, I just want to say something.
Don't go. Wait. Your bullet will hit you.
No, listen. Look, I've been
listening. Emeka, what kind of language is this?
Your bullet is coming for you.
You're not helping, Emeka. You're not helping at all.
No, he's entertaining you, forefathers.
He's entertaining. What do you want me to do? Pray, man?
No, he's entertaining you.
Do you want me to do this? It's not to speak. Okay, I will time him. Let me time him.
I want to leave.
Emeka, your time will be up, and everybody will speak again.
Let me speak.
Can I just say something before I leave? I don't want to be part of this.
No. Oti. Hold on. Otis, let him finish. Then when his time is up, everybody else can speak.
To him.
Let him finish now. You've already said something.
Take your bullet and go rest.
And besides, you gave your turn to Ferrari. Emeka, please try to use more civil language. Let's not make this too rowdy.
No, civil, and I will go there. If you don't want to be civil, I will go.
You want to go out? You want to leave the panel then? Because we have to actually be able to have a conversation.
I will be civil to those who are civil with me, and those who are not civil,
just
I will
be
give
civil.
them where it matters.
Just be civil.
So if people want to be
because you are supporting, you're not helping the maker. You are supporting somebody. Explain yourself.
Let me take Paul's question. Paul, fantastic question. I love your question. Your question is very brilliant. I love Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He just became the president in 7 or 8 months' time. I would judge him by his outcomes. But for so far so good, I don't like what's happening in the administration. For the love of God, can this man just shut his black mouth up?
Oh, dear me.
Oh, come on, man. See, this is not good now. We can't be doing this. This is like second pastor that we've got here. When pastor is doing this, some of people that support pastor is okay, but when he does it,
Eze, please just try to be the Festus Kiabu that we love. Don't be the Festus Kiabu that we don't like.
Your time.
He cannot be. He's weak at the moment with his ogogoro that he's drinking and his dark glasses.
Actually get to the point now. See, I don't know why he says he likes Tinubu. Hold on now. Get to the point, Emeka. I really don't know. Your time is running out.
They don't want me to speak. Let the next if they want to keep interjecting,
oh my God,
they don't want me to speak. If you want me to
let him speak. We like that. We like this topic.
Just say now. It's 1 minute remaining. I really want to understand why he says he likes Tinubu. So go ahead.
So I love Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and I'll say his presidency has actually, I have not seen like him being the bus driver and navigating us to our destination. I'm yet to understand where he's driving us to. Well, he has just started the bus, and we are anticipating that probably he knows the route. He told us he knows the road. So let us have faith and hope in him. But for the man himself, for what he is as a politician and as a mastermind and as a leader. The charisma that he possesses and the influence he wedges across that country is
charisma. The charisma of you mean that kind of charisma? You're a joker.
See,
You're
okay,
a
hold on,
joker.
hold on. That's its own. Listen, his time is
For
almost
real,
up.
but he's a joker, man. He come here looking like
forefathers, you know what? I would go there with people who want to be calling.
It's okay, let's leave it. I think your time is up now.
And I will tell you, this
Yeah,
is the
it's
last
okay.
time
Your time is up. Your time is up.
Who are you,
Let's leave it.
bro? Who are you trying to threaten?
I will go there.
Jamaica, your time is up. Come on,
bro.
man.
You can't come near me. You can't come. I'm just passing
Can we stop harassing? I'm taking people off stage, yo. I'll take people off stage.
If you take people off stage,
let's
start with Jamaica as a rude man.
Oti, please go ahead. Oti wanted to say something quickly before you.
Oti want to say twice. Oti want to say twice without me saying anything.
What I wanted to say.
Oti, I didn't give you your.
Leave him alone. Oti, please go ahead.
What I wanted to say is this, and forefathers is really you I'm addressing, because quite frankly, I don't know. Look, we all know what time, the value of time. Okay, we are busy professionals, most of us. I mean, if not all of us, and we come here instead of having serious discussion. Our country is burning, and people come here and make silly jokes and think, I don't know what, I just don't understand.
But do you normally have problems when Pastor comes and says the same thing?
No, excuse me.
But I know that you complain now when Pastor comes and does the same thing, it's okay.
The thing is, Pansat was shocking for me in the beginning. But Pansat, he's a man of his word. And he's clear, and even though the guy may be a bit controversial at times,
you have to take the rough with the smooth. When Panza and he comes, you have to take all of them.
Indeed, we do. My address to Eze was straightforward, and I didn't necessarily want him to come back to me, but as his turn goes, he can speak as he speaks. The thing is, all I'm saying is that when addressing a panel, you cannot castigate all of us into one bucket without tackling the actual argument. I don't believe in that. All you're doing is finger pointing.
Hold on, Jagon. You know, when Pastor says all these small ethnic groups and this thing, when Pastor is that not? It's not. No. Actually, Pastor may actually be worse in real time. Some of the things he says. It's not. I don't hear him targeting any ethnic group. No.
Go back to the comment section. That's where you are.
I don't hear him targeting any ethnic group. I don't hear him.
You are the one trivializing this.
I'm not trivializing anything because I allowed him. Because I allowed him on. I shouldn't allow him on. I should just allow people like Pansat in alone, isn't it?
Okay,
everybody has to have their say.
Father, let me just go. I know me and Emeka to some extent. Emeka has been enjoying me for a minute.
I like you.
Yeah, so now let me go the other side of my own view so that I can balance view. I was born, raised in Lagos. I live in their papa houses in Lagos. My father worked in the Nigerian Port Authority. I am a wharf boy because my mother sells food in the restaurant, canteen, as they call it back then, inside the port. So I'm a wharf boy. So I cover Lagos very well. I understand the demographic very well. And I happen to be that product who enjoy Jaconde. I'm a Jaconde product. I enjoy Jaconde, where we get what they called back then massets. I enjoy Jaconde. I enjoy free meal. I know the second evening school. I know all those things. But when Bola Tinubu come on stream as a governor in Lagos, when I see Bola Tinubu, the power of media, that's why Tinubu itself had a media, print and electronic media. It baffles me when people say Tinubu achieved a lot. Like they say Tinubu achieved the new Lagos, what we call today the Lekki houses. Jaconde actually built LASU, Lagos State University. We have LASU, we have LASPOTEC. Today, LASPOTEC is where it's situated as TVC, owned by Tinubu as his personal business. That's a state-owned property, that land. But Tinubu turned it to his own personal thing. Tinubu built New Lagos. Tinubu did not even put a satellite campus in New Lagos. Say LASU, say just so we have an honest campus in the new Lagos. Nothing of such. There's an island maternity, Lagos State Teaching Hospital is there and then for that thing. Did we see him build anyone? The Bagada is there. Did we see Tinubu build new hospital? The answer is no. For Tinubu rule as a governor for 8 years, did we see Tinubu build new schools? Tinubu actually built 11 schools called the Millennium School. You understand? Today, every street you go in Nigeria today, almost every street, like you see churches, you see private schools. Did you see competition like what we get here in the West? You understand? They are opening new cities. You see more public schools. You understand? You see private clinics here and there. We see all these things from Tinubu. What did this man achieve compared to the Jakonde that I know in terms of school? Because Jakonde concept of school, he said, if that poor man said they don't have money, that's why they cannot send their children to school all the way from Ajegule for you to go to St. Phoebus, for you to go to Igbobi. Jakonde put schools in your doorstep. After all, if your kid don't go to school, you're still going to feed your kids. The school is around you. That's how they encourage everybody to go to school. Jakonde open Lagos, Jakonde Estate, My Tool, Jakonde Estate, Epera, Jakonde Estate, the Aja houses. Because Lagos is very small. And he used these things to open Lagos. You understand the looks and crannies of Lagos. What are the things Tinubu achieved in terms of hospitals? What are the things Tinubu achieved in terms of schooling? What are the things Tinubu achieved in terms of our roads and everything? I don't get it. I can't see it.
Paul, thank you. I think that is true. No, I think Righteous Man hasn't said anything in ages. He's been backstage. Righteous Man, welcome. You know, let's take it easy.
Can you do me a favor? Just let Eze reply me with this words. Please. Let Eze reply
No,
me.
he's going to reply with both. I'm sure Righteous Man will address some of the points you raised.
I don't want to address right.
Okay, let him just speak. Don't worry, he's going to address your point. Hold on.
I don't want to
No, it has to be able to. We have to respect people's time now. Let's try to remember. Even if you want to have your conversation, because you've had 20 minutes, almost 20 minutes in a row. Let's allow him
to speak.
Righteous Man, please go ahead. You have to let that go, Emeka. Righteous Man, go ahead.
Forefathers, you see, we have men and we have you are a man. They are two different things. I am not disappointed, but I'm surprised. There was a comment Damages made yesterday, Dr. Damages. I will review my membership of this panel. I'm not a small boy. I've seen 20 in life. Most of you don't know my background. And when we come to the public here, you think you can rubbish people and give them name. Tell that guy to max himself. Let him come to Nigeria and face me. Or let him send whoever he wants to send to meet me. If the person will escape it. Because there are some certain statements somebody will make here. For further, you will tolerate it. This guy is a traitor. This guy had been paid by those who he is representing to come and talk rubbish here and insult people and insult the whole tribe, calling the Igbo tribes are the criminals. And he says he's Igbo. And he kept quiet.
Yeah, to be fair to him, he didn't say all Igbo tribes people. He says
some criminals.
He said some criminals. There are some criminals, like everybody says. It's a true issue.
Forefather, look.
He repeated it here, so I can't allow you just malign him.
I have kept quiet a lot. If this guy, if you match himself and face me as a man, one-on-one, he will know that 20 is different from...
Something tells me that you're going to beat him up. Something tells me you're going to beat him up.
Do you know the names he has given? Do you know people he has threatened? This guy that marks himself, that look like a masquerade, coming to the public platform to insult people who have labored. What rubbish? Who do you think you are? What have you achieved in life? Come out in the open. Let us do it as men. You make yourself, you are paid, you come to the public here to talk rubbish, to insult people. And they're tolerating you. Father, you are the cause of this rubbish today. I'm not a kid. I'm a grandfather, as you are seeing me. I'm not a baby. What is his problem? Why will he be insulting men? Why will he be insulting people? Can't he make his submission without insulting people? And he think he's wise. Knocks himself with all kinds of materials. Camouflage. Come on, be man. If a bold man, open up. Let us see who you are. Bullshit. Good night.
Yeah, I'm sorry you don't appreciate some of the stuff that was going on. Who is that? Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, I think it's my turn now.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
Good night.
I thought you wanted me to address.
What I want to.
Oh yeah. Steph, please let's allow Emeka answer the question.
Not, he will get his own turn. He will use his turn to respond. He can't be taking more than he should take.
No,
he has his own time.
One minute he's got. He's got 1 minute. 1 minute you've got, Emeka.
He has his own turn.
Oh, let Steph talk. He has talked enough rubbish.
He has his own turn.
Is he a guest?
People do interject all the time. You all know
that. Can I talk now?
1 minute is got to interject.
No, it's not a guest. It's a panelist.
Can you allow me to moderate? Listen, don't make me go into a bad mood, though. I don't want to go into a bad mood. I don't want to go into a bad mood.
Can we be fair? Must he respond whenever anybody talk?
Yes, 1 minute.
Because I have to respond. You all respond.
You have to let me moderate now. Come on. Oh, did I just mute him? Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Emeka. 1 minute you've got.
Yeah, Paul, thank you very much. I've watched you on this platform. I always enjoy your comments, and you're very civil, and I would like to have good conversation with you. I think I don't have enough time to begin to talk about Bola Ahmed.
I want with a jati.
Right? But I think what I did is I referred a book. It's a very good book by B.C. Akonde, My Participation. I encourage all Nigerians, especially those who who are not biased, who are open-minded, pick up that book and read about the great man called Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and you will see what other great men think of him, or what other great men think of him, and what other leaders consider him to be. That man is a leader of leaders. He's a man's man. So that's why I love him, Paul. I appreciate where you went to with, we cannot discount the great works of Jakonde himself as the governor of Lagos State, even within the short period of time he administered that state. But again, if you are a student of politics and you're trying to go into politics, the man called Bola Ahmed Tinubu is one you must study. You don't need to like him, but you must study him.
Thank you, Emeka. That's time's up on that. Steph, please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, the man beside you last week said that his name is Emeka, and that is his title. I just want to make it known to everybody here that Eze is not a title in Igbo land. Eze is not a title. And I have nothing against you choosing to be Emeka, because anybody can bear any name that you choose to bear. So it's irrelevant. Having said that,
I'm having a bad connection. I will come back later, man. Forefathers.
Having said that,
all right.
What I have problem with is when people claim that they love Nigeria and they place individuals ahead of the country. Your love for Nigeria cannot be measured by your love for a single man. That is called opportunism. It's because you have an interest. You are benefiting from him because you are in his payroll. And that is why you are defending the indefensible. That the man that you did not only like, you say you love him. You love his presidency. What can you say about him as a person? You're proud of all that he has become. You're proud of who he is, his personality. A man that if I ask you now, where exactly was he born? What is his date of birth? Where did he attend primary school? Where did he attend secondary school? A man have to procure lawyers to go and stop an university from releasing the only certificate that he claimed that he got in his life. What are we talking about? That is the man that you You want to force down the throat of Nigerians? Fine and good. You justify that it's okay, he's a strategist that made him, because he's able to steal it, grab it, and run away with it. Now he have grabbed it. It's time for governance. Right? The chicken,
I think he's not here. He's not here anymore.
They've come home to roast. No, he's hearing me wherever he is. So it's very shameful when young men who are supposed to be concerned about posterity. I don't know if you have children, and your children will be proud that the man who has the kind of record that Bola Ahmed Tinubu has. I mean, if he's not the president of Nigeria, I wouldn't even bother to be mentioning his name. What I'm saying is that people like him should not bring themselves up to be leaders that people should be looking up to. He's not the kind of person that will be proud to call my president.
Don't you think we should challenge him point on point? Because if we just say dismiss him, we should challenge him. Why would you support him? This is what he's doing. This is what he's doing. See what I mean? Nobody has held him accountable for all
No, let's talk about character first, personality. Who are you supporting? Who did you love? People used to say, show me your friend and I'll tell you the kind of person you are.
Simple.
And you are a young man. Man, it's so disgusting. Does he need me to like him for him to perform? He have gotten the power. Let him rule. Let him provide leadership. Everything is fraud. Where is the 50% discount in travel for travelers? How was it implemented? The treasury, they started looting the treasuries. You saw the newspaper last week? They just want to make the woman a four woman. He's the four guy. You think it's only him? Only her?
Thank you. Let's allow Prince say something. He just came in and he must have had. I think I hear what you are saying, but I really think we really need to challenge him point on point. Because if you really believe Tinubu is all these bad things, then you must have a lot of ammunition. So let's use those. Prince Mazi Prince, California, and I can't see your full name.
Yeah, forefathers. It's evening, wherever you are. I believe it should be evening now. Thank God that the so-called Emeka came back. Is he running away? He should come back. Let him look at my face.
You guys should put your cameras on.
About a few weeks ago, he came on and he wanted to engage me in comment section. By the time I gave it to him bumper to bumper, he ran away. He couldn't say anything. Now he said his name is Emeka what? Omona. He couldn't even.
Bring your camera on.
He can't even spell the That's not how to spell Omona. That's for you to know that he's an imposter. That guy cannot come on every platform and gaslight people. And he said that. He shouldn't be doing that.
So you think it's
and
not
I totally align myself with what Righteous Man said. Okay, earlier I was listening to him when he was talking about the Chinese. Do you know that this guy opened his mouth and said that the Igbos are kidnapping people from the north? What evidence does he have? What evidence does he have? And he just come and talk anyhow.
It's not him, it's a report. It's a report.
Let's see your face. Let's see your face. You can see my face. I'm not hiding it. Let's see your face. You don't come on platforms, you use petitions names, and you try to rubbish a particular tribe.
See, this is the reason why. This is the reason why. This is Sahara Reporter. I don't know why Sahara Reporter will be reporting anything like this, but there is a lot of problems in Nigeria, and we will be addressing some of all these things. And the things we are seeing, we are hearing in Nigeria. This is what
Father, stop defending him.
I'm not defending anybody. I'm just sharing facts.
Forefathers is going to defend him because two of them. They are the same way Emeka came here with a fictitious name and fictitious identity. Can you even tell us who forefather is?
Okay, hold on. Are you trying to tell me that this picture, this thing now is some other person that wrote this? Sahara Reporters. What are we going to make of all this? We are supposed to be trying to find out the truth, not just
going, I just hated somebody just because we don't like the person at all. Yeah, okay, you don't like him, fine. Don't like him, but check the information that he's giving you, because if the information is correct, maybe to help you. What is wrong with having the correct information?
Father, you are in journalist. You are in journalism. So do you want to tell me that what BBC said the other day about TSU was right?
Not in journalism.
I'm not in journalism. I don't know where you got that.
Okay, you have to do your investigation. You don't see anything that they wrote. You won't see anything that they because Sahara reporters have written it, then it's right. It's
just
not right.
Maker and forefather have the same paymaster. He's not a journalist.
You see, now what you are doing is even worse than what Maker is
Can
doing.
you let
See, I'm gonna be taking people. See, if he is able to accuse me of working for a government when he doesn't have any evidence, and Maker is accusing people of being these bigots when he doesn't have any. Some people will argue that he has evidence. Some people say he doesn't.
I do have evidence.
I don't like that because you are having double standards. He can do that. They can do that to me. Call me devil. Call me everything. It's okay. But if someone happens, if Panzer comes here and says other ethnic minorities are useless and says they don't matter, they don't do this, it's okay. Everybody will be laughing. But why do we do these things? This double standard thing is not going to get us anywhere. It will not. Period. So please,
let Emeka answer my question.
Yeah, Paul, can you hear me?
Okay, Prince has finished.
Yes.
Okay.
Paul,
okay.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. So,
okay.
Forefathers, thank you very much. You understand. Unfortunately, I think you probably do not have the time to moderate and put up the evidence I have. What I was saying
I'll be sharing them later on.
Good. You see, the best way to respond to bigots and ignorant people is to provide evidence. Whatever they do with it is their cup of tea. That's why I say I will not respond to people. There are people I will respond to, and there are people I will not respond to. There are those who have open mind. If you have an open mind, you will understand. We will have that conversation, even though we don't agree. This is not the first time we've discussed. I don't necessarily agree with you on all the things. You don't agree with me on all things, but you have an open mind. We can have that dialogue. But bigots have closed mind. So there's no need discussing with bigots. Just give them the evidence. Whatever they want to do with it, let them go and deal with it.
And Emeka, you are a deplorable fellow. You are a deplorable fellow. Okay? That's what you are.
We told Dr. Damages about how
now let me try to see something that
joking.
Let me ask you a specific question.
Abadorians have hijacked his platform.
Hold on now. Let me ask a specific question because something is not right about me. I don't like the fact that he says he loves Tinubu or he supports the government in any way. I don't like that.
No, Tunaja, I have not said I support the government, right? That's not a statement I'll make. I love Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Whoever is angry about that should go and die.
So because you love his leadership traits
see, there's a lot to love and learn about that man.
So which means you but I'm waiting you to convince me for all the things that are criticizing for his 8 years.
This is not the place. This is not the place. You have a lot of ignorant people here. It's not the place. It's not the place.
Okay, we'll meet next time.
Exactly. But read that book. That book my participation by BC Akonde. Start with that.
You know the Akonde families are drug barons.
BC Akonde that was paid by Tinubu to write a book. Look at you. That's an evidence.
A friend wrote about you.
Can you imagine? BC Akonde that was paid to write a book to market Tinubu. That's an evidence you are providing.
I don't think Steph is a bigot. I really don't, because Steph does. No, hold on. The reason why I say that is because Steph seems to come from a specific.
Remember that other reporters have carried.
Let me finish my point. The reason why let me just say the reason why I don't think Steph is a bigot, because I think Steph can move position when he finds better information. He can, but because I've seen him do that. He used to disagree with me on almost everything, but some points he's like, oh, that one he thinks. So there are some people that are liable, while others are completely closed.
Are you saying Steph is a thinking?
He does, You might not know that, but he does.
Oh, okay. So Steph is a thinking.
Do you know that Sahara reporters
He's a thinking person.
He's a thinking bigot.
Stop it. He's a thinking person.
Father, you are very biased. In fact, today I know you are.
You are the biggest bigot I know here. I don't know why you are busy going that.
I told you last week. So anybody to defend government, you explain tire.
We may not
I don't care who you are. Anybody that want to defend government, both the previous one and the present one, you will explain tire.
Why do we do this thing? Sometimes some people have certain things that they do. That's why I always use Pastor as an example. When Pastor comes here, he grabs the mic and he holds on to it. And there are other people that do that too. They hold on to the mic. CM will come in, hold on to the mic. There are some people that just hold on to the mic.
CM is the president.
You all know now. You know how that rolls now. CM will hold on to the mic. There are some people that are like that. There's nothing you can do.
I'm asking you a simple question. Have you not read where Sahara reporters have reported a fake news that is not correct?
I have not seen it, but I'm sure they have.
Okay, so why are you taking this report from Sahara reporters as a genuine report that you come to a worldwide platform to say people are kidnapping children? Indictment.
That's what I'm saying. As a reporter, it's not a fact. We don't know whether it's a fact. It has to be confirmed.
But you presented it as a fact. This guy
I said it's from Sahara report that's what he is using.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. The government that you're defending saw the evidence that Sahara reporters provided. How many Igbos have they arrested that are kidnapping?
This was 2019, and maybe this could have informed some.
I don't care the government. I'm not talking about only this government. Government generally. What are they doing? The people are kidnapping in the north. Why are they not arresting them? That's my question.
We have this baby factory thing in the southeast. It has been happening back to back in the southeast.
No, I don't believe this. I think that page, that Sahara report.
Allow the bigots to continue.
Hold on. I don't think that Sahara report is accurate. What they are saying is that. Hold on. No, I have to finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying is that they are saying that the Northerners accuse Southeast or agenda. You see, somebody's accusing somebody, so you just go and publish it. That's not an evidence. Technically, that's no evidence.
No, forefather, for a long time, we'll be having this baby factory thing in the southeast. It's been happening a lot.
Thank you, Paul.
Like in terms of adoption and everything. So now, if I'm going to Nigeria now to go adopt a child in the southeast,
thank you, Paul. My brothers,
I must tell you that child, I have to make that child.
Southeast though? Is he only southeast?
Is the southeast?
No, it's big. It's big in the southeast.
That is where the highest organ have been.
It's big in the southeast. This baby factory thing.
Emeka, the way he talks sometimes, I don't know.
I am telling you something. I am telling you with evidence. I will go and bring it and give it to you so that my bigot Southeast brothers will learn.
No, but you have no brother. You don't have any brother. You have any chance. Boy, you have any brother. Give him the chance to be talking.
Big God.
Emeka, you
have no brother.
The baby factory.
Your brother is
Big God, keep quiet.
Emeka, just take it easy.
Those people are not paying you enough. You're still broke.
Go collect more money from them. Go collect money from your paymaster. Let's see your face. How much they pay you? The masses.
Oh my God.
You know you're my friend. I don't know where to categorize.
Emeka, what you must understand.
Somebody like you.
Hold on. You know what I'm going to do? I will allow for 30 minutes of our Nigerians, polar opposite Nigerians, being able to discuss stuff. Let's see how this experiment goes. I'm not going to get involved. 30 minutes, and I will time it. So you guys can have a conversation. Let's try to be reasonable. Let's see.
Let's try to be orderly.
I'm not up for shouting.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay. Papa, start with me so that I follow the algorithm. Just
let me ask you a question. Let me engage him on some questions.
Prince. Okay. Let's my airport start. 30 minutes.
Okay. So Emeka is saying he's here.
Hold on now. They say let us start. California. I don't say your state big past my state. So the baby factory thing is big in the southeast. Emeka, this is what I want you to know. But oftentimes it's not like the child trafficking like they put it. Because the Southeast governor have not really ratified their law when it comes to adoption. I know so many people that want to go adopt a child in the Southeast. They will literally take the child to Lagos because Lagos and Abuja have done the adoption thing that the process is so smooth and everything. I live here in America. To go adopt a child in the East with what the American government understand, with what they understand from the embassy, it is very, very difficult. It will almost look like a child trafficking because the Southeast governors have not done some of those laws. These things are also happening to some ignorant people who don't know, who is just doing things more genuinely. Don't understand that there is a process, there is ways that you can go about it. In Nigeria today, if you want to do adoption, you will definitely find yourself in Lagos and Abuja. We are in a situation now for you to complete all these things, part of the process. You want to say, oh, that child is schooling in Lagos. The child will end up become resident. So you move the child from east to south. And if you don't do the process very well, Lagos State also investigate, okay, when did this child landed Lagos? When did this child started going to school? Before you know, you hear kidnapping, you hear child trafficking. And the likes, where are the parents? How will a child live in Lagos and both parents or the parent live in the Southeast? So all this process is there. So sometimes it might be misinformation with some of these things that happen and every other thing. So you might also want to look deep into that thing because I've been in this adoption process. I was so shocked when I heard that it's only 2 states in Nigeria. You understand? That's completely do their ratification. That is my take.
I posted something on the private chat, right? Now it's on the organ trafficking in Nigeria, a silent crisis. And when I came in, I know I've upsetted a lot of people here. You know, they are really angry. Reasons personal, you know, you can be angry, but let's get to the meat of the discussion. Now there are 3 insecurity challenges going on in the country. Organ trafficking is the 3rd category, and it is not as high as the land grabbing and the illegal mining going on, and as well as the terrorism attacks going on in the country. But it is coming up, it's surging. Now, look at the Vanguard news that I just posted, and now let me read this to you. Nigeria is experiencing a rise in covert crime, as evidenced by a 2013 scandal involving a baby factory in the southeastern states. Now, a lot of people from the Igbo, including myself, we don't want to hear the truth. We don't want to hear it. But I will tell you, you have mentioned it called the baby factory. I'll tell you, it is a ring sponsored for organ trafficking.
After Paul, is it not Blackstone supposed to talk?
Organ trafficking. Now, the northern side of Nigeria is now accusing the southeast for stealing their children, changing their names and their religion, and selling them in Lagos, in Ogun State, and in Enugu and Anambra, largely mainly for organ trafficking. You may not like it, you may not want to hear it, but that is the truth from the security report on ground. That is what is going on. Don't hate me. I'm just a messenger. But that is the 3rd category of insecurity going on in the country now. And apart from the pockets of insecurity in the southeast, the baby factory, which is largely tied to the organ trafficker movements, the criminals in the southeast are responsible for those acts. What I will tell Nigerians now, protect your children, guide your children, know the whereabouts of your children. This criminal ring are going out to profit. And like I've said, all the insecurity going on in the country, somebody is echoing at the background, is mainly money, money, money. So I came up here. Why did I come up? I usually do not want to come up. Now I said, maybe you guys really like me with the way you are going back and forth. I might be irregular to come in with evidence, because when I come in with the evidence. I don't come to speak rhetorically. No, that's not me. So I came up here because I have even yesterday, I listened to people saying things that do not go well.
What you call
let me point you to one side. What you're saying.
You don't like it.
Listen.
But the Southeasterners are the main perpetrator of organ harvesting.
Your problem. Do you know your problem?
Nigeria.
Your problem is that
not the problem. So that
if you are man enough, if you're man enough,
know the problem so we can get solution.
Listen. If you're man enough, you disclose your full identity. What you're saying may be correct, but in as much as it's correct, it's still an indictment on the same government you're trying to defend. What are they doing about it? Is it not failure of government? Why can the government stop it?
It's not
So what are you talking about?
No. The government is not taking security challenges seriously.
And then you love them, and you love them for that. Can you hear yourself?
But
The
again,
government is not taking security
argument.
one at a time.
Has failed over the years.
The government is not taking security challenges seriously.
So we're having in your mind, we're having a conversation now.
If you say the Fulani is the problem and the Fulani are not the problem, then we don't know the problem.
Whoever it is, let the government deal with it. Whoever it is, let the government deal with it.
I told you, Steph, that the Fulanis are not the problem. Look at where the problem
is. Whoever the problem is, I
don't
care who the problem is.
I don't care.
Even if it's not it, I don't care. Let the government deal with it.
See how you have indicted yourself. You have indicted yourself.
Indict anything. If the
you have indicted
Let
yourself.
the government deal with it. I don't care whether it's from Southeast, whether it's Fulani, whether it's Hausa, whether it's Yoruba. Let the government deal with it.
The government is messing up. We have to call them out.
No,
they are your people.
I have
I
have said here that
they are your people.
That's what I'm doing here to call the government out.
I have said the security chiefs are culpable. Because
they are your people. Go and call them out. But you will not come here and try to change the narrative.
Exactly.
The narrative that we should shake hands with the terrorists.
You can use to cover it up.
Genocidal people. We should shake hands with those killing us. You want to push a narrative that it is not the people we are finger pointing that are responsible for the killing. You want to change the narrative, and we will not allow you. That's the propaganda they are paying you for. You and your cohort. We know this government that is not doing its job is paying some of you to do this dirty job.
More than
you have been exposed.
Thousands.
Before you were in the dark, but we came out here, we found who you are, we know who you are, and we are telling you to your face, it will not work. But we are smarter than you.
Alaba, you are not smart. You are talking nonsense.
I'm not smart, and you are.
We not have the deflection. Let the government do their job.
This is not a title. Dumbass.
Listen to me. At least listen to me.
Nobody will listen to your propaganda. Nobody has time. Nobody has time. We will cut you short. That's why I come to this video. All those liars.
Blackstone talk, please, so that Jagu and it goes up.
Jonathan, you have anything to add?
Yeah, just coming in now. Yes,
okay, go ahead.
My tongue.
Go ahead, please.
Huh?
Let me say, please, guys. You know, I'm thankful for the moment silence that has now come.
It took my time. Yeah,
oh, enter then. Enter with confidence, Joe. Please don't be hanging around.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, guys. I'm happy for this small reprieve that we have from the hullabaloo of just now. I don't want our conversation here to be focused on Emeka, because that's no good. It's taking us nowhere. Because we are hyped by what he's saying, it doesn't mean that we have to give him more importance than he actually needs. He said what he said. He said what he said. We understand what he said. Those who disagree, disagree. Those who agree, agree. However, you see, this is, I don't understand how from 2000, I don't know what happens from year to year. If we believe that the time just goes on linearly, or we are going round and round. But for me, 2024 has to constitute a new beginning. We've had the horror of what happened last year, most especially to me, where in front of all of us, we saw the most abysmal take from the APC government, where they quantified and legitimized hardcore corruption and rigging. And in hardcore corruption and rigging, an individual came out as the winner. We all felt that this winner was a mistake. We all felt that the person who should have won didn't win. We also realize as Nigerians that this thing has been happening since Nigeria's beginning. what I am really fed up with is that we, as a group of people, are not fed up to the T of what Nigeria is.
No, Jago, I think
Wait,
Nigerians do not know the problem.
please, let me just finish what I'm trying to say. I don't really want it going back to you because I don't believe that you're going to do it. Now, for me, what's going on here? We Nigerians like to pontificate, and we like to bring on board a self-grandizement of ourselves, that our angle on what is good for Nigeria is the only angle to be taken on board.
Thank
Nobody
you,
has said,
Jago. Thank you. God bless you for that. Thank you. I like
nobody has said that the Fulani are the only problem in Nigeria. Nobody has said that. Those people who were nuanced enough to bring in the Fulani angle, most of us have direct experience with the Fulanis. Direct. My village, Ifon in Ondo State, has been rampaged by who? The Fulanis. Me, I grew up in Ifon with Fulani people in and out of our village when we were young. They were not a harm to us. They were part. In fact, they used to call me Fulani boy because they felt I had a straight nose like them. You understand? Me, I have seen them kill. Listen to me, the king in our village, he died from Fulani herdsmen. Whatever intricacies that took place, Fulani herdsmen were the culprit. Then, my cousin, who is younger than me, he's a gunman. What I mean by this, he's a hunter, the earthman. This guy is an earthman, barefoot all the time. He will be eating grubs, maggots, all kinds of different levels of food he will be eating. No one in our family is like this, but he is like this. Now, he's an individual where if you face him, he will take your head off. He's that kind of individual, you know? So the Fulani people understood that my cousin needed to be taken out in order for them to rampage the village. You know what my cousin did? They ran him through the forest. But he knows the forest as well as them, if not better. He hid in a gully for 48 hours of running up and down above him as he was covered with leaves and wood until 48 hours he was there. So for us to pretend and just to castigate, I think it's highly unfortunate. Okay, because wait. It constitutes an issue in the polity of Nigeria. It's a big issue and it's a nuisance upon us, most especially for us in the South.
Jago,
so
you are not wrong. Hold on, you are not wrong, right? Now, I'll tell you. You see, all you need to do is go and check the mineral resources in Ondo State.
I know the mineral resources very well.
We know. Stop reading. We know.
Alaba, for the love of God, keep your dirty mouth shut.
Oh, you keep your dirty mouth shut. I know go let you talk. I know go let you talk.
Listen. Keep your dirty mouth shut.
Please, let's stop this. We've got to stop this. This is not how to conduct adult affairs.
Jago, now, right? You are not wrong with saying Fulani headsmen are not participants in causing insecurity in Ondo State. You're not wrong, right? But they are not the participants. They are not the sponsor. They are not the ethnic group. These are paid people. These are paid actors.
I'm not arguing that. Okay. I'm not arguing that. You wait. I'm not going to let you take it from me because there's a queue. The thing is, I know that money talks anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter where we are. The whole world is corrupt. Well, the child trafficking that we are lending speech to, do you know in the United States of America, in England,
I'm fully aware of that.
Say in England, 600,000 children go missing every year. Yeah. Every year. This is UK.
I'm aware of that.
We would like to speak these things as though our country is not imbibed in the whole world's madness. It's not only Nigeria that's mad in this planet. The whole world has gone crazy, if we haven't understood. And within this craziness, there are horrors taking place. At the end of it, from 600,000 people, children going missing, it breaks down that 100,000 found.
Jago,
Yes,
what I wanted
alive.
to say.
Wait, let me land. 100,000 are found alive. Another 100,000 are dead. Another 100,000, they became, God knows what happened to them. 90,000 per year in the UK are understood to have entered into the child trafficking world. This child trafficking level.
That topic.
I don't want to digress. I just want to give it its context.
It's a big.
So we're not father making no mute me again. No, making no mute me. Oh,
now, Jago, what I'm trying to say is the viewpoint of saying Fulani headsmen is a diversionary tactics for the main culprit. That's a diversionary.
I don't disagree that people are being used.
So
I don't.
So what I'm trying to come here to explain is that let's know the problem, that the security chiefs are culpable, that traditional rulers are culpable. Now let's make this, and I will give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Let me come back to you Let me come back to you real quick. Let me come back to you real quick, Eze. Now, in your love of somebody like Tinubu, and you've explained it, so we don't have to go back and forth on that. In your love of someone like Tinubu, who I believe stole that election, he is now our premier. Now, given his position and the government beneath him, and the government of 8 years past with Buhari, which there should be no continuation of, but there right now is, with the culpability of the government, is Tinubu in any way, or has he done anything to waylay the power structures that are keeping madness running in that country?
Now, that's a very fair, fantastic question, right? For 7 months so far, I am yet to distinguish the Tinubu administration from the Buhari administration. I am yet, apart from him saying he wants to build a 1 trillion economy, apart from him doing the Xmas Bonanza or the student loan that is going to kick off in January, apart from him expressing that he wants to kick off an expansionary economy, I am yet to distinguish the Buhari administration from the Tinubu administration. Security-wise, there is no positive outcome. Economic-wise, it has gone down. But again, the president has echoed the differentiation between Tinubu and Buhari. And Buhari was unable to describe the journey where he wants to take Nigeria to. Tinubu has said, this is where I want to take Nigeria to. Has he started taking Nigeria there? We are yet to see. Why do I say that? He has explained what he wants to do. Buhari took the country to 2 recessions economically. In security-wise, Buhari securities.
Where is Tinubu say he's taking us to? The blah blah. Where did he say he's taking us to? The blah blah.
Listen, y'all. With what the guy who wants us to call him Emeka said now, with your submission now, why does it look as if we're having an argument here? Is the opinion of majority of people here that the government have not done anything in terms of security? And when people like us said it's making us to lose faith in government, lose faith in the country, why do you have a problem with that?
No, you don't.
Instead of telling him to perform.
They just want to control your narrative. They want to control what you say.
It's not important. If the problem is from Southeast, the problem is from Fulani, problem from Hausa, is immaterial. It's not important. If it's the chief of staff that is responsible, this is the government, deal with it.
The administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu is 7 months going to 8 months old. He's senior. I think by June next year, we will begin to hold him to tax. He has come to one.
Do you think what you just said has been said? So you know what you just said? I've heard it said on every government that comes in. Give Buhari a chance.
In all fairness, right? If you go to a job they give you at least 6 months or 1 year. It depends on the kind.
In all fairness, yeah.
In all fairness,
is
right? Hold
terribly
on.
high. I hear you.
I like to be objective.
All I'm saying in response,
right?
All I'm saying in response to that.
I am
wait,
not
wait,
going to
please.
allow. Wait, let me land now. I'm not going to allow my love for the president to becloud my judgment.
Let me call you back.
In all fairness, when you go into a new job, you are being given a month. You at least 6 months. Some will say a year. Let's see what you can come up with. Now the president. That's why I said the president, who is the bus driver and driving us. I am yet to see the journey, but he has articulated what he wants to do in his speech to the security.
Okay, let me know because we're having a free flow here. Let's go back and forth.
Let me just throw this in. I have no problem with give time do or whatever Emeka is trying to say. What I'm against and why I'm yelling like a madman is that they are trying to control our narrative. That is wrong. You see, they are beating us. They don't want us to cry. They are trying, and that's why people like Emeka are here to tell us what to say. It is bad enough we don't have anything from you. You are now trying to manipulate and try to control what we say, how we say it. Don't say it's the Fulani. Don't point to the Fulani. Don't say
Ferreira. The thing is, Ferreira, we are all individuals here, I believe, of high nuance and high mind. Given that this point of view, it does nothing to me. Apart from I hear it and I feel it doesn't allow for our conscious togetherness in order to bring down the impunity that we've been suffering in that country for eons. Well, what I feel when people come out with certain statements is as though you are not fed up of Nigeria. You are not fed up of the malaise. You are not fed up of mediocrity. You see, please, guys, when I look at our people in the diaspora, leave Nigeria alone for a minute, because we know that Nigeria is great. Or when I say great, I mean the minds of our Nigerian people is fantastic and phenomenal. When we now look in the West, where there is an environment where Nigerians can play ball, bruh, we're just winners, automatic winners. There are many of us that lose.
You guys have a friendly today.
You gotta wait. There are many of us
today.
Who is that damn fuck? You gotta just wait. Well, don't fuck about here, please. We are here to speak to our consciousness, and in doing such, we need to understand that. Imagine we in the diaspora that are doing so well, and we are doing a lousy job of it in Nigeria. It gives us a clear understanding that Nigeria is not set upon a correct paradigm for us to make moves. Me, I'm a business. Wait. Please, I'm going to land. I beg everybody's pardon. Forefathers, I'm happy to see your face back.
So that I can answer your question. Land fast, so I can answer your question.
Thank you. I'm saying to you that given us in the diaspora and given where we come from and the chasm of a difference that we are in the Western world compared to the indifference that we make back home in our own country and in our own continent, I believe that this is the crux where we should be speaking from. How can we be satisfied with a place called Nigeria when it's behaving in a woeful, disgusting, embarrassing fashion led by APC government, 8 years wasted by Buhari, and a continuation of bullshit nonsense by a man called Tinubu?
Okay, I think from what I've heard so far, nobody is saying that the nation is going well, including Emeka. What he is saying, from what I gather, it's not so dissimilar from what I'm saying. So, which is go after the right target.
Thank you.
That's basically it. Go after the government, demand specifics from them. Because this thing where you target fellow Nigerians, why are you missing the why would you want to go after Fulanis? One can accuse you of being the agent. Because
stop
you
that.
don't want to
Stop
partner
that.
the
No,
government.
stop that. Stop that. Stop that.
Stop
We must call a spade. In this country, we
getting
must
it
call a
wrong.
spade.
Hold on.
Whoever does anything should be called out.
But the government is in charge for one.
You're getting it wrong.
You guys are taking my time now.
Hold
You
on.
guys are taking my time. You guys are taking my time.
Well, there's no time. There's no time.
No. We were going smoothly.
There was no time.
It was supposed to be my own turn.
The whole show was about Jagun and Emeka.
No. I wanted to talk to Emeka. I wanted to talk to him.
You will say something.
No, I'm going to point us in the right direction. Look at what happened.
See, it's about direction. What happened?
Yeah, look at what happened. This man here, Eze, just considered that the government is not doing well. But that's not where he started from. If he started from that side, there would have been no argument. Even the last time that he came here, it was a different story. He's trying to promote the government, that the government is doing well, that nothing is wrong.
No, that, see,
and he said that it's a crime for you to say that something is not working in Nigeria.
See, what he hated was that what he didn't like was the way we keep going in the wrong direction, even with correct evidence showing us that it's the different direction you are supposed to be looking.
Thank you.
I have a problem with that too.
That's not all. Let's not change the narrative. That's not all. That's not all.
You cannot put the narrative.
Why I said it's not all is that
the moderator right here has
he believes that nobody should talk because the government is just 8 months old. That nobody should talk. And I want to explain to you.
He didn't say nobody should talk. He said he should go after the government. That the
No,
government
he said we should give him time. He said we should give him time.
Hold on. Let me confirm it. Did you say we should give government time to implement their policy? Is that what you are saying, Eze?
What I said is, see, now thank you for correcting that view. You expressed my viewpoint. When I came in here, right? I said, you guys are chasing.
Papa, I know how to move narratives away.
No. I'll come back to you. If you say that
the narrative and he wants us to keep quiet. He's changing the narrative and he wants us to keep quiet.
Come on, you're just interrupting now. See, Eze, if you Eze, I have to hold you accountable on this one. If you just said that the government is responsible for the insecurity, at the same time you are telling them to give the government time. Did you say that you should give the government time to resolve it?
I wasn't even talking about insecurity with that on that context. What I'm saying is, I think it was Jago that was coming up, and I said, okay, Jago, let's be fair to the president, right? He was saying my love for the president, and I said, if you go into a new job, they give you some moratorium, right, to judge you on your performance, and he agreed with me. And then I said, okay, now the president, who is now the bus driver of Nigeria, is driving us. The journey is not clear. I am not seeing. At least for 7 months, we should be able to see some signs. Now, I think, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Tom was asking me, and I told Tom that the president has given a marching order to the security chief. I just posted it on the private chat.
And you were not happy?
I am not happy because I do not see a set target. There's no date. I do not see a clear outcome. What are we addressing?
So in other words, then why are they saying that you are saying that they should give the government time?
They're just see, one thing is, people hate Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and they go look for more reasons to hate him. And they are all here. That's why I say I love the president. I do love him. But if the government is not doing their job, it doesn't becloud my judgment. Now look at Betty Edu. Because she was caught, how many of you are aware that Betty Edu has actually transferred that money? The Accountant General of the Federation is saying,
what do you mean transfer that money? What do you mean?
She transferred the 558 million. That money has been transferred into the private account. That money has been transferred.
Emeka, we all knew.
Why did she transfer it?
It is a bad thing. No, the Accountant General has said, oh no, we did not honor the request. Right? But that money has moved. And that is not the first time. But what happened? Nigerians saw it and Nigerians held that to account. And guess what is happening? The president has said, carry out an investigation. So what I came here to say is that you guys are chasing shadows. Look at the problem here. If Nigeria are saying This is the problem, Mr. President. What are you doing? The president will say, oh, okay, our hands are up. Okay, security chief, look at the problem here. But when you are saying Fulani headsmen are the problem, when we have Chinese nationals sponsoring people to go and kill people.
It's the Chinese that are killing us. Very good story.
Personally, I am skeptical of that Chinese
Can I talk now? Can I talk now?
I'm quite skeptical.
I have sent evidence upon evidence upon evidence.
See, the evidence you provided are reports.
Can you define propaganda and evidence?
Those are not just only reports from mainstream. There is another intelligence report again that the security nationals that many have reported that last year 220 Chinese nationals.
Emeka, calm down. Chinese do operate. You do say you are often support. You like to support evidence, don't you? If Chinese, good. Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point now. Okay, that 30 minutes is gone anyway. Free flowing discussion is gone. Hold on now.
No, I will not agree to that.
Point by point, I will take you down. You will not change the narrative.
Hold on. Can we stop this? Where is this guy? Yeah, too tiny on this. Stop that. This hey, don't do that. See, I want to, this Chinese thing they are talking about, you like to believe in evidence. So if the Chinese are responsible for it, I know full well that they are operating in Ghana, Benin Republic, all the other countries. We don't see similar insecurity. So why are they not doing it there and they are doing it in Nigeria? I think there's something unique in Nigeria that is going on. It's not only the Chinese and the gold that is ending up in Dubai. I don't think it's the Chinese that are doing that gold that is ending up in Dubai. I think some Nigerian, for me, if you want to ask me, I would say some Nigerian top brasses are working with militants in collusion with some other people that are funding them, because there's a report that came out last week that said Qatar is funding all the jihadist groups in Africa. They are the ones causing all these problems.
Let me lay it out. The Chinese, the big stewards in Nigeria, they are collusion within Nigerian security agencies. They are in collusion.
Islamists are also involved.
Whoever will perpetrate their act, they will pay them.
Your propaganda don't work. You don't make everybody fall out.
Stop it.
The problem is,
don't you like evidence? What is the matter with you?
No, he's dumb now. Just leave him.
Don't do that now. You know what? Maybe they should put two of you in a room or something. Then you will make peace with yourselves.
No, I will slap you with evidence. I will slap you with evidence.
Can I address Emeka now, please? Can I address Emeka now?
The main problem, like I have broken down the three insecurities.
Emeka, allow other people to speak now. You've been talking for a long time.
Emeka, I've taken a little time to study you while you were talking. You know what? You're a likable person. You understand? But my problem with you is that you coming on a platform and you feel that for the fact that people are speaking, then everyone becomes a bigot. That is not right. Yes, like I said, you're a likable person, but you'll be much more lovable if you take out your glasses. Let's see your eyes. That would be so nice to see your eyes. The Chinese you are talking about, my problem with it is this. The same Chinese that we are accusing now is the same Chinese that loaned us money some years ago. You see? So I have a problem with that. And if we're saying Chinese, are they not the same people that we are giving most of the construction that is going on in Nigeria? The other day I saw one with Wike. They are the one to construct certain things in Abuja. Okay? So if we have an NSA, we have a DSS, which is DSS is equivalent to FBI. So if it's the Chinese that is the problem, why don't they tell the president and say these people are the problem? And let's leave it in the board. Another thing to it is this. The people that went to Edo State, the one that happened, was it today, yesterday or today, those were not Chinese that were asking for the, what they call, whatever, the leader or whatever it is that they were asking for. And then one that came out from the bush and told the husband and wife that their cow is feeding there, that they can't go to their farm. Those are not Chinese. I don't think there's any what do you call it? Any precious gold or whatever it is that is there. And my fear is that now that they moved into Edo State, Delta is next. Delta is next. Okay? So what we're saying is nobody is stopping you from loving. You can love Bola Tinubu. Hey, that's good.
Thank you.
You know, but my problem for me, the problem I have with Bola Tinubu is that the way he came into power is not right. And he said, when he came in, he said that he's not gonna complain and that he's gonna hit the ground running. So what is he waiting for? Is the ground running away from him now? So he should chase it. That's what I'll lay my case for now.
Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you
For the compliment. I
I think let's allow Jonaba to say something. He hasn't said anything since he came in. Then we allow Chino, Yerem, Okuwu to say his piece. Don't worry, Ferrari, you've said so many times. Righteous Man, you too. Let's allow Jonaba to go first.
Thank you once again. Nigeria belongs to all of us, and everybody is entitled to their own opinion. This is Javier say. The viewers around the world judge us on our delivery here. The notion that we can suppress one another here is not less than a dictatorship if we have opportunity to lead any other country or any group of people. And if we have lived in diaspora or anywhere with open mind and see what is humanly possible, and we do this to each other here, we are not living a good example for our children. Whatever is going on in Nigeria is very complicated. Nobody, except you experience it yourself, or you, and I mean, if you lose your family member to any of these so-called, whether it's a Fulani henchman, bandit, Boko Haram, your view and your judgment will be different. We say things because it do not impact us directly. And I appreciate those that genuinely share their concern about what is going on in the nation called Nigeria or country called Nigeria. But the notions that we often think that has to be your way or a highway, that's not civilization. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion. Let us have a dialogue. Let us find out the root cause of all of this. There is a reason why the security apparatus exists. And a leader of a country, of any kind of leadership, if you preside over anything, you take a full responsibility for whatever is going on, whether it's right or it's wrong. That's leadership. I don't want to speak to election issue. Election is over. We can't change anything than what we have now. We can speak truth to the power.
Thank you.
But let us be mindful that let us not oppress or suppress anybody's expression or their own view. People are entitled to their view.
Thank you, John.
And respect it even when you disagree respectfully.
Thank you. A man of reason.
I stop for now.
Thank you. Let's see. I think that was Chino Yerem. Please go ahead.
Yes. So I came here for a particular thing, as I said. Greetings, panelists. Just for that particular thing, that was why I came here. When I heard Eze speaking, I realized that some people prefer personal gain than common good. Believe me, some people prefer personal gain than common good. He made mention of one particular thing that brought me here, and that is that every organ trafficking in Nigeria is being carried out by the Southeasterners. That was what he said.
He's in the Southeast. I didn't say being carried by the Southeast. He's in the Southeast. He's Southeast.
And he said the Northerners are accusing the Southeasterners of taking their children and selling them.
To be fair, Mika, that's how he came across. You were saying like the organ trafficking is all happening in the southeast.
No, it's happening in the southeast. It's not all.
He said
headquarter.
He came across like that. To be fair,
that is called fallacy of generalization. It's a fallacy.
Wait. I saw it as pure gaslighting. If we all can remember, a few months ago, Governor Alex Oti of Abia State closed down a Fulani settlement in Abia State. Why? Because 11 fresh dismembered bodies were found at the forest behind it. Was that done by the Igbos? And he said that the Northerners
is happening in the southeast.
Wait. By who? Learn
to distinguish context.
Why is this talking over you? Can you keep quiet?
With your emotions.
Yeah, let him talk. Let me finish.
Before he accuses me because he said he came
because you have your chance to respond. You have your chance to respond.
He said he came because of
Mika, you have your chance to respond.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
Calm down, Chinmerem. You just make your point so that people can understand what you are doing. Don't do that now.
I will say it and go my way because that was I'm saying exactly what I heard him say.
Any more insult on each other? Hold on. Any more insult on each other? You will have to retract it and apologize.
Me one insult.
Can we leave? Don't stop unmuting yourself. This thing, because don't do that.
Wait. I'm responding to what I heard him say. He said that the Northerners are now accusing the Southeasterners for selling for kidnapping and selling their children. He said it here. This is pure gaslighting. Exactly the same things that these headers are doing to us. He's not accusing us of. What sort of bullshit is that? What made Alice Oti close down that Fulani settlement? 11 dismembered fresh bodies and decayed bodies and bones were found in their camp. And now you are trying to turn the narrative to make it look like it is the Igbos
Hold on. I was under the impression that it was found near a kind of slaughterhouse. I didn't think that they associated with Fulanis. But did they arrest anybody regarding this?
No.
I said their settlement was closed down. That particular settlement where those freshmen is online.
East-West controversy. Just don't dwell much on that.
Okay, please go ahead. Please let him finish now. Let him finish.
That was exactly what I heard him saying. That every kidnapping and organ trafficking is being carried out by the Southeasterners. That was how it came across. So trying to change the narrative now, see, this is bullshit. This is not how. If you want to say something,
can we stop swearing? You are in Nigeria. Where did you get all these Western swearing from? We are all here. We are not using this language. Take it easy, eh? And,
no, Papa, it's in London now. It's in London now.
It's in London now. Eh?
Yeah.
It didn't take you long. You already swearing like a Simba. Like a Simba. Take it easy with all this swearing.
It's all right. Thank you. That's just what I want to say. Yeah.
All right. I think I get his point on that one.
I don't know why he ran away. I just posted. I wanted to bring more.
Yeah, because it's a serious allegation, though.
It's not an allegation. I said, and I'll provide more context to it, because he said he came in because of that statement. You know, we the Igbos don't like to hear the truth. It doesn't sound right to us. We get too emotional.
Can you stop saying we the Igbos?
We the Igbos. It doesn't.
You can say whatever you want to say without making such reference. Just say what you want to say.
Shut up, Steph. You can't tell me what to say.
I won't even respond to you. Just stop saying you Igbos. Where do you come from in Igbo land?
Just shut up.
Where do you come from?
Just shut
Tell me this guy.
Where do you come from? Who are you? Why are you not proud of yourself? To be proud of yourself.
Hold on. I did say earlier on, Emeka, that if we insult each other like this, we are going to have to apologize. You may want to
He didn't
apologize.
no, bro. Can I just ask everybody on the panel?
Let me land my topic on what you
Wait,
said.
why is it?
Hold on.
I will hold on. I'm going to be very quick.
Let me land.
I'm going to be very quick.
I don't want to lose my line of thought.
No. Emeka, please retract what you said to this in Steph. And I apologize for it. We can't be having this type of cussing.
Shut up. Wasted the whole day dealing with Emeka.
Ferrari, leave it.
They can do it to you. They can do it to you. They can't do it to me.
No, that's a different thing. Then we are not say Emeka, we are not going to be able to carry on because if they were the one that did it to you, I would require them to apologize. I would require them to apologize.
He has to apologize first.
He didn't do anything. He just said he
We
didn't
don't need
apologize.
apology. Please, let's move on. We don't need
He didn't do anything.
You don't need his apology, but he has wasted the whole day instead of talking solution.
So what I want to do is to provide.
There has to be rules. Me, I've just made a rule, and I can't. Hold on. See. If we have Emeka, if you have to leave, you have to leave. It's very simple. If I've made a rule, it has to be followed. That's. I'm not going to walk back on my own rule. I'm not in that mood.
Mazi has said I'm a likable person, and trust me, within the course of time, you guys will see I'm a likable.
Then retract it now. Let's move on.
If I want to apologize, I do it genuinely from my heart. Right?
I don't care what I did from the top of your heart or at the bottom.
What did I say? I said he should shut up. I didn't insult him. I just said shut up.
Yeah, but I say we can't have such languages anymore. Enough.
That's not an
We've
insult.
had enough of it.
An insult.
It's an insult.
An insult. No, shut up is not an insult. Shut up is just shut up.
It's an insult. You're telling him shut up. You are telling a grown man shut up. Do you know their children is watching? No, hold on. Hold on. Let's see. I want to bring this back to a bit of decorum. There are people, family members watching this. If they hear grown men telling grown men shut up, that is not very edifying, and we have to pull ourselves back a little bit, and that's why I'm requesting you to take it back, or you step out. I'm not gonna, or you are not gonna talk again.
Let me explain. Hold on first.
You're not gonna talk again.
I'll get to that topic. The only person that's been able to rattle me a bit is Alaba when he was Yosha and didn't want me to talk. And you know, Alaba is a bit, I don't want to use the word.
Can we leave that? Yeah, enough of that.
Alaba is a bit,
Save time. Let's just save time and retract what you said.
I will retract my statement. All right, that's fine. Now, to provide more context, right? I said the headquarters of organ trafficking in Nigeria is in the Southeast. And I've provided evidence, and I'll provide more evidence, right? There was a police officer in Anambra State that was coordinating a certain ring with organ trafficking, and it was in the news. A dumpster of human beings.
When in the news? When?
It was last 2 years, I think so. Last 2 years.
Why are you bringing news from 2019 here?
It is a crime.
We are talking about things going on.
It is a crime
that happened yesterday. That happened day before yesterday. That needs to be stopped.
If it was some other person, I would take him out. But that is light. I like his background light, so I'm leaving him there. Olumide, you need to stop it. Come on, man.
Olumide, I have provided context on the insecurity. I have categorized them in 3.
Forefathers, you are in cahoots with this guy. You're deflecting.
Of course, I'm in cahoots with him.
I have provided evidence. I am not the one that said it. The evidence is on publications, newspaper reporters, mainstream media who are saying it. Not me. Don't take my word. Go and do the research. You may not like what I'm saying, but that's what they are saying. That's what they are reporting.
From 2019.
That's what they are reporting. It is a crime that is ongoing.
Mr. Man,
ongoing as I speak to you. Yesterday, the Emir of Kano came out. For an Emir to come out to say the Southeasterners are stealing our children and taking them and selling them off in the South. The Emir of Kano said it yesterday.
He said it?
Yes.
Where did he say it? On TV?
Yesterday, on TV. Let me bring the news.
Please send the link, please. That is very important that we gather. That is very alarming. That's very alarming thing for an Emir to say. Can we? He's trying to provide. Oh my God.
Nothing but.
Let Ferrari please go ahead. I can't believe. I'm looking forward to Ferrari. See, Olumide, you are going to get your chance after Ferrari. Please go ahead, Ferrari.
Why in the world would you bring a 2019 article for what happened last week or last month? You call that evidence? That is propaganda. You see how you're screwing information You see how you're trying to deceive Nigeria, and you think all of us here, you think we are dumb, huh? We think we don't know what's going on. You're trying to change the narrative. Why in the world would you go for 2019?
I am providing
Are you serious?
Hold on, Ferrari. See, but that evidence you provided is based on the newspaper. I was hoping that we were going to have a video where the MI is actually saying this thing.
Let me try to see if there's a YouTube.
Yeah, if you can find a video, please, Ferrari, go ahead.
The one thing I noticed with people who try to shout evidence, propagandists who try to shout evidence is that in order to push their propaganda, they always like to pretend as if they have some kind of backup evidence for the trash they're trying to push. And this is not going to work. We are wiser than that, and the world is too interconnected for all this game. You can't run a government on propaganda. Understand this and know peace. It's not going to work. You cannot run a government on propaganda. You got to do stuff for the people. You got to stop the killing. You can't lies. That's what 8 years of Buhari. Now Tinubu too wants to give him more time, more lies. We'll throw in one distraction. Let's just stop them from.
But Alaba, I think sometimes you miss your own allies. Sometimes I don't understand it, because you want the government to do the right thing, don't you? If you want to do the right thing,
my ally. He's in support of status quo. He's here to change
he's not. What I hear him say, he actually said that the insecurity, the government is not addressing it. That is what he would like us to do.
When you catch him red-handed, he will admit the fact. When the propagandists come, they will say
Ferrari. Sometimes when I hear you talk, I begin to worry you are the problem. That hold on. You are the one working for the government. Hold on.
Do you know what you
ask yourself now? It makes it look like you are the one working for the government, because we are saying you should go after the government, pressure the government, but you say pressure other people. What is that?
He's confused, That's why I say he's like,
You should go after the government, the people that are responsible. I worry that you are the one
going after. But when the government is trying to change our narrative, we push back.
We be going for the government.
So fathers, we have been criticizing the government, and this guy is putting up a defense for the government.
No, he's not actually. He's not. He says he loves Tinubu, but he doesn't like what he's seeing.
No, they can't.
Which is
so what you are saying, this guy is saying in essence that we should wait till June before we start judging.
No, did he say to wait?
So
no. I don't think he said
dying. They should keep dying every day.
Okay, till June. Okay, Eze, did you say they should wait till June? Yes or no?
So what I said is I did mention something like that.
You should have said. Why would you say something like that? Why would they wait?
Hold
That's
on.
over a year.
I said this man is driving. When you get a new job, you are being given at least. When you get a new job, you are being given a time to judge your performance. Right?
He's been there for 6 months.
And the best time, 6 months, what the government told us.
So how many more people have to die before
the government,
we judge him in June?
they calm down.
Exactly.
The government said, oh, he just joined. 6 months. 6 months has gone. The government said, oh, it's new. Now let's give him 1 year.
Why you keep asking for more time? The guy, they've been there for 6 months and we've not seen any positive thing that they are actually doing.
With 1 year, at least the captain of the ship should be on his part on the journey. With 1 year.
No, you see,
hold on. 1 year is just
the government wants to make a change, you will see it almost in the very first week. 1 year is
around the corner. With 1 year.
No, it's already 1 year since the election. It's almost, is it not February they did the election? Definitely. It's almost February.
But he was sworn in May. Right? That's why
yes.
I said with
he planned it for 20 years.
In one year, you would tell clearly.
Emeka, come on. You can't tell me that somebody that planned to be president for 20 years.
Emeka, before we celebrate for that 1 year,
and this is what we have to do for
it. Stop right on top that 1 year.
No, I'm not buying into that one.
For you, it's not up to. For me, in 1 year, I will be clear to say,
Forefather, let's move on to righteous man.
Because I just finished reading the budget.
Olumide hasn't had his turn.
I just finished reading the budget and on a different platform, and I said,
righteous man, I can see your hand.
After reading the budget, I said that we should write up 2024 because that budget, which was titled a budget of I think renewed hope, truly will not renew our
I think that's where me and you depart. I don't agree that we should give him that long. We should be pressuring.
No, I'm
now.
giving him a year. I'm giving him a year because 6 months.
A year is way too long. Way too long.
A year is
if he has not started recruiting into the security by now,
4 years left.
You are not going to solve it.
A year is 4 months.
What is he waiting for?
Why am I giving him a year? He just released his own budget. What he was implementing was the Buhari budget. Now he has released his 2024 budget. This is his budget.
The budget is not the issue. Is what the budget already tells you what he wants to do.
Reason with me. Don't agree with me. Just reason with me. Okay. He just released his own budget, 2024, a budget of renewed hope. I have read that budget, and I have told people on a different platform that budget is taking Nigeria nowhere.
Really?
It's taking Nigeria nowhere.
Shocker. And you say we should give him 1 year.
Wow.
And why? See, I like to come with evidence. Okay.
That is inconsistent.
With evidence. Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on. The budget is taking us nowhere from the ministries that I'm seeing. Now we can look at the state budget, whatever the states are going to do. But from the federal budget, I'm like, okay, this budget is taking us nowhere.
But that's why I'm saying you should have to start now to pressure him. Because if you can't do it, why would you want to give him 1 year?
For my own
giving 1 year.
That how many people have to die before we bring for 1 year in office?
Hold on. That's why people find you very, very shady. How can you say
last week you wanted to cut my throat?
Wasn't good enough?
When I criticized the budget last week,
more positive, and you still want to give him 1 year.
So,
the
people on the comment section wants to see the evidence that I've been pasting. They think I've been talking off the top of my head.
I guess I can start showing some evidence.
Can you show them the evidence so that they can also be part of the conversation? Right? Let them go.
All right, let me see.
You have your own performance matrix for the president. I am giving the president a year. After a year, I think it's obvious. I will say, okay, Tinubu, I love you.
Okay, that's for you. I thought you were saying other people should.
No, I don't care about what other people want to say. These people hate the president from the get-go. So I'm giving the president.
But clearly, you have issues. They have issues with him too. Most similar issues that you have with him too. They have it's not that you are giving him a benefit of it, that they are not. And just like me, I'm not.
Exactly. So they hate the president from the get-go. Why should I begin to negotiate?
I'm not giving him a benefit of the doubt because of what he's doing for security. He's not doing anything.
You have given him too much time. Let's move on. This guy
Hold on, Ferrari. See, I want to make it clear to this in Emeka that given that he has not started making any moves regarding security by now, and he has no intention of doing what he said he campaigned for, the man you love.
No,
and you are giving him time. I think you really need to examine your approach to the way you are looking at this government.
The 2024 appropriation bill was just signed January 1st, right?
And it's going nowhere.
Hold on. Now it's implementation. Now it's going to be the release of funds. I don't know if you have read the budget.
So
at least I've been able to.
Can I ask you this question?
Please.
Can I ask you this?
Please, now let me land on something very important. The budget has just been signed into law. Okay, now is the implementation phase. I have taken my time now to go read. As we were discussing, the budget is 2,024 pages, right? That's a lot of. I've read Ministry of Petrol. That was how I was able to establish that there's no fuel subsidy anymore. NNPC is now a corporation on its own, raising its own funds and generating its own revenue. Now, I don't know if you guys are aware that NNPC is going to lend the government 3.5 million in conjunction with 4 other states, Sahara Energy, which is being prepared, not organized by Africa Export-Import Bank and UBA. So NNPC is lending the government 3.5 billion. They've just released 2.5 last week.
Can I have my turn?
Hold on. You got your turn. You have your turn.
This guy just
hold on. There's something. I'm getting some idea. Hold on. Can we stop?
This is not useful. We don't find this information useful.
See, what you people do is that you don't understand that if you want to get somewhere, you need an overview. You need to have a bigger
overview of what? I don't understand what it's telling.
One, you need to understand
I have my
issue properly.
They don't listen.
That's right. So that you can be able to reach out to other people and gain more support. If you want to win this struggle,
what
you need
support?
to listen to
support
people.
From where?
You can't just be shouting and expect yourself to win. You have to listen to other people.
Can I have my turn?
Can you hold on?
Forefathers, are you moderating or you are part of the panelists?
If you don't want to stay, you go. I'm tired of all this attitude. I'm not in a good mood today. I'm not.
So the FX issue.
What is wrong with you, man? Are you an Akbar or something?
So with the FX issue, with the FX issue, right? Yeah. The FX issue. to address the FX issue, NNPC in conjunction with other
what is that one now?
They are going to lend the government. Right? They are going to let guys. Thank you very much for this.
Don't talk to Lagos boy.
Forefather, you're a character. You're a character.
I'm not the one that started it. He started it. See, I'm thinking, Emeka, since you are saying you are reading the government documents, is it possible to bring them in?
Okay.
We go through them line by line. You highlight them.
I have the budget here, right?
We can be doing it 1 hour every weekend, every day, every weekend, so that people can start getting what is going. So that people can also know what the government is up to.
I can send a breakdown being done by
Forefathers, you can access the budget by yourself.
I can send this.
I want everybody to see it so when they know and
it's not what our time.
Emeka, I still think that your judgment on the government is off.
Forefathers. Since you have become an ancestor. Ancestor.
The way to judge a government.
Ancestor.
The way to judge a government.
But that's the meaning of forefathers, man.
Right? Please hold on, Emeka. Please hold on, Emeka. Who is turn? I think it's Olamide's turn. I get your point, Emeka. We're going to come back to you.
I just wanted to use my turn to. Why are you running away now, Ologbeni?
He's there. He's not running.
No, I'm not running. I need to go get
I want to understand.
Oh my God, man.
How this 2024 budget that you have reeled out will prevent the killings going on in the Middle Belt. Come and tell me how that 2024 budget will help prevent the killing in the Middle Belt.
The budget they have already started stealing.
How many more
people literally said the budget is not getting us anywhere. He literally said that. What is the point?
That's why I'm surprised, because I said the same thing last week and he wanted to cut my throat.
For that 1 year in office.
Yeah. It's a bit confusing because how can you say the budget is not going anywhere and you are giving the person the time to run the budget halfway? What is the point?
Last week I said the budget is budget of hopelessness and he was angry. Today he said the same thing, that the budget is not leading us anywhere.
You go after them now. You start pressuring them now that this thing you are doing is not going to work, and the stuff you promised us, you are not doing it.
And
because
I
keep saying it. I keep saying it. What Tinubu promised Nigerians, he's not done it, and nobody's holding him accountable. That is wrong.
Bring an article of 2019 to come and start.
Okay, Olumide, have you got anything else to say? You're just asking questions. This is your turn, you know.
Yeah, I'm asking. I just want to know how that 2024 budget will help prevent the death, killing going on in Middle Belt.
I think he's gone somewhere to go and drink something. He doesn't want to answer you.
And then if Eze can please reach Dele Alake, we want to know, as Minister of Mineral Resources and Extractive Industry, we want to know how much Nigeria is going to generate from mineral resources this year. How much in revenue to complement the fuel revenue? We want to know. And what is this gold standard? What is the gold standard for mining minerals in a place where people live? How do you compensate those people rather than bombing their places or killing them? I mean, how is government supposed to set example?
I don't think it's Emeka that will answer all these questions.
For the first time that I've
Steph, these guys, they know how to reach their bosses.
For the first time,
their bosses send them out to come and
for the very first time that I've been watching this show for 4 months now, this is the first time you've asked a serious question, right? Yeah, that's no. I'm not just saying.
John Batotu joke olùwẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n sórí tó tún joke olùwẹ̀ Olúmídé.
This guy is something else.
I'm not saying it to discredit him, but true, that's a very important question, right?
No, I didn't hear you. Can you repeat it?
No, I said for the first time since I've been watching this show, right? Since I've been watching this show,
honestly.
Since I've been watching this show for 4 months, right?
Yes.
This is the first time you've really asked a serious, important question.
You've never answered my question now.
Oh, you asked it. We're all laughing, Let me answer the question, right? That's a very important question. And that's the question on the table. What do we do? Now we have discovered mineral resources in these people's land.
Okay.
Why are we going with the approach of killing them and chasing them away to take over their land and mine the resources? Why don't we go into dialogue with them and pay them so that they can now go somewhere else and live off with the amounts that would be beneficial to them financially? Or if they say they don't want to leave, then go somewhere else. But don't go and kill them and take over their land. That is really, really wrong. Now, that's one way to solve the problem. But now, what I think I have been able to establish here today, that now we now know where the problem is. We have now left the ghost we are chasing to now look at the problem, and now we are now asking the right question, which I appreciate from you, Olumide, so that the right answers can be provided. Now, good. Olumide, thank you for that question. Fantastic question. The way to go about it is to have discussions with those being affected, those who own the land. Provide compensation for them so that they can move to somewhere else. Don't go about killing them. It is wrong. That is their ancestral land. They probably may not have anywhere else to go. They may not want to negotiate with you. And notwithstanding, the Plateau State is also a place that provides the food that we eat. So we have to look that into context. We have to put that into the right perspective and ensure that we are doing the right thing. The loss of the loss of any human life does not equate to any financial gain. Only people who are greedy, who are very selfish, and only people who think about their own self alone would go about killing the people so that they can make money off them. It is wrong. I believe if you pay these guys some good amount of money, they will move out and go somewhere else and buy land somewhere else and start up their life there. But to kill them and not compensate them, to chase them and to paint a false narrative, it is clearly wrong, and it is wicked.
Those people are beyond criminals. There are
just
saboteurs, and one can call them terrorists, because if you go about massacring a whole village, that is beyond criminality. Those people have to be brought, and none of them have been brought to account. It's unbelievable how they
Can I ask one other question? Can Dele Alake, can you promise us that Dele Alake should address the world press conference concerning this issue?
How is he going to pray this on behalf of Dele Alake?
Dele Alake has actually said what the problem is.
Let me get clarification on what you just said. I'm not attacking you. I just need clarification. Hold on.
Times now. Why don't you allow me to have my say?
2024. Let's move to an evidence-based discussion. Right?
Let me get clarification from USA.
I will hear you. Don't worry. Many of you, I think I heard Steph say, "Oh, already the budget is hopeless." But you said that without reading the budget. I said it with.
Did I tell you I didn't read the budget?
I read the budget. You didn't read the budget. I have not finished.
I gave you a particular specific. I asked you, do you know the exchange rate that the budget was based on? And on that day, I asked you, do you know the official exchange rate today, as of the day we are talking? That the budget have already failed before we are even implemented.
Please, I have to ask him this question.
Wait, hold on.
Do you know who I am? How can you tell me I didn't read the budget?
Hold on, let me come in now. On the premise of them using $7.50 per dollar to weigh the revenue they are going to take in, right? Yes, it's a budget. A budget sets out a plan. It is not the actualization. It is a plan. There will be variance, definitely. But what I'm looking at here is that, which I have said that you have not read, for me to read, I have not even finished reading the budget itself. I have only read specific salient ministries. And
I don't need to read the whole budget to understand where the budget is going.
You didn't read the budget. You just read the statement from the Minister of Budget and Planning. You didn't read the budget. And I
don't need to read the whole budget to understand. What you need in budget is the assumptions. You have to go through all the assumptions. The success of a budget is based on the assumptions behind the budget. I'm an economist, for crying out loud.
That is fair. That is fair. Good enough. Now, with that budgetary, you are looking at the revenue side of things. They are budgeted that they are going to make 18 trillion naira from budget. We give it a forecast of FX of $750 per naira. Now, yes, we can all sit down. Even a child and even my baby who's here to speak can sit down and say, okay, the forex will fluctuate. There will be fluctuation in exchange rates, but that's fair. Now, what I'm saying specifically is you want to know where a government is going. A government has said this is the direction we want to move in. The only place for you to be able to identify that is by reading the budget of that government, by going through the ministry, especially specific ministries that are key note or key that are important to the economy of that government, to know where that government is going. One of those ministries, the Federal Ministry of Finance, the Federal Ministry of Budgetary and Planning, the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, which can even tell you. A lot of people are saying, "Oh, fuel subsidy is not. There's fuel subsidy. Fuel subsidy is not gone. There's no more fuel subsidy. NNPC is on its own." And how do you establish that? You don't go about saying it. You establish it based on the budget. Where is the budget for fuel subsidy? It is not existing anywhere. That is where you can come out with evidence. That's why I am challenging each and every one of you.
Can I ask this Festus Keyamo a question? Can I ask Festus Keyamo a question? Hold on. Let me ask Festus Keyamo a question. I just heard you say now that the solution your government is proposing is that they're going to pay the victims for their land being displaced, or they're going to pay the terrorists. Can you clarify that area for me?
That's one solution, not paying the terrorists.
That's one solution. So that's a solution to you. Who are they paying, the victims or the terrorists?
Okay, I'll take your question. Are you doing?
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you've been able to establish that there are mineral resources on this land. But on that same land, people own that land. It's just like you discovering oil in a particular region. People own the land. Now you have to come, that is the proper thing to do. You have to come into negotiation with the owners of the land and say, okay.
Who has to come into negotiation? The government?
The government has to come into negotiation. The government, right? But currently now, the problem we are having in that country is that we do not have a policy framework for mineral resources. We do not have that, and that is why
we have for oil. Is mineral resources considered different from oil?
We have the petroleum industrial.
But is mineral resources considered different from oil because they all both come from the ground?
Extractive industry.
Thank you very much, Steph. We do not have that context. We don't have that framework. We don't have that policy.
So you're saying, anyway, keep going.
Guess what? Now, what I did, looking at it, I now say, okay, where is Dele Alake driving his vision into? All I will advise you to do is go to the budget, go to his budgetary section and go and read.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Give me a summary of what you're. Don't do that. Give me your report.
In the context of things, illegal mining is ongoing. Illegal mining that is not legal. We have criminals who are taking the mineral resources.
And who is responsible for holding illegal mining accountable?
Let me be landing now. Their mode of operation is to go in, create chaos and insecurity, drive out the owners of the land, and take over that land and mine the land, which is not proper. Now, the government should be responsible for providing security nationwide across the country. They should provide that security. And here am I telling you that the government, or not that the government is not aware. When I mean the government, the presidency, they are aware of what is going on. The security chief are aware, and if they are not,
what are they doing about it?
The security chief are colluding. The traditional rulers are colluding. So what we need to do now, the president has said as of 2 days.
Who are the we? Who are the we?
We need to hold the government responsible.
Who are the we?
You, Ferreira, you, Alaba. Right now, what I did is coming in here to say, guys, you are talking about a different thing. Fulani herdsmen is like you chasing ghosts. Look at the problem here. The problem is here.
Eze, all the communities are attacked during December Eve,
Forefathers, why
Christmas
are
Day,
you doing this now?
Christmas Day, and the next
Why
day.
are you doing
Do
this?
they all have mineral in their soil?
Yeah, they
All
do.
those communities.
Yes, they do.
Easy. Let me put
All
it
these
blank.
communities.
From what you
Are you
just
aware
told me
that?
now,
Are you aware that there have been a problem in that plateau belt for more than 20 years?
That is what I have been telling you
They
guys.
don't have
They
a
have
plan.
created,
These people
they
don't
have
have a
done,
plan.
they have done a
Okay,
diversionary
hold on,
That is
Emeka.
the
Let me
problem.
just check something. You see, let's start going deeper into details because I think clearly in terms of the overview, I tend to take the side of people that don't want to give the government benefit of the doubt at this moment because they've had some time to actually show signs, but they are not. Let me just read this because this is some of the things I'm talking about. The state is set up to fail, and in a way, it's confirming some of the stuff Mika said that the budget is going nowhere. Look at what the minister is saying. In fact, the figure we are given cannot even engage in one single item on our agenda. The entire budget is about 24 billion naira. Is a non-starter if we are to achieve the stated objective of this sector.
That's
Then
an
he went on
error.
to say,
That's an error. A trillion, not billion. That's an error.
trillion is big. Where do you get to? The entire budget is about 27 trillion.
It's 24
It doesn't matter. Just keep
trillion.
reading.
Is an error from the
It's 24 billion.
Trillion naira. 24 trillion.
Why would they give mining 24 trillion?
Oh, is it mining that you're in?
Yes,
Okay, sorry.
this is just mining budget now.
Sorry,
I think from what he's saying there, this is a mining guy now, isn't he?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, so the minister sought. He says it's a no. What was I? Oh, I've lost track now. Okay, I think I should go back up. He says non-starter. Where is the non-starter bit? Anyone seen it? Let's see. Where was I? Okay, yeah, this was where he said it was not. So the minister said 250 billion naira alone is required for the exploration of solid minerals. So what that means is, he says, he stressed that the ministry cannot give investors the power of exploration because they will shortchange the government. We will need a lot of funding. Who is that? Please mute yourself. Mute yourself. He says we will need we need a lot of funding in the otherwise they will be cheated by the private sector. What he was basically saying is that if we don't explore what is in the ground, we go and tell people to start mining, they will cheat us. Just like in petroleum, where a lot of us are complaining that there's no metering of the crude oil that is being explored by some of all these companies. So that's what he's saying, and it shows you that this government, even the government that is pretending that they are doing something, they are not doing anything.
Okay. Okay, forefathers. Even if there was more money given, what is the profile of this person that is minister for the mining?
At least you can now hold him accountable. If they didn't give you enough money.
In the first instance, he was a square peg in a round hole to start with. Look at Keyamo, heading the aviation industry. I mean, we should be serious from the basics.
See, but that's not the point he's making.
For me,
what is the point?
The point is that they are giving him about 10% of what he requires. That's minimum. 10% of what is required. Look, if it is 25 billion to do 250 billion to do exploration, and his budget is 24 billion, that is crazy.
The budget of the 2024 appropriation bill is already a deficit budget. I know many of us are aware, right? It's a deficit of
it's not even enough.
9.7 trillion, right?
Then he can raise a supplementary budget for the
Please,
ministry.
I don't love to interject.
Hold on. That's not how you.
Let's allow Janaba
man opportunity to say something is in Nigeria, please.
He's been raising his hand for a long time, actually. Yeah, righteous man, please go ahead. Are you frozen? Oh, it's not frozen.
No, I'm not frozen.
No, you are eating Benway yam.
Forefather, my brother, John Aban, I was really missing you. How are you and your family?
We're doing good.
Please continue.
I went to Benue and I packed a lot of yams, honestly. I'm not happy when there is crisis in Middle Belt, honestly, at least. We that are in Nigeria here, we're satisfied with good food and without chemicals. Unlike those of you that are living over there, everything you are eating is chemical. That's why your immune systems are very low. we
Righteous man,
stand
righteous
what
man. Let me ask
From
righteous man
Ghana.
something.
So
Righteous man,
without your food coming from middle belt, they can go to hell, right?
righteous man. Let me ask you something. Oh. Is it true that the Nigerian yam is that if they make it now or buy it within 2 days it goes bad? Because there was this lady on TV saying that the yam is not the same anymore. Is that true? Is the Nigerian yam changing?
Yeah, definitely, yeah, it's true.
What is happening now? What is happening to the yam?
Yeah, because of the fertilizer, the type of fertilizer they use in growing the yam is affecting it seriously. Even there are some pieces I bought some time ago, just within 3 days in the packing store, everything, almost half of it got rotten, got spoiled because of the level of fertilizer. You know, those days, they were not doing this farming and using a lot of fertilizers to grow the crops.
Wow.
But today, mechanized farming have destroyed our farming system in Nigeria. But right down there in Imo State, there's a side of Imo State between Ohaji, Ewema, Uguta, Izombe, you know. My elder brother used to be a commandant in by Abu Junction. You know, there is an army cantonment there. My elder brother served there.
Does this taste the same? Does this taste the same?
You say what?
The yam, does it
No,
still
I'm
taste
trying
the
to.
same?
I'm trying to give you a. Hold on, I'm trying to give you a rundown.
I'm trying to inquire now. What our yam has changed?
I'm laughing at Alaba. I'm laughing at Alaba.
What is it with that? Okay, he's there on the chat. He's probably going crazy somewhere. Please go ahead.
Yeah, that area, they normally have a very large farming land. Ebema, Uguta, Ohaji, you know. Those days, my elder brother and the wife and I, we go down to that area to buy yam. And the taste of the yam, just like the question you were asking, the taste of the yam is quite different from what we have today. The natural yam we were eating those days and what we eat now, they are quite different. You know, they are not the same. The tastes have changed. Yeah.
Wow.
And when those days, the natural yam we're eating those days, when you use it for pounding, the pounded yam will be drawing, you know, it will be drawing. But today, if you just pound it, it's just flat, just like Gary you overwatered. But back to the issue we're discussing. John Aban, you're looking good. You're looking cool, man. Back to what we're discussing. You see, this a blame game that Nigerians always play. It's not helping us. Blame game. Now, we have blamed British. We've blamed France. The next people we have held on now to blame for whatever that is going wrong in our country is the Chinese. You see? So you discover that the blame game have never helped us. And instead of us to revise it and face the reality, call a spade, tackle what we're supposed to tackle, we have started dragging the people that we are borrowing money from to be responsible for what is befalling us. Is it not a shame that somebody comes to your father's house and begin to control your family, an outsider that doesn't know the routine of your family, the history of your family? He comes in there, take over, control it, and even make brothers and sisters to begin to fight themselves and kill. It means that that family is not responsible and they're useless. If we are saying that foreigners comes into this country and take over and begin to sponsor the killing of our people, it means Nigeria as a nation is not worth dying for. You see, so this issue that we're having today, nobody is an enemy of anybody in this platform. But what me personally is against is insulting people. It's not right. You have the right to like and support whoever you want to support, politically and otherwise. But when you come on stage, whatever opinion another person holds,
should not be a step for you to begin to rain insult or abuse on that individual or group of people. We come here to proffer solutions and also to share the problem we are facing. I'm in Lagos, I'm living in Lagos. Everything I have labored for in life, 95% of them is based here in Lagos. Not even in the East where I come from. I'm an Igbo man, I'm from Imo State. I'm not hiding any of my identity. I'm not wearing glasses. I didn't mask my head because I'm not a criminal and I've not committed any crime before. So I am in this platform. Sometimes when I tell you that a bag of rice is 65,000, they say, oh, it's a propagandist. When I tell you that a ball of egg now that we are buying 20 naira is 120 naira per one egg. Can you believe that? And a loaf of bread we used to buy 200 naira, 300 naira. It's now 1,002. The cheapest bread in town now is 1,000 naira. And when I say it here, they say, he doesn't see anything good in Nigeria. If I don't see anything good in Nigeria, I have opportunity to live abroad up to tomorrow. But I'm staying here. If there is anybody to accuse, it's those of us that are in diaspora that are claiming they know more than us. We are here. We love Nigeria. That's why we're here. And we are fighting it out. And somebody will come to the stage and begin to insult people, call them names for not agreeing with you. Now, the information we are dishing out here did not originate from any one of us here, including those who presented it. The information they gathered from third party, which means it can be false, it can be real. And whatever we have shared in this platform, either accusing Fulanis or accusing any tribe, is based on the information we have also gathered from third party, either from television or those who have been interviewed or those who have written some commentary on newspapers. Then why will you use that basis to insult individuals? Is it right? It's not right. We have to respect one another. We have to allow people hold their opinion, express it. If we disagree, we can respectfully disagree and agree. All what we are looking for is solution to Nigerian problem. It's not getting better. And if anybody says it's getting better, it's a lie. I am here. For weeks now, we have no electricity here. I've been burning fuel. You know what it costs to buy a liter of fuel now in Nigeria? 630 naira. And the thing evaporates. Just like you blow it off, it goes immediately. You begin to ask yourself, where is the 25, 30,000 naira liter of fuel you bought? It can't serve you a day. You use fuel in the office, you use it in the house, use it in your cars. And how much are you making in a week? How much are you making in a month? You are paying staff, you are paying workers, you are taking care of extended families and the rest of it. That's what we're saying. Life is not easy in Nigeria. But in as long as we keep blaming foreigners, and these foreigners keep building their countries, making their countries better, we will achieve nothing good. So in this platform, like I asked Rudolph at the opening of the program yesterday, I said, what is the agenda when we come to this platform? What do we aim at? What do we want to achieve out of what we discuss here? Do we come here to prove who is more educated than the other? Do we come here to prove who is wrong or right? Or we come here to table our problem and look at it, x-ray it, and then say, okay, this is the solution. And then when we carry that solution, no matter the political party you belong to or whatever, you sell that idea to them and say, well, this is what I think can help us move forward. I think we do that and then we build a better nation than fighting and insulting ourselves on a platform. It gives nobody any credit and it does not build a nation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, can I contribute to what he just said, please?
Yes, yeah, please go ahead. You've not said anything for a
Okay,
while.
so Righteous Man, you just spoke well. You see, this is the reason yesterday we were about to talk about the petrol, the fuel system in Nigeria. And I don't know, probably Dr. Damages forgot or something of that nature. Now, you see, here in California, where I am, fuel, which we call gas, goes in some places, you get it at $4.89. In some places, you get it at $5. In some places, like Silicon Valley, you get it at $6 and above, depending on what it is. What bank was telling Nigeria is the fuel that they sell in Nigeria is of low quality. That is why you guys are even buying it at 630 or 650. The good one that they are supposed to, by the way, we buy in gallon. In Nigeria, you guys buy in liter. Okay? Now, what they're trying to say is that if Nigeria is actually not, subsidizing like they said, then the fuel should be around 800. They are trying to have the government do something better. Okay, subsidy, like we said before, nobody is saying that subsidy shouldn't go or and all that stuff. But there is a way to handle all these things. California gives, they subsidize the gas too, in as much as it's high. At some point, we are being sent some gas money, 300 per, and every vehicle they send you 300 in gas card, and all that is a way of subsidizing because they know that it is high, but then they have to do something. That's all I can say for now.
Thank you.
It's my turn.
Yeah, who's turn?
Mr. Tone.
Okay, yeah. No, Tony he doesn't want to say anything.
How are you, bro?
Sixfield hasn't said anything all day, so let's just invite him in. Welcome, Sixfield. Please go ahead. I'm sure you'll be listening.
Thank you. Greetings to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm not very. I'm not an orator like you guys. So.
Forefather, someone wants to join. Please drop link.
So. But the little I have to say is that we are not asking deep questions. Sometimes the person that really asks deep questions in this platform is somebody like Answered. Very thought-provoking questions. Those are the kind of questions we should be talking about. Because why? This is not a conventional media. So we come here. Not because it's superlative, but because we know that when we come here, we ask deep questions, thought-provoking questions. We go behind, in between the lines. We speak truth. So when we don't interrogate those deep issues, we trivialize everything. We just trivialize the issues. Because if you say that there's insecurity in Nigeria, people are dying, and I mean the most simple solution would be, okay, get the security forces there, and recruit more security. I mean that is very fundamental. I mean that is basic. Okay, now, but the government is not doing that. That very basic, elementary solution is not. They are not doing it. So the question for you to interrogate is that why are they not doing these things? You see? So it's not about beating about the solution now. Is the why question, like the same philosophy, the why question. Why are we not doing these things that we're supposed to do? Why do we have crude oil and we can't even refine it in our country? The why questions. That when you interrogate that question properly and extensively, it begins to bring out the truth. Then you will find out the truth. The truth is that you don't have a nation. There's no nation. You don't have a nation. So that is why Awolowo, I think he coined it, perfectly when he said it's a mere expression. Who is a Nigerian? Are you a Nigerian? Those people that they just they slaughter every day, are they Nigerians? Can some Europe? There are some Yorubas that are in Western Africa, in other countries. Have you ever imagined them talking about moving over to Nigeria and joining the Yorubas in the Southwest? That conversation never comes up, you know. But a pertinent conversation that comes up is that a lot of Fulanis just come to Nigeria and claim citizenship, and that is the truth. Does that bother you? That people just cross the border and just assume citizenship? A lot of people.
You know the one that bothers me.
Yes.
There's a lot of Yoruba people in Benin Republic, and there's a lot of dodgy Ibibio people in Cameroon. And from what I gather, we have about how many million Nigerians in these countries. They are just hopping in from everywhere. It's not only from the top. They are all very, very concerning.
Okay, fine. Let me even concede, even if I do not agree with you. That speaks volume. Okay, imagine your house. You know, the first thing you want to secure your house. If you're as a reasonable father, as a responsible human being, you don't want to talk about the first basic thing is secure your house, like make sure your doors are set up, your windows and all that. Your children.
What is that? What is that? Colata, are you trying to troll us? That is not the normal colata. That's not colata. You're just claiming to be colata.
Let me finish, please.
Emeka, you are doing the Lord. You are doing the Lord.
Let me finish, please.
Thank you, Colata.
You look like an alien, man.
What is that? As I was saying, those are the basic things
it's not easy coming to enemy territory, right?
We are not doing.
I see what they do to other people. They can't do it to me, so I come in with the heat. That's why they're all.
Where is it coming on with shades and all that?
What is all that cover you're wearing?
Prince, let me greet my friends now. Prince, our body.
Ade, Kulata, my brother. Ade.
So now
don't smile,
friends. Why are you covering yourself like that?
Why are you covering yourself? Nobody's eating you up. What
all these bad boys on the comment section are just making a joke of this panel. They have totally taken over, making a joke of all of us.
Let me finish now.
Kolata, you need to remove your hand if you want to stay there. Now you can't stay like that.
I don't have to stay tonight. Let me greet Elton John.
Okay, greet and go then.
Elton John, Alaba.
I will deal with you. We are ready for you anytime.
Anyway, you guys, before I leave, we've heard you. Thank you. Before I leave, can you guys take the conversation a bit further, because it's frustrating when everybody's just lamenting. Like,
exactly.
We know we have a insecurity problem.
Thank you.
And there are many things that needs to be considered.
I thought you said you want to go now. You can't.
Let me finish now. You will let me finish before
you can't change the rules. He's not living by the rules now.
Let me finish now.
He's covering his face.
You can have your rules when I'm gone.
Let me finish now. You can't just come over and insult me.
Everybody has to follow the rules. Let him go. If he doesn't want to stay, he can
get opinions.
Allow me. Let me land now. This is so frustrating. Allow people to talk.
Let Kulata provide the opinion that is.
One man to vote. Try. His boys have hijacked this platform.
My guy, just calm down.
So let me finish now. You got to hear me out.
I don't come
off. Go ahead.
I don't come.
Yeah, you don't come off when you can go back again. See, if you have to get that off your face.
Yeah, but what I want you guys to do is
don't tell
a very simple thing. Take this security thing and personalize it to Nigeria. Don't talk about it at the.
Let's see then. He doesn't want to remove his face. That's cheating. It's not right. Because we have to be fair to everybody. It's not. Why would he not come in without removing his face?
He's trying to provide an opinion.
So let me talk.
No, but if you want to do that, if you want to do that, we can do it when I'm streaming. If I'm streaming on True Nigeria, then that's fine.
Wait, hold on.
If it's on this platform, there are rules. You have to. Everybody has to follow equal rules.
It's not easy. It's really not easy when you will have a different.
Hello, this Mr. Emeka is not a host now.
And you can tell that
you can't just let me talk.
as someone
Let me
who
talk
What
so
do
that
you
you,
think?
I, I finish so that.
What do you think he has said to them that I have not said here openly with my face?
No, you are a
Why you
moderator,
don't put
right?
a maker behind closed doors
It's
where
not
he
easy.
belongs? Let
It's
Mr.
not
Field
easy.
talk.
It's not easy. Someone with a different opinion coming here to sit with you guys, right?
So
It's because I have
as I
studied
was
you
do that
saying
guys
now.
all
for
the time.
I
I do that
I
all
have
the time.
studied you
Christ,
guys
you
for
guys are
4
crazy.
months. I have studied you people for 4 months. I can come in here, and that's why I came in aggressively. So now that you guys cannot attack me anymore because you know I am equal to the heat. So
But
now
you
we
are
are now having the conversation.
hijacking my own
No,
time,
sorry,
and
sir.
that is
Sorry,
wrong.
sir. Sorry, sir, you will speak. Now you can see that we are now having conversation. I have to study you people and say, what is the best approach to come in here and hit you all with the opinions that you don't want to hear? So it's not easy when someone is having a different opinion to come
Yeah,
in.
but it's
Allow
good
the
for him to
person.
come now. You are able to come in. Why can't you come in like that?
We need to create a safe space.
This is a safe
That's
space.
it.
Have I not?
It's not safe. It's not
Was
safe.
I?
It's not safe. It's not. It's not.
What do you mean? It's very
I came
safe.
here with the heat.
This is very, very safe.
I came.
What are you talking about?
See, if you were not the moderator, I would have left. Because if electricity was here, who is very biased, I would have just taken my walk. This is not a safe place. This is a place to come in and you tell the people that come on, we can do this equally.
Yeah,
If
I
you want to come
I
with me,
cannot
we
forget
can do it
Ferrari.
equally.
Ferrari's face. Ferrari turned into
You
a
understand?
Lagos Agbero.
But now we are now having the conversation.
Oh my
So
God.
can we create
So,
a
so
space
can
where
you
other
now?
people can come in?
Yeah.
See,
So can you now remove your? Can you now remove your eyeglass?
Just remove your hand. That's it. I'm fine. If you Colata, remove your hand, I'm fine with the headgear, this thing, hoodie and glasses. But you can't just cover everything. Then you want to come in. It doesn't seem fair to other people.
Oh, I can
I
come
have
in like
to
this.
try to be this.
No, I can come in like
Exactly. That would be okay now. It's
Forefathers,
just
can I say something? I'll go to the background.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay.
But I'm not done with my own submission now.
Exactly. Let
Everybody
the
just
guy.
overtake me,
Yeah,
and you
it's
just
true.
dump me at the corner.
Okay. Complete what you're saying.
There should be some
sorry
science
about
to
that.
it now.
Sorry.
If
Okay,
there's no
go on.
science to it, I mean,
No,
there's
go
no
on.
way we can continue like this.
My
Go ahead,
apologies.
Forefathers, there
brother.
should be some
Go ahead,
science
go ahead.
about it.
Yeah,
The whole
my
issue boils down
apologies.
to what I was saying. You know, in my own view, we don't yet have a country. So whatever solutions you profile, you know, it's not going to solve anything. And this is the position I've held until we build a country. You know, until we take the first step of nation building. When the colonial the colonizers, when they left,
Europeans or something.
whatever, when they left, what they left for us was not suitable. You know, and we didn't just think to see how we could put it together properly. It's just putting the house in shape. We don't have a country. The politicians are benefiting from, of course, all the challenges. And as human beings that are selfish, they will continue to perpetrate this order so that they will continue to benefit. But the mass of the people will not benefit. So going forward, let's just try to see how we can build. If we really want to live together as a people, let's build a country, let's build a nation, you know, so that we know who are Nigerians. If who is a Nigerian? People just come from the border and claim Nigerian citizens. A lot of people have national number, whatever they call it. They are not Nigerians. I mean, that should bother everybody. But if you're a minority, you can't go and manufacture. Your people cannot, you know, explode their population. They can't cross from it. They don't have any border to cross from. You know. But people that have the privilege, they have this mentality of bringing their, you know, their likes from all of. They even invited them from all over Africa, and that is the truth. No matter how bitter it is, that is the truth.
What do you mean they are inviting them from all over Africa? What does that mean?
What I mean is that, you know, when you come to the table, people have a lot of clannish. There are people that are clannish. There are people that are, you know, their sympathy is for their kind. You know, and the Fulanis, the Fulanis, they have that trait. So you can't dismiss it. Whatever all the security issues, there's a lot of the issues are there are religious issues and there are ethnic issues. A lot of it. And that is the truth. So okay, now the people that are in Nigeria, can we just say, okay, No more. Just like they're doing in other countries now. Like you have to get a passport, you have to come in. Kind of the place is porous. That suggests that there's no country. You can't just. I lived in the north. I tell you the truth. This is the lived experience. You know, they just cross from the border, and you see them in the taxis, and they can't speak your language, and they'll be speaking for food. And when I ask, they say he just crossed the border, and that's it. Before you know it, give that guy 1 month. He's going to be in Port Harcourt. I'm not saying people shouldn't come, but people should get a passport. People should get entry. People should be approved. Those are just. I mean, that is just fundamental. So when you talk of economy, you talk of you speak high English, you make policies. You don't even have a gate around your house. It's okay, Mr. A, I allow you to come in, and you're going to stay 3 months, and you're going to leave. Those fundamental things, like you want to set up a business, you just have to put the very basic things together, before you talk about how you want to, go to market and, do great things. Just do the basic things. We have refused to do it. So why do somebody like T.Y. Danjuma say that and that man is very exposed, and he has his ears to the ground, that the military are even culpable? And that is the truth. You can't
But the
deny
question
it.
you have to ask yourself is, why would you listen to a man that was part of the problem that we have in Nigeria right now?
Regardless, I'm not talking about whether he is part of the problem or not. What I'm telling you that if a man like this speaks, he has the information. That's what I'm saying.
I have to question myself. If I look at if you go to a classroom and you see everybody solo there, and the teacher is telling you that this is how you have to ask yourself, what is going on here?
Fine. Okay, if you don't want to, if you don't want to take what the man says, but when this when this issue is always in the air, and people are always, and there's just suspicion, there's an element of truth to it. I mean, that's natural. Of course, that's the truth. When people, this issue have been going around and people are speaking about it, there is an element of truth in it. You can't deny it.
No, I think there's an element of truth, but when you see a grown man saying, everybody defend yourself, carry gun, that is illogical behavior.
I'm not talking about everybody defending yourself. What I mean is that when he says that there's a kind of an ethnic coloration to these killings. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
and
the ethnic
we are just
coloration
aligned. We are just
indicates
aligned
that
with people.
North and South are all suffering. If anything, people should be accusing the Yorubas.
I'm not talking about the North and the South, my brother. What I'm saying is this: that when you come to the table, like, I don't know how to put it. When you come to the table, like, what agenda do you come? Like, if you come to a negotiation table, what agenda do you come there with? Do you know that when you come to the table, people come with ulterior agendas, ethnic agendas, religious agendas? You are just coming to the table to discuss, let's move the country forward. You are altruistic and you want to build an egalitarian society. But people come to that table with religious agenda, ethnic agenda, and
I think the trick is to make sure the people that come to that table, at least even if they have those agendas, they are able to keep it in check, because they understand that agenda is also supported that if Nigeria does well. I don't even know why people always think that if their tribe does well, Nigeria, they don't care. If Nigeria does well, their tribe does well. If you come to the UK, do you see the Irish and the English one of them doing better than the other? They're all doing just fine.
Let me ask you a simple question. What do you, I'm sorry, please, if I'm taking too much time, I will end there. What makes you think like the kind of system we practice, what informs the kind of federalism that we practice in Nigeria? Have you asked yourself that question? What informs it?
It's a kind of American system, if I'm not mistaken.
No. Okay. What informs it is because there's resources in the South and owned by minorities. That is it. So suddenly, when they see that these resources are in Southern minority hands, because they have they have little regard for them, they change the kind of federalism. They turn it a quasi-federalism, that they say all the resources now belongs to the center. But this is not what was practiced, prior to this time.
I thought 13% goes to the South.
What
Am I
is derivation?
mistaken?
Of course,
13%, yeah.
over time, people are agitating. So that was the result of people's agitations and push that the kind of federalism we are practicing is wrong. That that is a different topic. What I'm saying is this: that it is if these resources were in the majority places, do you think we'll be practicing a unitary government? We are not going to practice a unitary government. So there's hypocrisy, there's deceit, there's no truthfulness. So it is a system that is tailored towards empowering some people over the others, and that is how it has been.
Nigeria is a republic, if I'm not mistaken. Is it not a federal republic? It's a republic. It's not a unitary system.
It's a republic in name. We practice federalism. We don't. We practice a unitary system.
I don't know.
That is why
Zamfara seems very, very poor compared to Rivers State.
Finish my last submission. I can exit the plot, but I would like to give the newer.
Yeah. I am an expressionist. If you want to say something, all you have to do is raise your hand, and we all know the rules. I don't need to repeat it. So if you want to say something, you are free to let us know so you can have your say. In the meantime, Jonaba.
Thank you, as I exit. My last submission is the same. It's not too much different from what I've said here over and over. What we are suffering from in Nigeria, we have a government now. Before there was a complaint that this was going on because it's Buhari's Hausa Fulani. Now you have another commander-in-chief. Whether you give him 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, that is what we're going to do. If you want to continue to criticize him from now, then you do it. If you want to wait for 1 year, you do it. But the game is over. For all of this talk about is Hausa Fulani, is not Hausa Fulani, our resources is taken. Where are the leaders of the country? That is the primary thing we're all supposed to stay and hold them accountable. Any other thing, we're shifting the blame, whether it's you doing it or anybody, it should be held accountable. If it is me, I should be held accountable. And that's why there is a government. So all those shift of blame, let's don't be playing all those tribal game, religious game. I hate you, I love you. Election is over. It's one Nigerian for now. Like it or not, you can't change anything. So let us keep with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. And who's next? Tone hasn't said anything for a while.
I'm next.
Tone was here when you came in now.
No, I mean, people have been yelling. I'm just not in the mood tonight to yell at anybody back and forth. I'm just shocked and surprised that somebody from Plateau region will come and be telling me about one Nigeria and be telling me that we should hold. What does it mean? What does it mean by saying we are holding the government responsible?
Speaking, and why are you taking me off the board? Why?
What do you mean?
I've been quiet here, just listening. Why did you take me off in the first place?
I didn't take you
and
off
why
the
the
board
fuck are you removing me? You made me sick.
Because there are other people on the panel now. I have to rotate it.
Yes, but why me? Why me? Is it because I was listening? Is it because I was behaving? Is it only...
You were not misbehaving. Ferrari is backstage now. Ferrari did a lot of misbehaving. Kulata was not allowed to stay here.
The way you behave is just ridiculous, man.
I don't understand you, man. I don't know why you are fighting for no reason.
Let me go backstage.
Okay, yeah, now I'll put you backstage and bring Ferrari, our new. I don't know how to describe Ferrari. I discovered a new side of Ferrari.
His name should be sufficient.
Can we mind your business, Jacob? Come on.
Forefather, you're not asking.
Forefather, listen.
See, I'm not in the good mood with you today. Oh. Don't do that.
Well, why should you be in any mood with me? Wait, what's the matter with you?
I didn't do anything with you. I didn't do anything to you. And you just started. Oh, come on, stop it. I'm not in a good mood for this nonsense. I rotated people like normally, and he just started shouting at me. Enough. Come on, stop it. Ferrari, your mic is not on, and you're just going on.
Sixfield was making a lot of points. You keep downplaying his fact, and then you keep asking unintelligent questions and downplaying the whole issue. I don't know. I don't like all this censorship and all this.
There's no censorship. He was allowed to finish his point. Nobody ended him. Okay, leave it be. Tone, let's if you want to say something.
Let me start again. I've been hearing people yelling and all that. I don't just have that strength today. Hearing what John Abba has made his submission twice, and that's all he could say. And yet, in the face of all the atrocity has just happened in his region. See what I mean?
I sincerely doubt if it's from there. I apologize.
Nigeria.
That is character.
I agree with you. Even his pastoral title, I doubt it too.
Nigeria is just a joke. It's one big joke.
Unbelievable.
It's just one big joke. We're saying call out the government. That it's like catching with thief and all that. You say
sorry to interrupt you, Tone. It's not their fault. It's Lord Lugard that joined us with all this kind of people.
Abi, you see, and don't do that again. Don't do that again. Betty Edu does something. People are saying no, she's young. She's young. Yeah, after all, she's transferred. News has just come out. Why should government money, that kind of money in the first place, go to your personal account? That one, if it's a PLC that you're working for, you go automatic suspension. It shouldn't be. Company money should have no business in your private coffers in the first place. And people are coming now to tell me that we should forgive her. She's young and all that, and she's referring to herself as a young minister.
Sorry, Tone. I haven't followed up. So who is asking for forgiveness?
Is it illegal?
Hold on. Who's asking for forgiveness, please? Tone, please. Who's asking for forgiveness?
No. People everywhere. I'm not saying specifically.
Is it for better Adu?
Okay. Anybody on this panel?
Yeah.
Anybody on this panel?
So
can you guys allow Tone to talk?
I'm just touching on different things. So the thing is, listen, we're not radio.
Sorry, Tone. I just wanted to ask you. I want to be clear. Is it illegal that what she did was it illegal to transfer money to a personal account?
Yes. You can't.
Then why? Can we? Hold on now. I don't know. See, because they you know what they are saying that it's illegal.
You don't know.
For that. Can you stop, please?
If you say you don't know, I will slap you.
I'm just asking him to clarify. You know, what is wrong with these people?
Wait.
What is wrong with you? I'm trying to confirm because I have to be sure-footed when I say stuff.
I've not told him.
Then why are people begging for him? If it's illegal, she has to go. There's no mistake there. If it's illegal, she has to go. They have to set the example with her.
The thing is, what I see playing in Nigeria is just double standards.
It is illegal to transfer government funds to personal accounts. So there's a law backing that. Financial Regulation Act. So nobody is allowed to take money from government accounts and transfer it into personal.
And that's what she did.
That's what she did.
She works for a company. Even if somebody works for a company, yeah.
Yep.
Even if you work for a company, a corporation, you do that.
It is even stated in the law that doing that is an intention to perpetrate fraud. So whatever you want to miss it with, that's an intention to perpetrate fraud. If you want to say it's an error, you can go and speak with your God. I think she should.
So what happened now? Why is your guy not firing her now?
Now there is an investigation going on. The president, a lot. That's what I've been trying to do. But when Nigerians make the right kind of noise,
when is the investigation going to end?
I don't know. We have to now pressure the government. The president has said, let's investigate.
Going forward with what you said, you brought up another thing that the emir says that the Easterners are stealing their children and selling it elsewhere, which is a very serious thing if it is true. Yeah. But again, we await. It is allegedly. Let's just say allegedly, Emeka. Allegedly.
Yeah, they've arrested a few people, so
fine. Let's see how let's see how that plays out, because if that is
I
true,
find that shocking. I find that shocking. I think that's
that
the
is
emir
bad.
that's saying that here now.
Yeah,
And the
that
man
is
coming on
bad.
northern children.
But knowing Nigeria, some of these news outlets can be
mischievous.
Devious,
no,
isn't it?
it's not just then again, Tom, please, let's put this into another context, right? You know, the North do not speak often, and when they speak, you know, we have to listen to them when they're speaking. This is, like you have said, an allegation. This is a very strong allegation, right?
And they said southern Nigeria, not southeast, so southern. So it could be anywhere.
He is trying. Other publications really went to that right. He's trying to just be clever by the half.
No, see, we have to be specific. If he didn't say it, he didn't say it. So we can't just put forward words in his mouth. He said southern Nigeria, or usually southeast, southwest, south. I mean,
yes. I will agree with you on that, right? So but if you not do investigation further, you will.
So
find
furthermore,
that
I've always said it in this. I've always said in this panel, and even Emeka, you can bear me witness. You must have seen it. I said, let us call our criminals.
Yeah.
IPOB, the way they approach their stuff, I do not agree. Whether their agitation is right, it is right. I'm an Igbo man. I'm a full-fledged Igbo man.
But do you agree that IPOB now is not a criminal organization?
Well, some of the statements I've heard. Wait now, Emeka. Wait, please, sorry, guys. I'm talking, please. Yeah. Wait, you have your time to challenge me. Some of the things I've heard Simon Ekpa say, I don't think is right. Let us call a spade a spade. I don't think is right. Are we being marginalized as Igbo people? Yes. It's very, very clear as the sky. Has Tinubu marginalized the Igbos even in his administration? I would say yes, because the way he's approaching the whole thing. Because the only mistake I see, one of the biggest mistakes that is setting that is going to trip him is he's looking at the people that really voted for him, and he's punishing people that voted against him.
But that's how it should be.
Can't do that.
That's how it should be. You don't take appointments.
No, Kulata. Sorry, I said Kulata.
You don't favor those who did not contribute to your success and ignore those that contributed to your success. That is wrong. When you say the president has marginalized the Igbos, I don't tend to, it's your opinion, but I don't agree with it. Has he given the Igbos what is entitled to them as per the constitution? Yes. Do the Igbos deserve more than that constitutional appointment? It is up to the president, but the president has deemed it fit that the Southeast did not contribute to his ascension to the presidency. So they are entitled to what the constitutional appointment
I wanted to show this.
Can we allow Ton to finish his thoughts? Let him talk, please.
I'm shocked. I am just shocked for that statement you made, Emeka, that listen, the office of the president, the office of the president is the office of the father of the nation.
Forefather, put Jacob back.
An intelligent president will take the best from the
country. I sent a text to you, please. Can you read my chat, please?
The other camp, and the person say respectfully, no, thank you. I'm not serving under your government. Listen, at the end of the day, who is suffering? Everybody is suffering. Whether you're PDP, whether you're APC or whatever, everybody is suffering. That is the issue. The thing is that and you are here shouting bigotry. Is that not bigotry in a way?
How?
It's bigotry in a way now.
How?
It's bigotry because
now explain how.
I don't want to go. See,
you explain. No. It's an opinion. You can explain.
Okay, let's not monopolize the conversation. Stone, when you are done, so that some other person, local hasn't said anything, and expressionist.
No, when he's not. Yeah, I need to talk to so I can go backstage.
Let me just
stop for now. Let it go.
We can't go on forever. We will have to round up. Today is Sunday. People have to hustle. Who's next? I think Loco then, isn't it? Since Osita is not there.
No, I wanted to talk so I can go to the.
Who says I'm not here?
I didn't know you were not on camera.
Now that
What
you are
about
there, now you can go
what
ahead.
about the expressionist?
Especially
I
if
can
you
go
don't want
ahead.
to say anything. If she wants to say
Okay.
something, she can say something anytime.
No. Is it her turn to say anything? Yes or no? That's what I'm saying.
What?
No, not yet. I think after Osita, then she can speak. If we are going turn by turn,
Okay.
but you can speak anytime.
No. I don't want to speak anytime. I want to be.
No,
I want to be
no, you.
orderly.
I'm saying expressionists can speak anytime.
No, she can't speak anytime. It should be orderly.
No, she's a woman. We normally give women
yeah,
first.
women
But you see,
get
hold
privilege.
on, no. Look.
Look,
No.
Orderly,
It should be
orderly.
orderly.
Local has
Orderly
come
is
again.
orderly.
That,
Orderly is orderly.
no, that is not the rule on my this thing on the. I made it a long time ago
See,
because they are
Forefathers, don't worry.
underrepresented.
Leave
Oh yeah,
them
now let
alone.
her talk now.
They're
If you want to
devoid of
let her talk,
respect.
forefathers, you
Look
just
at them.
dominate everything with
And you
your
have women at home.
intros. If she's talking,
When
let
I
her talk.
start
So
now,
we'll
they will
move
say I'm
on.
disrespectful. Shame on you guys, man.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not saying anything. Sure, you will slap me.
But why are you
Okay.
generalizing Lou?
I will
Then,
just
I'm not.
let
You
me
know I
just say what
can't
I
hide.
want to say.
then my
You know
sister,
I
is that
can't
why you are
hide.
insulting everybody here?
Who is
She didn't
Even the
insulting
insult
you?
people that are
anybody.
advocating for you to
What did
talk?
I say? What did
You
I
said
say,
shame
my
on you all.
lovely?
What do you mean shame on you guys?
Did I say shame on you all? All?
I
You
think
said
Shame
so.
on you
guys.
guys.
Shame
That was
on
what he said.
who? Ever that is saying woman should not speak. Did I mention your name,
Okay.
sir?
All
You
right.
see the way you
Okay.
jump now?
She's
Come on
Who
she's
now.
said you shouldn't speak?
No, make me vex, Oga. Beg.
local. You were saying she cannot speak. It has to be.
No, I
Yeah,
said it should be
respect people.
orderly
No,
now. I
it
said
be like say you
orderly.
define my trouble.
It's okay. It's not a big deal. I made the rule that since they are underrepresented, if they show up, we should let them speak. It's only fair.
Expressionist, I
Yes, of
thank you.
course. That's
I
the
thank
rule.
you for your
Let her talk.
comment.
Somebody say let
Osita.
it be
And
orderly.
See, all of
Steph,
you make a
Oh
talk
God.
now. If you like, me, you don't like me. I know the
Do I have the
fear.
floor?
If you respect yourself, I go give you respect. But if you say you won't poke your eyes inside my eyes, you go see me finish. I not saying you respect yourself. I know say Nigerian men no get respect for women. Okay,
Fucking man.
I go give you respect where you like. You see as I the knack broken now. My head they hot. No find my trouble. Thank you.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Just air
Look
your
at
view.
Now Steph is smiling. the broken English has got.
Bra Steph, Bacharo Weganya. Anyway, thank you.
Echefula m na gị kụ nne. Biko ewekwana iwe gị dajụọ biko.
Oh my God.
Simple funny for this channel. That's too much, man.
Local,
Ewekwana iwe nwanne m nwaanyị
I
ewena
know where you're
iwe.
coming from, local. Local, I know where you're coming from. I know
Ị
you didn't
na-ewe
mean
n'iwe
any
biko.
this thing by it because
Listen about the Sunday, sir. Loco, you two say behave yourself.
That's not nice. You get my point? It's not nice.
no, I think it's because you don't understand the rules.
Listen. You asked me to speak. What did I do first? I said, as expression spoken. As expressions were actually spoken. Let her speak first before me because I felt she came before me. You understand? You now said, okay, no, like I should speak. I said, no, it should be orderly. I want you to be orderly.
Don't worry, I'm not
You know,
upset.
said,
It's okay.
let me finish. Just finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
Then I also like, oh, everybody should speak orderly. How did I commit a crime by asking everybody to speak orderly?
He didn't do anything wrong.
Do you understand?
He just didn't understand the rules.
I was like, it should just be orderly. You not saying no because she's a lesson. No, it should be orderly. I mean, there's supposed to be orderly first before
yes, but
in a gathering. Somebody, just hush your mouth, please. Don't tell me, but please.
You can't be
no
telling me to wash
wahala
my mouth.
no wahala. Let's move on, guys. Me, I don't want to speak. I just want to be with you guys. Relax.
A gathering.
Okay?
At least the first thing first should be orderliness when it's a gathering, no matter what. You understand? Because I wanted it to be order. That's why I said she should speak before me because I felt she came before me. Now you say she should speak, and I said no, it should be orderly.
Please go ahead, sir. No problem. It's okay. It's all right, Loco. I'm not even talking. I don't want to say anything. I'm just here.
The witchcraft in Nigeria, the plenty,
who they bewitch you?
Anyway, see here. Look,
I better not to the form.
I'm just gonna go ahead and take the floor because all these.
Yeah, take the floor, please, because it
not
was
going
a
to stop.
sitter that
Like
was
I
about
said.
to speak. See,
Now-
local, hold on now. I think this is
Personally,
over. Let's move on from it.
I want to wish a very happy New Year to everyone. I was here last on the eve of the New Year, and I was also, it was quite an opportunity to have, had some conversations with Emeka. I thought he would not come back, but I'm really glad he came back. And the reason is this: like I always say, it's always nice for us to have someone with different leaning, different opinion. Now, I'm also happy to the fact that he said he's not been impressed with the things that are, concerning the security. And for the information of everyone, or as a reminder, in Tinubu's administration, the only ministry so far that's come to the point, there's done a few things that impress people, myself particularly, is some of the reforms or changes that I'm seeing with the Ministry of Interior. Because I heard you guys talking about passports, the border and all of that, of which most of a good chunk of it has to do with what goes on with the Ministry of Interiors. Now, about the security itself, which is a big problem, and I'm quite passionate about it this morning. The reason is this: yesterday, I had the privilege of speaking with a friend of mine who I had not spoken to in over a decade since we left university. Then he said to me that he lost his dad. He's from Anambra State. He's from Ihiala, and he's lost his dad. They reside in Lagos. He lost his dad in June. Now, since June, the man's corpse has been taken to Ihiala. His corpse is currently deposited in a mortuary in Ihiala. But do you know that in Ihiala currently, where he comes from, due to what's happening with the insecurity, the proclamations of IPOB and all of that, do you know no one is allowed to conduct burial or even traditional marriage? So when we speak of insecurity, yes, there are ones that are very out loud there when you hear massive killings like what's happened in Plateau State. But the truth is, no place in Nigeria at the moment is secure.
What do you mean they don't allow people to conduct burial?
Okay, you might not know this, but as an Igbo person,
that's why I was asking Tony if IPOB is a criminal organization. He's confirming what I said. It's true.
No, IPOB I'm not. Guys, can you guys please let me learn?
Oh my God!
I don't get.
Let him talk.
Let him finish.
So that I don't get misunderstood, please, guys, please. Anyone who's an Igbo knows that, regardless of where we reside our whole life, if you die, we love. Almost all of us want to be buried in our village and in our father's there's a compound. Now, because of that, culture, because of that tradition, the insecurity currently in Ihiala will not allow for that man to be buried. Because there's a proclamation going on now of which the residents of that place in Ihiala, they abide to it. They are scared, I believe, because it's out of fear. What other reason will stop someone?
Who made the proclamation?
Oh,
don't you see that there are citizens in Nigeria?
And let me ask. I don't know. I'm trying to understand.
It's due to the IPOB tendencies. Is all of that stuff?
Oh, IPOB said they should not bury people.
Yeah, criminal organization.
You know there are factions in IPOB, so I don't know who's
can you let him answer? He's the one that revealed it. None of you brought this story.
Who's saying that they are criminal organization? Is that easy? Who is saying that they are criminal organizations?
You shouldn't have said anything. You've been invited.
You see, you want to come here and push your master's agenda.
Can we leave it, Ferrari? Can we leave it? Are you saying that? Let's be specific. Are you saying that?
No. Don't block me. Let me talk.
You're not letting me ask. Oh, enough. I'm trying to ask a simple question. You keep blocking me, and you say I should not block you. Are you actually saying that IPOB said they should not bury people? Seriously?
Now, I just want to be very careful with how I put that statement. We all know that IPOB has degenerated from what it used to be when it was headed by Kano. If it were times that Kano headed the organization, things like this would not be happening. Now, there are different factions of which you can't even identify who is heading who. Some people might even tell you Simon, but I strongly even disagree. People now do all sorts of things in the Southeast, and they tell you, oh, they are IPOB. Also, there are seven. See, there are people who have genuine agitations. Okay, but the thing is that a lot of people have created facets of organized crime, hinging it to IPOB. That is what it is. So I cannot tell you, oh, it was IPOB that said that. No, but the consequences of the state of IPOB at the moment has given room for anyone to claim to be anything in the Southeast.
So the people that
in the
claim
name of
to be
IPOB.
the people that claim to be IPOB are the ones
So
that said
that particular proclamation is alleged to be a proclamation of the IPOB. Now, to what extent we can ascertain that, I don't have a way to reach Simon Eber personally to ask him, do you know that this is happening in India? Do you know there is a man who's been dead for over 7 months and cannot be buried because of what is
so
happening?
you don't have any evidence that Simon Ekpa said any such thing?
Yes, but we all know that the pockets of insecurity in the Southeast, most times they will tell you, oh, it is IPOB, it is unknown government, it is this. So we don't know. But
what is
currently,
what is the purpose of not burying people?
Because just like the sit at home, another means of civil obedience to them, them to show their civil obedience, for them to maintain civil obedience, is by denying residents those normal privileges, those normal things that they know that will get to their skin.
Whose skin? Their person's skin?
The communities as a whole. It's not.
Oh my God! That is the wackiest thing I've ever heard.
I'm being very honest with you.
That is the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Explain it the way it is there. Just explain what happened. Did anybody refuse the man to be buried? Yes or no?
Yeah. See, they fear. See, listen. The villagers said they will not. See, my friend, he lives in Lagos. The man's always lived in Lagos, ran hotels in Lagos, and this is a very rich man who even owns hotels, a lot of hotels in Ihiala. Maybe someone from Ihiala now here might even know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to mention names.
The reason is because what they said they shouldn't bury me in the village.
In Ihiala, currently, you cannot do traditional marriage and you cannot do burial. If you do, you're at risk of being killed.
What I'm hearing is
how
did they allow this to happen?
Now that is where my bone of contention comes back. Okay, I just
who allowed it to happen? You see, they have a government, they have a state government, they have a federal government, they have a Nigerian government.
Good. So do not let me laugh, please.
The wrong question and don't pin it on IPOB. Be very careful.
I didn't say Ferrari.
Ferrari, listen, I didn't pin anything on IPOB. If anyone listens to me, I was careful enough to explain to the best of my knowledge how I got the information. I said to you here that I cannot specifically say it's IPOB, but we all know that every criminal.
Wait.
Can we allow the man speak? Can we allow the man speak?
No, someone in the comment section said they just had a wedding in here last week.
Well, the person I spoke to yesterday, I was in the university with him. He spent 4 years. I spent 5 years. He graduated before myself. So he cannot be telling me. So this one, nobody says somebody tell me directly from the person who lost his father.
We are going to go on.
This is only in Ihiala. But if
I said from Ihiala forefathers, he said there was a wedding last week in Ihiala. Tell him to come in.
I definitely know. Listen, I definitely know. Listen, I definitely know that a person who was affected by this thing, they have all the money in the world to conduct burial. So you can. There's nothing. Whether it is happening everywhere or not, but I'm telling you what the own situation is.
Ferrari, you can wait behind the scenes so that this guy can.
And if he has not affected someone, no one will know the level of insecurity we have. Sorry,
just in Ihiala, right? Just in Ihiala.
In Ihiala, this person from Ihiala.
Okay.
So they can't perform burial for his father.
And the person that said there was a marriage wedding in Ihiala last week.
If you guys like, I can walk my way around to see how I can invite him to see if I can invite him.
No,
But
fathers.
I'm sure it's going to be
One,
during
one
the
thing I
daytime.
one thing I would say for sure is that anybody that prevents bodies to be buried, it will not be well with them. Please go ahead.
Let me explain further with what is
And do you know? Sorry, let me just.
Let me help you. Let me
No,
help
no,
you.
no. I just want to finish and get out. Can you guys let me finish and get out?
Okay,
please?
from that area as well. Let me explain. Let me say something. I'm from Osu local government. My community is very close to a neighboring town in Anambra called Osmowu. I'm from Osu Itukwa in Imo, but we are all in those areas. Osmowu is in Ihiala local government. What Usita said is true. Some of those boys who claim to be IPOB members who have turned to be doing criminal stuff are operating in some of those areas. What they do is this, not in all cases, but what they do is something has happened in my village, in my community. Somebody dies. When the people come home to conduct the burial, they will come to the compound and demand for some money or stuff before the burial can be conducted, which is not part of our Igbo culture, because those areas, some of them have been running riot in those areas. The military comes around once in a while to tackle them, but they don't do a sustained thing. They are not much. It's something that can be handled easily, but this is what happened. My wife's colleague, he's here. He has siblings back home from Ihal as well. In fact, I saw the father. He sent me the father's burial arrangement. When I saw the whole thing, I saw internment. That is where they will be buried in Onisha, where the father resides. So I asked him later what he said is because of the situation in their hometown. So they will come, and particularly when they feel that the person is well to do, this is what they do. In my own town, some people died recently. There's a man, the man is very well. He's from a neighboring town. He's in Lagos. He has businesses in Lagos and Abuja. They just conducted the man's burial, I think yesterday at the 7th. So yesterday was 6th. It was done in Owerri. That is the ceremony. But what they usually do, they try their best to come and lay the person to rest in his compound, and everybody just go away. Then the ceremony itself, the usual burial occasion, happens in the city. That is how it has been for some time now. Though in some areas, some places, some communities are still very relatively peaceful. People still come, conduct their burial, and then they do quickly, and then they go. It's not the usual relaxed. People are so tense when they come home for all those things because these boys are operating. The military knows this.
What you are saying now is that some members of IPOBs are not involved.
No. Emeka, let me help you. What Usita is saying.
I said some. I didn't say
not some. Not some. They are not. They are not. As far as I'm concerned, they are not that kind of.
What he's telling
IPOB team
is this, right? Some hoodlums, right, hiding under the guise of IPOB.
Exactly.
That's it.
Are going to extort people.
But again, how do we now identify?
No, guys. Before we dream, before I lose my thoughts, can I just finish what I wanted to say? Because there are more things I wanted to say concerning the insecurity.
Educate us about the insecurity.
Now, someone here mentioned about organ harvest.
Yes, I did.
Organ harvesting.
I did.
Okay. And this is the reality. The level of organ harvesting in the southeast is outrageous.
Thank you, my brother.
And why is happening now is this. You know, before it used to be a thing of go kidnap someone who is rich. Now they've discovered that in fact, it's even better to kidnap someone who is poor because no one will ask of them. They won't have money to go to the police or anything, make any reports, no one to speak out for them. But there is a well and alive and thriving industry of organ harvest currently in the southeast.
You guys don't know what is going on.
Even when people pay ransom, people do not get returned.
This is not me. You may hate me.
Okay, now
you may hate me.
Eze, please let me finish. I'm not.
Continue.
Who wants to go backstage?
Okay.
So fathers, this guy
you want to go
is
backstage?
So thank you for coming in. forefathers, you don't listen.
Yeah, go
This guy
ahead.
is saying is not true. Let's see who is. I'm not saying.
Okay,
Osita,
why is
I'm
the
not saying
man that
you're
is
not
saying
telling
it's
us
not
the truth.
true? Does he want to come
Let's
in?
interrogate this guy. That is,
Okay,
in fact, he said
let
he's in
me,
Nigeria right
but
now.
please let me finish,
Sorry,
guys.
what's his
Guys,
name?
let-
Father,
What's
why
the
would
person's
you
name?
put me that is asking critical questions in the back
No,
when there are people
you
that
are
are not talking?
literally see. You saw that we got information right now. You would have blocked everything.
At least he asked you. He just threw me off and then started making bullshit excuses.
Okay,
And then
listen,
he put me off again.
guys.
But I'm
Guys,
gonna be cool.
please, can you guys
I'm
catch
gonna be
my?
cool.
Will you guys just let
But
me land?
forefather,
So you get my,
you're a
you get
corrupt
where I'm going
bastard,
to.
mate. Straight up. You're
Oh goodness.
Please just let me finish so that
me
you
up.
can now discuss what
Can
you want to
Even
do.
when you put me
Osita,
in the
can
bag,
we
you
allow,
put me in the bag.
can we allow Osita to speak, please?
Look, stop shutting me up. I'm not talking. Just don't.
Can we allow Osita to speak, please? Osita, continue.
You see, you don't put Eze in the
Arsehole.
bag, but you put me in
You
the
see
bag.
why? You see why? Because you are disrupted. The moment you come in, you
You're
and Jago
destructive.
start feeding off
You
each
are
other and
destructive.
disrupting the conversation.
Now,
I never thought I would agree with Pansat as to reading you.
See now, guys, we can make speculations all we want.
I never thought I would agree with him.
We can make speculations. See, we can always make speculations all we want about
fuck off, man.
Who committed this crime and who didn't commit this crime. But to me, who committed the crime? Whether you came from another state into the southeast, or whether you're from southeast and you're doing it, crime is crime, regardless. What matters is who is the authority within that jurisdiction who is supposed to put it under control. And this is where now I come to have problems with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The reason is this. Even if Bola Ahmed Tinubu doesn't want to achieve anything for us Nigerians, because he's the president currently, and the only reason why we have to go back and refer to him is because of the way the constitution is at the moment. Powers are not really devolved to the states, to the local governments. But also, the local governments, I cannot, the state governors, I cannot also absolve them of this problem. Why? Because even a state governor doesn't have the capacity to run the whole state and protect it. Not in our present Nigeria. It doesn't happen. It can't happen. Let's say, for instance, now in a place like Ihiala, if they had community policing in place, they would be easily be able to identify the people who come in to do these things and tell you whether it is part of their community or not. Or with someone who's from outside the community come and be oppressing people. And if they are doing so, what means? Do they have ammunition? What level of threat do they pose to the people's security? So if Bola Ahmed Tinubu wants us to stop blaming him for the things that happen in Plateau State, he needs to make it very clear that, you need to go hold your governors as accountable. Because a lot of Nigerians are not even wise enough to know that, it should be the local government chairman who is guarding the place. That is why you've got the local authorities.
So when you say southeast, though, is it not restricted maybe to a state or something? Or
Sorry, what do you
mean? The organ harvesting, are you saying is the entire southeast or just specific
Bro,
state?
it's happening everywhere in the southeast. From the information I have, I don't know which place they will say, because my sister, a friend of hers, her child was kidnapped during this Christmas.
Please,
been released.
Please, is there a way you can make this thing go around?
Oh yeah,
One person talking and we all waiting. It's boring.
I think it's the revelation. Sometimes it
So
captures
guys,
the imagination.
Emeka, I'm in my own head. I'm of the opinion that maybe you are one of these people, SAs who are close to an SA who is close to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Please, when you go back, tell them that in this platform that we will be happy to see him restructure the security architecture. The fact that he came in and, like you said, it is the same. There is no difference between the blueprint he's operating upon and what Buhari operated upon. There is nothing stopping Bola Ahmed Tinubu from devolving powers to governors, to local government when it comes to security. Let's leave about even talking about the economic restructuring. Let's just talk about security restructuring.
Osita, you are making the right noise. You say initially, right? Like you said, I never wanted to come in. Why did I come in? Was because of the statements some people made yesterday. So we should make the right noise. If you make the wrong noise, you allow these individuals to keep doing what they're doing. right? If you make the right noise, like the Betty Edu's case, that's the right noise. Hold them accountable and things will roll. If we don't make the right noise, they will not do anything.
Now, who are we going to hold accountable for the security? That is it.
Now, you see, the security chiefs, right, have been told to go and act. I have said it here. There is no timeline. Now, again, Nigerians do not understand what is going on. And I have said it. People keep accusing me, saying, hey, you are not from the
I beg
Igbo,
this
you are
guy
not
stop dominating this platform. I beg. Only you, be only you there. Let somebody else talk now. A lot of people here have not said anything. But
The security
we
even
will not sleep here now. Listen to one person now.
and you know the funniest thing, the majority of the insecurity problem we have, there are things that are internal. They are internal affairs. You don't even need the military.
Yeah, we don't
For
need
a majority of the things that are happening.
We don't need the military.
Emeka, you are not
For
helping.
majority of the things that are happening, these are things that can only be done by efficient policing.
And I'm
Okay,
responding.
Osita,
Somebody
I think
who
others
does not like to hear my voice.
Emeka, let it be now. Let some other person speak. Who else hasn't? I think
I do
Leko hasn't
not
said
enjoy
anything.
talking.
Leko, come on, you do actually. I mean, for somebody that does not enjoy talking, we are talking all the time. Loko, please go ahead.
It's so, excuse me. I just wanted to say it's so sad.
Can we allow Loko to talk?
But let me say this.
No.
It's so sad when when the man was telling his story.
Loco, please go ahead. Why are we have so much issue with following rules?
Fathers, I'll first of all tell you this. If you like, you hate me.
Of
I
course.
think if you are having this problem, I will tell you, you are part of the people causing this problem. Getting attacks on you and coordinating the channel going orderly. It falls on you. So if you are getting the blast from people like Ferrari or Jaguar, I not pity you. It ain't good for you. Because sometimes you just fuck up. You know, sorry for my language. You're not coordinating this platform very well in terms of people trying to speak orderly. If you want to also debate an issue with somebody that somebody raised, maybe like the one Osita raised, you like, okay, yes, you have so and so time to say what you want to say. Then let the next person to speak about it if they want to speak about it. If they don't want to speak about it, they want to bring a topic, but just let it go around. Yes, experience has made her own point that she just want to chill and be looking, just be listening. When it's time for her to talk, she will speak. She's made her point. So, but if everyone wants to speak, let them speak. You understand? And you know how this platform is. When people say something and somebody wants to say something, sometimes if I were you, I expect sometimes you'll be tired to like blocking people. Let me just give you 30 seconds, say your stuff. Once 30 seconds, block them. At least you've done something from your end to say 30 seconds. But sometimes this platform is people have agitation, spirit, tension. People are angry. They want issues to be solved. In fact, since yesterday. So, and but Emeka, except you, because sometimes you have issues with opinion. You have something to say for everybody. So I think Favor should be at least meeting you sometimes. Yeah, but no, Lily, you have too often you have gone somewhere to do something, but no wala. But in my own case, what I'm trying to say
I don't
is
have a problem. I respect him. I respect his moderation. I don't.
No wala. Nah, I didn't ask you for your opinion. Don't worry.
Look at Alaba's face. He was serious. The guy is seriously hating.
You go left person for this channel. Somebody will punch somebody in this channel. I swear to God.
I don't know.
Somebody will be watching the camera and you could receive blow from nowhere because of the video on this channel. I tell you.
Oh my God. The way Alaba was upset earlier on today, it was so funny.
People say your cash and make us strangle your neck for your drums, but no worry, God for everybody. But for me, for the security issue, right? I think what Osita was trying to say, probably yes, he got the information, but like I say, a story told is a story uttered, right? So he got the information, but I think maybe he got like 80% or 70% of the information. But like what Undubisi said, you understand? Every idle person, you say idle man is devil's workshop. You have too many jobless people in the Southeast, you understand? So criminal gang most plenty, you understand? So, and if there's a name already that successfully have a niche for themselves, which is like maybe the IPOB, and they say that the government has already given them bad name, so they can like, oh boy, what are we citizens here when we can make money? Let's use this guy's name now since they've already spoiled their name. Let's just use their name to cash out. Yeah. So anybody can just wake up. Even they might not be Igbo speaking people, they might be anybody who just to sing. Everybody like man, everyone are street men. So we're like, man, let's opportunity, let's cash, We look who is this family. Instead of us to kidnap them, let's go and threaten the family. Since we have too many of them coming from abroad to come and bury their loved one, that means they can generate money instantly, quick, and give us and let us go. So, and if they see that this one we do racket yesterday, and there's a wedding tomorrow or next week, they might not decide to go to that same wedding or burial next week to go and commit the same thing, because they might be afraid that the one they did last week, they might be planning to catch them. So they might just allow those ones to do their burial and their marriage the upper week and like that. So they'll be picking their victims and picking their dates and other stuff. So so to some extent, Emeka is correct and also not correct. Why I think UDBC explained it fully, and the way I understood it is people are just catching out with those names and that.
But let me ask this: so, what if somebody is using your organization's name to commit crime? Don't you think the first thing for you to do is to release a kind of communique to let people know that that is not you?
Hold on. Now let me tell you. Listen, forefathers. It's like you've already tarnished my name. Which communique do you want me to release again and protect my name?
So that people like us will know it's not the organization that is doing it.
Hold on. Because people like you are supposed to do your investigation first, regardless of what you're. If you want to be people like us, if you believe there's people like us, then that people like us will also do their investigation to see if what the federal government is saying about them is correct. You understand? Because the federal government has already tarnished their name, and they believe everybody has gone.
This is not federal government. This is Osita and his own experience. That's what I'm talking about.
You're talking about the IPOB now. Why did they come out to release the communique? So I'm saying, like, they know on their own end that the federal government has already branded them terrorist group already. And maybe if you look at
I'm talking about communicating to their own people on the ground, that those people that are coming to you, telling you not to bury your people and asking for money, they are not working for us.
Those people who want to come out now asking for money, what if they are being ambushed by those same people who are claiming that the IPOB are attacking them? So everybody run for their head.
It's very simple. They know where to get IPOB information. They know where to get information from IPOB.
The leadership of the IPOB is whacked.
Thank you.
No, the truth is this, right?
Honestly.
They can't already, because it's like they are fighting one battle.
I am surprised. I am surprised the excuses we are making here for this organization. We have a young man. I have said it. Don't take my word. Take it from him.
See, nobody is telling you IPOB is good or bad.
Why are we making excuses for people perpetrating crime?
Listen, you just don't get the point. For me,
I'm listening to you. You are
what
making
I'm saying
excuses.
is this, right?
Eze, please let him talk.
Some riffraff that can come from anywhere. You understand? They can use Masob, they can use Asawana or whatever. They can use what's it called? Niger Delta Avenger. They can use anything. You understand? But unfortunately for the IPOB, you understand? Probably they are just, or they can even say ESN, that we are ESN people, this and that. So they can get, but you know that they're criminals.
Yeah, but people can find out.
Criminals can come in guise of anything.
Yeah, but But the problem is that IPOB or ESN hasn't released a statement saying this is not us. That is my concern.
Yeah, but
you asked why are we making excuses, and I'll tell you the reason. A good number of us who are from the southeast, Igbos, particularly. Okay, let me speak for myself. I know how the origin of the IPOB agitation was, and whether anyone agrees with it or not, there are genuine contents in those agitations which a lot of us are sympathetic to. IPOB didn't just come out from nowhere. There are genuine agitations which a huge number of us are sympathetic to.
But currently now,
so for those of us who know what the origin, what the supposed intention was meant to be,
but
it's difficult for us to just say, oh, everything about IPOB is criminal. Is criminality. That is why when I say about it, I tell you that yes, there is a decadence, there is a huge, in fact, deterioration in the structure. At the moment, this was not how IPOB started.
Can I ask you a question?
Whoever, I say this for sure, whoever did that and don't let the dead rest, man, they cost they are
Yeah.
hitting on
So
themselves.
now these criminalities, these
It's
are now
going
the
to go down
consequences
a
of
long way.
these are now the
How
consequences of
can you
not handling
what kind of
the
depraved
agitation
mind
in the
would
right way.
prevent people to what kind of depraved mind would
There is
prevent
no
people
excuse.
from burying
Listen,
their
there is
dead?
no excuse for criminality.
Thank you. That's what I want to hear.
There is no excuse for
That's what
criminality. I
I
don't
want to
support
hear.
criminality.
Excuse me,
Form.
going
That's
to
what I want to
sorrow.
hear.
Let us talk now.
Okay.
Can I weigh in, guys?
Let me
Regardless
talk,
of their
please. Let
objective,
me
if
talk.
they are not
Can I weigh
perpetrating
in?
crime, they are not criminals. The
Can I
Southeast
talk?
Jagun hasn't
do
said
away
anything
with
for
them.
ages, so
Yeah, let me talk, sir.
Wait,
Then
does it mean that
Ferrari,
anyone who sympathizes with that
I
agitation
think
is a criminal? Can I
listen to
can I
me,
understand
guys.
it?
You are not sympathizing with the criminal. You are
Jagun,
sympathizing
Wait,
with
does it mean that
criminal.
anyone
Jagun hasn't said
who
anything.
sympathizes with agitation is a criminal?
No, but you are
Let
not a
Ferrari talk
sympathizer
now.
to a
Ferrari,
criminal
go
Let me
ahead.
talk now. Why
No,
is Osita keep talking? You've talked
I
enough
don't
now.
like Ferrari. I don't know
Why is
why it's
Osita
not
keep
clear.
talking? I know for that I don't
Allow
like
the man
me.
to speak
That's
now.
why I
Now
have
I
to go
got
through
you.
to say
I
my
don't
thing.
like you. I'm very biased against
Me and you,
Ferrari.
we get time as to
Uh,
be, but I must talk.
but to be fair, it's Jagun's turn. Jagun hasn't said anything for ages.
So if someone like me wants Nnamdi Kanu to be released, does it mean that I'm a criminal or I'm
No.
sympathetic
Who said
to
that?
criminality?
Who said that?
No, I agree. I agree.
Can we
Why
allow? Can you
are
guys
you
stop?
giving? Did
I
Eze
agree.
Can
say
you guys
that?
stop?
That if you
Enough.
want Nnamdi
Oh my
Kanu to
God,
be
what is going on
like
here?
did
Hold
Eze
on.
say that?
I agree that
Don't give
Jagun,
Eze
please
the
go
voice
ahead.
to come and spread
Jagun, please go
propaganda.
ahead. Jagun,
Thank
please
you.
go ahead.
Thank you. You see, me, I must say, we,
get you down one day.
I have to use my time to vent a little bit. We spoil our emotions on this show. My emotions were calm today. I'm vexed. I'm vexed now, and I don't like to be vexed. I don't like to shout. I don't like to squabble and all these things that we do. But we have to because we're Nigerians, so we do these things. But me, I don't like my spirit spoiled. I really don't. I don't like my spirit spoiled. It brings out a lot of devilish inside me. So I just want to say that, and I want to thank I beg your pardon, my dear. It's your name that I need to get right. Expressionist, for just understanding the unfairness that was going on. And I would like to thank Steph and Ferreira, because as I'm put backstage, and I'm not sure why, me personally, I'd like a quick explanation. Not now, it's far too late. But I must tell you, and I thank Loco P for underlining what's obvious. And I can't get to understand why Forefather cannot bring himself up to a standard where we can respect what he's doing. Because we want to respect, but we find too many reasons why we cannot respect him, you, Forefather. You each show, sometimes I'm thinking, Forefather's learning. He's getting this thing right. And then you just throw it all away. You want to point the finger at people who are not to blame. Your attitude stinks. You know, I'm happy. I'm happy. Wait, I'm just happy that we're in different parts of London. Because if I bump into you, you're in big trouble physically with me. Don't let me ever bump into you. That's my speech. Don't let me bump into you, bro.
Come on, stop
Please,
being angry. What do you
please,
think
can I
about the
just
topic?
can I just take 1 minute and I leave? I have to just leave just 1 minute.
1 minute.
Okay,
I'm going to
please.
time you. I'm going to time you. You say
Yes,
1
time
minute.
me. Yes,
Okay.
I don't have much to say. Well, basically, you know, what is the next step? That's always the question.
The next step
Those
is
of us, those of us that are in the diaspora, what are you doing?
you know what?
So,
I'm beginning to look
so
out how to put up signs in Nigeria so that we can. I want to shame the government to doing what they promised to do. They need to start recruitment.
okay, let me finish now for further. So,
to secure the country.
so that is my own
counting.
my own conclusion. So we just have to do something differently. You know,
Thank you.
We can't continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. Ferrari, you can go.
Can I
Ferrari, it's Ferrari now.
I want to leave. 1 minute.
It's Ferrari.
After
Now,
I can't wait for Ferrari. Let me leave.
you can't wait
No,
because of Rotima's
wait.
I get word against you where I want to talk. Make you leave.
I can't wait. I know you always come.
Uh,
I know you will come. Let me say my piece. Let me
I
say
get
my
me
piece.
where I want
1
to
minute.
talk.
1 minute, and
Now,
I'm going. I think
no,
I've
yeah,
said
Ferrari says you can
no,
go. You
I'm
can go. If
continuing
Ferrari
my
says
talk.
no, then
No,
let Ferrari
no.
go. Yeah.
Now, listen up. This in every part of the country, there are incidents and accidents and events happening. You understand? Criminals will take advantage of situation. All right? As criminals are taking advantage of situation, propagandists like Emeka too are taking advantage of situation. That man was just telling us his story. I love personal stories because nobody's going to tell your stories because you. I love personal stories. I'm waiting for the day we Nigerians will use this technology to start telling each Nigerian story, just like the Me Too movement told personal. That's how they made the Me Too movement and all the other movements in America. You understand? When you tell personal stories, it has impact. Right now, the stories we hear are the stories from those in government. That's what Arise will tell you. That's what Channel will tell you. That's what NTA will tell you. Why this medium is important is because it allows for personal stories. And when we have 100,000 personal stories, the mini stories and propagandists of the government will not have a room to spread. Although they have their agents like Emeka Eze, who only God knows his real name, and my brother forefather, only God knows where. I know where he's from, but those of you don't. Now, what is happening is that, yes, hoodlums have taken over identity of IPOP to spread propaganda, but the discussion should not be on the
Forefather
IPOP.
is an Ibani man. He's from Ibani.
When the DNA result come out, I'll send you the result. Down. So see, you shouldn't be saying curse those who don't let them bury. When you have a government in place, a chairman, somebody collecting government money, a police commissioner, a this, a that, and in a state or in a village, they can't bury their dead, and you want to point finger at IPOP, you want to curse IPOP, you should curse those in government. You should point finger to those in government. You should point finger to Tinubu. Don't come here and you see when you were telling your story, if you see how Eze jump, yeah, I told you, IPOP. I say, yeah, man. Sit your ass down. Yeah, man. This forefather can't block me. I say, yeah, man. He jumped because you are just giving him ammunition to push his master story. You understand? And, so this is the issue.
But I hinged. If you hear me when I landed, you know I correlated it, and I put the blame on the government.
Oh no, it wasn't you. It wasn't. So now the system, in my people, the system has failed, which we have wasted today because we allowed Emeka to come inside our midst, and so we started attacking each other rather than attacking issues and solutions. They're very good at that. That's always their objective. They will come with one confusion or the other. So ideas and suggestions and solutions, you can't deal with it, but you're busy fighting the rough fight, like Fela said. You know, and once you enter rough, you cannot tell a maker from Alaba because all of them rough don't cover them. All of them looks like Agberu. And I look like I'm still a handsome Agberu, no matter how they
Alaba, please, can I use my 1 minute?
Listen, when you finish,
Ferrari. So this is the fact, my brothers. The government is failing. It has failed. Anybody not on that level is the enemy of the state. We have to find a way to say the number one thing is prayer. And they know, forefather knows, Eze knows that if they can hijack the medium where individual stories are coming out, they will have the upper hand. They already have the upper hand because a child not yet born 10 years from now is already on their side. We are climbing a hill.
Sorry.
You check the time on me.
Let me because if I stop you,
let me round up on this.
Forefathers allow him to finish his talk.
Let me finish my thought. So
okay, you know what? Let's allow Alaba to vent his spleen today. Just
Let me leave. I want to leave, right?
everything.
Forefathers, it's not fair.
And
It's
when
not
you
It's not
talk,
fair.
fair.
it's my
It's not
turn to
fair.
talk.
It's not fair.
Let me.
Okay,
It's
you
not
can
fair.
vent.
Even
Jargon,
expressionist is telling
jargon
you
should.
it's not fair. If you
No,
will not listen to
Mr.
the
Mr.
lady,
Pereira, what is your
Ferreira. Now
solution?
you
to
they
the
talk
lady.
since past everybody.
Just 1 minute.
Pereira,
Let me
what is
go.
your solution?
1 minute. Let me go.
The
Let me go.
solution
Jago
is
did not want to speak. Jago did not want to
listen.
speak.
And you let
The
it sorrow you,
solution is
Baba.
we got to face
Also,
people
your
like
money
people like
expressionist.
Eze, people like forefather from hijacking this medium. Then when we have a control of this medium, we can now expand this medium to tell the Nigerian story, our individual story. It is when that story becomes a multitude, just like the Me Too movement, that is when we will start to see change. It's a process, but we have to move forward. They have already recruited a child yet on board. You all keep taking this thing like child's play. We are dealing with the monster. You know, in Hotel California, they said they all took out the knife. They were stabbing the monster, but the monster will not die. And we're back to where we started from. You can come in, but you can never leave. That is the
Well
story.
said, bros. Well
Hotel
said.
California.
May I have a quick? May I have a
Okay, go
quick
ahead. Yeah,
interview?
let him.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I must say, I was vexed. So it's the laughter of Eze that lightened my spirit. I like the fact that no matter what's been said here, between Eze and Osita, I was watching you guys the other day. You were having a great conversation, but it went into a horrible place where you began abusing each other. I thought you guys can never see eye to eye.
I vented myself.
Each other. Hey, Joe, just let me land. Don't worry too much.
Okay.
I'm just trying to say that kudos. Because me, I don't point finger and say that this person is that, and I don't do all of that because I don't know. However, kudos to you guys. One, for being able to agree from your past anomalies, and two, for being able to come to this stage and say your piece. You know, it freaks me out sometimes when, because somebody from the East would speak quite differently, that means you are no longer Igbo. I don't know why you guys do it, but you do it a lot. It's communal. I hear it so much. I don't know why we can't really hear different views and deal with the views and stop tackling the person.
Thank you.
Because when we speak to the personality, believe me, we can all draw our knives, but that's not what we are doing here. Where Alaba just landed as to the might that we have as individuals, and when we pull this spirit correctly, it is then that we have ammunition against the status quo in that crazy place we call Nigeria. I'll leave it there.
All right, thank you. Forefathers, let me use 1 minute and leave, right? First and foremost, let me appreciate you guys. You know, it's not easy having a different opinion coming to enemy territory to speak. It's difficult. You guys won't understand, right? To be honest, you won't understand. It takes a lot of courage, and you know that's why I said, and you must come with your facts and evidence. And I came prepared. And each time I will be here, I'll always come prepared. So, I would appreciate each and every one of you, including those who I consider to have an opinion that does not run well off with me. I don't want to use the word. I don't want to trigger anybody now. But then again, we are all Nigerians and we love that country so much, and that's why we're expressing our views. What I would want to encourage you guys, because I think I achieved my objective here today. I took that conversation from where
you achieved your objective.
No.
I took the conversation. Hold on, guys. I took the conversation of sentiments and unproven evidence to one of knowledge and packed with evidence that we cannot have a deepened conversation, which we cannot take forward and give it to the government and say, this is what we want you guys to do. I was able to establish that objective today. And next time when I come back again, I hope we would have an evidence-based discussion, not one of ethnic-centric conversation or tribal bias sentiments, but one where we can enrich our deep-seated knowledge base, consciousness, and express opinion or opinion-based or fact-based that can help our country move forward. That was my objective. I succeeded. Thank you very much, guys. See you next time when I come. Have a good day.
Thank you for coming in.
I would like to have a one-on-one with you, so that we can define what is propaganda.
I seriously want to make one quick submission, maybe 1 minute. See, this thing that Ferrari does to say that other people have an objective. Yes, time me. That other people have an objective. When the other people you are talking about that have that objective are saying target the government, target anybody that is against the people. While you will recommend that we go after one ethnic group, the other ethnic group, or say, I remember you saying to solve the problem of Nigeria will take 50 years. Why should anybody listen to you that is trying to send us into the weeds? I really don't get it. And people should examine what you say closely before they just follow you.
Because you not assess the problem. It took apartheid more than 50 years. You are not even in the stage of apartheid yet.
No, it didn't take them 50 years, actually. It didn't take them 50 years, for your information. It didn't take learning 50 years.
More than 50 years. Go and look at the records. And apartheid was visible. The Nigerian problem is not visible. Your family member is part of the problem. Your blood is part of the problem. It's a big manism problem. It's a problem ingrained in our blood, in our DNA.
So then you say they should go and fight other people.
Let me analyze for you. Every Nigerian wants to be a Tinubu. Every Nigerian wants to be a Buhari. Every Nigerian wants to be a Babangida. That is our problem.
You go after the government that is causing the problem. The problem is, Nigerian problem is not that big.
When you get to my intellectual
people like you that distract from the point, the issue, you need to go to the source of the problem, which is the government, and change the things that you want them to change.
You list 5 Nigerian problems and you list 5 solutions. Let's have that one day.
Nigerian problem is only hard for people that find it difficult. Nigerian problem is not that hard.
What is the source of the problem, in your own opinion?
The source of the problem is our insecurity, transparency, and this in
well, then we're going to be going round in circles.
Technology.
The source of the problem
there are three key things we lack: security, transparency, and technology. If we had all those things, all this nonsense would go away.
Okay.
That is it. What
welcome, brothers. That's enough. Welcome, Mr. Paul and Mr. Ewa. Thank you for still having your time here to come and visit us in our.
This guy. One day, if I can head you from here, I will head you from here. You see this guy? You see this logo? You see this logo? You know what? He's doing a good job. Let me let him go ahead. Go ahead.
Please, that's what I was going to say. Please just let the logo continue for a minute.
Mr. Steph, please go. You flow yours, please.
Yeah, forefather have been censoring me, and now part of the reason that I wanted to talk, it's been overtaken by events, and now I don't even know.
You say waiting.
What to say?
Okay,
but I don't like it when people just decide to insult our sensitivities,
But what do you think about not burying people?
Brothers, please just allow him to go, please.
Listen. When we push some narratives, and sometimes when we ask questions, and it's obvious that we have a predetermined answer that we're expecting. And when that answer did not come, you keep pushing another question just to make sure that you get that and you want to hear. We live in an era where this cancel culture, especially if you're from Southeast, you be careful how you talk, so that when you talk, they will not say you are IPOB or you're IPOB sympathizer or stuff like that. It doesn't really make sense.
True. Oh shit.
For the fact that they say in here that they are not doing burial. Yeah, there is IPOB. But does it mean that if the impression is that it's IPOB, does it mean that it's actually IPOB? Let me ask you, if there are maybe Christians that go to church and started burning down churches, do you still call them Christians?
No.
So that answer is a simple answer. So if these people, because I think where the bias starts from the initial, from ab initio is when people are economical with the truth, to understand that you may not like Nnamdi Kanu. I've said it in so many fora. I don't like him. But part of the thing he's talking about why he established IPOB, do I believe that there are some sense in it that need to be considered or taken serious by the government to engage and say, okay, what are you even talking about? Of course I do. I do. So when you see people, for those who understand the core objective, the main reason why there's something like IPOB in the first place. So when you see people who claim to be IPOB that said that people in Igbo land should not have burial, do I want to consider them as IPOB? They are not.
Make lots of sense. Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, but you would expect IPOB to come and disown such community order.
That's a different story altogether. Just like people say expect P2B to come and lead protest.
No, but that's a different thing.
I
This
don't.
is somebody doing
That
it
one
in
is a
your name.
different. That's not my duty. It's not on me. I'm not an IPOB
They
member.
are doing it on the name of IPOB.
Why would
Oh
they
my
do that
God.
when their leader is in jail for no reason?
Oh
No,
my
answer
God.
that question.
One would expect
Answer
Simon
that
Ekpa
question.
to. No, the question is, one would expect Simon Ekpa
How
to
would
come
they
out
do
and
that
say,
when their leader
no,
is in jail?
Forefathers.
Simon Ekpa
Forefathers.
is free.
Forefathers. According to the government of Nigeria, is IPOB a recognized organization in Nigeria today?
And they recognize them as a terrorist organization in Nigeria. Yes.
Yes, you say recognized.
They
Why
moved it again.
then are you?
It's not a terrorist organization. Stop spreading lies on this medium.
What is wrong with you? The Nigerian
IPOB
government
is not. Stop spreading lies.
Ferrari, no, you don't understand my question. I say according to the government.
And Nigerian government consider them, but the
I said
court
according to the government.
But the court ruled against the Nigerian government. I think sometime.
So why
last
are
year,
you
I don't know.
repeating the Nigerian government position?
I just corrected myself on that,
Yeah,
and
you
you are
better,
still
you
going on
better.
like
You gotta correct
yeah,
yourself.
man. This guy.
So okay, let me round up. I said it before. Government is the one that created IPOB.
Go ahead.
We agree on that. Government created IPOB. So no, it's government that created IPOB. Just like the issue of Fulani herdsmen, it's government that created it. This is the creation of government.
Yes, you're correct. Systematically.
No, forefather, let me explain what I mean. I didn't mean that government called people and said start. What I'm saying is that government failure, government gave rise to it.
He knows
If
what you
government
mean.
is
He's
fun-
just playing deflection. Don't waste your time.
if government is functioning, if government is living up to expectation, some people will have no reason to gather together and say we don't want to be part of.
Even we will not be here.
Do you understand? In America, there's what they call State of Union address. They know there are constituencies that made up the union. They tell them where we are today. Everybody have faith in the government. Yes, we are happy to be America. It's because things are not working. So instead of government to just, you know what to do? Okay, what is the problem? Let's start taking practical steps to address it. If government is living up to expectation, Fulani herdsmen will not have any reason to carry cow from Meduguri to Nembe in Bayelsa by foot. Even though there was a grazing route in 20 something or whatever. If government is living up to expectation, they would have said, come, times are changing. Maybe last 50 years, they would have said, times are changing. We can't continue this way. This is what we think is going to be the solution. By now, things would have fallen into place. So, the people that caused the problem are still going to be the solution to the problem. And that is what I was trying to explain to the young Nigerian that have left the forum now. I said, I don't care if it is Chinese that is instigating the insecurity. I don't care if the Fulanis are from Uganda. That he's saying that Nigeria should understand what the problem is. I'm not a security person. Government should deal with it. That's their job. Whether it's my elder brother that is causing the trouble, let government deal with it.
But if they are not, it's our duty as citizens to push. That is
that not what we are doing here?
Democracy.
That's what we are doing here.
We are recognizing that we need to do more because they are not listening to us just here, are they? We need to do more. We can't just leave them. People are dying. That's the whole point.
What I'm saying is, I don't want to hear somebody coming to tell me. I don't want to hear somebody coming to. I don't want to hear somebody coming to tell me, yes, the reason why the problem is not being solved because we did not recognize what the problem was. You people are saying that it's Fulani herdsmen. I want to prove to you that it's not Fulani herdsmen. Now we have intelligence that is Chinese that is coming to do it, and they are using traditional rulers, and they are using, and there are some collaborators from the security. Is it important?
Yes.
To me?
Details matter.
It's not important to me. It's information for security operatives. Let them deal with it. That's their job.
You see what you did just now. You are very, very clever. You remembered everything that he said. Not everybody does that. You are technically an elite.
What's the point of your account of that?
My point is that his knowledge of the details matter because you can know how to make demands.
Did the chief security officer?
That have been my position. Let the government, they should start giving us excuses. Buhari, when he came in, he said, give me 3 months. Okay, before he came in, under my watch, it can never happen. He came in, he said, give me 3 months. After 3 months, 6 months. Even before he left, he said, before he finished his tenure, that security will be a thing of the past. Another government came in and said, okay, we are still studying. And somebody is saying, give them 12 months.
Because you've not told them to do one specific thing that every single one of them refused to do.
Oh my God!
They believe, and all of them believe it to the point whereby all of them, every single one of them, use it in their campaign, including P2B. Why are they not doing it? And you are not asking them.
We can't talk of somebody. We can't talk of somebody who is not there. Let's talk of somebody who is there now.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't
the ones that
people,
are there,
please. Let the man speak.
The ones that are there, we should make them do it because all of them agreed on it already. Let's make them do what they agreed. That's what we are saying. Target the government. If we push, I believe we will succeed.
Listen. What I'm saying is that we just waste. What I'm saying is that we just wasted 12 hours. Or is it 9 hours?
Yeah.
Because that had been our position. Somebody came in and said, no. Government just came. Let me tell you why there's insecurity. I've identified 3 reasons why there are insecurities. And that kept us busy for 9 hours.
No, because no, it wasn't. Ferrari, don't do that. Because
you stop defending.
Last year we were talking about going after Fulanis.
No, I'm talking of now.
Some people were here advocating ethnic cleansing. So if he came here and the conversation changed to let's go after the government, that is not entirely a wasted time. I refuse to believe that.
That has been the conversation before. Forefathers, stop. Stop!
He came as if he's bringing. Listen, he came as if he's bringing a different solution.
If I may,
and just to deflect.
The thing is, you keep
so that we will concentrate. We wanted to paint a narrative. Let's concentrate on the fact that it's now Chinese. It's because there's a rebuttal from everybody.
Steph, let me come in real quick. Okay. The thing is, unfortunately, many things were said about the Fulani. But we, on this platform, decided to take the most egregious one. There were things that were said in nuance that gave particularity to what the problem was. But that's not picked upon because you can't handle that dialogue. So we go to the extremes and we speak from an extremist point of view, and then somebody will come on and call everybody a bigot. That's how that kind of narrative works. When you're not speaking accurately, when you just opening your mouth and letting a whole lot of wash of hell come out of your mouth. And then it's allowed. It's allowed because it's controversy. When it should be shut down. and say particularly, at least Jagun, this is what Jagun said. No, some people are doing this, some people are. It's terrible. The way we communicate here is always, to me, it boils up with the intellect that is available here. We boil it down to extremist nonsense. We say people are tribalist. What tribalist? What's that mean? That's a secondary figure. It's secondary to the point that I'm an Igbo man, I'm a Yoruba man, I'm a Ijaw man. It's very secondary. These people are people of the soil. What's the matter? You started, you are too tribalist. What kind of rubbish?
I think you are
It's like we
minimizing
have
something
no
extremely
nuance.
dangerous and negative. You are minimizing something extremely dangerous and negative, and
No,
that is
listen,
not
listen,
the defining of it.
listen. Sometimes
No,
we
I
think
didn't
that
hear what you
when
just said.
somebody speaks,
Let me finish the point. See,
okay,
for you to trivialize something that is extremely dangerous and dangerous
Such
for
as,
Nigeria, we tribalism and the negative aspect of it. For
well,
you to
you
minimize
see,
it,
the thing is,
hold
no,
on. You've had your say. For you
but
to
did
be
you hear
minimizing
it?
it, hold on.
Because you're
You
not
are
going from
minimizing
what I'm
it. You are
saying, not going
minimizing
from
it.
another
Hold on.
extreme.
You can't just say, oh, because I just some other person just tapered it down a little bit, makes it all right. And even when Nazis are having meetings, some of them will say, kill all Jews. Some of them will be like, oh, let's just send some of them to Palestine. So then let's send them to Congo. But the trajectory of the conversation was focusing on a specific ethnic group. And we are saying that is not ideal. And I actually said in that meeting,
your narrative
can you just stop?
the
Hold on.
oppressors.
We've heard it, Paul.
I let you talk.
We've heard that. You're still not dealing with what I'm dealing with. You're still not dealing with what I put forward.
Stop it.
Hey.
You're not actually being balanced. Because when he was talking, he didn't interrupt him.
I said
The
Where's Madam?
Moderator,
Where's the
keep your
specialist?
opinion to
We have other
yourself.
people in the panel, right?
Okay.
Some people just
Mr.
came in
Jago,
now.
Mr.
Can
Jago.
I finish what I'm saying? Can I? Oh, I will let you go ahead next. See, I don't want this to be coming back over and over again because the idea that we are beginning to minimize targeting an ethnic group in this conversation that we are having here, that is not going to be happening. Period. I'm not going to allow it anymore. It's enough.
No problem. We've heard you.
How are we going to pretend as if we cannot even get past the idea that we targeting one ethnic group is a bad thing? Religious extremism is a bad thing. Yes, we should deal with that. We all agreed on that.
Okay, tell me.
I don't really understand what you call. Sometimes we push something too far.
Yes.
If I say, I'm coming. If Tony say that Southeasterners are being marginalized, is it tribalism?
No.
This is it.
It is not tribalism.
No,
but is it only, I'm coming. Is it only Southeast that is being marginalized? Of course, it's not only Southeast.
Mm-hmm.
So for the fact that Southwest did not want to say that they are marginalized, does it make a Southeasterner that is crying that is marginalized a bigot?
That is a different thing. You are mixing
these are the nuances.
Hold on. It's not a nuance.
In the real sense of it. In the real sense of it.
Can you let somebody answer you when you say something? Let somebody answer you. Stop firing on top of it. It's unfair.
You see, that's how the conversation prolonged. Sometimes you ask a question not because you're expecting an answer. I wasn't expecting an answer.
Oh, so you just want to say it and
let me just round up. I just want to try to put something. What I'm saying is that there are two tribes in Nigeria. Two tribes.
Okay, go ahead.
Two tribes. Only two tribes. The ones that are oppressing us and the rest of us.
Sorry.
Because even now that Tinubu is in power, who are the beneficiaries from Southwest? A select few. The Lagos Club.
Yeah.
Those people that ruled with him. The average Yoruba is not suffering? Just the way an average Igbo man is suffering. Or the average Hausa man is suffering.
Yeah, then why are we targeting Fulanis?
No. You see, this is where you're getting it wrong. No. I have to speak.
That's why you got it wrong.
This is where you're getting it wrong, forefathers.
When I didn't say, I've never said all Fulanis.
Me neither.
I've been a victim. I said it here in the background one day. My own family is a victim of it. So when I talk about Fulani herdsmen, I know what I'm saying. Is it everybody? Is not. But some people don't want to hear that word at all. No, don't even mention it. Don't even say Fulani. Don't even say Hausa. Don't even say Igbo.
That is a lie.
I don't want you to say Yoruba.
That's a lie, but that wasn't the conversation. Yesterday, conversation that some people were talking about, get rid of them from the country.
Who and who? Who and who?
You were sitting here.
When you had issue with somebody, you
You were
mention
sitting
names.
here. Did you stop them?
I
Did you
like
stop them from
that
saying that
Steph is
yesterday?
raising his
Did
voice.
you say you
So.
want to
Please,
say that?
It's your job.
No, you didn't.
Your job as the moderator.
You see,
Hold on.
I like the fact.
I'm the one that should stop them for you.
Please, let
You're on their side. Don't people pretend as if they are not supporting it. You sit there, you want them to say those things, you don't condemn them and you say something.
Like who? People like who, bro? People like who?
Hold on.
You were
People like
there.
who?
You were there yesterday when he was saying you didn't disagree with the person.
I can't hear who you're talking about.
Go ahead.
To Nigeria. Remember what we said.
AY was the first.
Before you. Let Mr. Paul go. Paul came before you.
No, I came before AY.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Paul came before you.
Yeah, I came before you.
Continue. Carry on.
Yeah. For father, remember what Kandu told you last night. Just imagine now, if I talk now, if I talk for 3 minutes and you use 2 minutes to reply me, then AY talk for another 2 minutes. You use 3 minutes to reply AY. Then Maxi Prince talk for 2 minutes. You use another 3 minutes to reply him. At the end of the day, you've talked for 18 minutes, while the rest of us have talked for only 3 minutes.
Exactly.
Actually, that's not what's been happening here. Actually,
so hold on. To some extent, it makes it also look like you are gagging us. You understand?
No, that's not what has been happening.
No, you've been doing that. Forefather, I will be patient enough to rewind this thing the past 10 minutes ago and play back.
Oh, 10 minutes is convenient, isn't it? When I
yes, I'm good.
How about before then?
Take it back. Take it back 10 minutes.
Don't waste our time like that.
Take it back 20 minutes and see that you're not doing more of the talking.
He came here, he was observing you, and he gave you his report. Case closed. So don't
exactly.
No, he's not. See, when even
you're doing the same thing now. You're doing the same thing now. You're doing the same thing
you were
now.
addressing me. You should shut up. I should shut up when you address me.
Okay, go ahead, boss. Go ahead, boss.
For a moment, Loco was the one moderating. I was quiet, just listening. So I became like a.
So did Loco ask you to talk before you started talking on this, right?
Moderate, yes or no?
Yeah, because when they addressed a point, when somebody finished, I jumped in to address a point like every other panelist.
Okay, Loco is still doing it. So Loco, can you ask Fofana to stop?
Should I moderate, yes or no?
Moderate. Let them shut up their mouth. And now I have the ability to interrupt too, like everybody else. I hope you are going to be happy now.
See, if I don't do my job and I allow them to interrupt, that means I'm asking you to interrupt. You understand? Now let me moderate.
Local P, the only problem you will have, you can't remove somebody.
No, I don't see. Even if if I want the admin, I will get it, but I don't need it. You understand? I will tell you today. I can't remove anybody. I can't.
Please, we should not talk over ourselves. Let people speak. Jago, please.
So,
Save that gentleman. I don't turn that to another thing here.
So, Paul, continue now. I'm the one moderating now. I'm moderating now, please.
I'm just saying, even if it's 1 minute, let everybody speak their mind.
No problem. You will.
Yeah,
okay.
don't interject.
Okay, thank you. So it just pains me a lot because a good percentage of the panelists come from the Southeast. So sometimes when people talk about the Southeast, you understand, it kind of affects some of my Southeast brothers who are not in that part of it. You know, people can't talk against the narrative where the Southeasterners are going, where the Igbos are going. And I think to some extent it's not so good. I think what balance anywhere we can think of, you understand, is for us to get opposite view. You understand? At the end of the day, it becomes simple thing. It's just called checks and balance. You understand? Then when majority want to do the talking, you become bully. Because the common thing when it comes to politics, they always say it. They said minority will have their say and majority will have their way. If we have too many Igbo brothers here and they are the one that want to do more of the talking, then they become majority that is also having their say. I can tell you anywhere you practice it, it becomes bully. My father does pay all the bills, do all the things. But like they say, women make the home. You understand? My mother will still threaten us to our father. My mother will still play the politics. I lost my father 8 years ago. It looked like my dad is still alive. But my mother that I lost 2 years ago, I keep missing my mother like my dad is alive. I didn't even miss my dad, who contribute a lot to me. You understand? Because that thing of minority, we always whine. You know, my father used to give this parable. He said, when a dog and his puppy is playing, if the puppy is beating the mom, the play gonna last long. But when the mom bites the puppy gonna cry, and that's the end of the play. So I think it's welcome when an Igbo man criticizes some of the things when an Igbo man is doing. I don't see anything wrong in it. You understand? This concept of we saying, oh, you know be Igbo man, you know be Igbo man. No, it's wrong. I criticize so many things where I come from. And if I want to still be that minority again, the biggest problem we are having in Nigeria, it is Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. You guys are our problem. You guys are our problem. The people who take all the oil in my state is Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba. You guys are our problem. I'm telling you, you guys are our problem. Then between you, the majority again, you guys will fight yourself and want to turn it again to be a Nigerian fight. It's not a Nigerian fight. It's an egoistic fight between three of you people. These three major ethnic groups. Between the ethnic group, there are also problems. Everybody know, yeah, that Ondo, every family in Ondo must have minimum of a master degree holder. They are very, very educated. Who run shows when it comes to Southwest? Of course, Ondo is not number one, it's not number two. You understand, with all the natural and mineral resources, and they're also very, very educated. They don't run shows like that. We see the same thing in North. We see the same thing everywhere we go. You understand, in Delta State, how many local governments Shekiri have? Shekiri. They run show, they will become king. They run show, they run the oil place and everything. They are minority. We get all these things. But until the time we put these things behind and let's think of something that will take us to the next level, I think that is where we make the country a better place for the rest of us. You understand? And shouting down on everybody because people just get opposing view. Today, if I come here today, I will take side on one side. Tomorrow, I might see something that I think the other side is doing well. I'll take side. I say these things all the time. I live in the US, Democrats, Republican. They are two completely opposite views. But guess what? These two different states are working. I live in a red state. The state is working for me. The state is working for me. My kids are going to very good school districts. The state is working for me. And I know very good state. You talk about the blue state. You understand? The so-called 8 Ivy League schools in America, they are all in the blue states. They are all in the blue states. It's working in their different way. The Republicans are the one who do all the business, who clamor for business people. The Democrats that tax you like living hell still have all the rich states that still make money to take care of the so-called business people, red states. We have so many poor red states. But on the flip side, these both states are working in their different way. So it is okay for me to come from a different perspective. But guess what? Maybe I've tried that thing that I'm doing and it's working for me. It may not be what you are trying. Don't kill it. Just listen and sell your own part. And I guess it pissed me off when people tell AZ that you are not an Igbo man. You are not an Igbo man. My people do the same thing to me. But I still go back to my country home. I still go to my village. I still play with people. Though I was not born and raised there, but because of my parents retire and go back home, I visit there. I still keep in touch with my cousins, my niece, my nephews, everybody. You understand? So please, let's not do that. I don't think it's good when you just see somebody talk and everything. And some of these things this guy said, it is true. And some of these things that you are criticizing him too, some of these things that you guys are saying is also true. You guys are also saying the right thing. But I understand that if I'm speaking for my organization, it's just going to be hard for the same me to demonize my organization. We should understand that. It's just called simple PR. It's just public relations. If I'm to sell my product, I'll sell my product. My good sister, Ify, is here. You go to a store, somebody will tell you, oh, do you want to take this internet service? You don't, no contract, no nothing. Why are you telling me something has no contract? You understand? So please, let's take it easy a little bit and it'll be better for every one of us. That's my take on it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. Well said. And yeah, thanks. I hope everybody in the chat session they've learned lots about from what you said. Mr. AY, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to start on what Paul just said. To add to what he said, Mr. Jago, yesterday, here is the point. You see, nobody is denying that some Fulani, mad Fulani headsmen, they committed crime in the country. Even in my own state, in fact, in my village, I had people have a problem with Fulani headsmen. Growing up, everybody will agree this is not Fulani herdsmen. I know. We used to farm. When we go to farm, we see Fulani herdsmen with cows. You are happy. Sometimes they even give us fruit. Sometimes they give us evil animals. We are happy. But today, I don't know what went wrong. The only history I can remember about Fulani herdsmen, when Buhari came into power in 2015, the Meyati Allah, the way they were behaving, I didn't really like it. I was speaking against this. They turned themselves to political organization. But, and also, even Buhari action, I never really like it. Action like Ruga, to me, that is BS. How do you want to create Ruga just for a few, less than 1% of people of a country? You want to create what we call Ruga across the country. For what? How much are they paying taxes? To me, I never like it. I spoke about this with people on this platform. Because that Ruga to me is I mean, Aniboma would go to Kano, he want to open a shop, he buy a land, build his house, or get a place, and open a shop. Nobody give him money. A Yoruba man that is doing business will go to other states, other people that are doing. Why were you paying attention to the Fulani, try to create a path for them to be raise their cows? I'm not in line with that. Again, we have some Fulani herdsmen committing crime. We also want to establish here, it's not only Fulani herdsmen that are kidnapping, that can doing robbery across Nigeria. Let's agree on that first. One other point I want to bring here, what Jago said yesterday, Jago was really calling on Fulani and the problem of Nigeria, let them get away, whatever. He was using this type of steps. Let me define a Fulani man for you. Atiku, hold on, no, don't interject me. Atiku Abubakar is a Fulani man. Former CBN governor is a Fulani man. Umar Musa Yar'Adua is a Fulani man. Are they also communicate? You want them to us? You want us to drive all of them?
You see, this is where I know that. You see, it's terrible for somebody to call somebody's name and then try to quote them, and then you just quote nonsense.
Don't interject me. Hold on. Don't interject me.
Quote me with rubbish.
All these people, you want us to tag them as the Fulani herdsmen that are committing crime in Nigeria. Now, what? Hold on.
No, I'm talking to Jago. No eating on life. We don't eat on life, please.
So also, we have Yoruba people that are committing crime. We have Igbo that are committing crime. We have Hausa that are committing crime. Now, or if are you telling me that if I now see a Yoruba man, because one Yoruba man or some Yoruba man people committing crime, I will not tag the whole Yoruba, hey, you gotta go? Or because an Igbo man did something, I will not tell you the whole Igbo are evil? No, I'm not gonna do that. For me, because I know Igbo people, I know Yoruba people that stand on the path of the truth, that do a lot of good things. I can't use the same brush. There is no way you gotta bully me for me to use the same brush for a whole tribe. I'm not gonna do that. So to me, it's wrong. What is wrong is wrong. We might have this issue. What you say? Are you saying let's pull some people? Let's eliminate some people out of the country? No. Like what Steph just said now, all this problem, IPOB, Boko Haram, S-Men, is problem of the government. They created them, I agree. I know creating them, not like creating them directly. Because when you have serious security, you have security across the country. I don't think these people will behave like this. They will not come and be destabilizing the whole country because of, for what reason? Every Nigeria can live anywhere. Every Nigeria is not supposed to be scared. Now, you want to travel across Nigeria road, the roads that are dead already, you are afraid of accident. Now you are scared of, kidnappers because of insecurity. Insecurity across the country is a problem as we speak. I want to also point out what Steph said. It's two sets of Nigeria. Either you like it or not on this platform, you got to understand it one day. The poor people, the oppressed, and the oppressors. The moment you distinguish Nigeria like this, you understand that the poor man in Maiduguri and the person suffering in River State villages, they are passing through the same hell. They are passing through the same hell. The oppressors we have there, they're doing the same thing. It's only their family that are benefiting. But people see this stuff. No. I really stand on this point. This country can be better. We can keep talking. We can call out issues. Yesterday, I was raising the issue of our state governors. Do you know our state governors, they are getting allocation now that is almost times 3 of what they used to get? Average state governor in Nigeria, monthly allocation, now go and confirm, is way above 50 billion naira. What are they doing with our money? They have security votes, you don't know. Every state governor collects security vote in their own way. I watched the former governor of
Mr. Ewa, sorry. You got 5 minutes, 30 seconds right now. So please just round up.
The former governor, the late governor in Odo State, look at the effort he put in to set up security in that region. He was standing against any evil that was coming to his state. He said, no, we can't have this. They attack his state. He put on the security, he set up the security, what was it called? To make sure he stopped these evil people. That is the same thing I was saying. The Plateau State governor, you have security vote, work with the federal government, create a vigilante group, give them weapon. Who is with this weapon? Identify the people. Do security screening on them. Work with the security. I must protect my state. You are the chief security officer of the state. Work with the military, the police. Make sure you protect your people. There is it's not a crime. You can do that. Thank you.
I have to come back over. I have to come back.
Thank you very much. Look, Jago, I'll call you. Trust me.
No, that's it. Bro, you can't directly call my name. Misquote me. No. How can someone just misquote me horribly like that and you're just asking me to allow it? I can't allow it.
I didn't ask you to allow it.
That's not good.
Okay, hold on. I didn't ask you to allow it. I didn't ask you to, please, right? Just do me a simple favor and I'll get back to you in a gist. Trust me. Just trust me, please. Thank you. Okay. What's good? Okay, Mazi, California.
AYO, you misquoted me horribly. Horribly. It's like saying you don't listen.
Hold on.
Okay, maybe I'm
going to
Doctor Converse.
I think it's this Aquachi, California. I think it's not speaking. If you just
can't hear everything.
I want to call you, just step out. Okay, if it's not there, California is not there.
I think station, yeah.
Ferrari, Alaba,
yes.
Mute your mic.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know I was back because.
Thank you. Thank God, so you know, so you're back. So okay. The two people that were supposed to speak, I think Prince Akwachi, that's California, and if they are not there, okay, Jagon, please, just 1 minute, please.
That's all I need. All I need. You see, the level of misquotation and unlistening that you are doing, you and forefather that don't know how to tackle subject, that just talk from a point of view of nowhereness.
Why don't you address the issue now? You want stay on the issue. Address it. If I'm wrong,
let him reply if he wants to. If he can't reply properly, that's his business, right? Just leave him. Let me see what he wants to say.
We Nigerians are a people of the soil. I repeat that. The people who invaded our country were from the UK British and from the Futajalon region, Fulanis, who have castigated their authority over the West African claim. That's how I began my sentences, to give you a narrative. I didn't just say, shout the Fulanis out and let's kill all the... I said no such thing for you to be putting that in anybody's mouth. Now, I went on to say that if we look at it, Southern Nigeria is what really constitutes that country, because the individuals there have used their blood, sweat, and tears to build that nation. We have allowed a homogeny of Islamists deeply in the Fulani ethnicity to come and run rugged over our nation. In that, if we don't identify it, if we want to play as though our identity as tribes of people that constitute Nigeria has no importance, that's up to you. If you want to be a nobody, that's up to you. You understand? Me, I'm not a nobody. I'm a Yoruba man, son of the soil, and I'll keep that for life. You understand? I'll never give that up for you with your rubbish Nigeria that makes no sense.
Let me ask you a question.
So no, don't ask me any questions. Just listen. It's better for you. I've got to tell you that in our country, we have myriad of problems. One of those problems is labeled Fulani. If you don't want to talk about it, then F off. Me, I've got to talk about it because it's an issue. My family in Ondo State, 2 of them have died. Who under? Who did they die under? You want to tell me to forget it? Are you stupid? Do I need to reveal all these things? Don't you read them in the newspaper? Are you a forkhead? Do you think before you start quoting me? Listen to me. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's fair enough. But fair enough. Fair enough.
Guys,
I never misquote. What it is? What it is, I didn't misquote you.
Stay on issue and
guys, please.
This is the issue.
Guys, please. Okay.
Well, how did I insult you?
That's enough.
I'm asking you to listen. How did I insult you?
That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's
Don't
enough.
use language on people.
Enough.
If you don't know,
bro.
AY.
I'm going to get this admin.
Loco, go to the next person. 4 minutes.
No, hold on. There was now.
Just Mike, no.
If you don't know how to talk, keep quiet. You are an old man. Stop behaving like a kid.
My friend. If you haven't finished, guys, please let me land.
Can you help us?
Jagun, I gave you 1 minute. And
How
now
did I
it's 3
insult
minutes.
you?
Right?
You insulted me.
No.
I never.
Jagun, listen. I probably thank you, Mr. Admin. Thanks very much, at least for helping both of them. God bless you. And
I'm doing sign language in case you're seeing my movement.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. And Akwachi, is that Prince Akwachi now? I know he's not there. Maybe he should still be taking backstage too. Prince Akwachi and which is Mr. California taking backstage. Ife Fire. Okay.
No, righteous man, mosquito they bite you.
Pretend as if you're not here. If you like it, I will call your name if you like you are not. You don't pretend, no problem. So thank you very much, and I hope the spirit of the Basbos don't go with that trend, please. So give us your thoughts on what you've been listening so far, and if you have a fresh one, if you want to stir up to somewhere else, change the narrative. The boys are your court. This is the session for Basbos, but matured Basbos, not Basbos.
No, you need to call
AY, listen to me. Wait, sorry.
Take them out.
Sorry, no copy. Sorry, no copy.
AY. Let me, I will reply.
Admin, take them out, please. AY, the former hand. This is not so you be before. You did the former hand. So Madam Ife, Chief Mrs. Ife. Go ahead.
Good evening, guys. Paul, I missed you.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Look at two of them. 2 of them is there. 5 and 6.
Come to my defense. So they wanted to kill me last week. Buy me last week.
I was busy buying tickets to come to Atlanta to come rescue you from the house.
Paul. Come on now. You should have been here and come to my defense.
I'm sorry.
It was really Wasbos. I mean, Wasbos, the big one. But
I had a
Steph was
family.
here,
I had a
Tone
family
was
from
here.
all the way from Singapore, so it was a good
I'll
one.
come back. Tone defended me. Tone, Steph was here. Loco P. Osita, Osita, my brother. Osita was here. Jagun, Paul, you are the only one that wasn't here, honestly.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Anyway, but it's bygone. I don't even know what you guys were talking about, but I listened to Adeola a little bit when I was at work. Of course, I've listened to her, what she went through during her childbirth.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. I nearly lost my cousin 3 days ago.
Gaga.
She flew from Nigeria to come here to have a baby. Quadruplets. 4 kids.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
Buy one, get 3 free. Father clearance and says so.
When I mean nearly, if she had had those kids back in Nigeria, it would have been a closed chapter.
Wow.
And when I mean nearly, if her younger sister has stepped out like a second, she would have been, her chapter would have been closed. So a lot of things.
But if you excuse me, in Nigeria, my friend's wife, October last year, delivered 5 in Lagos here.
Righteous man,
let me tell you something. Don't worry, righteous man.
Yes,
let me tell you, everybody's case is different.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a woman who delivered. Fine.
No, I don't want you to paint it as if Nigeria will lead to the person's
I'm
death.
not gonna deal with this tonight. Honestly speaking, I'm not gonna deal with this.
Let her finish.
I'm not gonna deal tonight. I've dealt with this foolishness the last 2 weeks, and I'm not gonna deal with it tonight. And I say goodbye to you guys. I'm not gonna deal with this tonight. Bye. I'm not gonna deal with this.
So
this foolishness tonight. No, this is 2024.
Go on.
I'm not gonna deal with this foolishness.
If you don't go, I will take a person now. If you don't go.
Who said something to her?
Now people, shadow men.
Righteous man, no. Righteous man, now mosquito go wake you up from sleep. I don't let it go. Okay, me say if I don't verse, I they go. Bye.
Right.
No problem.
Oh my God. AY, please read the comments. Please read it and understand me. I'll be with them.
Thank you.
Jagu, I have so much respect for you, but when you disrespect
I don't know you do, and vice versa.
See,
I have never disrespected you on this platform. For one second.
Thank you. Please, guys.
No, you haven't.
For 1 second.
I won't say that you have. You know, read the comments and understand me. You see me?
Maybe I was wrong. Yeah, maybe I was wrong. You correct me, I will appreciate it. Thank you.
That's enough. Papa is just happy backstage. Papa is so happy backstage. That's enough, please. Okay. I'm glad we still have them. Tone haven't said anything since anyway. And just in case you want to, please, you can just signal your hand. And if I see, I will Alaba, no, you be dancing. Just be dancing. Just keep on. Just be in the glory. Be in your glory first. We'll come back to you. Righteous man, I'm seeing you. I will come to you, but Mr. Tone. Over to you.
So I'm just going to be very brief. Let's calm down. I believe nobody is a baby here, and don't get your BP high and all that. You know, we can agree and disagree. I mean, like from what I see from Emeka today, I mean, he knew we were telling him the truth. I mean, we fed him the truth. Ferrari gave him the facts, Jaguar and everybody, but he kind of, because I say he's an arrogant person. He didn't want to admit that he was wrong. But there's one thing I saw in all these things, and this is what we've identified for a very long time and all that. Nigeria get problem. All the people, I mean, for Colata to even attempt to come and want to use shade cover, it tells you something that even the people in the Agbado camp sort of are agreeing that this thing is not working, but they are just trying to save face. So Jago and AY beg will be all brothers and pals. Yeah, we shouldn't be. There's nobody's happy. Nobody's happy with what is happening and all that. I don't want to. I mean, Osita was talking about his plans last week. Wonderful plans, and the same concern he's talking about security. He's telling his first-hand story of what happened to his friend, and yet somebody in the comment section came and is saying something opposite. We told him to come on the panel to substantiate his story with his face and his voice. He's not backing it up. So that means I think he's just lying, you know. So that is where our country is. We just need to just find a way of putting pressure on the people. Tinubu is already ruined the country. I personally, I don't have anything personal against him as a person, but as an administrator, I don't think he's got it, and he has surrounded himself with thieves and criminals. So on this note, I'm just going to say good night, and you guys have a lovely week ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you, Paul.
My turn.
All right.
Don't give Jagun the chance, though, because Jagun will start.
No,
That's my
Jagun,
turn.
no, I was heading to
My turn. Someone else should take over the sign language.
Well, I was heading to towards I wanted
to say sign language.
Welcome,
Someone else should take righteous man take over the sign language. It's my turn.
Ferrari, please just go. Let righteous man go first, please. Can you?
Let's go
first.
Righteous man. Can you?
Okay, let righteous man go
this
first.
Is good morning. Good morning. This is 4 a.m. or after 4 in Nigeria.
Okay, you are a good host.
You know?
You're a good moderator. We should keep you and kick True Nigeria out.
Please, Mrs. Ife, Chief Mrs. Ife, wherever she is, I hope she should understood what I was pointing at, and I don't know why she picked offense. You know, I came to realize lately that this platform, we should use it to launder the image of Nigeria to the world in a positive direction instead of negativity all the time.
Sorry, hold on, sorry, please. Let me come in there. You continue, just free thought. If he is not saying Nigeria has a bad medical situation 100%, she was just giving a story of what happened. You understand? Like what happened in America, not in Nigeria. Local, America, not in Nigeria.
So I don't mean to interrupt you. Righteous man did the same with me today. I was telling him a personal story of what happened to my sister's brother's son. And righteous man used that opportunity to say, because he wants to put the image. Yeah, she's my sister, but she has a brother.
Continue, Jagun, continue.
So the fact that we want to put Nigerians' image in good terms doesn't mean we should suppress individual stories. It did the same thing to me.
Hold on, man. She was saying a story, right?
Okay.
If I would have allowed you, if I were you, I would have allowed her to finish. If you have contract, you like, or maybe if you have allowed her to finish, maybe you understood where she's going at. She wasn't trying to put Nigeria's hospital situation down. She wasn't 100%. I can tell you that. She was just giving the story. She was only saying,
if she did, as long as her story is true.
Probably, if that was Nigeria, you understand, that situation would have been, you understand, a negative situation. You understand, they thank God it happened, this and that, and something happened that. If it was sister, so you've allowed her to finish. She's not saying that there's no good hospital or medical practice in Nigeria. Like you just said, right? You had sync test. What do you call them? How many call 5? How many call 5 that time? 5. Don't be sync test. They call them. Sync 2, whatever. They call them. Like you also, it's a story. You get my point, but that doesn't mean we also do not have bad situation. It doesn't mean we don't have bad situation in America. You understand? So,
my statement is just to let her know that I was not arguing with her, or I'm not saying that statement she made was not true.
The way you came in,
when she said, hold on. No, when she said
something like
if it was in Nigeria.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
Yeah.
I think there's a delay in something. Continue.
Yeah, can you hear me now? You heard me, right?
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So
I think there's a delay. Yeah.
I hope she's listening. Yeah, I hope she's listening, and she should not get angry with it. She shouldn't feel offended. I'm not trying to contradict her story. Neither was I saying that she was lying. No, she's right. She was right in the story she was telling. I only interjected by saying my own friend October last year had 5 kids, 5 delivering, and trying to say if it was in Nigeria, she would have died. We're not. Our lives are not in the hand of doctors. It's in the hand of God. Sometimes when we project that things wouldn't have happened if it was in Nigeria, I don't agree to that. I've lived in the Western world. I have lost a lot of friends in the Western world, and their life was not safe because they were in Western world. Sometimes these things happen because of natural causes. So when we are telling our stories, we tell it to glorify God, not to make it look as if the best of life or the best of things only happened in the Western world there. My friend AY, I have tried to reach out to you. I've called you, I've written to you, chatted you, you never responded. And I want to ask you whether I also offended you. I sometimes people seems not to understand one another. I believe this platform is created for us to share ideas, opinions, and then profile solutions. We shouldn't use it as a means of creating enemies or seeing one as somebody that is bad and another person is good. There's no way all of us will have the same opinion, the same thought. Then the platform will not work. Let us welcome the ideas of everybody, and then without insult. I was brought up under a military home, well disciplined. It is very hard for me to open my mouth to tell my children shut up. I mean my own kids, to tell them shut up. So that kind of background culture where I come from, it is difficult for me to insult anybody. I find it a strange thing. I lived in Europe. I worked there. But I never opened my mouth and tell somebody you are stupid. You just shut up your mouth. Those things, it looks strange to me when I come to the platform, seeing adults saying that to themselves. I don't need to behave like you. I don't need to speak the way you speak. I don't need to reason like you. No matter how stupid my reasoning may be, allow me to finish it. Then you can correct me in love. We are all one. We are Nigerians. Whether you are Igbo, whether you are Fulani, whether you are Yoruba, Efik, Ibibio, we are one people. We are blacks. We are one family.
Okay,
yeah.
Can I?
So,
let me quickly righteous man, please. That we had communication that I'm sorry.
No, don't allow that.
One love, man.
It's not sound.
One love.
Not,
okay.
It's my turn.
I think you're back now.
Okay, thank you. Now, yeah, what I wanted to say is that first of all, to righteous man, I understand you want to polish Nigerians' image in the good light. If Nigerian image is not in the good light to people, let them have their story. It is not our job to polish Nigeria's image. It is for Nigeria to polish its image. We cannot be pushing out false narratives or exaggerated narratives because we want to push Nigeria's good image. It's like let's rebrand Nigeria of those days that they used to do while the country is slowly decaying. I disagree with that. I just think let the people say how it is so we can find a solution to what it is. Let the people say how it is so we can find solution to what it is. So not just this sugarcoating, we're slowly dying and we're saying we're doing fine. Somebody said if it were 4 children in Nigeria, yeah, because people who have 1 children have died. So don't counteract it by, but somebody had 5 children. These are these counter narrative that is killing us. and this is the advantage our so-called government is taking. They always come up with counter narrative. Now, I want to talk about this panel. This panel is a serious microcosm of Nigeria and how difficult the fight to change Nigeria is going to be. Let me first of all start by the moderator, not you, Loco, not you. I'm not going to speak. This is important, Loco. I'm not going to speak far. You see, we have a situation whereby we will have people who speak. Our moderator will paraphrase it and restate, rightly might restate what the person said wrongly. But rather than move on, the moderator will keep emphasizing what the person said wrongly or exaggerate what the person said wrongly and thereby prolong an unnecessary discussion for 9 hours that we shouldn't have. We have intelligent people on this panel. Our brain should be focused on solution, not controversy. We should be discussing ideas, not individuals. You understand? But when the moderator takes that tone, I know the moderator, that moderator has his own agenda, I know. A government agenda, a deflecting agenda, it's a confusing agenda, I know. And I don't know what magic pill they gave Dr. Damages for him to allow.
Mr. Ferrari, hold on. That's character assassination, so you know. So
well, call it what you are. It's my say. We put it as Ferreira's opinion. I have my fact. Yeah, okay. I don't know what pill that moderator gave Damages. He has been warned. He has been warned about the dangers of the cuckoo board. He has been warned. This is how they took over Nigeria, and this is why we are in this situation. They have their agenda, they are pushing it, and they are using its medium to do it. I'm not saying they shouldn't, they should go set up their own media and do that on their own, not on that innocent man media. And then for some of us on the panelists, and there are some times, and that goes for Jagun and Ayo. Please don't respond to me, but I want to just touch on you guys. Please don't respond. On Jagun and Ayo, sometimes we hear each other wrong. I don't know why or how. Maybe it's the way we talk. And then when we requote each other wrongly, it brings out the response, the emotion. And then we are focused on trying to fix that rather than trying to fix the problem. You understand? I know you strongly said, he said, all Fulanis. I don't see Jagun as the type of man that will say all Fulanis should be kicked out of Nigeria. I think, honestly, slightly he was quoted wrong on that one. You know, now that's different from where the moderator's views stand, which is, you know, don't even mention Fulani. Don't mention, those ones are just trying to protect government interests. There we have a problem. We have to talk about our problem. You see, our situation on this platform is just like the same thing that's the way Nigeria be. And I will tell you what I mean by that. You see, one man long time ago, he said about Nigeria that, let me tell you how this country is. The man said that one bus just passed now. He said it passed from the side. One man inside the bus, he start to yap. He said, look, those people, them be yeah people, them be amugo people. Then another man inside the bus can't stand again, can't say, man, don't call them like that. Them be my people. Before you know, commotion don't start. Trouble don't start. Big argument, big fight, big everything. You know, as commotion they go, commotion they come, fight they start, round and round. So what fella was saying there is that the situation of Nigeria is what is happening on this panel. Because one man says this, another tries to defend it. That's what we've been doing. And the more longer we do that, we will never be able to see the problem and deal with the problem in front of us. We are capable human beings. The black man is not an inferior being. No matter the problem that faces us, I believe we can find a solution. But that solution becomes harder when there are some mistrusted people among us, or we have mistrust among ourselves. We all, like they said, we only have two tribes, the oppressors and the oppressed. We only have two tribes. I don't care how you slice it, you know, but because of the mistrust and some people with their hypocrisy, they come here and just make sure we fight. we fight and we fight each other, and we are not able to propound solution to our problem. And those are the people oppressing us. That's why they said, that's why conductor converse. Now he carry everybody. He carry the bus, he carry the passenger. Then police station, so Nigeria, it be like that. So said, bring me those fella people, make I lock their big man for her, make I charge her, make I shot him big man for her, make I hand them to mosquito. That is how this country be. That is how this panel be. That is why everything they scatter. That is why everything they scatter. No wonder. No wonder.
Don't worry. If we need to help you,
I beg.
it's my
turn. You go to
It's my turn.
You go to make music, conscious music. We go take. They change people mind.
So are you done? I need to speak.
Your sound.
I need
It's
to.
my turn. That is how this country be. Make I shut those fella people up.
Let me speak. It's my turn.
No, let's just follow the sequence, jargon, right? As it's going round. So, anyway, but your sound is coming out somehow. Your sound is
my sound.
Yes, your sound.
Okay, let me remove.
I don't know. Is it
I think it's the headphone.
Is it now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, better.
So, thank you, Ferreira. See, I'm not here to fight anybody. Yesterday, that was the way I understood what Jago said. Maybe I was wrong, but Jago, I don't think that's not enough to insult people. You actually come platform, people disagree with you, you throw a lot of demeaning languages. I don't think you should be doing that. I don't think anybody should be doing that. Nobody on this platform would say, oh, me, I open my mouth and use dirty language on them. People have right to reply. But if you push me, I will reply with the same energy. I'm not going to run away. I don't hate anybody. Jago especially, like, why I feel really disappointed when he was doing that. He's one person I have so much. He knows I have massive respect for Jago. So if maybe I misquoted what you said, I apologize, but that's not me. It's not deliberate. Maybe I didn't really get it. Thank you.
My worry. Thank you for what you said. I think what Pereira said needs to be listened to, because we are only human beings. Emotions run high. I'm a person who likes to be calm. I'm a calm individual, but I get Jagon spirit for real. And I can speak anything out of my mouth. And I try to curb what I'm saying to the points that are to be made. Now, on this platform, rightly said, there are a lot of things that are difficult to speak about. Yet, they must be given the allowance to be spoken. And hopefully, the person who is speaking it has the correct language and nuance to give that communication. The thing that we don't do enough of on this platform is careful listening. Unfortunately, our own point of view resides. And as it resides within us, sometimes it blocks our hearing. Now, I'm a nuanced individual. I can speak about a difficult subject in a way that hopefully creates communication and conversation. And that's what I am about. AY, you saw what I wrote, hopefully, on the chat to you. And I meant it. I don't, when one's voice begins to raise, and then we are getting disturbances from other voices, it elevates the voice and it pushes out insultive language, if you like. Me, I'm one that can insult. I don't know where it comes from, but I learned it at a young age. I don't like to use insults to communicate, but I do, as you said, and I will tomorrow again. This is the thing. It's unfortunate because even if we listen to Steph, if we remember Steph, at the beginning, the guy was quiet, reasonable, well listened, well spoken. But of the last couple of weeks or so, it don't turn into almost Jaguda, whereby he now raises his voice and he has to push his level.
I saw it now.
You've seen it.
I said that to him. Like, yeah.
And
like,
now this is something that this platform creates. This platform can change the character of an individual based on the fact that have your say is a serious thing. People want to have their say and people want to be listened to and regarded. So hopefully, you know, AYO, my brother, you know, there's a lot of things you say I don't agree with, but one thing I do is I like your personality, the kind of personality that you have. What I ask everyone to understand is that we are all different, all of us. I don't take this one Nigeria thing on board easily. We are, what Righteous Man said is that we are all brothers. I believe that. However, is there something called Nigeria? I don't know. We know the name, we know the geography, but is it constituted within us? I don't know. I really, really don't. Apart from bad behavior that Nigeria may constitute, it's difficult to see what else it constitutes. So when we are trying to tackle difficult subjects and we are almost not allowed to, as Ferrari rightly said, how can you say we are not going to talk about any specification of Nigeria? There was a time when I used to speak on Nigeria issues when the Igbo man would tell me, don't you dare speak about Igbo issues. You keep your issue to yourself. And I'm thinking, what? Who do you think you're talking to? Are you crazy? If I want to speak about any subject containing that geographical space, I will speak about it. Because nobody's going to shift my point of view unless they come in with a superior point of view. I'm a man that listens. So given, you know, it's almost that we're doing a cathartic exercise on how we conduct ourselves. What Righteous Man said as to us being able to project ourselves in an intellectual light, even though we may be emotional. I believe that, because the people that we want to watch this show is every single Nigerian, at least. Anyone else who is listening, they would be welcome. But every single Nigerian, this particular show, we need them to be hands-on where this program is concerned. You know, I've seen a lot of progress. I've seen progress in the comment section. At the beginning, the comment section for me was wild. And to get involved in that comment section, me, I know they go there like that. But of late, because I read the comment section needs a lot more from us in terms of intellect, because they're watching, they're looking, and they'll get bored, and then they'll begin to throw insult at any individual that they please. All I'm saying is that emotions are real, and we need to take care of each of our emotions so we sleep easy. Lastly, I would finish like this, please. Today, I'm a man, yeah. Since I was about 10, I don't cry. Sometimes, you know, you have emotional imbalances and you want to cry. I wanted to cry. No tears coming out of my eyes for nothing. Today, I was looking at an American program that I've seen before. It's called What Would You Do? Every 18-minute program, I watched it for about 5 hours. I can't lie to you. Every program, I had to shed tears. And the tears that I was shedding, I was thinking about the pain that we cause each other in this world. We cause each other pain. And I've seen all these programs before, but the way I looked at it this time, I had to understand that the emotion I was feeling, the tears that I was falling upon things that were scripted. They're scripted things, but the people who are written into this script were behaving, they didn't know it was being scripted. They were now played, as it were. And what I felt was, imagine the pain that we're doing with each other. Imagine anyone watching this kind of thing and the emotion that it brings up in us, the compassion that it brings up in us. And then for those of us who have an understanding of the Christ, I then imagined the pain of Christ. At 33 years old, this is how the story goes. You can take it how you want. He died for the world's sake. And I was just thinking that there's not any one of us as individuals or who really understand the depth of love that death, compassionate death is. Because you can care for your family, you can care for your brothers, you can care for your nation, but you can't love like God. So sometimes, in order for us to understand that we caused ourselves pain upon pain, this is why I have to believe in the story of Christ, because somebody has to have that depth of compassion, because we as human beings, we're rotten. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Loco, let me just say one more thing before you put your final thing. I don't want to say this as a rebel or because I don't like him, but I really feel strongly that someone like you, Loco, someone like you, Osita, someone like you, AY, someone like you, Jagun, please, let's talk to Dr. Damages. I really believe Forefather is taking us back from the problem of solution, because out of this is now 11 hours, we just spent 9 hours, no, not 9, about 7 or 8 hours on bullshit, on kickback, on the wrong. There's something not right about we. At least I think if this doesn't change, I've talked to Damage myself. I would stop coming here, and I really care for that country, and I want solution. And I know people here have brains, but there's just some obstacle from him. It makes us discuss. It pushes us to the side of discussing individuals rather than issues. It's still, we want a solution. And I don't hate him. I don't.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
Let me say this in agreement with what you're saying.
So maybe if you all can volunteer time to substitute for, if he has to, he shouldn't moderate. If he does moderation at all, it should be a second chair. Second chair. I meant this from, I don't hate him, but I'm telling you from the sincerity of my heart.
Let me just say this. You see, AY, you would attest to what I'm about to say. There was a meeting that we all had, me, you, and Forefather. And at that meeting, I was doing a lot of observing, because that's what I do. And at the time we were just talking. Me, I had my pen and pad ready because we're having a meeting. And in having a meeting, I think you should organize yourself to be ready. When I understood that no one else apart from me had a pen and pad ready, I understand that it's almost like you people have never been professional and you don't know how to come to a meeting. 1, 2. Then I read down what I had written from the last meeting I had. AY listened and he said, but that seems very succinct. He didn't necessarily use that word, but he used the word similar. That was very straightforward, clear, and succinct. Why don't we go upon that? Then it just turned into a thing where it was never looked upon again because of the things that Mr. Ferreira is saying on this platform right now, where the thing just becomes conjunctified with a lot of rhetoric and bullfucked. It didn't even constitute bullshit. It was only the essence of a bad air. Me, from then, I understood I can't work with this brother. I can't. And it made me withdraw from coming to the platform for a while and just listening and seeing. This platform would never breed solutions. Never. For us to think about that, we're going to frustrate ourselves. The only way that solutions can be built is off stage, as it were, with a group of people that are dedicated to the practice of solution building. If you're not doing that, you are wasting life and time. Me, I offer that to you as somebody. From the first day I came to this platform, I was speaking, where are the solutions? Where are they? So I'm asking each of us to understand the energies that we are expending here. They're our life force. For what? For our people as Nigerians. I'm saying this platform is simply for somebody.
Entertainment.
Well, in a way, but more. Somebody put it in a way that they said it's cathartic. It's an exercise of the spirit. It allows us to listen and speak. Therapeutic, I
Therapy.
think. Yes.
Therapeutic.
Yes. Now, I think that's the only thing that we can get from this. And we shouldn't even expect more, especially those of us on the panel who come daily to express our thoughts and opinions. Yeah. We shouldn't try to change what's going on here because it's going to be impossible. To build solutions takes thought, takes dedication, takes agreement building.
Come backstage. Can you just put me in this because I'm having some interference.
Osita, before you go, do you have an opinion on what we just said? Oh,
he's gone. Me too. I wanted to hear his opinion as well. Hopefully,
I wanted to hear his
back.
opinion. Local,
but that's what I have to say, guys. Don't
Osita,
let's. He has an issue.
Hear us?
He has an issue, I think.
Okay. Local, AY, you guys, you know.
Okay. See, I've heard what you guys said, right? First thing first, this platform, regardless, belongs to somebody, even if the person himself in his own humility, magnanimity, whatsoever, it made it open for everybody, try to give everybody equal rights. And first thing first, the name of the show speak for itself. Have your say. You understand? Regardless of your opinion, if you want to be pro Buhari or pro Nigeria or anti-Nigeria, I mean, have your say. But it has to be intellectual. You get me? But have your say at least. So if you decide not to be the odd ones, or to be educated illiterates, or to be unintellectual among the intellects, it's on you. You're just selling yourself to the public like, man, this guy's talking bunkum.
No, it's the censorship, the misdirection, the distraction.
I know. I saw where you're coming from, but I'm just telling you the platform itself, what it is. You understand? Regardless of opinion, right? Distraction, like I said, who wants to distract is also have your say. So having your say, having opinions can also be distraction. You understand? We can be talking here, and it will be my turn to say anything. I might decide to be talking about Boko Haram while you guys are talking about IPOB. You understand? You might also call that distraction, but that is my say. You understand? But it now falls on me.
No, I'm talking from the moderator's point of view. This doesn't happen when Rudolph himself is in charge. Electricity or Chim or you just moderated now. This doesn't happen.
The thing is this, like I said, right, is I've still said it. Remember, have your say. You understand? If you're talking about maybe distraction or coordination or whatever, it's the coordination for it might be everybody has the way they handle stuff, how they coordinate things, they have their own formula. It might be interesting to some, it might not be interesting to some, because if you look at the conversation, sometimes they like when the heat is high, like the tension, they like it because maybe that's what they enjoy. But most of us that comes to the panel, we are like, no, that's not what we want. We are solution driven, you understand, and we believe we're supposed to be hearing ourselves, in an orderly manner, respectable manner, one after the other, something like that. That is what most of us would want. You understand? But maybe people like forefathers in his own is like, yeah, but it's the solution I want. However, we get there, I don't care. But just let us get the solution, which might not be okay for some. Like, no, we want the solution, but at least it should be technically, it should be reasonable, it should be you understand, do it moderately and all that stuff. So is his method of moderating. And that's why he's forefathers.
No, the thing is, no, if I may, we understand that very well.
Yeah.
Very well. You see, when Dr. Damages is moderating, bruh, Dr. Damages makes a lot of errors here and there.
Yeah.
But the thing is, everybody can respect his moderation. And this is what we want to do with any moderator, is just to respect the authority of that moderator. When the respect of this moderator, it can't be, me personally, I can no longer hold any respect. And I'm coming to say this for the first time because it's what for forefathers' way of conducting himself. I cannot respect it for anything.
It's to get a respect for his sense of fairness.
Let me
the sense of equity.
It's based on rubbish. Let me say, it's based on rubbish and an egotistical mindset that says my voice is more important than anybody else's. This is not the kind of thing I want to say about forefather, but this is the conclusion I've come to. This is the conclusion I've come to. I'm a listening man, and I listen to the guy, and I listen to his pontifications, and he goes on and on and on and on and on about the same nonsense as though we haven't heard him. But did he hear anybody? He's another one that he misquotes people terribly. He takes on the minutiae point, or he takes on an extremist point. He's not balanced in any way. So for me, no respect for that rubbish.
What's your view on this? I just don't want to.
No respect.
What's your view?
If I may just come in.
Okay, come in.
All right. AY, go on.
Okay. No. AY is on the call.
AY is on the phone.
Okay, AY is on the phone.
Rosita, are you back? Have you traveled? I mean,
no, he hasn't traveled.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. I have not. No, I have not. Now, my opinion about this is it has always been.
Osita, I would just want to say I should be able to wait, but forgive me. I want to salute you for what you are doing in terms of your public affair. And I want to show you that we are backing you, my brother. Me personally, your point of view is succinct. You know how to build an argument. You know how to build from an exercised mind of the narrative of what Nigeria should be. And I've been listening to you. I don't think I've ever spoken to you directly as I am now. And I just want to appreciate you, sir. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jagun. Now, I don't know. Some of you maybe joined us later after the election. Well, during the campaign and everything, even after the whole, when we had hit to the moment of the elections, I've always been of the opinion that attacking personalities, attacking a tribe, a region, a state, it's not going to help us. And the sooner we come to the realization, just like Ferreira said, or someone here said, that there are two tribes, and it's the oppressors and the oppressed. Is this idea of, being stereotypical, generalizing things, it does us more harm than good. The reason is this. Can we now say let's just say because people are kidnapping in the southeast, let me say in Enugu, for instance, and I'm from Enugu State.
Hold on, Osita, I don't mean to cut you off. The way I was looking at it is that, fine. Sometimes panelists come, state their opinion, and they go to the extreme level. But when the moderator repeats,
I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that.
Allow him.
I'll come to that. If you don't mind. So because now people are engaged in kidnapping in Enugu State, can we now say that everybody from Enugu is a kidnapper? I don't think it's fair.
No, sir.
And I've also always been of the opinion that if we do not democratize our submissions and our ideas expansively, then the journey that we're embarking on, the changes we want, it will only be farther from us. Why? If you take a look here, you will find that obviously there are more Southerners on this platform compared to the people who are from the North. How many times do we have the privilege of getting people who are from the North to come here? Also, let's take, for instance, someone like Emeka. Eze. The first time I met him on the platform and he came with a leaning towards Tinubu, I was so happy. And the reason is this, because now Tinubu is the president. The people who we want, who actually have, who are in the position of making things happen currently in the Nigerian government, are people in his administration. So whereas we criticize, we also don't want to shut them out from coming in. Because it is only through that cross-fertilization, cross-pollination of ideas that we get to change. We get to start seeing things from different view. Without sounding religious, it will tell you that faith comes through hearing. He didn't say from having heard. Hearing is a constant, is a present continuous tense.
Continuous tense, yeah.
We need to keep speaking. We need to keep having those conversations. We need to build our tolerance to a point where it becomes a much more friendly platform, like what they said, have your say, without anyone feeling intimidated, without anyone feeling insecure. It should be a safe space for someone to come, place their ideas, and when those ideas are not great, are not the best, they can also be corrected and given a chance to go back and reflect and come back. One person, it will take many mindsets of us. We need many to join us. We need many to see things from our own view. But you cannot force people. And information, when you hear a particular information, it's just like music. When you hear a particular information on a daily basis, at some point it starts to sink in. The first time, when the information gets to you, it might face a rebound. It might not actually click in, but gradually, from them as well, we will also be learning certain things, because whether we love Tinubu or not, there are other things that we can also pick, whether from what he's doing, what he's done. Because in Igbo land, I see more is sinner. There is always something from learn from everybody. That is what I believe. There is always something to learn from everybody, from every event.
I agree.
Okay, so let us try our best, because let me take one. It will give me more joy, because let's say we are planning for 2027 election. We don't know who we are going to support. How do we get our information across to people in the North? If we don't have people in the North who are coming here and making reference to this platform, saying to their people, go and listen to these people, go and listen to these people, go and listen to these people. But we're also forgetting that if we forget that also, the majority of people where we even want a lot of change, because the places we have a lot of rigidity, where we lack flexibility with ideas, it's especially also with due respect to an extent, some places in the North, due to language barrier, geographical diversity, and all of that, all factors you can mention. But we also need a huge percentage of these people to also start seeing things from our own view. And we can't achieve that if it's already preconceived to them that this platform is against them. So that is why when we say things like, oh, Fulani, it's Fulani people and all those things, Yes, there might be
Osita,
have been a
Osita, I
good
don't mean
majority.
to cut you off.
I'm
I think
no,
you're
Ferreira,
missing.
Ferreira, I'm coming.
Hold on.
Just let me land on this point.
Okay.
Now, my people in my own village, my local government, there have been scenarios where they say, "Oh, it's Fulani people that caused havoc, raided, maimed farmers and all of that stuff." It's a very personal something when you're someone whose family or friends or relatives has been affected. But then again, will it be enough to tag every form of insecurity, especially the ones because most times people say things, but we know where we do not have actual evidence. Because if Nigeria were a place where policing, investigation, security apparatus function the way they did, we would not be basing our arguments on speculations. It will be a place where when something happens, you can identify an individual who did it. If it's a particular clique, you can easily identify that, and I'm putting for fact, and it's for fact, undoubted fact. All I'm saying is this: regardless of how good or how bad any tribe is, so long as we are still within this geography in Nigeria, we must try our best, our possible best, to carry as much along as we can. And the only way we can do that is to make also everyone see that we are not targeting a particular people. We are not against a tribe. We are not against a state. That we only have one thing we are against, and that is oppression. People in the Fulani tribe have people who are oppressed. Have people, look at the people, there are some Fulanis who even live in the plateaus. But some of them also are Islamic. So you call it just religious killing, ethnic cleansing. Sometimes it will be absolutely difficult for that argument to pass all the marks, because there are definitely deviances to that fact. So please let us try our best. If you know an individual who has done something, call the person out.
Yeah, Osita, you've made a good point, but you missed the rail a little bit. I'm talking about where, as a panel, first of all, as a panelist, you understand, you must have a direction you want to guide that discussion to go. And then when you see the discussion is going south, and I see Dr. Damages do that very well, you as a panelist and a moderator,
I can tell you this. I can tell you this for free. Forefathers is not my most. It's not my most recommended moderator. All of us. You don't need to be a smart ass to know that Forefathers is not the best moderator.
It's
We've
like
had great moderators here.
he relished the controversy, or he
See,
digs it up.
We've had great moderators here. Let me tell you, local P, who just took over, does a better job at moderating.
I don't want to come here
and the reason is this.
This one.
I don't want to come here and spend 9 hours discussing individuals.
Listen, I don't want to discuss individuals as well. Listen,
exactly
now
what I was trying to avoid. I don't want to be discussing individuals.
It's quite unfortunate.
Nine hours. But he repeats it. He brings it back, even when you're moving away from it. He draws it back, and then everything goes yaba, everything starts.
Maybe Pereira, maybe when more of us, when this platform grows to a point, maybe we can democratize the moderation and start electing a person who needs to moderate.
We can't waste another year.
Okay, so maybe we need to make that proposal to Dr. Damages. But another thing you need to remember is this:
AY and Steph, what you guys think?
Taking this job, it requires someone who has time. Do you have the capacity to come as most times because you should the way Forefathers does? Because we might not always like his style.
Exactly.
But at least he tries to keep the platform running.
But none of us have time.
So we do not throw away the baby and the bathwater.
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted.
Okay, because the reason Dr. Damages is not always here is time.
Let's say why I speak.
So to be honest, I'm definitely gonna stay on. I heard a lot of stuff Osita said. I kind of agree with him in a lot of stuff he said. I mean, I heard much of it. I will not come here to pretend. It's maybe I'm different. I kind of allow diverse opinion. The only time I'm gonna succumb to your opinion if I see it's superior, I will key in. Like what Jago said. Now we actually had a meeting. Jago had a document that I find very interesting because when he was reading out the stuff, I really love it. I said, wow, where did you put that together? I was actually shocked. I said, whoa, that's a good one. To me, you know, it really caught my attention. Like, wow, Jago, you did good job, you know. We actually, it was a good discussion. You know, the one thing we need to know, we are not the same. Anyhow, I have made friends here that are like brother today. I make a friend here that is like sister on this platform. No joke. I'm not coming here to cap. They are not related to me. They are not from my place. We don't share. The only thing I think we share, maybe we share same opinion on a lot of issues. If I tell you how close, you will not even believe again. It's just that just me. For me, I just allow people. You gotta listen to people. Nobody is stupid. Nobody is foolish. It's just the way I think. If even a mechanic that never like even in Nigeria, when I talk to mechanic, I feel you can learn something from everyone. If I don't live in UK, or sit I live in UK, easy way. Oh, sit how far this thing I be now. You know, I don't know anything. I might read some things, I might hear something, but the real issue, the real thing, what is really real, I usually say it like this. What it is different from what you think it is. If you've never been there, you not get it. You will not get it. But it's easy for me to call Jago. After now, this thing, I want to do it in UK. What? Because of his experience, his years there, I might have different opinion. Oh, no, it's not like, oh, yeah, I grab it. That's knowledge. So everybody is useful. Like the other thing Sita said now, look at Master. Master will come here. He will pick some, because one thing I see in Nigeria, if you never travel across Nigeria, sometimes there is this level of ignorance we throw out there. I've seen even with the Northerner, they never been to the South. If the person has never been to the South, you see people in the South different, like, oh, like how do they? Some Southerners, you hear them speak, they never been to the North. They have different, what it is different. It's different opinion about the North. Relating with people too, when you allow this platform to move, you talk to different people. Oh yeah, it's like that. For me, I want to learn everybody. I see big houses in Southeast villages. I'm like, Harry, I have a friend from Anambra, very close in Canada. I'm like, yo, what's the reason for doing this? I try to learn this stuff, and I learn a lot. Let me tell you about the Igbo discussion here. I grew up in my community. In fact, my whole father properties, one of our longest tenants is an Igbo man. It's like my mother's son. He died in an accident a few years ago. I went to school with Yoruba, Igbo in my University of Benin. If you know University of Benin, you cannot say Igbo are more. You cannot say Yoruba are more. You cannot say South are more. So, like, I related with these people. Like, I've never seen that we are hated, discrimination. I come from a very plain mind. When you hear me throwing out, discussing this issue, until I got to this platform, then I saw a lot of people from Southeast. Oh, we are discriminated against. Well, there is this, there is this. You know what I did? I did not just, I just like, why is a lot of people saying this? I went to have discussion with a friend. But I will not have discussion with anyhow person, because I know some of them, still, there are people that are propaganda all over the country. Either they are Igbo, they are Hausa, they are Yoruba. I know the issues in Nigeria. I said, oh, is this the general view about a lot of people in the Southeast? He put down this issue to me. Then I have to pull back a little to say, okay, I think there is some point here. I understand it. I understand the issue. Well, President Buhari, one thing he did I love, when he make Adeola recognize Adeola as president, I felt very disappointed. I said, yeah, it was good. That's a good point I want to make. But the disappointment was Obasanjo, Buhari, they were involved in a Nigerian civil war. I'm like, why did they not look at Southeast issue? Like, genuinely, like, okay, these people, do they really have genuine concern? Why did you not sit with us and say, you know what? Let's move away from this Biafra agitation. Okay, what do we do? Call all the leaders in the same room. Create Southeast Development Commission. Tell them, oh, you know what? Okay, you need one airport. We'll put one international airport here. We'll do this. We'll do this. In form of a compensation, get everybody integrated in the system. We are one country. The truth is, when you do that, even the young who are coming, it will not be a blackmail to the elders. When they say it, they tell you, but they do it this now. But just let everybody get along. Forget people, everybody. How is it benefiting us? You know who is losing? Is the country. If you can put factory in Aba to be making tires, making shoes, you know who's going to benefit? The country. If you don't do it, you know who's going to lose? The whole country. This is what we don't understand. The moment, look for all over the country, what can you harness? What can you get from here? What can you develop here? Genuinely, we will not have this issue, but here we have. But forefather, I don't think forefather is a bad person. I know forefather he don't want to identify with tribe. He don't want to identify with religion. He don't want to identify with anything. But he want to have that free mind to speak. We should also realize human beings not perfect. We are not perfect too. I understand leadership. Even today, even when I criticize the president, I know it's a hot seat. Even when I criticize the governor, I know it's a hot seat. But I know with good intention, deliberate decision, you can do it. God will help you. Genuine intention. But it's not easy. We that are shouting here, some of us make us leaders. It go clear for your eye now.
Yeah,
because they can't forge that. It's difficult. But that is just our politicians are not telling us the truth of the challenge even before they get to power. Oh, don't worry, light is 2 days, electricity is this kind of stuff, just for them to grab power. It's difficult, but with genuine, you really ready to do something, I believe is doable. So I take it very serious. The other point I want to raise is I have this discussion with my friend. I'm like, yo, what is there something wrong with us as black people? What's the issue?
Thank you.
Because I will sit in a boardroom with white people, only black, like white people for 5-8 hours sometimes, no single argument. No, I'm not capping. No single argument. Then I will not like, what you call me? Even my wall, like I'm relating with these people, like, oh, what's up now? Like, we have this. Even if we don't agree on some, oh yeah, I think this is the best idea. Oh, we should kind. Oh yeah. They don't even look at you as black. They don't look at you as white. Nobody look at anybody. I'm wondering, why can't we have the discussion? Is it? I begin to think recently, is it just a general problem? The other issue,
they have respect for human beings.
When we come, I also, for example, why I differ on issue of tribe. Oh, these are the people causing a problem. Have you ever paid attention to black nations all over the world? What is going on? Is it Fulani that are also there? Is it Igbo that are also there? Is it Yoruba also there? We can take this thing deeply. The only black country I know that is even doing well is South Africa. All of us know the reason. Even right now, from the past,
they have their problem.
South Africa is having problem right now. Go confirm.
Yeah, because blacks are taking over.
If we are not careful, they gonna blame it on stupid things. But
My
when
brother,
the country, there was success.
it's a wonderful point you raised, my brother.
It's a good
Wonderful.
point.
We all over the world, we need to pay a lot of attention to this issue. That's why I kind of disagree. Like, okay, Kenya is like, for example, 90-something% Christians, black. Look at Sudan issue. Sudan, not we are Muslim, South we are majority Christian. They were shouting, oh, you know what, they discriminate against us. They divided the country. In less than 3 months, South Sudan started war.
It wasn't Kahoot.
Let me tell you the worst. The real Sudan, not Sudan, last year, in the heart of Ramadan, they started war. It's 90% Muslim. Even if you are not a Muslim, you know the significance of Ramadan for Muslims. You can't even hurt a fly. But they started war, killing people. That should teach us, we need to think about this issue very strongly. Why are they fighting? Oh, how come they are not the same religion? Why are they killing themselves?
Look, AY, when I was in Belgium, my roommate, Kuntunde, he said one statement. He said, God cook rice. The rice come born. Now the born part be black man. Me and I nearly fight. But when I can't leave Belgium, go America, go around the world, see behavior, I weak. I say, man, that thing we are fighting there for that day. Be like, say that thing true. I don't, I don't want to admit it, but the thing where your eyes will see, like you're saying, which black nation? Oh boy, Jamaica, where we they think say they carry for. I go Jamaica, oh boy, I weak. It be like say I they go my mother village for one in 1940. I swear to God,
we
I
need
weak.
to take this issue seriously.
I weak. It's very close to the US. How can Jamaica be like this? It looks like I was traveling back to Nwamura in 1940, 30 years when we were teenagers.
Yes, sir.
That's how Jamaica. I'm not making this thing up. Oh boy, a week. How can you be this close to a developed country and you look like this?
Wait,
and
you are going to
airports.
Ferreira.
We are airports. If you see
Ferreira,
tourists
Ferreira, you're going too far. Hey, go at Table America State. Look for state black people dominate.
I know.
My first exposure in abroad, I was in Canada, but at the border between Detroit and US.
Wow.
You drive into Detroit, 7 p.m. If your car spoil, just the run. See, Detroit, it's like there are some part my village, I would prefer to be in my village than be in those parts. Roads are damaged. That city went bankrupt. See, we need to tackle this issue and look into ourselves. I was in Saudi last year. Saudi, they build roads, they drop mountains and build roads. I almost would cry. I'm like, what is wrong with us?
What is wrong? You got to ask that question.
What does it take to build a road in Nigeria? That
I don't know. I don't know.
I've told you guys now. We are the target.
Did you see our weather?
It's a target on our back.
Beautiful weather.
Do you know
Our
funny?
land,
Do you know the only
beautiful
place we flourish most of the time?
Where?
In entertainment.
Yeah,
and these are trivial things that will not develop a nation.
Yeah.
Entertainment and sport.
Exactly. Now,
that is why Jamaican music is heard all over the world.
Yeah,
sports.
You know what they tell you.
That is why a lot of millionaires come from Black Americans through entertainment rappers.
Like say they drive go village for 1980.
And these things,
no content.
These things that bring individual success.
Yeah.
That elevate just one individual.
Because
those are the areas
to conclude, because of this issue, I begin to think even the Nigeria people
That's right.
qualify.
Can I just say, guys?
Yoruba nation, even if you divide these people, Baba, now the same struggle, it will shock you.
Not the same struggle.
Okay, guys. Okay, I don't know if you guys saw what happened in Ghana recently. They were having a convention, Pan-African convention, and there were speakers from 4 countries, renowned African speakers, renowned African Pan-Africanists. And I didn't know. If I knew, I would have even gone to the conference in Ghana. It's called forgotten the name. We call it. The speaker there is Dr. Ritika, this woman from Zimbabwe, one black woman, female activist. I think popular woman anyway. Then the second speaker is who's got Julius Malema.
Yes.
The third speaker is Patrice Mulumba, and the fourth speaker is Peter Obi. 4 of them. I'm telling
Which
you.
platform? Sorry, come again.
As if
You have to send that link. Oh, I'm going to look for that.
They don't cancel the conference. They say power from above. Power from above. Now they cancel conference.
In Ghana.
Ghana
In Ghana.
Ghana turned upside down yesterday.
Obi and who again?
Obi, Peter Obi, Patrice Lumumba, Julius Malema, and
hey, oh my goodness.
I saw the picture of Obi and Malumba.
Malema and Dr. Rikita, one female bad woman.
Oh my goodness. You said they don't cancel her.
If you chop white people rush, if you chop as in people travel from America, from UK, France, as in black Pan-Africans way throughout their life. Now America they stay. First time with they're not old, people like 60s, 70s, 50s, and 40s. For the day America, first time when they come Africa, now because of this conference. They just want to say, man, these 4 people gather, they want to speak, will they go? As in the place.
But local, I missed that part. Waiting happened for they cancel the conference. Waiting happened.
A date less than 24 hours to the show. Yesterday was supposed to be the show on the 7th. Yosanzo was supposed to be the event. Less than 24 hours to people don't ready. Say, and
people don't travel, don't buy tickets, don't pay for hotel.
The show is free.
And this was supposed to happen in Ghana.
In Ghana, the show not even free.
I saw the pictures somehow.
If you see youth, we say, man, as in when they cancel the show, people say they want still come there. May they give them the reason when they cancel the show.
Oh my god! Imagine where imagine where these 4 people, the leaders of countries. Imagine a situation where Malema, now president of South Africa, PLO Lumumba, president of PLO Lumumba is from Kenya, isn't it?
Kenya.
President of Kenya. You know, the thing is that the problem is men like that to get into power is nearly impossible.
Did they give a reason for canceling?
It's nearly impossible.
Look.
I hear you.
We don't even need them in power, right? We need them to be outside the field so that they go to see where we're. You know, the same way inside the game, they see. We need them outside the field so that they go to see. Maybe we will get the power, the energy to fight. Maybe they tell us what they see. Then we go to blow the government, we blow them, we go to blow their eye. It gets a fuck up a hand because those ones they can articulate things very well. Imagine a country where 4 of those people, let's assume 4 of those people, they each African country, just 4, like 4 like that. Say, man, they each African country. I see the youth way for that place. Youth come up as I don't believe my eye.
Did they give reason why they cancel them? Did they give reason?
They say power from above when they cancel them. Less than 24 hours to the event.
And people don't buy hotel, don't travel, don't buy tickets.
People don't book hotel, they don't buy tickets, don't fly.
For canceling.
No, they don't come say we are sorry, power from above for just no reason. They just say, man, president say they cancel.
Can you hear that?
As the Ghana turn upside down, see Ghana use they provoke. They say they go there here till they tell you the reason. They're not come from this place. Till they tell you the reason why. And they know say, take time, they'll see because they want make even if they postpone the show, they say they go pay for hotel, they'll delay that ticket.
They will still do that show, but maybe not in Ghana.
Petty thing because the thing is, people expect say, at least Kwame Nkrumah. See, you used to provoke. Nobody Nigeria, they crash. Now you say our problem, we get which for our
my brother Kwame is even one of the best we have in Africa.
Is it?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Steph, what do you get to say about waiting with the talk?
Oh, Steph, no.
Steph now. I don't know Steph to something there for this platform.
I saw Steph just on me today. I'm like, wow, this platform go to something else.
No. But the difference is like, no, Steph has stated his opinion before.
No, but this thing you just said now, that is to show you how far the people who love the status quo will go to shut out people.
Exactly.
Because they know that information is power. See,
when I think AY say which African country is progressing apart from, I say, look, not African.
Let me tell you, left for PLO Lumumba alone. PLO Lumumba. Just PLO Lumumba alone. If only people listen.
No,
the guy has a lot of widespread, maybe apart from the diasporas who have internet to watch it. PLO, see, when I started following PLO Lumumba,
very good.
Oh my God. See, you will see an adornment of wisdom. The
guy is very wise, very wise.
He is almost, I used to worship the guy literally before.
No, don't do that.
No, see, when, I love people who are knowledgeable.
I hate you.
I love knowledgeable people. I love people who are wise. I don't even know any human being who is more Pan-African than him.
He's Pan-African. Real one.
Yeah, see, you cannot, to today, I don't know any man alive who is more Pan-African than PLO Lumumba. When he holds the stage, when he climbs the stage, regardless of whether you are the one who invited him or not, be ready to hear the truth. He speaks truth to power. There was a conference where Nigerian elites invited him.
I saw that.
My brother, they had wished they didn't invite him.
So are we inferior? I can't say that, but are we inferior? Why can't we get it right?
The thing my uncle told me when I was very young, if I can, guys.
God.
The thing that my uncle told me, he said, if you bring one African, one black man against any one other in the world, white, Chinese, whoever they are, he said the black man will beat them at any indice you want. Anything. Give them the subject, the black man will come out on top. He said the moment you bring a group of black people and a group of anyone else, he said that we have lost. He said those groups, they know how to function. Which, I've never heard it put better, actually, than what AY said. He said, when he goes into the boardroom, this is my experience as well. I've been in many boardrooms.
Me too. With my white people,
when he
I work with.
Into the boardroom where Oyinbo plenty finished, those guys, they don't argue. They get to the point. They speak on the subject,
and they get things done.
Get it done, man.
They get it done.
I've been in numerous black boardrooms. Everyone they come with their knife, maybe they shook each other. I don't know what's going on, man. It's a deep thing that we are suffering from. It really is. Sometimes, however, I don't know, because again, we have to bring these things sometimes under spiritual climates. Sometimes I wonder if this is some level of protection for us, because the world is extremely wicked. The thing where Oyinbo they plan is extremely wicked. When you get into what they are planning, the whole thing becomes unbelievable, what they're doing. If I can send you video upon video upon video of deep things that the British government are doing, European government is doing, American government is doing.
That's true.
It's all wild and wicked. Sometimes you have to think, you know what? I'm fortunate that we are not at this wicked level. Our own wickedness is a level, but their own wickedness
it's higher level. Higher level. Refined level, well thought out, well planned.
It's not easy.
What you guys
It's not easy.
What you guys were saying before?
The thing is,
argument is that it can't be that we can't get there. It just can't be.
No, it's not that.
We can't just be that burnt rice that God
Bros,
cooked.
this is it. The way I see it, with all the level of materialism that there is available to us, I don't think, as much as we practice all kinds of spiritual levels, I don't think we're anywhere near happening God's mainframe for us. Because the way I see this world, though, I strongly believe we are God's children. I want black people. I want West Africans particularly. I strongly believe, but I believe that we are the most wayward of his children because we are just not tapping into the power that we have. We're not. We are just not. We're nowhere near it. We know it's there. We know it's around, but we never enter that zone. We haven't entered that zone. And I can't necessarily tell us how we're going to enter. Myself, I won't enter. I never enter. Me, I need to be God blessed, though, because I know that we are at war. We are at war, and war is upon us. And how we save ourselves in this fight, bros, I don't know, because we're not unified. As Ferreira said, on this platform itself, it's a microcosm of the Nigeria that we have. All the spillage that we have, all the disappointment that we have with each other, now the same thing that go on back home. So
it was just like that fella's song.
Can someone tell me? Can someone tell me? Yeah. Because, like I said, sometimes whether you like certain things or you don't like them, always find something to learn from everything. Can someone tell me how somebody like Kano was able to build a structure like IPOB?
I know. I think it was. I think there's a part of that. He has other ways, but I think there was that radio part, and that's what I keep saying. That communication part. I don't know where he built the radio in that he
London.
was able to communicate.
UK anyway. It was in UK that the radio Biafra was.
Some of us might not always. We might not always like his method.
Yeah.
But you dare not say that the man was not efficient.
He was. That radio part, he was able to get to the people.
He was efficient.
He was efficient.
We may not like how the outcome of things at the moment. But my God, you need to respect the man. At least
the guy now is a dead guy. You know why I say he's a dead guy? Hold on. So let me say he's a dead guy. Osita, give me who are taking now? Step I said that day. Give me 10% of his followers. Just 10%. Eh? You see, Abuja, the whole meeting for Southeast. All the people of Abuja, they come to the whole meeting. Just 10%.
So how was he able to create such structure?
Okay, now I'll tell you this,
such followership.
Okay, now, first thing
it
first.
taps into their pain, I believe.
So exactly.
That's right.
That's one thing with
That's
politics.
right.
You got to tap into. I don't know why we are not able to do that.
Because Nigeria want to change.
You summed it.
That's another question.
That's the reason why.
Let's say we haven't heard Steph.
That's the reason why. Ferrari made a valid point. And that's the reason why when I talked earlier, I said government is the one creating all these groups. Do you understand? There are expectations, there are needs. A government is not managing those expectations. Government is not managing those needs. Somebody came and bring a